Pressing this button will earn you $100 million. But at the same time, you will be transported to level 0 of the Backrooms. If you can find a way back, we will reward you with another 9 billion. I was slightly shocked. Backrooms, this means the Backrooms. In my impression, the Backrooms are a fictitious, false world. Does it really exist? But regardless, this huge prize is a great temptation for me. In the following hours, I searched online for a large amount of information about the Backrooms, trying to understand the relevant information about the Backrooms. The Backrooms is a vast fictional world, consisting of 6 million square miles of randomly divided rooms, like a huge maze. Here are various strange phenomena that human cognition can never understand. There are also various special items you have never seen before. More importantly, here there is also a kind called entities, existing only in the Backrooms, not real creatures. Entities encompass a variety of beings, from friendly originals with human-like intelligence, to unconscious, highly aggressive beasts, and even some beings with motivations and abilities far beyond our comprehension. Entities are the biggest danger in the Backrooms. After conducting in-depth research and understanding of the Backrooms, I suddenly hesitated. This place is probably a one-way trip. Do I really want to go in? The only thing that comforts and reassures me is, in the level I will be transported to, this should be the first level of the rear room, and what can be confirmed is that there are no entities on this level. This level should be the safest level in the rear room. Since there is no danger, as long as I bring enough supplies and find a way back from there, isn't that fine? I have strengthened my confidence, packed up my belongings, and decisively pressed the button. With the text message prompt on my phone, I did indeed receive 1 billion, just as I was counting the zeros. A strong sense of falling followed. I felt like I fell directly from the floor of my house, but it felt like I only fell for 1 second, and then I was sitting on the ground. I immediately stood up and looked around. Indeed, everything around me was exactly the same as shown in the video I checked: yellow wallpaper, flickering white paper lamp, the scene when I first entered the rear room. I touched the ground with my hand. It was a damp carpet, but this damp feeling didn't seem like it was caused by water. It was a type of liquid I had never come into contact with. Immediately after, I felt the humidity in the air. Along with that pungent smell of decay and mold, the entire space only had the sizzling sound of the light bulb emitting electricity, with no other sounds. I looked down and thankfully, the kitchen knife I brought from the real world was still there. I gripped the knife tightly. I began to look for an exit, but then I noticed a yellowed paper stuck on the wall next to me. On the paper, there was a twisted drawing of a black humanoid figure made up of lines, somewhat resembling a distorted stick figure. Next to it was written a single word: raw. What does this mean? Does it mean that if I encounter this creature, I should run immediately? I looked at this sticker and began to contemplate. According to the information in the real world, the difficulty of surviving in Lai Wulin is once safe and stable. Perhaps what is drawn on this paper, that is a very small amount of corpses. I raised my vigilance and gripped the kitchen knife in my hand. I walked forward against the wall. I walked on the damp yellow carpet for more than 10 minutes. Apart from the monotonous yellow walls, I didn't see anything else. But at this moment, I noticed on the yellow wall ahead, there was another piece of paper. I felt a sense of joy in my heart. Could it be another hint? I hurried forward to take a look, but it made my heart tighten. The content written on this sticker in front of me is exactly the same as the one I saw when I first arrived. This means that I am going around in circles, but I remember clearly that I was walking straight against the wall. I remembered the information I had read. There was a great change in the linear space of 50. So walking back along the straight line will return to the starting point, but if you turn back along the footprints, it will lead to a new set of different rooms, instead of the rooms that have been passed through. Thinking of this, I changed direction because the space is not linear. Walking in a straight line obviously makes no sense, so I decided to constantly change direction and move forward. Because I am used to using my right hand, so I decided to keep turning right, so every time I entered a room, I turned to the right, and it's worth mentioning that the rooms here are all yellow with walls. But these rooms only have door frames and no doors. It's like entering a huge yellow maze. I kept turning right, hoping to find a way out. But apart from the monotonous yellow, there was nothing around. There was nothing else, and I started to feel tired after walking for who knows how long. Feelings of irritation, tension, and loneliness would occasionally strike. As time passed, the sound of the electric current from the light bulb above grew louder. Occasionally, I would hear whispers that sounded like human language. But I couldn't make out the language, so I suppressed the irritation and fear in my heart. I continued to explore forward. Finally, I saw a peculiar wall. On the wall, there seemed to be a smiley face drawn in thick black marker. Below the smiley face, there was a line of crooked English text that read, "Don't move, stay still." I saw the English on the wall, but I didn't understand. My English is poor, so I couldn't translate the English on the wall. I walked towards the wall. I wanted to ponder carefully, but suddenly I heard the wall next to me emit a loud urgent sound, as if something was continuously knocking. The wall made a noise, and as I tried to pinpoint where it was coming from, I suddenly saw something at the corner to my left. Suddenly, a black figure appeared. The black figure I encountered was staggering towards me. From a distance, it looked like he was waving at me. Could it be another person who entered here? Was the knocking sound just now him asking for help? Just as I was about to approach him, I suddenly remembered a crucial note I read before coming here, stating that there were no entities on this floor, including humans. If you see or encounter anything that you believe to be another wanderer, it is not human. The hairs on my body stood on end at the thought. If it's not human or a corpse, then what is this thing in front of me? But I didn't have time to ponder, because the black figure suddenly accelerated and charged towards me. I quickly turned around and started to run away, and I tightly gripped the kitchen knife in my hand. After all, this was my only asset to fight against this monster. In the face of immense danger, my adrenaline quickly surged, exhausting in unprecedented speed. I could feel that unknown creature was gradually getting closer to me. I didn't dare to look back. I could only muster all my remaining strength to sprint faster. Initially, I managed to outpace the monster, but gradually, my stamina waned. Due to excessive energy expenditure, the environment I saw started to blur, my panting even drowning out the sound of my footsteps as I ran. Just when I felt like I couldn't hold on any longer, I suddenly noticed there was a door in front of me. I don't know what's behind the door, but I knew that if I didn't enter the door, I would surely die, so I quickly opened it, swiftly went in, turned around, and closed the door. In one go. At the moment I closed the door, I saw that humanoid monster. He was only an arm's length away from me. After closing the door, I weakly collapsed against it, gasping for air. The room behind could expose classified bacterial information. It was a monster made up of thick black lines, usually found in level forests, but they are relatively rare in number. After resting for a while, I slowly got up from the ground. I began to survey the surroundings. Behind the door was a small enclosed room with beige wallpaper on the walls. Above, a brighter white paper lamp flickered. A manila room. What comforted me was that there was a table and a chair in the room. Finally, I didn't have to rest on the damp floor anymore. I quickly walked over and sat down on the chair. The tense mood that had been tight since entering the backroom also relaxed at this moment. I noticed a folder on the table, with a printed image of an eagle spreading its wings, and below the eagle were the letters MEG. I opened the folder and after a brief look, my breathing suddenly became rapid, because in this folder, it introduced the entrance and exit of Lai Wulin. I picked up the file with a slight tremble. If it's true, then I can end this nightmare. I could return to reality and enjoy those $10 billion, but reality threw a bucket of cold water on me. The file introduced that the only way to leave Lai Wulin is through excision, which involves moving from one level in the backroom to another. The conditions for excision vary between levels, requiring specific actions to be completed. Most actions are level specific, but some can be achieved through objects or other urgent assistance. The most common form of excision in level 50 is by touching or colliding with a wall to meet the excision conditions. Therefore, once excised from level 50, I will only reach another level in the backroom, not return to the real world. After experiencing the battles with monsters, my mind remains tense, so I haven't felt thirsty or hungry yet. However, as my highly tense mind relaxes, the feelings of thirst and hunger emerge. I now feel parched, with waves of hunger and fatigue constantly hitting me. Somehow, my head also starts to spin, and I always feel like someone is whispering nearby. According to Meg's files, my situation is considered mental contamination, a common occurrence in the backrooms. As long as one is in the backrooms, they will continue to suffer from this mental contamination. Without finding a solution, over time, I will become crazy, even transforming into a corpse. Currently, the most common solution is to drink almond water, a bottled water widely distributed in multiple levels of the backrooms. It not only quenches thirst but also clears the mental contamination of wanderers. As for the wanderers, according to the information in M1, this is the collective term for all those who enter the backroom. From the data in M1, I also learned that I am not alone in the backroom. Various levels of wanderers are scattered throughout the backroom, including many individuals, organizations, or teams established by entities. M1 is the most powerful organization in the backroom, established with the purpose of sheltering wanderers and finding a way out. Seeing this, a sense of sadness inevitably arises in my heart. Even the largest organization in the backroom has not found a way to leave. What are the chances for an ordinary person like me to escape the backroom? But now is not the time for lamentation, as my vision starts to blur. I started to have hallucinations, a severe symptom of mental contamination. I must immediately take almond water. However, there is no almond water in level forest. To survive, I must remove Llewellyn. According to the data left by MEG, I know that in Llewellyn, there is a passage that leads to Liwi, where there is a base established by MEG to shelter me. The room I am in now is called the Madala room, the safest location in La 5 Forest. It will not produce the same effects as La 5 Forest, and prevent the meeting of wanderers. But I cannot make any contact here. I have to re-enter La 5 Forest. I listened carefully at the room door for a long time. After confirming that there was no movement outside, I cautiously opened the door. I cautiously stepped out, but after a few steps, I then noticed the sudden change in the surroundings. The buzzing sound of the white branch lamp above my head subsided. The carpet suddenly became dry, and the surrounding room began to look like it was under construction. Noticing the changes in the surrounding environment, I felt something was off. Instinctively, I quickly turned back, wanting to return to the Manila room. After I took a few steps back, I found myself back at that door again, but this door seemed different from the one I saw before. The door to the Manila room was somewhat different, but I couldn't care less at that moment. God knows why the environment suddenly changed, and with no eerie bodies in sight, I quickly opened the door. After opening the door, I thought I would return to Manila again, that cozy little cabin. But now, the scene behind the door had undergone a drastic change. At first glance, it looked like the environment in a martial arts world had undergone a complete transformation. The walls here were freshly painted white, there was a dry red carpet on the floor, and even more bizarrely, there was a bathroom to my left. The strange scene gave me goosebumps all over. As the saying goes, when things go awry, there must be a demon. I quickly backed out of the door, but when I turned around, I found that the love behind me had also transformed into the scene before me. I turned my head back again, but there was no longer a door in front of me. I am currently standing in the middle of a red carpet, surrounded by eerie white walls. Where am I? I cut through here. What is this is the only thought in my mind. I hesitated to stand still, afraid that any movement would lead me to encounter a terrifying corpse. But the situation does not allow me to stay put, for some unknown reason. Suddenly, the surroundings began to shake violently, and the tiles on the ceiling started to fall. The walls around me unexpectedly cracked open. Numerous cracks appeared, posing a serious danger. After dodging a few falling ceiling tiles, I realized I had to run, because whether it was the tiles above my head, or the collapsing walls, if I couldn't avoid them, they would severely injure me, leaving me seriously wounded in the backroom. There was only one outcome, death, so I ran desperately forward. As I ran, the tiles above my head kept falling down, and the ground where I ran also began to collapse. The surrounding walls started to collapse. I had to cut through here as soon as possible. Otherwise, I would be sold off by the building here, but misfortunes never come alone. As I dodged the continuously falling tiles, and the collapsing walls, to my left front, suddenly, a black figure appeared in front of me. I could see it clearly, and it looked exactly like the monster I encountered in the Love Forest. At this moment, when the monster saw me, it let out an excited roar and charged towards me. I panicked and ran forward without a clear path. As the floor collapsed and the walls crumbled, huge clouds of dust were stirred up around me. I was choked by the dust, coughing as I ran. I stumbled and then saw another door. Seeing this door, I felt a glimmer of hope. As the monster behind me approached, I hastily opened the door in a panic. And the moment the door opened, the destructive chain reaction around me suddenly stopped. The scene before me reversed, and I found myself back in Llewellyn. The monster's roar in my ears vanished. Realizing that the monster didn't follow me into Llewellyn, I sat on the ground, breathing heavily and coughing violently. Intense hunger and dry mouth continued to assail me, and the whispers started again in my ears. The kitchen knife was also lost during my escape. I had reached a dead end, but just as I sat on the ground catching my breath, suddenly, the sound of knocking on the wall next to me made all the hairs on my body stand on end. A few seconds later, at the corner to my left, a black figure poked out halfway. Seeing that figure appear at the corner, I almost reflexively jumped up. This is the third time I've encountered this black figure. I recalled the information I read about Llewellyn before I came. The information stated that Llewellyn's survival difficulty level is 1, safe and stable, with very few physical entities. I couldn't help but chuckle in my heart. You call this safe, stable, with very few physical entities? Time didn't allow me to think too much, because the monster was already close at hand. Fueled by a strong survival instinct, a hint of power surged in my body, barely supporting me from being chased by the monster. As I kept running, I saw a spherical glass bead on the ground, shimmering with white light. Almost involuntarily, I reached out to pick it up. However, due to not replenishing my energy for a long time, coupled with my mind being contaminated, this slight bend caused me to lose my balance. Stumbling towards the wall, the secrets of the backroom, the chaos reshaped by Love 0. 2, a sublevel between Love 0 and Love 1, created by the Backroom renovation company. After the Wanderer enters Love 0. 2, this level will begin to collapse and disintegrate. This destructive chain reaction will stop when reaching the door back to Lai Wulin. Moreover, this level will be completely restored upon re-entry. When I hit the wall again, only 2 words echoed in my mind, but as the saying goes, when mountains and rivers obstruct, doubts arise about the path. When the willow is dim, the flowers brighten another inch. When I hit the wall again, the hard touch did not come, as if hitting the air. It felt like I leaped out of the wall, and then I realized I had cut through. According to Meg's data, the best way to exit a level is to crash into a wall, but this probability is very small and only occurs under certain conditions. Their database records that many wanderers have been lucky enough to exit while being chased by entities, and I managed to hit this small probability. It seems I'm very lucky. Although I exited level run, my mind suffered tremendous pollution. When I hit the ground, I tried to struggle to observe my surroundings, but my head was dizzy, and I seemed to see several black, eerie smiling faces. My mind was at its limit, and I couldn't hold on any longer. With a thud, I collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. When I woke up, I found myself lying on a white bed, in a room that looked like a bedroom. The white paper on the ceiling was somewhat dazzling. I shielded my eyes and sat up, examining my surroundings. I noticed a red thermos beside me. For some reason, my mouth felt bitter, but that wasn't the issue. I felt unusually energetic. The dizziness and dehydration had all disappeared. Except for feeling a bit hungry, I didn't feel any negative buffs. Just then, the door opened, and a middle-aged man walked in. Black hair, brown eyes, looking like a Chinese. He saw me wake up, walked to the bedside, smiled at me, and then asked, "How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable?" I shook my head, indicating to him that I was fine, and then asked, "Is this the backroom or the real world?" When the man heard me ask such a question, he smiled and said, "When you say the real world, you mean the front hall, but unfortunately, those who enter the backroom cannot return to the front hall. You are currently in level 1 of the backroom, and I belong to the Lifeline Corps under M.E.G., responsible for helping lost wanderers. M.E.G. My heart stirred. It was the organization that left information in the Manila room. From their data, I also learned about the characteristics of Level 1. Level 1 survival difficulty, Level 1 safe stable. Very few entities in this level. There is M.E.G.'s Alpha Base, a major base of M.E.G., where half of the groups and teams reside. It can be said to be the safest place in the entire backroom. Thinking of this, I breathed a sigh of relief. If I couldn't escape the backroom, settling down here seemed like a good choice. The middle-aged man, seeing my expression, guessed what I was thinking. He said, "Don't get too happy too soon. Most wanderers who cut out from level 0 arrive at level 1 first, but most of them still perish here. Do you know why?" I was shocked and quickly asked, "Why?" On the one hand, level 1 is not without entities, and there are quite a few entities in level 1. The most common ones are the grinning specter and the skin thief. With your current physical condition, encountering either one would mean death. The man paused and continued, "On the other hand, regardless of which level wanderers are in, there is a possibility of cutting out. Some people may stay in level 1 for years without cutting out, while others may cut into other levels after just a few minutes. So many wanderers die from cutting into other levels. Of course, there is a third aspect, dying from a low SAN value due to a lack of amygdala water. As for why there is a lack of amygdala water, you will understand soon," the man said cryptically. "So what should I do to survive in the backroom?" I asked. "I don't want to die. I'm only 20 years old and haven't enjoyed this world properly yet. Also, in the real world, what this man calls the front hall, I have $1 billion, so I must survive." When the man heard my question, he smiled again. "Good question. To survive, one must be brave enough to explore, not give up on oneself. Wanderers like this have the highest chance of survival in the backroom. Come with me first, someone will tell you more." I thanked him and immediately got up to follow the man out of the room. Upon leaving the room, I was surprised to find myself in a huge warehouse. The floor and walls were made of concrete, and above me, there were evenly distributed incandescent lamps. Some areas exposed steel bars, with a thin layer of mist floating on them. Just as we had taken a few steps, the lamps above us suddenly started flickering and emitting a crackling sound. Apart from the overhead incandescent lamps, there were no additional light sources in the warehouse. Therefore, when the lamps above flickered, the surroundings instantly darkened. And because we were in a warehouse at that moment, the atmosphere seemed exceptionally terrifying. I noticed that the man next to me also had a grim expression at this moment, but he remained calm and pulled out a flashlight from his body. With a click, he turned it on, illuminating the path ahead. Along the way, I could sense that the man's body was always tense, as if he was on guard against something. Fortunately, we made it safely without encountering any entities. After walking for a few minutes, we finally saw a huge black base. A large electric light hung on the gate of the base, casting a bright light all around. Several tents were scattered around, each with a light on top, making the area brightly lit. As the man led me to the vicinity of the base, a young woman welcomed us. "Senior Yu, is this a new wanderer?" the woman asked. Yes, please explain to him first. I need to check if the other wanderers have woken up. There are quite a few lost wanderers today. The man named Yu nodded with a smile, leaving me with the young woman in front of me before walking away. The girl waved to the wandering man named Yu and then smiled slightly at me, saying, "The one who brought you here just now is Senior Yu Rongbing, a very kind senior. I'm Yu Huan, responsible for giving you an overview of the situation in the back room." I nodded and said, "Thank you, Miss Yu." She smiled and said, "It's not a trouble at all. Explaining to a newcomer can earn you a bottle of red almond water and a bottle of blue almond water. Many wanderers would love to do this job themselves." I was at a loss for words for a moment because I was not familiar with these things due to just arriving in the back room, and I couldn't quite understand what Yu Huan was saying. Sensing my confusion, Yu Huan continued, "Let me first introduce you to the rules among the wanderers in the back room. First of all, almond water is equivalent to the currency in the front hall for you. You can use almond water to trade weapons, food, and other resources with other wanderers, or trade with BNTG. As for what BNTG is, I will explain later. Let me first tell you about the effects and ways to obtain almond water. We are constantly exposed to mental pollution in the back room, which reduces our san value. When the san value reaches 0, we either go crazy, die, or turn into entities. Of course, the best way to restore san value is by drinking almond water. Almond water can be found in multiple levels and is regularly refreshed. It is stored in an iron thermos cup and comes in 4 different colors: gray, green, red, and blue. Gray and green are the most common, and each color has different effects, which you will come to understand later. Now, let me give you a brief introduction to the organization in the back room. After a long explanation, the girl seemed a bit tired. She took a deep breath and continued, MEG is the largest organization in the back room, and I'm sure you have some understanding of it, so I won't say much more. Another major organization in the back room is called BNTG, which stands for the Non-Aligned Trade Group in Chinese. You can think of them as the stores in the back room. As for other organizations, you will learn about them later, so I won't go into detail. After finishing, the girl suddenly asked me, "I have one last task, which is to ask if you want to join MEG. I, who was still digesting the information, was stunned by her question and didn't know whether to agree or not. I didn't know if I should join MEG, but after this rescue by MEG, I knew that MEG was an extremely friendly organization for wanderers. However, the purpose of MEG is to explore the backroom, and if I join MEG, I was bound to be sent out to explore one unknown place after another, possibly facing death soon. I want to survive, but the mortality rate in MEG is high. However, MEG saved me, and they have abundant resources to help me adapt to the backrooms faster. Besides, the mortality rate for exploring the backrooms alone is also high. I was torn for a moment. Yu Huan could see my dilemma and said, "Don't worry, you don't have to join MEG necessarily. After all, there are many lone wanderers who are doing well. If things don't work out, you can always join MEG later. As long as you pass the test, you can join MEG anytime." Hearing this, I was stunned. "So, you need to pass a test to join MEG. And, miss, are you from MEG? Is it appropriate for you to persuade me like this?" Yu Huan also sensed my thoughts and quickly added, "That's not what I meant. It's the intention of the MEG higher-ups. The purpose of MEG is to explore the backrooms and protect the wanderers, so naturally, they provide reasonable advice to the wanderers. She paused and continued, for most wanderers, it's better to be a lone ranger for a while because that way they will know which organization suits them best. Since we had come this far in our conversation, I said, that's perfect. I will consider joining M.E.G. after some time. Yu Huan nodded. M.E.G. has outposts in many places. As long as you find an outpost, you can take the test and join M.E.G. any time. After that, she handed me 2 bottles of green almond water, a bag of jerky, and 5 bags of compressed biscuits. This is the support M.E.G. provides to every wanderer who arrives in the backrooms. However, to get almond water and food later on, you must search for them yourself or trade for them. Before Yu Huan left, she gave me a paper detailing Level 1. Level 1 is a vast, endless warehouse with a continuous supply of electricity and water. With the right measures, wanderers can live there indefinitely. Additionally, it is much larger in scale, with stairs, elevators, individual rooms, and corridors. In this level, there are random appearances and disappearances of supply crates, usually containing essential items or useless objects. Of particular note is that when the lights flicker or go out suddenly, hostile entities are likely to appear, with known entities being the grinners and skin stealers. The way out is quite simple: find a hole to crawl into or wander in an endlessly extending corridor. The former may lead to level 19, while the latter may lead to level 2. After reading about level 1, I suddenly felt lost, unsure of what to do next. Before Yu Huan left, she informed me that both B.N.T.G. and M.E.G. have residential areas, but one needs to pay a certain amount of almond water to stay there or find accommodation in level 1 on their own. Feeling a bit helpless, I packed the bag of jerky and a few pieces of compressed biscuits into my pocket when I suddenly felt a round glass bead. I had picked it up while escaping in level 0, and now it was faintly glowing with a white fluorescent light, looking crystal clear. I didn't know its purpose, but one thing was certain: it was no ordinary item. Safely storing the bead, I decided to explore level 0 on my own first because level 0 randomly refreshes some supplies. If I find a tent, I can settle around the M.E.G. base, and action silently permitted by M.E.G. I took the 2 bottles of almond water and walked away from the M.E.G. base. Around the M.E.G. base, I encountered some other wanderers who, like me, were also searching for supplies. I wandered aimlessly, and as I moved further away from the M.E.G., I could no longer see the exceptionally bright light on the M.E.G. gate. Without the illumination of the large light on the M.E.G. gate, the surroundings suddenly seemed much dimmer. Sometimes I would step on water, making a pattering sound that echoed in the huge warehouse. Occasionally, I would see some graffiti of smiling faces on the walls, which I would quickly avoid. After circling around for about an hour, I hadn't encountered any danger, but I also hadn't found anything of value. Sometimes I would come across a room, but it was already occupied by other wanderers. I was getting a bit tired from walking. I had eaten a compressed biscuit earlier, but now I was feeling hungry again, so I took out some jerky and started eating. As I chewed the jerky carefully, the light above suddenly started flickering. Startled, I jumped up from the ground, not caring about what was happening, and grabbed the 2 bottles of almond water before running. The flickering light above seemed to be chasing me relentlessly. No matter which direction I ran, the light above would immediately start flickering. After running for a few minutes, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye of a sinister black smiling face in a shadow on the nearby wall. Just then, with a patter sound, all the lights above me went out simultaneously. In the dimness, I could faintly hear laughter coming from the darkness around me. The features of that smiling face in the darkness, its white teeth and eyes, appeared exceptionally clear, and at that moment, it was swaying towards me. I screamed in terror, and in my extreme fear, I completely forgot about the almond water in my hand. I dropped it and ran, feeling the smiling face constantly chasing me from behind. Fortunately, as I ran, the lights above me began to come back on one by one, and gradually, I found myself back under the light. However, the smiling face in the darkness behind me continued its pursuit, its eerie grin widening as it suddenly accelerated towards me. At that moment, I noticed a hole in the wall beside me. Without hesitation, I darted into the hole. As I entered the hole, the pursuing smile disappeared, but the familiar sensation of falling returned. I knew I had cut through from level 1, and the place I had cut into was likely level 19, the attic. When the falling sensation subsided, I slowly got up from the ground and found myself amidst a pile of debris, surrounded by scattered ladders and collapsed bookshelves. Above me hung a light bulb on a rope, emitting a dim yellow light that swayed constantly. The space was extremely cramped, and everything exuded a musty smell. Each step I took on the wooden floor creaked, and any object I touched raised a cloud of dust, making me cough uncontrollably. I didn't know how to leave this place, so I could only continue exploring. In level 1, the danger level of this place had been mentioned. Level 19, the attic survival difficulty. Level 2, unsafe unstable few entities. I knew there were entities here, and encountering them in such a confined space seemed like a dead end. Therefore, I had to find a way to cut out as soon as possible. Carefully, I continued to explore ahead. During my exploration, I noticed some orange light shining beneath the floor, giving off a warm and peaceful feeling that made me instinctively want to approach it. However, just as I was about to get closer, I pinched myself hard and reminded myself that there was nothing safe in the back room. The safer it looks, the more dangerous it is. I don't know how long has passed, but I seem to hear a buzzing sound coming from above, sounding like the vibration of insect wings. It's here. I thought to myself, perhaps this is the entity in level 19. After encountering entities several times before, I have become somewhat calmer. I know I can't escape in this cramped attic, so I can only hide. I slowly crouch down, carefully hiding behind a pile of debris. I hear the buzzing sound fly past me from the front left, even the dust falling from its wings lands on my head. I dare not move. After the buzzing sound disappears for a while, I slowly peek out from behind the debris. After confirming that there are no traces of the insect around, I cautiously move my legs and slowly walk out from behind the debris. And there, I discover a box hidden next to a pile of debris. A supply box. I am overjoyed. At the sight of the supply box, I am ecstatic. Because during the escape in level 1, I lost the crucial item of almond water, and now although my sanity level is not too low, I am somewhat thirsty due to having eaten jerky not long ago. Almond water not only replenishes sanity but also quenches thirst, and the appearance of the supply box resolves my urgent need. I quickly open the supply box, and sure enough, neatly arranged inside are rows of almond water, mostly gray and green, with only one bottle in red. What delights me the most is finding a small backpack and a military knife beneath the almond water, along with plenty of compressed biscuits and canned meat. I estimate that this food will last me for 3 to 4 days. Of course, what excites me the most are the backpack and the knife. I count them: 3 bottles of gray almond water, 2 bottles of green, 1 bottle of red, 8 pieces of compressed biscuits, and 5 cans of meat. I stuff them all into the backpack, zip it up, leaving only the military knife in my hand. I continue to search for a way out. I actually don't know how to get out, but I can only rely on luck. Maybe I'll come across a door, open it, and find myself back in level 1? I continue to explore. Without a timekeeping tool, I drink a bottle of gray almond water along the way. Strangely, after drinking it, I feel a sense of fullness. I can't help but marvel at the magic of this almond water. As I delve deeper into my exploration, I encounter more and more floors shimmering with orange light. Several times, I almost couldn't control myself and almost walked towards the orange glow. Just as I had drunk half a bottle of almond water, eaten a piece of compressed biscuit, and was putting the biscuit bag back into the backpack, I heard the buzzing sound above my head again. I knew that the entity had appeared again. I quickly found a hiding spot and concealed myself securely. After hovering above my head for a while, the buzzing sound suddenly disappeared. The light bulb above my head began to flicker and sway, making a creaking sound. Hiding in the shadow behind the pile of debris, the dim light elongated the shadow of the debris, blending my shadow with that of the debris. What I didn't know was that the entity was crawling on top of the debris, its shadow also merging with the debris. I dared not look up. After some time, I cautiously peeked out from behind the debris. But as soon as I did, I came face to face with the entity. Startled, I quickly stood up and leaned back, and at the same time, I saw clearly what the entity was: a giant moth. The moth seemed startled by my strong reaction, abruptly spreading its wings and lunging towards me. I hastily waved the dagger in my hand, stepping back repeatedly. However, it appeared that this enormous moth was undeterred by my actions. Its wings fluttered violently, and in an instant, it was on my face. It was then that I remembered the almond water in my hand. They say that one's potential is limitless in times of crisis, and as the moth fluttered towards my face, my brain raced. I thought, if almond water can dispel spiritual contamination, could it also repel a physical entity? There was a half-empty bottle of almond water beside me, which I grabbed and splashed onto the moth crawling on my face. The moth recoiled as if it had encountered something terrifying, leaping off my face. Thankfully, it only landed on my face and did not bite. Now drenched in almond water, the moth eyed the bottle in my hand warily, circling in the air without daring to approach me. I cautiously stepped back, while my other hand, holding the dagger, discreetly retrieved another bottle of almond water from my backpack. Just then, a sudden change occurred. With a loud crack, I accidentally stepped on the attic floor. I stumbled, sinking my leg into the floorboards. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. With my foot lodged in the floor, the delicate balance between me and the moth was disrupted. It lunged at me, and before I could reach for the almond water, I struggled fiercely, trying to free my leg, but with another crack, the floor beneath me collapsed entirely, and I fell through. Seconds later, I felt no pain from hitting the ground, only dizziness and a sense of falling. I had fallen through. It seems easy to fall through in the back room. Where would I end up this time? This thought crossed my mind as I fell. I noticed that whenever I faced intense danger, I would inexplicably fall through, perhaps a peculiar stroke of luck. After the sensation of falling subsided, I quickly got up from the floor and surveyed my surroundings. I paused in surprise as I realized I was in a clean hall. The early 20th century decor and furniture filled the room, elegant jazz music playing in the background, neatly arranged potted plants on tables and corners. Sunlight streamed through the windows, creating a warm atmosphere, yet it felt extremely unnatural to me. In such a terrifying backroom, the appearance of such a harmonious scene was exceptionally eerie. I steeled myself, tightened my grip on the dagger, and began to explore cautiously. After circling the hall, I confirmed that I was in a hotel lobby, temporarily safe with no physical entities nearby. I breathed a sigh of relief and sat down slowly. I noticed the luxurious red and gold carpet on the floor, taking another deep breath before standing up again. Based on my previous experiences, I knew that staying in one place for too long often led to strange occurrences. I couldn't linger here. I needed to find a way back to level 1. The hall was surrounded by many rooms, and on one side, I spotted an elevator. I hesitated to enter the elevator, unsure of what entities or where it might take me. Instead, I focused on exploring the nearby rooms, hoping to find useful items. Each room had a golden sign with a corresponding number, but most were empty, some even locked. But then I found a different door, also with a golden sign on it, bearing the number 3 in black letters. Room 3? I pondered silently and slowly pushed the door open, stepping inside. To my surprise, it wasn't anything terrifying that startled me, but the fact that this room was fully furnished, equipped with toiletries, and had a private bathroom, enough to sustain life inside. On the bedside table were 3 bottles of almond water, 2 gray and 1 green, accompanied by several bags of military rations. After a quick inspection of the surroundings revealed nothing unusual, I gathered the supplies and packed them into my backpack. I now had 7 bottles of almond water. I wonder what useful items I can exchange for when I return to level 1, I thought to myself. With the supplies in hand, I left the room. Although it seemed suitable for living, I dared not linger, fearing what terrifying events might unfold if I stayed too long. As I wandered through the lobby after leaving the room, I unexpectedly stumbled upon a corridor. Following the corridor, I expected it to lead somewhere, only to find myself in another room. Upon closer observation, the room appeared spacious but devoid of furniture, with only a mahjong table placed in the center. Strangely, the walls were covered with numerous doors, even the ceiling and floor had several doors. This eerie sight sent shivers down my spine, and as I turned to head back to the lobby, the once brightly lit corridor was now engulfed in darkness. Staring into the dark corridor, I swallowed hard, then turned back around. Reluctantly, I entered the room full of doors, finding it somewhat more welcoming than the dark passage behind me. I sat down beside the mahjong table, surveying the doors around me. After much hesitation, I decided to explore one of the doors. Carefully, I opened a door and found a corridor lined with oil lamp-like illuminations, providing a decent amount of light. Tentatively, I took a few steps down the corridor, relieved that the lights above didn't suddenly go out, and the doors and rooms behind me remained intact. Feeling reassured, I continued forward. Halfway through, I froze in place as I noticed dozens of large moths, similar to the ones I encountered in level 19, clinging to the ceiling. Stiff with fear, I stood motionless, afraid to make a sound and disturb the moths above me. The memories of level 19 flashed before my eyes, where even a single moth had left me in a state of distress, let alone dozens of them. I stood rooted to the spot, unable to move, while the moths above seemed oblivious to my presence, remaining still on the ceiling. Overwhelmed with anxiety, I realized that if I stayed like this, the moths would eventually notice a human beneath them. It was evident that these moths had been here for a while and were likely hungry, and I was right in front of them. I couldn't bear to think further and my mind raced to find a solution. Almond water was definitely not an option, there were too many moths, and just unscrewing the bottle cap would take too long, giving the moths ample time to attack me. What else could I do? I racked my brain but couldn't come up with a solution. Just then, a rough voice beside me said, "Don't worry, these are all male death moths, quite docile, they won't harm you." The voice came from behind me, and when I turned around, I saw a man in military uniform. He noticed me looking back and grinned at me. "What's up, little brother? Just arrived in the back room?" I nodded and then asked, "You mentioned earlier that the death's head moths don't harm people." "Oh, that's right." The man enthusiastically grabbed my shoulder and said, "This is level 5, the Terror Inn, the biggest gathering place for death's head moths. These moths have a trait where the females are vicious and harm people, but the males are unusually gentle, even trainable. The group above us are the males. To distinguish their gender, just remember, the larger ones are females, and the smaller ones are males." "Oh, I see." I nodded to indicate my understanding and then said, "Thank you so much. May I ask how I should address you?" "I'm Duan Yongning. You can just call me Old Duan. And how should I address you, little brother?" "I'm Linny. Could Old Duan please introduce me to the precautions to take in level 5? I can offer almond water." I inquired. "Ha, Lin, no need to be so polite, almond water is unnecessary. Even if you didn't ask, I would still tell you. It's our duty at M.E.G. Duan Yongning said warmly, patting my shoulder. M.E.G. I was surprised, there were M.E.G. people here too? "Oh, Lin, have you had contact with M.E.G. before?" Duan Yongning asked, noticing my reaction. I nodded and said, "Indeed, I was rescued by M.E.G. right after cutting out of level 1, but then I accidentally entered level 19, and then cut out from level 19 to here. Lin, you really are lucky." Duan Yongning couldn't help but marvel at my experience of cutting through 3 levels. But as he was speaking, he suddenly widened his eyes and asked somewhat stutteringly, Lin, did you just say you cut in from level 19? The one known as the attic level 19? Did you encounter orange light inside? Did you come into contact with that orange light?" Duan Yongning's series of questions left me puzzled, and I replied, "In level 19, I could encounter orange light about every 10 minutes, but I never came into contact with it." Hearing my response, Duan Yongning breathed a sigh of relief and explained, "You don't know, level 19 is very sinister. That orange light can alter people's cognition, control their memories, it's very dangerous. Most people who enter level 19 are attracted by the orange light and end up contaminated by it. You not being contaminated is actually quite fortunate, but we still need to conduct a test later to check for contamination." I nodded. On one hand, although I hadn't touched the orange light, I had been close to it a few times, so I wasn't sure if I had been contaminated. Therefore, it was necessary to undergo a test. On the other hand, I also wanted to know where the M.E.G. base was, as this was a significant lead in the backroom. On the way, Duan Yongning explained to me that there was an M.E.G. outpost in level 5, used to shelter wanderers and some groups here, and his task was to patrol daily to rescue wanderers. I also learned about the levels in level 5. Level 5, Terror in Survival Difficulty, Level 2 Unsafe Stable Small Number of Entities. There are 3 main areas here, namely the Hotel Lobby, Beverly Room, and Boiler Room. There are quite a variety of entities here, such as hunting dogs, wood spirits, and thieves, but these entities are rare. The most common entity is the Death Moth, and level 5 is where they gather the most. As we chatted, we arrived in front of a room, and Duan Yongning knocked on the door, saying, "Someone has come out from level 19, I'll get some steaks to see if he's contaminated." Steaks? I was puzzled. How do you check for contamination with steaks? Of course we don't use steaks for testing, but steaks are essential when we examine you later. "Come on, you'll understand once we get there," Duan Yongning said with a laugh at my puzzled expression. Another person in military uniform came out of the room and handed Duan Yongning 2 packaged steaks. Duan Yongning gave me one and led me to a hall. He said, "This steak is for exchange with Samantha. As part of the exchange, it will perform soul reading to confirm if you've been contaminated, and you can also exchange some special information." Samantha? I muttered the name. Is she a wanderer with special abilities in the back room? No, Duan Yongning shook his head. She is an entity, but she is more friendly to wanderers. However, when you encounter her, you must feed her meat, or she will attack you. As we spoke, we reached the hall. To be honest, I was curious about what this friendly entity Samantha looked like. Most entities I had seen would attack you without hesitation, so encountering an entity friendly to humans was a first for me. We entered the hall, which looked exactly like the one I had seen when I first arrived, but I could clearly feel that it was not the same hall. At that moment, I noticed a black cat lounging by a flower pot in the hall, lazily swaying its tail. The cat stood up when it saw us, elegantly walked over with its tail raised, and surprisingly spoke, "Have you brought meat, gentlemen?" The voice sounded somewhat like a young girl's, but it carried a magical quality that kept echoing in my ears, making me a bit dazed. Suddenly, Duan Yongning nudged me with his elbow and said, "What are you staring at? Take out the steak quickly, or Samantha might get upset later." Startled, I quickly took out the steak, unwrapped it, and placed it on a nearby plate. Samantha nodded in satisfaction and leisurely began eating the 2 steaks. After finishing the steaks, Samantha sat on the table, looked down at both of us, and asked, "Why have you come?" "Well, esteemed Samantha, this wanderer next to me just came out from level 19, and I would like to request your soul reading to check if he has been spiritually contaminated," Duan Yongning respectfully said. Samantha nodded and promptly replied, "No." I was slightly taken aback. So fast? I thought she would close her eyes and sense or stare at me with glowing eyes, but in less than a second, she had already determined that I was not spiritually contaminated. On the other side, Duan Yongning responded, "Thank you, Samantha. We will leave now and not disturb you." With that, he prepared to leave, pulling me along. Suddenly, Samantha extended a paw towards me and said, "This wanderer stays, I have something to ask him." "You may leave first." Duan Yongning was puzzled by Samantha's sudden request for me, but he nodded, allowing me to stay and even injected me with a tranquilizer, saying, "Samantha never harms the wanderers who exchange steaks with her unless you attack her first." Upon hearing this, I felt somewhat relieved. After Duan Yongning left, Samantha strolled over to me slowly. Her yellow eyes stared at me with a hint of confusion as she muttered to herself, "There is clearly an orange aura around you, why hasn't it been tainted? Strange." Watching Samantha curiously circling around me, I dared not move until she suddenly stopped and said, "I am indeed keeping you for a reason, I need your help. Whether successful or not, I won't blame you. Are you willing?" Upon hearing this, I quickly nodded. Of course, I was willing. No matter what, helping this mysterious entity in front of me would be beneficial for me in the long run, so I couldn't refuse. Seeing my prompt acceptance, Samantha nodded in satisfaction and then walked past me, saying, "Follow me." I followed Samantha, and we ended up back in that room full of doors, the Beverly room. You can resist the decay effect of level 19, so you should be able to resist the resistance effect of the mahjong table in the Beverly room. Samantha pointed her claw at the table in the middle of the Beverly room. At the same time, she explained to me, there is an unfinished mahjong game on the table in the Beverly room. Any attempt to finish this game has been unsuccessful. I call it the resistance effect. Go ahead and try, see if you can finish that game of mahjong. I hesitated for a moment, feeling slightly embarrassed, actually. I don't know how to play mahjong. Upon hearing my confession, Samantha seemed taken aback for a moment. It appeared she hadn't considered whether I knew how to play mahjong or not. However, after a brief pause, Samantha said to me, "Just give it a try, as long as you can finish the game, winning or losing doesn't matter." I nodded and sat down at the table. As I sat down, the 3 sets of mahjong tiles next to me seemed to move as if controlled by someone. I found it strange but didn't panic too much. After all, there was an enigmatic entity standing beside me. Not knowing how to play mahjong, I simply observed the movements of the air next to me, mimicking how it picked up and placed the tiles. During this process, I felt a strong urge to leave the mahjong table more than once, but I forcefully suppressed that feeling. After several tens of minutes, with the sound of tiles being pushed over beside me, I knew the game was over. Sure enough, as the sound ceased, the mahjong tiles on the table quickly rearranged themselves, transforming from a leftover game into a fresh start. I couldn't help but marvel silently. At that moment, Samantha suddenly jumped onto the table, curiously staring at the mahjong tiles, studying something. After a few minutes, she hopped down, and I eagerly asked, "Will something magical happen once this game of mahjong is completed?" Samantha shook her head and replied, "I don't know what will happen once the game is finished, as I am also curious. But for now, I haven't seen any signs of what might occur." I nodded, then remembered something and quickly asked Samantha, "I have one more thing I'd like to inquire about." "You helped me, so I will answer your question for free." "Go ahead, Wanderer," Samantha said. "How can I return from level 5 to level 1? I asked. Samantha looked at me with a puzzled expression. "Why would you ask such a foolish question? The tall one who came with you earlier can also answer that question. Ask something else, Wanderer." I felt a bit awkward and tugged at the corner of my mouth. What Samantha said made sense, but since I had just entered the backroom, it seemed like there was no question to ask, so I said, "Then I have no questions." Samantha nodded and said, "Since you didn't ask me any questions, as a reward for helping me this time, I allow you to ask one question without offering a sacrifice of meat next time you see me." After that, Samantha mentioned she had an important matter to attend to and left, leaving me in Beverly's room. After Samantha left, I didn't know where it went, but that sense of unknown fear suddenly surged up again. When I was with Samantha, I knew it would protect me, so I didn't feel much fear along the way, even feeling somewhat relaxed. But now, Being alone in the backroom, that sense of unknown fear enveloped me once more. Perhaps it was my imagination, but in the instant Samantha left, I felt the previously quiet surroundings suddenly shattered. I faintly heard someone behind me speaking incoherently, and at this moment, I felt like someone was tapping on my shoulder. However, when I turned around, only the eyes of a few old portraits on the wall were staring at me. I was immediately drenched in cold sweat. I distinctly remembered that I had been to Beverly's room twice before and hadn't seen the eyes on the wall. Now that Samantha had just left, these eyes appeared, which was definitely a bad omen. However, I wasn't a rookie in the backroom. After experiencing several physical pursuits, facing the unknown strangeness in the backroom again, at least I wouldn't panic and be at a loss. I took a deep breath, pushed open a door in Beverly's room, and found a long corridor behind it. The lamps hanging on the walls emitted a dim light, only illuminating 2/3 of the corridor, while the ceiling remained dark. This scene was different from what I saw when I opened the door last time, clearly more eerie this time. I didn't know where this corridor led, but I had to go on to find M.E.G. to ensure my survival in level 5. As I walked into the corridor, the lights on the walls began to flicker erratically, and the little courage I had mustered vanished because whenever the lights in the backroom flickered, it meant an entity was about to appear. At this moment, I was utterly unable to confront an entity. I held a dagger in one hand and a bottle of almond water in the other, ready at all times. Fortunately, I made it through the entire corridor without encountering any entities. Beyond the corridor was a hall, much larger than the one I had encountered before. Perhaps this is what Duan Yongning referred to as the main hall, I thought to myself. The main hall was extremely vast, with no visible boundaries at a glance. As I explored further into the main hall, I noticed that the ceiling here remained shrouded in darkness, despite the presence of chandeliers illuminating it. I became alert immediately, as perhaps hidden in the darkness were the densely packed death moths. The main hall had many rooms, all tightly closed. I recalled scavenging some supplies in the rooms of the hall, so there should be supplies stored in some of the rooms here as well. I tried to open a few rooms, but without exception, the doors were all locked. When I tried the 7th room, with a click, the door opened. However, the sight inside shocked me. Similar to the rooms where I found supplies before, this room was packed with people. As soon as I opened the door, I was grabbed and pulled inside, while a voice deliberately lowered said, "You don't want to live. Daring to run around when the Insect King's concubine comes out to forage? Insect King's concubine?" I was suddenly puzzled, but with my mouth covered, I couldn't make a sound, only meaningless whimpering. "Let him go, Ronnie," an elderly voice spoke up. "It seems like this little guy who just entered level 5 doesn't understand the rules here yet. Why don't you explain to him what it means for the king and queen of the insects to hunt for food?" Hearing the elderly voice, Ronnie, the man covering my mouth, reluctantly let go and said, "Do you know why there are so few other entities in level 5? It's because the king and queen of the death moths regularly prey on them. Currently, besides the suspected presence of the king and queen of the insects in the nest in the backroom, the only confirmed ones in level 5 are the king and queen of the insects. They are one of the most dangerous and rare entities in the backroom. Not only do they prey on other entities, even their own kind, they will also fall victim to their predation. This kind of predation is irregular, but after years of exploration, our Homan has also summarized some experience, that is, before they prey, all the ceilings will darken, and when their hunting begins, the entire level 5 will be plunged into darkness, and any lighting facilities will be forcibly turned off. Before Ronnie could finish his words, there was a sudden click, and the light above our heads went out, plunging the world into darkness, and my surroundings fell into silence, only hearing people's heavy breathing. And the elderly voice sounded low in the darkness, "The hunt begins, everyone be quiet." As the voice fell, I heard the doors of countless rooms being violently pushed open, followed by a continuous buzzing sound assaulting my eardrums. I could even imagine the scene, countless death moths rushing out of the rooms, and countless death moths suddenly falling densely from the ceiling, hovering in the air, waiting to hunt. I didn't know how many people were hiding in the room I was in. When I first came in, my first impression was that there were at least 30 people, and there might be many rooms like this in level 5. If that group of death moths found such a room full of food and burst in, how cruel the scene would be. I dare not imagine that scene. In the darkness, the buzzing sound continued, occasionally hearing some death moths unintentionally hitting the door of the room we were hiding in, making a clang sound. Every time the clang sound rang out, I, along with the people hiding in this room, would subconsciously breathe heavier, because we all knew that once discovered, death would be our fate. I don't know how long passed, the noisy buzzing sound finally faded away. I knew they had left the main hall and gone to other areas of level 5 to hunt, of course. This also meant that the 2 insect kings and queens had appeared. As the buzzing sound faded, the room outside returned to silence. I could clearly feel that everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. After waiting for a while to make sure there was no movement outside the room, I quietly asked Ronnie beside me, "When will the king and queen of the insects finish hunting?" "I don't know, usually 2 days," Ronnie replied impatiently, then asked, "How much almond water did you bring, kid? Don't let the death moths kill you before you turn into a physical entity due to low sand value, implicating everyone in this room." With that, he took out a bottle of almond water and handed it to me, saying, "Don't drink if you're thirsty, save some, and remember to return it when we get out." Seeing Ronnie handing me a bottle of almond water, I was a little stunned, but also touched, and quickly said, "Thank you, but I have plenty of almond water here, no need." Upon hearing me say that, Ronald put away the bottle of almond water. At that moment, I remembered Ronald mentioning that they were members of the Inn of the Familiar. I whispered, "You guys don't really run an inn in the back room of the Inn of the Familiar, do you? And if we do?" Ronald replied irritably, "Why would we be called the Inn of the Familiar if we didn't run an inn?" I was taken aback for a moment. His words did make sense. I wanted to ask about the Inn of the Familiar, but the elderly voice spoke up again. "All right, no more whispering. It's best to make no noise at all right now. If even one death's head moth hears us, the others will swarm in. For your own safety, stay quiet for a couple of days." The owner of the elderly voice seemed to hold a high status here. As soon as he spoke, even those who were whispering fell silent, and I dared not ask any more questions. Everything would have to wait until after this hunt. And so, we stayed in the darkness for about 2 days until the light above us finally flickered on. Having been without sunlight for 2 days, the sudden brightness made it hard for me to open my eyes. After a moment, I managed to crack them open slightly, only to see a foreign old man, the owner of the elderly voice, looking around without being affected by the sudden light. I was quite surprised by this. The old man seemed to notice my surprise but just smiled at me and said nothing more. Once everyone had recovered from the light, the old man spoke energetically, "Gentlemen, the hunt for the Moth King and Moth Queen is over. It's our turn to hunt now. In this hunt, 10 pairs of male death's head moth's wings can be exchanged for a week's stay at the Inn of the Familiar, while 1 pair of female death's head moth's wings can secure a 6-month stay. Enjoy the hunt." Cheers erupted in the room, and as the door opened, everyone rushed out. Soon, only Ronald, the old man, and I remained in the room. "Ronald, why don't you explain it to him?" the old man said with a smile before leisurely leaving the room. Once the old man had left, I asked Ronald, "Who was that old man just now? What's his position?" Ronald didn't immediately answer my question. Instead, he took out something resembling lipstick, applied it to his lips, and then said, "He's the owner of the Inn of the Familiar at level 5. We all call him Old Man." Old Man? I was puzzled. Wasn't that a bit disrespectful? After all, he's a leader in your organization. "Well, that's what he asked us to call him," Ronald explained quickly, sensing my confusion. "He said he's old, and Old Man suits him well. So, even though it might seem disrespectful, we have no choice but to address him that way." Then, Ronald continued, "Let me introduce you to the Inn of the Familiar. The inn operates on 3 levels, level 11, level 230, and level 5. At level 5, we provide hotel services and are open to new wanderers, offering enough food and rooms to ensure their safety." However, Ronald paused before adding, "We don't provide services to wanderers for free. To earn the right to stay at the Inn of the Familiar, one must regularly complete the tasks assigned by the inn. After all, we're not a charity." Ronnie shrugged and continued, "You've just arrived at level 5, so you might not be aware of how dangerous it is here. The dangers don't just come from the death's head moths. For example, the elevator you took only goes up to the 12th floor, but the buttons show there are a total of 382 floors. Those who have tried to reach higher floors have either disappeared or died. So what we are encountering now is just the tip of the iceberg of level 5. Finally, Ronnie patted my shoulder and said, "If possible, it's best to leave level 5. The dangers here, to some extent, are no less than those in the dead zones." After saying this, Ronnie left. After hearing Ronnie's words, level 5 suddenly became mysterious in my mind, but it also deepened my desire to return to level 1. I wasn't sure why I wanted to settle down in level 1 so much. Maybe it was because I had felt warmth in level 1 when I first arrived. Before leaving, Ronnie told me that now was the best time to leave level 5. The Insect King and its followers would be in a long period of slumber after their hunt, and most other entities here had also hidden away, making this the safest time. I returned to the main hall, which was quiet, with no death's head moths or wanderers, just silence. I was puzzled because logically, Ronnie had just left the room, and I followed closely behind, so I should have been able to see him. But now, in the vast main hall, there was not a trace of him. I felt a chill down my spine. There were too many strange things in the backroom, not to mention that this was the mysterious and unpredictable level 5. It was said that in level 5, most wanderers didn't die from physical attacks but rather from encountering supernatural events. I clenched my fists, slowly backing away, wanting to return to the room. As I estimated reaching the doorway of the room and turned around abruptly to enter, the door was tightly shut, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't open it. I distinctly remembered leaving it open in case of emergencies, but now it was not only closed but also impossible to open. I quickly grabbed a bottle of almond water, wary of my surroundings. At that moment, I seemed to hear faint murmurs in my ear and felt as though there was a gaze peering at me from the corner. Instantly, I broke out in a cold sweat. I swiftly tried to open the doors of one bedroom after another, all in vain. Eyes began to appear densely on the walls, and wherever I went, I could feel those eyes staring at me intently. At the end of the main hall, a dark wooden door half opened, as if tempting me to push it open. The murmurs around me grew louder, and it felt like something was on my back. I knew that if I didn't push open that wooden door, I would undoubtedly die. I took 3 quick steps and reached the wooden door, pushing it open. As the door swung open, the familiar sensation of falling came, and I knew I was being cut out again. I hoped this time I wouldn't be cut out into a confined space because that was too stifling. That was the only thought in my mind as I was being cut out. After a moment of swaying, the scene before my eyes gradually became clear. I found that it was not daytime on this level, but nighttime. I was standing on a street, surrounded by rows of neat houses standing quietly in the dark night. The moon hung high in the sky, the wind rustled the trees by the street, and the shadows of the treetops swayed gently on the street, the surroundings as silent as death. Level 5, Main Hall. With my cutting out, the main hall returned to calmness once again. A black cat slowly walked out from the corner. It was Samantha. Gracefully licking its paws, Samantha muttered to herself, "Should I say this kid has bad luck, or should I say he's lucky?" Samantha tilted her head, continuing to mutter with some confusion, "If I say he's unlucky, he managed to escape a life-threatening event, but if I say he's lucky, the place he escaped to happens to be level 9. Level 9, Suburban Area Survival Difficulty, Level 5 Unsafe Unstable Entities Roaming. Level 5 is the highest danger level in the backroom. I got up from the street, ready to face a completely new environment. That's how the backrooms are, they can transport you to a completely unfamiliar level without your knowledge, and most human fears often stem from the unknown. The cement road seemed to have just rained, forming puddles that splashed as I stepped on them. Walking down the street, I was surrounded by streets, houses, and trees. Occasionally, I would step on water, making a splish-splash sound. Splish-splash. As I moved, the sound of water continued. Suddenly, I stopped in my tracks, but the splish-splash of stepping on water continued. Obviously, it wasn't me making the sound, but some unknown creature behind me. I froze in place for a moment, then pretended to continue walking as if nothing had happened, but my muscles were tense, ready to react. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I heard a scraping sound like hooks behind me, and the splashing of water was getting closer. Without hesitation, I started running, turning corners on the street, hoping to shake off the unknown entity behind me. But no matter how fast I ran, the splashing sound followed me like a ghost. Realizing that running on the road wouldn't shake off the unknown entity behind me, I gritted my teeth and turned into a house by the street. The houses around me were all different in design and size, each one distinct from the others. The house I entered was a 2-story villa. As I closed the door, I leaned against it, wide-eyed, observing the interior while also listening carefully to the outside. In the silent night, I heard what seemed like the scratching of hooks at the door and faint footsteps circling around. But these sounds disappeared after a few minutes. However, as the sounds faded, my anxiety didn't ease. Instead, my heart raced even faster. If the entity outside gave up its hunt, it meant there was another entity inside the house that posed a threat to it. Just escaped the tiger's den, only to enter the wolf's lair. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. The room was dark, with no lighting fixtures on. I tried to turn on the lights in the living room, but they didn't work, indicating no power. Inside the house, furniture was neatly arranged in the darkness, with several closed doors in the living room. There seemed to be a dark puddle on the stairs leading to the second floor, resembling dried blood. Suddenly, in a room to my right, there was a sound of furniture being bumped into and the friction of an object moving on the floor. Alarm bells rang in my mind, and before my body could react, a creature with a human-like appearance, red all over, thin as a skeleton, burst out of the room, holding an iron rod and making a teeth-clattering sound when it saw me. At this moment, the closest passage to me was only the staircase leading to the second floor. Filled with fear, I no longer cared about what might be on the second floor. As the red monster was about to approach me, I dashed up to the second floor at the fastest speed, with the monster closely behind. I could hear it climbing the stairs, its bone joints making a creaking sound. Upon reaching the second floor, without hesitation, I directly entered a room with a window. I quickly closed the door and used my body to firmly block it. The red monster had now reached the doorway. I pressed against the door, fearing that the red monster would break in, but its actions surprised me. It was actually trying to open the door. I could clearly feel the doorknob being turned, and as the doorknob was twisted to the end, the monster began to push the door. I tried my best to hold the door, but I underestimated the monster's strength. With just a push from outside the door, I was sent flying by a huge impact. I fell to the ground and rolled towards the window. Just as I rolled away, the monster struck where I had been with a stick, instantly creating a crack in the floor. Not wasting any time, as the monster's attack missed, I seized the opportunity to quickly get up, grabbed the windowsill with both hands, flipped out, landed on the roof above the door, then swiftly jumped down to the ground using the roof. Upon landing, I rolled and quickly ran to the street. I felt that the monster did not pursue me, so I looked back. I saw the red monster standing on the windowsill, holding an iron rod, calmly looking at me. I dared not make prolonged eye contact with it, nor linger on the street. I needed to leave this cursed place as soon as possible. In just about 10 minutes since arriving here, I had already gone through 2 rounds of escape, something I had not experienced in the other 4 levels. In my estimation, the danger level of this level was at least 3 or above. Remembering my previous encounter on the street, I dared not stay there long. I jumped to the land next to the street, cautiously exploring forward under the cover of surrounding bushes. As I nervously walked through the bushes, I suddenly noticed hundreds of colorful cartoon-style kites appearing abruptly in the sky. As they flew over my head, I could even hear children's cheers and laughter. What on earth is this? I cursed inwardly, quickly hiding myself in the nearby bushes. Before I could conceal my figure, a group of masked individuals wearing black combat suits and carrying submachine guns suddenly rushed out of a house, running desperately after the kites. Seeing this scene, I immediately lost my composure. In an instant, I dashed out of the bushes, and the group of people ran past me. Startled by the sudden appearance of a figure from the bushes, the group of people were taken aback. Just as they were about to raise their guns to shoot, I quickly shouted, "I am a lost wanderer, please do not shoot." Afraid they might not hear me clearly, I repeated it several times as I followed behind them. After hearing my voice, one of them gestured, and the rest holstered their guns, but they continued running at the same speed. I struggled to keep up with them, gradually falling behind by several tens of meters. As my strength dwindled, and they pulled further away from me, suddenly, someone in the running group slowed down, came to my side, and hoisted me up to run. I was jostled on the person's body, feeling a sense of disbelief. Amidst the escape, these people were actually concerned about others' safety? Could they be from M.E.G.? At this moment, the hundreds of kites in the sky suddenly erupted into collective cheers and burst with a loud bang. As the kites dissipated in the air, the group of people stopped running and began to rest on the spot. The person who had been carrying me set me down and started to catch his breath. To be honest, I had been confused since I started following this group of people in a daze. I followed them because I was certain that they must have encountered some great danger to suddenly run out of their stronghold. Considering the eerie situation at that time, they were fleeing the house for their lives, while I was only hiding in a clump of bushes. If I didn't follow them in their escape, I might have been the first one to die. After the group caught their breath, one of them who seemed to be the leader spoke in English to everyone, including me, saying, "Let's go to another stronghold." I was a bit puzzled because I had only scored 73 points in English in the college entrance exam years ago. But fortunately, my English foundation of 73 points was enough for me to understand the meaning of "let's go." So, I followed closely behind them, as these people seemed like they could protect me. They formed a disciplined formation, surrounding me in the middle, hands holding rifles alertly in all directions, looking well trained. Being protected by a group of special forces with submachine guns in the rear room, to be honest, felt quite secure. The journey was very calm, without encountering any danger. Soon after, we reached our destination, a 2-story European-style house standing alone on a small hill, surrounded by barbed wire. Following this group of people, I arrived at their other stronghold. There was a huge iron gate at a section of the barbed wire. After opening the gate, we cautiously entered, and then someone carefully locked the gate from the inside. As I followed them closer, I discovered that besides the European-style residence, there was also a rundown power station in their stronghold. Once inside the house, they relaxed a lot. They slung their guns over their shoulders and all sat down on the sofa. The apparent leader of the wanderers gestured for me to sit as well. After I sat down, one of the wanderers complained, "Oh, damn it, the power station has malfunctioned again." I sat there, only understanding the meaning of "oh." Honestly, when I entered the room, I was too nervous to consider the language barrier, as I had encountered a few foreigners before, but they all spoke Chinese. So, subconsciously, I assumed everyone should speak Chinese. However, this group of wanderers I met now spoke pure English. Maybe they know Chinese? I thought, so with a hopeful mindset, I asked them, "Do you speak Chinese?" The group of foreign wanderers who were chatting turned to look at me, and one of them seemed to know a little Chinese. He replied in broken Chinese, "I only know a little Chinese." Oh no, a real language barrier. But then, they suddenly laughed, and one of them unexpectedly spoke to me fluently in Chinese. "Don't worry, even if we don't speak the same language, we can still communicate." At that moment, I noticed that he had a red lip balm in his hand as he spoke to me. He also noticed that I had noticed the lip balm in his hand, so he simply handed it to me and then took out a new one for himself, placing it by his mouth. Mimicking him, I put the lip balm by my mouth and tentatively said, "I can understand you because of this lip balm, right?" "Yes," he nodded and said, "This is the Babel lip balm, which allows the listener to understand the user's meaning, thus avoiding language barriers." He then continued to ask me, "Where did you enter from?" "I opened a door in level 5 and entered here. Can you introduce this place to me?" I asked. "Of course," he said, "this is the 10th floor of the rear chamber, level 9, danger level 5. Hearing this, I suddenly froze. Did I actually cut into the most dangerous place in the rear chamber, level 9? It is well known that the rear chamber's highest danger level is level 5, the most terrifying level. Although there is a dead zone above level 5, it is basically devoid of wanderers, making it extremely difficult to enter. Therefore, the threat level is far lower than level 5. The wanderer also noticed my astonishment and a hint of fear in my expression, so he comforted me, saying, "Don't worry, the Free Adventurers Alliance will take you out of level 9 at the right time." Free Adventurers Alliance? I was slightly surprised. I thought they were M.E.G., but it turned out to be the Free Adventurers Alliance, an organization I had never heard of. The man nodded, somewhat proudly saying, "Our Free Adventurers Alliance is a professional team paving the way for future generations on the battlefield. Our primary task is the pursuit of safety and happiness. We have a specialized task force dedicated to high-risk entities in high-risk environments." He paused and continued, "We are members of the Blade Ridge Guerrilla Team, specializing in hunting and collecting resources in level 9. My code name is 9. The other 4 members are codenamed 5, 6, 7, and 8. 56,789. Quite unique code names. I silently commented in my mind, "Do you also have a team named 01234? Just as I was silently commenting, 9 suddenly spoke, "My Chinese friend, although you have encountered us, do not rely on us for survival because we can hardly guarantee our own safety. You must rely on your own strength to survive." Upon hearing this, I straightened up slightly and replied, "I understand. I won't hold you back. If you need me, please feel free to assign tasks." 9 and the others nodded, and then 9 said, "There is a task for you now." I was taken aback. Didn't I just return? Are we going out to battle again? 9 also noticed my confusion and said seriously, "After we finish resting, we need to repair the power station in level 9. Most entities fear light sources, and if we lose the light source, our base will soon be overrun by entities. It is always night in level 9, and only the power station can provide some light, so we must repair it." I still didn't quite understand. What does repairing the power station have to do with fighting entities? Isn't the power station within their stronghold? So I voiced my confusion. 9 replied, "When the power station is repaired, it will emit a loud and continuous noise that will attract a large number of entities nearby. Therefore, we need to protect the power station from being destroyed by entities before the noise disappears. Once the noise is gone and the light source is restored, the entities will automatically leave." I nodded to indicate that I understood. Although it was very dangerous, I had to resist the entity with them, not only because I needed their help at the moment, but also because they had saved me. After I agreed, Joe turned to the others and said, "When I saw this kid running out of his hiding place without hesitation to join us, I knew he was braver than the average wanderer. See, I was right." Then, he turned to me and said, "Later, apply the Babel lip balm to your lips. It still works, but the duration varies from 10 minutes to 2 hours. Because we were going to repair the power station later, we all started to replenish our energy. After fleeing for so long, I was already very hungry, and my sand value had dropped very low. I took out a bottle of almond water and drank it all in one gulp. In level 5, I learned from Ronnie that the effect of drinking a whole bottle of almond water would be optimal, and before drinking it, it was best to sprinkle a pinch of fire salt in it to make it boil. This was done partly because you were not sure if the almond water had been tampered with. On the other hand, some almond water could cause cyanide poisoning when consumed at certain levels, and boiling it could effectively prevent this. But since I didn't have fire salt, I had to drink it raw. Just as I had finished drinking a bottle of raw almond water, Joe saw me, fortunately handed me a small bag of fire salt and another bag of unknown white gelatin-like substance. I looked at him in surprise, and he shrugged, saying, "A bag of fire salt and a portion of royal rations in exchange for a temporary team member, a good deal, isn't it?" I smiled, feeling somewhat touched, and accepted what Joe gave me. Because I had just consumed a bottle of almond water, I did not use fire salt for disinfection but opened the bag of royal rations that Joe mentioned. I took a bite of the royal rations, and a slightly sweet and fragrant taste bloomed on my tongue. I was sure I had never eaten such delicious food before. What was even more miraculous was that after just one bite, all the hunger in my body disappeared. Such a precious thing, I naturally couldn't bear to finish it, so I packed it up again and put it in my backpack. But even with just this action, Gio and the other 4 team members looked at me as if they had seen a ghost. Gio stammered, You didn't finish it in one go? How is that possible?" I was instantly puzzled. "Do I have to finish it all at once?" "Not really," Gio said in shock. "The special thing about royal rations is not their effectiveness, which means that ingesting any amount of royal rations is equivalent to the energy of 3 regular meals, but rather that once a wanderer ingests a bit of royal rations, they fervently crave more." He paused, continuing in amazement, "Everyone, when they eat royal rations for the first time, goes crazy looking for the second piece to eat, but it has no addictive properties at all. If I were to compare, royal rations are like catnip to cats for wanderers. And you are the only person I have ever seen who can eat a bite of royal rations and save the rest. Maybe I'm just naturally gifted?" I didn't know why I was different from others. When Samantha asked me for help, I had a feeling, and now that feeling had intensified, but what exactly set me apart from others, I wasn't quite sure. At this point, everyone was ready. Joe told me about some entities we might encounter in level 9, and we went to repair the power station. Then Joe asked me, "Can you use a gun?" I shook my head. I hadn't even seen a gun when I was in the front hall, let alone know how to use one. Q thought for a moment, handed me a pistol, and taught me how to load it and how to hold it. Then he gave me a triangular spike and a beetle statue, instructing me to keep the beetle statue safe as it could save my life in a critical moment. After that, he began assigning us to the areas we were to guard. I was responsible for the southwest position of the power station. I didn't understand why they trusted me so much to guard this place the first time they saw me. I was just a rookie who had arrived in the backroom not long ago. Now, I stood alone in the southwest position of the power station. Despite a wire fence in front of me, the first line of defense against entities, it couldn't stop the fear in my heart. Q mentioned that this wire fence had been rebuilt 8 times already and might need to be rebuilt for the 9th time today. The night was quiet, the moonlight gentle. In the darkness, whispers could be heard from somewhere, carried into my ears by the wind. Standing in the southwest of the power station, separated by a wire fence, I anxiously awaited the approaching entity army, preparing to face an entity for the first time. Meanwhile, Q was busy repairing the generator. When the generator was fixed, it would make a loud and continuous noise, signaling the start of the power station's operation. I was curious why the power station would emit such a loud noise that attracted entities after being repaired. Q explained that in the backroom, safety came at a price, especially in such a highly dangerous level 5 area. As I pondered this, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded behind me, and countless kites appeared above my head. I was certain I had never seen so many kites circling in the sky before. Prior to this, Q had explained the significance of these kites. They were called warning kites, friendly entities that appeared in most outdoor levels. When danger approached, they would warn wanderers of imminent threats by flying in the opposite direction of the danger. As they passed over wanderers' heads, they emitted childlike laughter, with the volume increasing with the level of danger. The more kites appeared, the greater the danger. The warning kites above us now numbered in the thousands. Instead of flying in a specific direction, they hovered above us, emitting cheerful laughter like playing children. Bitterly, I thought to myself, does this mean danger is coming from all directions, and we can't escape? Just then, I saw a sinister smiling face abruptly appear outside the iron gate. The face grinned, its white teeth stark against the darkness, clearly a grin. The appearance of the grin seemed like a signal, followed by a second, a third, a fourth. A multitude of smiling faces suddenly emerged outside the wire fence, as if they had sprung out of the dark street all at once. Seeing this, I quickly took out 2 bottles of almond water from my backpack and splashed them outside the wire fence. The best way to deal with grins was to use almond water, and Q had provided me with enough before my arrival. Although the almond water didn't kill the grins, it at least drove them back. However, facing so many grins alone, I was probably in deep trouble. But at this moment, a huge wire fence kept these grins outside, and with so much almond water in hand, I was not afraid of them. The threat of grins in level 9 was relatively small, I knew the truly dangerous entities of level 9 had yet to appear. As I thought this, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness outside the wire fence. It dragged a huge iron rod, its red body looking as thin as a skeleton. Only the wanderers who encountered it knew the terrifying power hidden beneath that emaciated frame. Upon seeing me, it opened its toothless mouth and let out a continuous roar. Through Joey's introduction, I learned about this entity I encountered, known as the Morning Corpse, one of the most numerous and terrifying entities in level 9. It raised the iron rod high and casually smashed it down, effortlessly denting the wire mesh. I quickly picked up the gun and aimed at the Morning Corpse. Almond water didn't have much effect on the Morning Corpse, but the gun was the simplest and most brutal way to kill it. Being my first time shooting, I missed several shots, hitting the nearby laughing demon instead, and the recoil made my hand ache. However, after emptying the magazine, I finally managed to hit the Morning Corpse a few times. Luckily, one shot hit the Morning Corpse's head precisely. The Morning Corpse slowly fell, but instead of blood, a transparent liquid flowed out of its body. Due to the dark sky, I couldn't see clearly what it was. Meanwhile, gunshots rang out continuously from other directions, making my situation relatively optimistic compared to other areas. After the Morning Corpse was shot down, several more of them appeared, but they were all blocked by the wire mesh. Before they could break through, I shot them one by one through the wire mesh. Occasionally, there were also some hunting dogs and death moths outside the wire mesh, but they could be repelled with almond water. After experiencing several waves of entity attacks, I didn't feel in danger, even a bit relaxed. However, I remained vigilant because I knew that Joey and the others had much more experience in level 9 than me. They all said that this defense was almost a matter of life and death, indicating that there would be very dangerous entity attacks, with it yet to appear. Fewer entities appeared in front of me, and the noise from the power station gradually diminished. Still, I didn't dare to relax my guard because I knew that the most dangerous things often appeared at the last moment. Just as I was thinking this, I faintly heard Joey roaring in the distance, "All members, danger! Gather!" Upon hearing this, I quickly packed up my backpack and headed towards the power station without hesitation. As I rushed towards the power station, I caught a glimpse of a huge creature crawling rapidly on the wire mesh to my left. I shuddered and immediately increased my speed. When I arrived at the power station, chaos reigned. The northeast direction guarded by Lu had been breached, with a large number of laughing demons, skin thieves, and Morning Corpses breaking in, while the remaining team members were fighting them. As I had just arrived, I had no time to talk to the other team members because several skin thieves were already charging towards me. Fortunately, I had almond water ready, so I quickly sprayed it at the skin thieves and then took out my gun to shoot. I was close to these skin thieves, and after emptying the magazine, I successfully killed them. As for the Morning Corpses, Joey and the others dealt with them. Due to my weaker strength, I only had to deal with some isolated skin thieves and hunting dogs. Fortunately, every member of the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance was highly skilled, and we managed to eliminate these entities smoothly even with some minor injuries. What thrilled me the most was that the noise from the power station had disappeared, and with a bang, all the lights on the wire mesh lit up, instantly dispelling the darkness around us. But at this moment, Joe's face still looked terrible. He asked us, "Did any of you just see the dark shadow on the barbed wire?" I quickly said, "I saw it." The other 4 members, 5678, also solemnly confirmed that they had seen it too. Just as we finished speaking, Joe suddenly raised his gun and shouted, "Be on guard! Be on guard! The neighborhood watch has appeared." I quickly turned around and saw a huge monster crouching on the barbed wire behind me. It had no body, only a huge eyeball filled with blood vessels, and below the eyeball were 6 long, reddish-brown tentacle-like legs. This neighborhood watch creature crouched on the barbed wire, its huge eyeball staring at us intently, occasionally rotating as if observing something. Our bodies tensed up, and Joe whispered to me, "When it charges, observe from the side because I suspect there might be more watchers nearby. Once they appear, you shoot to alert us." I nodded. Joe had introduced me to this entity before. It was a level 9 entity more dangerous than the mournful undead, belonging to the neighborhood watch, with a giant eyeball. And in this level of combat, I couldn't intervene, my only role was to warn. I slowly moved aside. Suddenly, the neighborhood watch on the barbed wire leaped towards us in the blink of an eye. Its 6 slender legs moved swiftly, and in an instant, it grabbed a team member and tossed him high up. But Joe displayed an extraordinary jumping ability, leaping to catch the team member, while the rest of us provided covering fire. With the sound of the machine gun, the neighborhood watch, tough as it was, couldn't withstand such intense shooting and began to retreat. As the neighborhood watch backed up near the barbed wire, a white beam suddenly shot out from its large eyeball towards Joe, whose body uncontrollably moved towards the creature's eyeball. However, Joe reacted swiftly, pulling out a canister of reality freshener spray and, as he approached the neighborhood watch's eyeball, sprayed it forcefully. Note, the spray Joe used is called reality freshener, which has a repelling effect on certain entities, among other uses. I can't reveal more here. As Joe sprayed the neighborhood watch, it stopped its attack, swaying unsteadily as if intoxicated. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining team members quickly splashed almond water onto its large eyeball before it could react. Accompanied by a sharp hiss, a loud wail seemed to emanate from the neighborhood watch's eyeball as it staggered and fled in a panic. The remaining team members did not pursue but remained vigilant in the area. After several minutes, everything returned to normal. Phew, Joe breathed out, saying, "We were lucky this time, no watchers appeared, only an intruder." He continued, "Let's go repair the barbed wire and then rest, otherwise, we won't be at ease." I and the other team members nodded and headed towards the warehouse. This stronghold was their largest in level 9, with a warehouse stocked with a large amount of supplies and equipment. But as we approached the warehouse door, my heart suddenly leaped as if something extremely dangerous was approaching. In that split second when this feeling arose, suddenly a thick fog enveloped our surroundings. In just a few seconds, I couldn't see clearly the surroundings, not even the rough outlines of the members of the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance. Just as I was puzzled, Joe suddenly shouted, "It's Crusher." Oh no! My heart tightened as the effect of the Babel lip balm kicked in, meaning I couldn't communicate with Gio and the others. I couldn't understand what Gio was saying now, but I knew I had to get away from the thick fog. In the fog, goosebumps covered my body as if something was watching me. With visibility so low, I couldn't see what was around me, so I just ran in a random direction. Suddenly, I felt the temperature dropping rapidly, and soon I was shivering from the cold, with distorted wind sounds surrounding me. The wind didn't disperse the fog but made it harder to hear. Lost in the fog, I quickly lost my sense of direction. Luckily, my luck held, and I soon found my way out of the fog. Just as I emerged, I saw a body on the ground. It was Ba. My pupils constricted, scanning for danger. I realized I had passed through a wire fence onto the street. Looking back, the entire base was shrouded in fog. My hearing gradually returned to normal, and the distorted wind sound echoed again, different from before. In the distance, a huge black shadow appeared on a house, moving in an almost impossible way, resembling a spider with human-like head almost as tall as a person. It gazed at me from the rooftop, sending shivers down my spine, prompting me to run deeper into the street without hesitation. I ran desperately, unsure if the entity was following, but I could hear growls and sobbing echoing around me. As my strength waned, I saw a door open ahead, revealing Lou inside, gesturing for me to hide. Relieved, I headed towards him, but he suddenly lunged at me. Sensing danger, I swiftly changed direction, only to see Lou's skin tear apart, revealing a monstrous creature with a large mouth lunging at me. It was a skin thief. Thankfully, I evaded the trap. Skin thieves would kill a wanderer and wear their skin to deceive others. Although I escaped, I felt sorrow knowing Lou was dead. The growls and sobbing ceased, and I turned to see the monster attacking the skin thief. Relieved, I ran faster. Suddenly, a hand pulled me into the bushes. I looked up to see Gio signaling for silence. We hid in the bushes, watching quietly. After killing the skin thief, the monster roamed briefly before leaping onto a roof and swiftly disappearing. After a while, the monster still didn't appear, and Gio beside me breathed a sigh of relief. He took out the Babel lip balm and applied it to his lips, saying to me, "That monster is called the Crusher, the most terrifying and rarest monster in level 9. It's extremely difficult to encounter, but we unexpectedly encountered it today, and it has already caused the loss of at least 2 team members." He sighed and continued, "Fortunately, this kind of monster has very poor eyesight. As long as you hide quickly when you encounter it, you generally won't be discovered." I nodded, looking at him somewhat sadly, and then applied the Babel lip balm, comforting him with a few words. Joe said, "Thank you, but by the way, what is your nuclear energy? I haven't seen you demonstrate it." Upon hearing this question, I suddenly froze. Nuclear energy? What is nuclear energy? Gio also froze, seemingly not expecting that I didn't know what nuclear energy was. At that moment, I suddenly remembered something, so I took out a white bead from my backpack and asked, "Is this what you call nuclear energy?" Gio then slapped his forehead and said, "My mistake." He then explained to me, nuclear energy is a gift from the rear chamber. It has a probability of appearing in dangerous places. The higher the danger, the higher the level of nuclear energy, with the highest level being level 7. Each nuclear energy also has different functions. Some can enhance agility, some can enhance strength. As the level of nuclear energy increases, the degree of enhancement also increases. Generally, each person can equip 3 nuclear energies, but they cannot equip duplicate nuclear energies. For some reason, some wanderers can carry 5 nuclear energies. Some believe that living in high-risk environments for a long time has a certain probability of triggering this. I happen to be able to carry 5 nuclear energies, which to some extent proves this point. Joe paused and continued, furthermore, a person equipped with nuclear energy can sense the presence of nuclear energy on another person, but I didn't expect that you were just carrying nuclear energy and not equipped with it, and also didn't know how to equip it. Upon hearing this, I had a better understanding of nuclear energy and understood why Joe was so confident in letting me guard the southwest direction, thinking that I was equipped with nuclear energy and had decent combat power. After thinking for a moment, I asked him, how can I equip nuclear energy? Joe replied, it's simple, you just need to swallow this nuclear energy, and after swallowing it, it will appear in your mind, and you will know its information. I nodded slightly and without hesitation swallowed the nuclear energy, and at that moment, the corresponding information also appeared in my mind. Nuclear energy, level 2 effect, speed +2 equipped, remaining slots, 3. I told Joe about the enhancement of this nuclear energy and asked him how much speed +2 would increase. Joe said, for example, if you usually run 100 meters in 12 seconds, with speed +2, you can run 100 meters in 11 seconds. This enhancement isn't that much, I muttered. Isn't that much? Joe rolled his eyes at me. Do you know how much training a normal person needs to run 11 seconds? Do you think nuclear energy can give you superpowers directly? Nuclear energy can only provide a simple enhancement to our body's functions, but it won't be overly exaggerated. I've seen a wanderer who carried 4-level nuclear energy in all 3 slots on his body, and even with a stick, he couldn't defeat a single morning corpse. So don't think that having nuclear energy will make you invincible. If you think that way, nuclear energy will only harm you. I nodded earnestly and then asked, if I wear nuclear energy, can I replace the original nuclear energy with other nuclear energy? Okay, Joe replied, but it can only be replaced when entering a new level, and can only be replaced once in that level. If you want to replace it a second time, you'll have to enter this level again. I nodded to indicate my understanding, while silently saying to myself, wear it. Suddenly, 3 slots appeared in my mind, one of them glowing with a bead while the other 2 remained empty. Just as I was about to ask Joe about his nuclear abilities, another anomaly occurred. Next to Joe, a floating humanoid one-eyed monster appeared, reaching out towards Joe, and without much thought, I immediately pushed Joe away. Startled, Joe was pushed by me, and I quickly jumped up, distancing myself from the monster in front of me. Joe's reaction was swift. As I pushed him, he swiftly rolled behind a tree with one hand supporting himself. As Joe and the unknown entity distanced themselves, he loudly warned me, be careful, this is a transporter. I remained vigilant, observing the entity before me with black skin, floating in the air, seemingly legless, draped in a long, trailing black coat. It floated towards me, catching me off guard, and before I could react, it was already in front of me. On the other side, Joe pulled out a military knife to come to my aid, but by then, the entity had grabbed me and flung me against a nearby wall. The one-eyed entity suddenly accelerated, grabbing me fiercely and hurling me towards the wall. As my body made contact with the wall, a strong sense of plummeting hit me. It was a cut. This one-eyed entity was actually a transporter. Joe had introduced me to transporters. They randomly grab a wanderer, seamlessly cutting them into the nearest wall. 2 outcomes follow. The wanderer either dies quickly or falls into a void, eventually landing in an unpredictable level of safety. As the familiar plummeting sensation faded, the scene before me underwent a drastic change. Looking up, I saw yellowed wallpaper, damp carpet on the floor, and buzzing fluorescent lights above. With my hands on the ground, feeling the dampness, I couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. I had returned to level 0. However, being in level 0 meant I could cut out to level 1. To do so, I needed to find a special wall. Quickly accepting my current situation, I got up from the ground and began recalling information about level 0. There weren't many entities in level 0, with the only significant threat being the bacteria monster I had encountered before. Joe had given me a handgun with a box of bullets, enough to fill 2 magazines, so I wasn't particularly afraid of the bacteria now. Checking my backpack, I found over 10 bottles of almond water, a bag of royal rations, and some compressed biscuits, enough to sustain my exploration in level 0. I slung the backpack over my shoulders and started delving deeper into level 0. Despite having over 10 bottles of almond water in my backpack, it didn't feel heavy, a discovery I had only made in level 9, making me marvel at the wonders of the backroom and my good fortune. I wandered aimlessly, touching every wall I came across, trying to see if I could cut out. After walking for some time, I suddenly noticed a carpet ahead that looked different from its surroundings. But this carpet visually seems the same as the others, yet in my perception, it holds a difference from the surrounding carpets. although I can't pinpoint where this difference lies, it's just a feeling. I attempted to step on it, but in the next moment, my body unexpectedly passed through the carpet and fell down. This falling sensation lasted only a second, and I found myself cut into a new level. At that moment, I cursed myself inwardly. Why did I have to foolishly step on it to try, risking being cut into a dangerous level 5 place where not even bodies are retrieved? I got up from the ground and started observing my surroundings. It seemed like a cave, with rugged rocky walls around me, and what seemed like the sound of water behind me. Could there be a river in this cave? A thought crossed my mind, and I quickly turned around, only to be stunned by what I saw. Behind me was a small hot spring, where dozens of naked men were soaking, their eyes fixed on me. Although I couldn't grasp the situation before me, I awkwardly waved my hand and said, "Hello, how elegant of you all to be soaking in a hot spring in the back room." One of them, expressionless, looked at me and said, "Would you like to join us?" I promptly declined. No need. I accidentally stumbled in here, I'll leave shortly, won't join you." The man nodded and informed me, "Don't worry, this is level 27, the Rock Spring, a paradise for wanderers. Here, not only is there no physical harm, but the hot spring has positive effects on wanderers, relieving some illnesses and fatigue. If you wish to leave, do you see the waterfall over there?" He pointed in a direction. I indeed saw a waterfall to my right. "There's a ladder there, climb down into that tunnel, and you'll return to where you came from," the man added. I thanked him and walked towards the direction he indicated, finding a ladder next to the tunnel entrance. I noticed several tents beside the ladder, with the letters M, E, G, printed on them. It seemed that M, E, G, also had staff stationed here. I pondered silently and then climbed up the ladder as directed. For some reason, being in this cramped cave made me feel extremely uncomfortable, a severe sense of oppression. Despite the man calling it a wanderer's paradise, I inexplicably detested it here. As I prepared to exit the tunnel, I suddenly felt a sense of relief, like finally escaping. After crawling a distance in the tunnel, a familiar falling sensation came over me, and the scenery in front of me changed. A second later, the familiar damp sensation returned. Just minutes after leaving level 0, I was back. For some reason, returning to level 0 again gave me a sense of nostalgia, like returning home. After exploring level 0 for a while, I finally discovered a somewhat peculiar-looking wall. I lightly tapped on this wall, and once again, the familiar falling sensation returned. Fortunately, this time there were no mishaps. When the falling sensation subsided, I looked up and found myself in a vast warehouse. Standing on the solid concrete floor, I felt somewhat relieved. After wandering around for so long, I had finally returned to level 1, wondering how Gio was doing. With that thought in mind, I adjusted my backpack, turned on a flashlight, and began searching for other wanderers in the vicinity. I turned on the flashlight because I feared the overhead light might suddenly go out, attracting entities. At level 1, encountering a single entity alone is fine, but if I come across 2 or more entities, I might be in danger. As a precaution, I decided to turn on my flashlight. After walking around for a while, I finally saw the massive black base of M, E, G, because M, E, G, had 2 huge searchlights hanging on the base gate. The bright lights could be seen from afar, making it easy to identify. Arriving at the M, E, G, base, the surroundings were just like what I had seen last time, with tents everywhere. These were wanderers who didn't have enough almond water to exchange for B, N, T, G, or M, E, G, residency rights, setting up shelters around M, E, G, seeking protection in another way. One of the main reasons I wanted to come to level 1 was to find a safe place to live. To obtain residency rights in M, E, G, S shelter, one must pay a certain amount of almond water or join M, E, G. Obviously, I didn't have that much almond water, so the only feasible way was to join M, E, G. Before coming, I had already planned for my survival in the backroom. First, join M, E, G. To explore various levels, continuously gather supplies, and when there are enough supplies to exchange for permanent residency in level 1, then leave M, E, G, and return to live in level 1. I heard that in level 1, M, E, G, and B, N, T, G, had teamed up to create a small gathering place for wanderers, with some basic facilities like a small town. Of course, besides the reasons mentioned above, there was another very important reason why I wanted to join M, E, G. Up to now, I still harbored a slight sense of luck about leaving the backroom. Sometimes I would fantasize that after joining M, E, G, I would accidentally find a way back to the front hall following M, E, G, on one adventure after another. Of course, this idea was too ethereal, even I didn't hold much hope for it. and now my biggest task was to survive in the back room. Lost in thought, a member of M.E.G. approached me and asked, "Hey Wanderer, we noticed you've been standing at the entrance of the M.E.G. base for a while, do you need any help?" It was then that I realized I had been a bit lost in thought and had forgotten I was standing at the entrance of the M.E.G. base. I quickly replied, "I do have something I need help with. How can I join M.E.G.?" I asked. The M.E.G. member paused for a moment and then said, "It's simple, just register at the community to join the volunteer team, but this is considered a temporary member. Although you will also enjoy some of M.E.G.'s services, it's not the same as being a formal member. To become a formal member, you need to complete some tasks. Oh, by the way, how should I address you?" The M.E.G. member asked me. "I'm Lin E, and how should I address you, brother?" I asked. "I'm Gong Jiang, just call me that. I'm also a member of the M.E.G. volunteer team, not yet a formal member," Gong Jiang replied. Gong Jiang and I chatted for a while, and I got a general idea of what the volunteer team was about. It was a department of M.E.G. consisting of militia and emergency volunteers, usually maintaining order in several outposts of M.E.G. Of course, you could also choose to accept M.E.G. The assigned tasks for exploration at various levels, if performed excellently, can lead to formal membership in M.E.G. with the right to reside at all levels of M.E.G. As we spoke, we arrived at the M.E.G. community, connected to the B.N.T.G. community. Gong Jiang led me to the front of a small house and said, "Lin E, register here, there will be dedicated staff inside to assist you." After that, he prepared to leave because his job was to maintain order at the gathering place outside the M.E.G. gate. At that moment, I stopped Gong Jiang, handed him a bottle of almond water, and said, "Thank you for guiding me." Upon seeing the bottle of almond water, Gong Jiang quickly declined, saying, "Lin E, I can't accept this, it's too valuable. I'm just showing you the way, it's not worth a bottle of almond water." I was slightly taken aback. Wasn't it just a bottle of almond water? Why was it considered so valuable? Back in level 9, if my backpack hadn't been full, Johong would have gladly stuffed me with hundreds of bottles of almond water, so I subconsciously felt that one bottle of almond water wasn't much. In reality, for wanderers who frequently explore various levels, a bottle of almond water is indeed not much, as they collect many supplies while exploring. However, Gong Jiang and his group were different. They always stayed in level 1, where all supplies were provided by M.E.G. Since they rarely encountered entities and were in a safe level where their sanity points dropped slowly, their demand for almond water was low. To them, a bottle of almond water might be equivalent to several $100s in the lobby. That's why Gong Jiang was so anxious to refuse. After I insisted and gave the bottle to Gong Jiang, I entered the small house responsible for registration. Inside, I saw a girl sitting there, earnestly reading a book. This girl was the same Yu Huanhuan I had met when I first entered level 1. Upon seeing me, Yu Huanhuan exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, have you made up your mind? Are you ready to join M.E.G.?" I nodded and said, "Yes, I need Miss Yu to help me with the registration." Yu Huanhuan waved her hand and said, "Oh, you're too polite. It's not a bother at all, it's part of my job. Since we have such a connection, I'll personally recommend you later, and you can choose freely from the volunteer teams." She then took out a form and a pen from a drawer and handed them to me, saying, "Fill this out. Considering our special connection, I'll introduce you myself later, and you can choose from the volunteer teams." I took the form and pen, thanked her, and began filling it out carefully. After completing the form, Yu Huanhuan led me towards the community center. Along the way, I observed my surroundings curiously. Many houses built by people were closely packed together, streetlights illuminated the roads, cement-paved streets were visible, and many people were moving about. I couldn't help but marvel at how the largest team in the backroom had managed to create a small community in the backroom. As we walked, Yu Huanhuan and I continued to converse, deepening my understanding of M.E.G. Finally, we reached the base established by M.E.G. in the community. This M.E.G. base was different from the one I had seen before. It was a civilian base, while the previous one was a military base, both belonging to the Alpha base stationed by M.E.G. in level 0. I followed Yu Huanhuan into the base, where some M.E.G. guards were stationed at the entrance. Members, after showing their credentials and stating their purpose, let us pass. Upon entering the base, I noticed a rather serious atmosphere here. 3 teams were assembled in the base, with 2 members of each team wearing combat uniforms, and the rest of the group in military attire. What surprised me even more was that the 2 members in combat gear were wearing nuclear energy badges. Due to my own nuclear energy badge, I could clearly sense the energy emanating from them, and evidently, they could sense the same from me as they all turned to look at me. At that moment, A.M.E.G. member resembling a military officer entered from another door, also carrying nuclear energy. He glanced at me with slight surprise, then turned to Yu Huan and asked, "Who is this person?" Yu Huan replied, "He is Lin Yi, preparing to join the volunteer team, recommended by me." The officer nodded slightly, then turned to me and said, "Lin Yi, your timing is perfect. We are currently in need of personnel in M.E.G. I appoint you as the leader of the 3rd squad of the volunteer team. Now, follow the 1st and 2nd squads to provide support for level 3. Once you reach level 3, someone will assign you tasks." I was a bit stunned. I had just joined M.E.G. How come I was appointed as a squad leader right away? And to go support level 3? I had heard about level 3. Level 3, power plant survival difficulty, level 4 unsafe unstable moderate entities. I had just joined M.E.G. Why was I immediately assigned to a level 4 tier? I, Lin Yi, was just a rookie who had recently entered the backroom. What qualifications did I have to be constantly involved in these highly dangerous levels? I was about to refuse, but the officer seemed to sense my hesitation and said, "If you succeed in this volunteer mission, I will make you a formal member of M.E.G. and grant you residency rights in both level 1 and level 4. Furthermore," he added, "since you possess nuclear energy, I believe in your abilities." Well, upon hearing the officer's promise, the words of refusal I had prepared were stuck in my throat and turned into, "Understood. I will ensure the mission is completed." The officer patted my shoulder, then said to another nuclear energy bearer nearby, "Ban Tianyi, go to the warehouse and get a set of combat gear and weapons to assign to Lin Yi, then head to level 3 immediately." The member named Ban Tianyi replied with a yes and quickly brought out a set of combat gear and a handgun to hand to me. I swiftly changed into the combat gear in a room, which fit just right. Surprisingly, there was a dagger strapped to the leg of the combat suit, and the chest pocket contained several boxes of bullets that matched the handgun I was given. After getting dressed, I returned to the team. Each of the 3 squad leaders, including myself, led 5 team members, ready to move out. On the other side, Yu Huan had already left, perhaps not expecting that her casual recommendation of a wanderer would result in them becoming a squad leader, tasked with what seemed like a highly challenging mission. After organizing our formation, we left the M.E.G. civil base and headed towards the hub. The hub was like a tunnel, with numerous unlocked doors on either side corresponding to different levels. Opening the respective door would transport you to the corresponding level. There was a stable method to enter the hub from level 1. Starting from the entrance of level 1, where most wanderers entered the level, there was a place that served as the entrance, located in M. Near the E.G. military base. There is a corridor there. Walk straight along the corridor, pass through a door, and walk to the end of the corridor. Then, return to the entrance of level 1, and you will find a new fork in the road. Turn left, walk to the next fork, turn right, and continue to the next fork to the right. After that, you will see 2 doors labeled A and B. Enter door B. After passing through that door, you will find yourself in a completely identical room. This time, choose door A, enter door A, and you will reach the hub. If you make a mistake at any step, the endpoint will be completely random. Since it was my first time entering the hub and I had no experience, I followed behind Ban Tianyi and another team member. Following the described way above, we finally reached the hub. The hub is a special level where, as long as you have enough level keys, you can access any level. Upon entering the hub, I found it to be like a tunnel with many locked doors on either side. I speculated that these should be the passages to various levels. At that moment, Ban Tianyi took out a key, and I noticed that the key seemed to be vibrating slightly. Subsequently, Ban Tianyi led our 3 teams to a door and opened it. I knew that this was the door to level 3. After gesturing for us to enter, Ban Tianyi went in first. I took a deep breath and followed him through the door. With a familiar sensation of descent, I cut out of the hub. After the sensation of descent disappeared, I felt the solid ground beneath me. I quickly got up and observed the surroundings. I found myself in a dark corridor, with walls made of brown bricks covered in dust. The corridor I was in was narrow and enclosed, with a rusty large iron door beside it. I tried to push open the iron door, and it creaked as if struggling under the weight. Behind the door was another corridor, deep into which was dark, but upon closer inspection, it seemed like shadows were moving within. I stood still, feeling anxious. According to Ban Tianyi, after entering level 3 from the hub, we would likely all cut to a similar area, where the M.E.G. base is also located. However, it was evident that M.E.G. would not place its base in such a narrow and lengthy corridor, and there was no sign of Ban Tianyi and his team nearby, so I surmised that I might have been randomly cut into an unknown area. I sighed. In the backroom, the biggest danger is change. Perhaps 1 second you are safely in level 1, but the next second you might be cut into the entity-ridden level 9. Perhaps 1 second you are relieved to escape one danger, but the next second a more terrifying entity might be chasing you. Just like now, I thought I would be cut directly into the M.E.G. base, but now I was thrown into an unknown area, separated from my teammates. I gripped my gun, stepped on the dusty floor, and cautiously moved forward, hunched over. On the way here, I briefly learned some information about Level 3. Level 3 is a series of dark and winding corridors, similar in structure to Level 0, consisting of randomly divided spaces, without a specific pattern. In these corridors, almost every segment you walk, you may encounter entities lurking in the dark, with the most representative being the hounds. The corridors here are filled with buzzing machine noises, making it difficult for me to discern if entities are approaching by relying on my ears. I widened my eyes, one hand holding the gun, the other holding a flashlight to illuminate ahead. Finally, I saw a turn ahead. But at that moment, at the corner, a person's head slowly emerged from the wall. The head was adorned with long black hair, and after locking eyes with me for a second, it suddenly leaped out from the wall and ran towards me on all fours, like a primitive beast. It was a hunting dog. I quickly raised the flashlight towards the dog's head. As the light hit it, the dog hesitated, emitting a cry resembling a baby's wail, and slowly retreated. I knew it was just a momentary pause, and once it adjusted to the light, it would come at me faster. Seizing the opportunity, I aimed to shoot, but halfway through pulling the trigger, I hesitated. The narrow corridors around me would amplify the gunshot for hundreds of meters, attracting nearby entities. I swiftly drew my knife, preparing to confront the hunting dog before me. I had some experience dealing with hunting dogs, having killed many in the level 9 suburbs. I thought hunting dogs were easy to handle, but as it pounced on me, I realized I had underestimated it. Despite its seemingly small size, the dog was powerful. The moment it knocked me down, the immense force staggered me. Just as the hunting dog lunged at me, its jaws full of sharp teeth aimed at my neck. I broke into a cold sweat, and in desperation, I used the flashlight to block its mouth while my other hand swiftly plunged the knife into its neck. I stabbed the dog's neck repeatedly until it collapsed, gasping for air, and sat down. The flashlight was shattered, and I noticed scratches on my arms and abdomen from the dog's claws. The adrenaline rush masked the pain momentarily, but as it subsided, the scratches burned. I realized why I could easily kill hunting dogs in level 9. The entities there were drawn to the noise from the power station, and unless provoked, they wouldn't attack. But now, facing this hunting dog's hatred directed solely at me, the battle was much more challenging. Looking at the broken flashlight in my hand, I shuddered at the thought of what could have happened if it had bitten my neck. After resting for a while and rinsing the wounds with almond water, I resumed my exploration. I had two choices: escape or find M.E.G. Finding M.E.G. seemed the best option now. With the flashlight damaged, I hugged the wall, feeling my way through the darkness. After a few minutes, I noticed a prison-like iron fence nearby. For some reason, near this fence, I felt like I was being watched. I tried to see what was behind the iron fence and vaguely saw a black figure. Intense fear and unease gripped me, and I shivered, quickly moving away from the fence. Just then, a black hand emerged from the wall behind me, grabbing my backpack. A strong force pulled me uncontrollably towards the wall. It was as if the hand came from behind the wall, dragging me towards it. The hand lifted me against the wall and started moving, leading me towards the end of the corridor. Fortunately, the monster only grabbed my backpack. I quickly took it off my shoulder and dropped it on the ground away from the wall. Sensing its prey escaping, the monster let go of the backpack and retreated its arm. I could faintly hear an angry roar from the other side of the wall. My scalp tingled, and after waiting for a while, I prepared to pick up the backpack and leave. To my surprise, as I reached for the backpack, the monster's hand reached out again and grabbed my arm. I was horrified. I had waited for minutes, hoping the monster would leave before retrieving the backpack. But it seemed to anticipate my move and waited nearby. The monster dragged me swiftly towards a corner in the corridor after grabbing my hand through the wall. Its strength was immense, pulling me while I resisted with all my might, but its speed remained unaffected, dragging me rapidly. At this rate, in less than 10 seconds, the monster would drag me to the corner, where undoubtedly its true form awaited. My mind raced, trying to find a solution, but before I could think of one, the monster had already dragged me to the corner. At the corner, another monster appeared before me. It was dark gray in color, humanoid in shape but towering several inches taller than a normal person. What astonished me the most was that its hand gripping my arm was over a meter long. With one hand holding my arm, it slowly lifted me, its intentions unclear. I wanted to resist fiercely, but its grip was as strong as iron, unmoving no matter how I struggled. It kept lifting me, while its other hand slowly reached towards my injured abdomen. Despair washed over me. It's over. When the entity's claw extended towards my abdomen, that was my only thought. But as the claw touched my abdomen, it suddenly retracted, and the hand holding me loosened. I fell to the ground. Watching the entity retreat cautiously, I suddenly had an epiphany. During the earlier struggle with the hound, my abdomen was injured, so I had cleaned the wound with almond water. Unable to remove my combat suit easily, I had poured almond water directly over the wet area. This resulted in a large portion of my clothing being wet with almond water, and when the entity reached for my wound, it came into contact with the almond water. Logically, a bit of almond water on the clothing wouldn't harm the entity, but for some reason, it seemed unusually wary. Seizing the entity's hesitation, I quickly got up and ran towards where I had dropped my backpack, which contained my reserve of almond water. The entity seemed to anticipate my actions and did not pursue me. Instead, it roared twice behind me before disappearing into the dark corridor. I had retrieved the backpack, taken out the almond water, but my heart was still racing. It was indeed a level 4 hierarchy, and I had almost met my end there. I packed up, holding a dagger in one hand and the almond water in the other, continuing my exploration. Now, no matter how dark the corridor, I dared not walk close to the wall. After a few more minutes of walking, the surroundings grew hotter, and the air pressure seemed to increase, making my breathing difficult, akin to trekking in high altitudes. Then, I saw what seemed like lights in the distance, filling me with hope. Could there be wanderers ahead? I hastened my steps to reach them. As I approached, I discovered that the faint light was coming from a bottle, inside of which a blue substance was constantly moving. After careful observation, I realized it was actually lightning. Lightning in a bottle. I was shocked but also thought, what if I encountered a physical entity and could throw this lightning to save my life in a critical moment? I tried to pick up the bottle of lightning. It was hot to the touch, so I found something to cushion my hand, gently shook it, and the bottle emitted a bright blue light. Perhaps it can be used for illumination, I thought. With that in mind, I sheathed my dagger, held it in my hand, and extended it forward. Indeed, the blue light in the bottle illuminated the surroundings, making it much easier to see than before, although still a bit dim. I continued exploring along the corridor, passing by several rooms, but I didn't dare to venture deep inside. Who knows what strange entities might appear there? Right now, I just wanted to find M, E, G, and regroup with the main force. At that moment, I reached a slightly brighter area and noticed a human-shaped silhouette in the shadows ahead. I hesitated to approach, and when there was still a considerable distance between us, I stopped. The person also saw me. He waved at me from afar and said, "Hello, may I help you?" I understood this sentence. He was asking if I needed help. If it were a physical entity, it wouldn't be so polite, I thought to myself, lowering my guard slightly. I replied, "No, I don't need help." However, the wanderer seemed not to hear my refusal, slowly walking towards me with a slightly eerie smile on his face, repeating, "Hello, may I help you? May I help you?" Suddenly, I sensed something was wrong, so I started to step back slowly, saying, "I really don't need your help." But the wanderer seemed oblivious, mechanically repeating, "May I help you?" as he approached me faster and even started to jog. I cursed under my breath and ran. As I fled, the wanderer behind me suddenly ran towards me, his skin tearing open, revealing a red and green flesh underneath, with a mouth full of sharp teeth on his belly, a skin thief. Hearing footsteps behind me, I turned around abruptly, only to see the skin thief sprinting towards me. I trembled in fear, almost dropping the bottle of lightning. Thankfully, the +2 speed boost from the nuclear energy in my body kicked in, and I could feel myself running faster than when I first entered the room. Yet, despite this, the distance between the skin thief and me was closing in. Ahead, I saw a fork in the path and without hesitation, I turned right. At the same time, a hunting dog emerged from the left, joining the chase. Now, I had two entities pursuing me from behind. If it were just one entity, I might have stood a chance, but facing two, my small frame couldn't handle it. I looked at the bottle of lightning in my hand, made a quick decision, and swiftly turned around. Simultaneously, I extended my other hand holding the almond water and splashed it towards the two approaching entities. Despite spilling some almond water while running, half of it remained, splashing solidly onto the faces of the skin thief and the hunting dog. Due to the limited amount of almond water, the two entities only hesitated for a moment before continuing their assault. But in that brief pause, I threw the bottle of lightning in my hand. A bottle of lightning crashed at the feet of two entities with a loud pop, shattering the bottle and releasing a blue lightning bolt that shot out with a whoosh, exploding on the two entities. Seeing the entities covered in blue light, I quickly stepped back. In the blink of an eye, the entities stiffened and fell to the ground, emitting a faint burnt smell. Feeling slightly nauseous, I still took the dagger and made 2 more cuts on the entities. At that moment, I noticed a small bead lying quietly next to the entities, emitting a milky white light. It was nuclear energy. Nuclear energy only appears in dangerous places with increasing probability based on the danger level. The pursuit by the two entities just now, combined with the bottled lightning explosion, was considered dangerous, hence the appearance of nuclear energy. I joyfully picked it up, disregarding the dirt, and swallowed it in one gulp, receiving a line of information in my mind. Nuclear energy, level 1 effect, agility +1 equip, remaining slots, 2, equip, I silently thought. As another slot lit up in my mind, I felt a slight lightness in my body. I swung the dagger a few times, feeling the enhancement from the nuclear energy. Compared to usual, my movements seemed slightly faster. Though it was just a bit, I was pleased because this slight increase might have taken weeks or even months of training under normal circumstances. I pondered whether nuclear energy had appeared during the intense battle with the entity army in level 9, but at that critical moment, I hadn't paid attention and was unaware of nuclear energy's existence. Having killed the two entities and obtained a nuclear energy, my confidence in surviving in the rear chamber grew. However, the silent corridor suddenly filled with the sound of approaching footsteps. The chaotic footsteps sounded like a group of people hurrying together, setting off alarm bells in my mind. The footsteps echoed continuously in the corridor, seemingly coming from behind me. I swiftly turned around, and in the darkness behind me, a shadow was moving slowly. Why were there so many footsteps when there was only one shadow? My scalp tingled, and then I noticed a room nearby. As the shadow approached, another shadow appeared in the corridor on the other side, both moving slowly. It felt like being caught between a rock and a hard place. Without hesitation, I ran towards the nearest room. After entering and closing the door, I held the gun tightly, surveying the room. I reassured myself that even if I fired and the entities outside heard, they couldn't enter the room. Back against the door, I tightened my grip on the gun. Suddenly, pairs of eyes lit up in the darkness of the room, all staring at me in unison. As the eyes glowed in the dark, my heart skipped a beat. In level 3, some rooms were occupied by Grins, and upon entering, a group of Grins would emerge from the darkness, staring at you with their iconic deathly smiles. These rooms were known as smiling rooms. I recalled information I had read about Grins. They are attracted to light and will chase anything that glows. They only attack when you panic and run or make loud noises. The best way to deal with Grins is to maintain eye contact, slowly move away, or use anti-Grin spray or almond water. Outside, the footsteps continued to shuffle aimlessly, seemingly lingering at the door. Vaguely, I seemed to hear the iconic howling of the hunting hounds, and at that moment, I dared not venture outside. However, staying in the room was also extremely dangerous. Although the grinning specters had not yet launched an attack on me, I knew it was only a matter of time. Perhaps in the next second, they would mercilessly pounce on me to tear me apart. Over a dozen grinning specters stood before me, their gleaming, snarling teeth sending a shiver down my spine. I stealthily reached into my backpack and retrieved a bottle of almond water, unscrewing the cap in case of an emergency, while also perking up my ears to listen for any movement outside the room, ready to flee at a moment's notice. When the commotion outside ceased, it was the perfect moment for me to escape. If I were to flee into the corridor, using the dagger would be the best choice. I slowly placed the gun back into my backpack and began to search for the dagger inside. However, at that moment, I came across an item that I had always overlooked, a beetle carved from stone that Joe had given me. I remembered Joe's words, "This beetle can save your life in a critical moment." I knew Joe wouldn't deceive me in that situation, so perhaps this beetle figurine could indeed save my life? With that thought in mind, I pulled out the beetle figurine. But the moment I did so, the group of grinning specters went berserk for some reason, starting to agitate as if they were about to rush towards me. I panicked, freezing in place, not daring to make any unnecessary movements. It struck me that the agitation of the grinning specters coincided with the moment I pulled out the beetle figurine. Could there be a connection between the two? Puzzled, I cautiously observed the beetle in my hand while maintaining eye contact with the specters. After observing for a few seconds, I couldn't discern anything special about it. Could it have some hidden function? However, the situation did not allow me to dwell on this question any longer, as the grinning specters before me grew increasingly restless. Initially, only a few specters floated aimlessly in place, but now several of them began drifting towards me, causing me to break out in a cold sweat. Clutching the beetle figurine tightly, I was on edge. Outside, the faint howls of the hunting hounds could still be heard, as if one of them had settled nearby and refused to leave. But while it refused to leave, I had to. I watched as the grinning specters drew closer, silently counting down in my mind, 3, 2, 1. This was the countdown for me to turn and open the door. As the count reached 1, I swiftly splashed the almond water at the specters and made a quick turn to open the door and run. However, as I opened the door, a hunting hound suddenly leaped towards me from the doorway. This hunting hound had set up an ambush. Fortunately, the agile nuclear energy core I had equipped earlier played a crucial role. In the split second the hound pounced, I held up the half-empty bottle of almond water in front of me. The hound crashed into me, biting down on the almond water I held in front of me. Meanwhile, the grinning specters behind me swarmed in, surrounding me. But then, a sudden change occurred. The beetle figurine I had just dropped to the ground suddenly spread its wings, emitting a loud buzzing sound and starting to emit a blue light continuously. To my surprise, the grinning specters, who usually pursued light, scrambled to flee upon encountering this blue light, as if they were afraid of it. The hunting hound that had leaped on me also jumped off upon seeing the beetle figurine emitting the blue light, taking 2 steps back before turning and fleeing. Although I couldn't immediately grasp the situation before me, I promptly closed the door. It was truly miraculous how the grinning specters in the room and the hunting hound at the door were both driven away by this beetle figurine before me. With the danger averted, I sat down on the floor, picked up the beetle figurine. At this moment, the blue light on the beetle's body began to fade, the buzzing sound subsided, but it still maintained its wings spread open. I looked at the beetle statue in my hand and sighed. I really owe it to you, otherwise I might have met my end here today. What was even more miraculous was that as my voice fell, the wings of the beetle statue that were originally spread open also retracted, returning to the original look of the statue. I put away the beetle statue and started to scan the room, looking for any useful supplies. As a rule, the more dangerous the room, the more abundant the supplies, because such rooms are rarely entered by wanderers. Sure enough, this room contained a large amount of almond water, and besides almond water, there were many other supplies. On the table, there was a bag of fire salt and a bag of royal rations. In the drawer, I found several dozen uniquely shaped candies. And on the floor, there was something that looked like a watering gun. Excited, I packed these items into my backpack, and took out the half-eaten royal ration from my backpack to replenish my energy. At this moment, except for the watering gun and the candies, all other items were stored in my backpack. The room was still relatively safe, so I decided to study the purpose of the candies and the watering gun. I first picked up a few candies. These candies came in various shapes, some looked like tongues, some like guns, and some resembled bullets. In short, they were all sorts of shapes and sizes. The only candy that looked like a regular one was a flat-shaped candy. Among these dozen or so candies, there were 3 of these flat-shaped candies, and I decided to try one to see its effect. I opened one of the flat candies, put it in my mouth, and chewed. In just a few seconds, the candy melted on my tongue, but what happened next caught me off guard. I found myself floating towards the wall. Yes, floating. After eating the candy, I felt like I had turned into a piece of paper, forcibly stuck to the wall. I could even see the bricks next to me with a sidelong glance, as if I had been flattened into 2 dimensions. If there was a mirror in front of me, I could see myself vividly on the wall like wallpaper. At that moment, fear was the only way to describe my feelings. Was I going to stay on the wall as wallpaper for the rest of my life? I thought sadly, while swearing that if I could get off the wall, I would never eat recklessly again. Fortunately, after a while, I returned to 3 dimensions and fell off the wall. I looked at the wall with lingering fear, and packed up the candies, putting the flat one separately in my pocket. I considered this candy as one of my life-saving cards. Because from the experiment just now, this candy could flatten a person into 2 dimensions and attach them to the surrounding walls for a period of time. So if being chased by a physical entity, eating one of these candies. However, there were only 2 of these candies at the moment, so I had to use them in the most dangerous moments. As for the watering gun, after studying it for a while, I felt it was no different from a regular watering gun. Due to its large size, I left it where it was, without taking it with me. Although I felt a bit regretful, it was unavoidable. After all, the item was too bulky and inconvenient to carry. By now, I had scavenged all the usable supplies in the room, so I lay on the door, carefully listening to the sounds outside the room. After listening for a while, I was sure there was no movement outside, so I gently pushed open the door and walked out. The corridor was quiet at this time, not knowing where the group of smiles had gone, or if they were hiding nearby. Despite having the flat candy, I didn't dare to be careless, and continued to walk cautiously, step by step. After counting the supplies, I carefully left the room. At this moment, I began to consider whether to reunite with M, E, G, or to find a special door to cut out level 3. The former seemed unlikely, while the latter was extremely dangerous. For a moment, I didn't know how to choose. Take it step by step, I sighed, comforting myself in this way. In the backroom, especially in the dangerous level 4 area, staying still was akin to waiting for death. I had to keep moving forward, searching for a way out. As I walked along the corridor, I encountered many rooms, but I dared not enter any, afraid of encountering another smiling room. I also came across many places resembling prison bars. Every time I passed by these bars, I felt as though there were eyes behind them coldly watching me, sending shivers down my spine, prompting me to quicken my pace. Then, I reached a corner of the corridor. From the other side of the corridor, I heard the laughter of children. In such a terrifying environment, children were playing and laughing? I was filled with doubt, my steps hesitated, and I began to slowly step back. I dared not run, fearing that the sound of my footsteps would alert the unknown entity on the other side of the corridor. Just then, 3 white-clad little girls holding hands appeared around the corner. They lowered their heads, their long hair covering their faces. I couldn't see their faces clearly, but what was eerie was that these 3 little girls were singing the nursery rhyme "Find a Friend" together and moving closer to me. Find a friend, find a good friend. The 3 girls sang and danced around me, forming a circle by holding hands and continuously circling me while singing. Being surrounded by 3 eerie little girls singing in the backroom was definitely not a good sign. Suddenly, the 3 little girls stopped singing, stood still, lifted their heads simultaneously, revealing their featureless faces, and slowly asked me, "Big brother, would you like to be our friend?" Holy crap! Seeing those 3 smooth, featureless faces, I was so scared that I cursed directly, then mustered all my strength to break free from the circle of the 3 little girls and ran towards the other end of the corridor without looking back. Behind me, the 3 faceless little girls chuckled and followed me like shadows, repeatedly saying, "Stay and be our friend, stay and be our friend." Fueled by the second-level speed nuclear energy, I ran fast, and gradually, I heard no more sounds behind me. I slowed down, glanced back, and saw the 3 faceless little girls standing in the darkness, silently watching me leave, with another white figure beside them, equally faceless. I shuddered, seeing that they didn't chase after me, and quickly left. After getting away from those faceless entities, I breathed a sigh of relief. Since arriving at level 3 and stopping countless times, drowsiness began to creep in. It suddenly occurred to me that I had been in the backroom for some time and hadn't slept much. On one hand, there was no clear day or night in the backroom, and I had no timekeeping tools, so there was no fixed sleep schedule. On the other hand, since arriving in the backroom, I had been walking on a knife's edge, mentally tense, and rarely felt sleepy. Now, as drowsiness set in, I knew it was due to my high mental and physical exhaustion. In the current situation, sleeping in the corridor was a dead end, so I should find a safe room to ensure I could sleep peacefully. There happened to be a room nearby, so I walked over, knocked on the door, then carefully listened at the door for a while to make sure there was no sound inside. Once I was certain it was quiet, I cautiously pushed the door open and walked in. As I entered, the room was pitch black, unlike last time when pairs of eyes lit up. This time, it was a normal room. It was bare, not even a bed. I locked the door and took out my gun, ready, aiming at the door, then lay down in the center of the room. Exhausted, I fell asleep within seconds on the floor. In my dreams, I faintly heard the door being opened. When I woke up, I found the door indeed open, revealing a dark corridor. I was drenched in cold sweat. I had slept so deeply, unaware of the door opening. I distinctly remembered locking it, so some unknown entity must have passed through the wall to open it. The slight fatigue from waking up vanished, replaced by fear of the unknown. If that thing wanted to kill me, I might have been dead in my sleep. I had planned to meet M, E, G, but now I had no desire, knowing there were entities in level 3 that could easily kill me. Though spared for now, who's to say it wouldn't change its mind and end me? Gripping my gun tightly, I ventured into the corridor, energized from my nap but anxious about the unknown entity. I desperately wanted to leave level 3. After exploring for a while, I found a different door at the end of the corridor. Pressing my ear against it, I heard singing from beyond. This must be the door to the next level. I glanced back at the dark corridor, then opened the door to the unknown. Stepping through, I felt a sudden drop and landed on solid ground. I stood up on a circular grandstand overlooking an ice rink, adorned with colorful lights and playing popular music. It resembled the lobby's ice rink. Shadows of vagrants filled the stands. Seeing others like me, I approached a nearby figure, tapping its shoulder and asking, "Hello, friend, do you know where we are?" The vagrant lifted its head, faceless like the 3 girls from level 3. Surprisingly, this faceless entity showed no hostility. Suddenly, a familiar voice behind me said, "That's an adult faceless spirit, a friendly entity, no need to worry." I turned to see Gio. Seeing Gio in this unknown level filled me with both joy and concern. Joy for his survival and experience, knowing with his guidance, my chances of survival would greatly increase. I was worried that Q was a member of the Blade Ridge Guerrilla team, always heading to where the danger was. Meeting him at level 9 was the best proof of that. Now, encountering Q here, did it mean that this place was exceptionally dangerous too? I quickly took out the Babble lip balm, applied it to my lips, and asked Q, "Which level is this? How come you're here?" Q smiled and said, "Don't worry, this is level 31, very safe. I'm here to carry out a mission." From Q, I learned about the information of this level. Level 31, circular skating rink, grade 1, safe, stable, very few entities. After Q roughly introduced me to level 31, I had a general understanding of this level and also knew about Q's mission. Q was preparing to secretly infiltrate level 40 from level 31 and then go alone to eliminate a terrorist organization called the Jammer Outpost. After introducing his plan to me, Q suddenly looked at me and said, "This time, going to level 40 to eliminate the Jammer Outpost, do you want to come with me? Since you're free now anyway, after this mission is completed, I'll arrange a residence for you in level 1. It was then that I realized that the person in front of me seemed to hold a high position in the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance. In Q's words, he was the captain of the Blade Ridge Guerrilla team in the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance. In my eyes, this position was equivalent to being the third in command of the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance. So, Q wanting to arrange a house for me in level 1 was like a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, I decisively said, "Alright, I'll go with you." After all, I now possessed 2 nuclear energies, and had been to many high-risk levels, so I could probably help Q a bit. According to Q's intelligence, the Jammer outpost we were about to eliminate only had 5 people, with me assisting and Q in charge of assassination. It sounded like taking down this 5-person outpost shouldn't be difficult, I thought. Q was happy when he saw my agreement, but I couldn't quite understand why he was so happy. Compared to wanderers like Q who lived in level 9 all year round, it seemed like my help wouldn't make much of a difference. However, his invitation to fight side by side this time was very solemn. What did he see in me? I wasn't sure, but I knew Q wouldn't harm me. If Q wanted to harm me, he wouldn't have sent people to carry me back to the base in level 9, or pulled me into the bushes to hide when I was being chased by entities. And then, Q suddenly smiled and said, "I see a special quality in you, one that matches the backroom very well. In short, you are very suitable for the backroom. If you join the Swift players, I'm sure they will welcome you even more." Special quality? Matching the backroom well? Swift players? As for the special quality Q mentioned, I had a rough guess in my heart, but I wasn't sure of the specifics for the time being. Q then said to me, "Let's rest here for a bit, then head straight to level 40 for the operation." Q was always decisive, and I responded, "Okay." With that, Q took me to the food street in level 31 to replenish the energy needed for our bodies and adjust our state. Level 31 had 3 main areas: the main area, the arcade area, and the food street. The large skating rink we were in was the main area. In the arcade area, you could reach level 40 through any running game machine. Q and I first went to the food street to replenish the energy our bodies needed and adjust our state. In the food street, there is a small restaurant area with some inexpensive food and a cold drink shop where you can get almond water. The only entity here is a faceless spirit wearing a staff uniform with a blank name tag. The entity is very docile and will provide food and almond water for free if requested. However, if asked about the backroom, it will become agitated and ask you to leave. Gio and I got a bottle of grey almond water and a pizza from the faceless spirit. After eating dry compressed biscuits and jerky for a long time, I finally had some warm food, which made me somewhat emotional. The place theoretically should have a livability level exceeding level 1, but unfortunately, the space is limited, and there is no place to sleep comfortably. The most important point is that it is extremely difficult to access this place. Apart from entering through the hub, the only way to access it is to encounter a special door in the first few levels. However, this door is randomly generated and has a low formation probability, which means that although level 31 is a livable area, there are no bases or outposts. After finishing our food, Gio and I went to the arcade area. The arcade area seemed quite large, but it was not infinite in space. Here, there is a dangerous entity distributed, the hunting dog. However, the hunting dog currently does not pose much of a threat to me. An adult man with a weapon can handle a lone hunting dog. Besides, I had Gio by my side, so I wasn't too worried about my safety. We found a running game machine and reached out to touch it. Immediately, I felt a familiar sensation of falling. When the falling sensation disappeared, I felt the solid ground beneath my feet. I quickly looked around at my surroundings, something I always did when reaching a new level. Level 40, Rock Pizza. Survival difficulty, level 1 safe stable very few entities according to Geo. In this level, the concern is not the entities but the wanderers. When I heard this, I was slightly puzzled, but I quickly understood. The reason for my puzzlement was that since arriving in the backroom, I had been wondering why everyone was so friendly in such a dangerous environment. I had encountered people from M.E.G., the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance, and the Homely Inn, all of whom were very friendly to wanderers. This led me to believe that entities were the only danger in the backroom. Now it seems that many wanderers also need to be cautious. The outpost we were to eliminate, the Disturbance Frequency Emitter Outpost, is a notorious terrorist organization's outpost set up in level 40. They would not hesitate to rob wanderers and, in special circumstances, even kill them. Geo wanted to eliminate this outpost in level 40 because it had secretly killed one of their members not long ago. Although the killing was kept secret, the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance received the information. So, upon learning this news shortly after escaping from level 9, Geo participated in this operation alone and brought along an assistant, me. I looked around, and the many surfaces of this level had quite complex design elements or patterns. For example, there were deep blue neon carpets and concrete walls filled with planets and stars, resembling spaceships and astronauts moving around. There were not only many game machines but also several vending machines, surprisingly offering items for purchase. I wandered around casually and soon encountered Geo. We entered through the same game console, so the distance between us wasn't too far, making it easy to spot each other. After meeting with Geo, he smiled and said, "Want to play a couple of rounds first? There are many arcade games in the front hall, quite interesting. Every time I come here, I have to play a few games for fun." With that, Geo actually walked up to a game console and started playing King of Fighters. I was shocked by this scene, not because Geo was playing a game, but because he was battling someone. I could see clearly that Geo was playing against another player, not the computer. If it's not against the computer, then who was he playing against? That's when I noticed a teenager next to Geo also playing King of Fighters. And his opponent happened to be Geo controlling my Shiranui. The game console here could actually connect for multiplayer. Although I didn't quite understand the principle, I was greatly impressed. Soon, Geo finished a round. I noticed a hint of pride in his expression, while the teenager seemed slightly disgruntled. It was obvious that Geo had won. Seeing my astonishment, Geo laughed heartily and said, "Don't be so surprised. There are many magical things in the backroom. Follow me, and you'll see more." Meanwhile, the teenager noticed us as well. After giving me a curious look, he started another round of the game. Geo patted my shoulder and said, "Let's go, let's prepare. I'll explain our plan in detail." Geo seemed very familiar with the place, casually leading me straight to a resting area, where he sat on the sofa and mysteriously said, "I have a perfect plan, which I had already figured out when I met you." I suddenly had a bad feeling. "What is this plan?" I asked Geo. "Originally, I planned to use you as bait, but now it's not necessary," Geo suddenly said. "Not necessary? Why? Did you change the plan?" I asked in confusion. Geo shrugged and said, "It's not a change of plan. Someone has already taken out the disruptor beacon outpost for us, so we don't need to act again." Pointing in a direction, Geo said, "There, that guy did it." Following Geo's gaze, I saw a young man walking towards us. He noticed me, nodded, and said, "Hello, we met briefly earlier." I haven't had the chance to introduce myself. I'm White Song, a truth adjudicator under the Eye of Argos. I was shocked to see this young man in front of me, the same one who had played against Geo in multiplayer earlier. He had lost to Geo before, looking quite resentful, but now he had single-handedly taken out the disruptor beacon outpost. As White Song approached, I could feel the nuclear energy emanating from him. But why didn't I sense it when we first met? I wanted to ask Geo about it, but now wasn't the time, especially when I saw Geo looking unfriendly towards White Song, seemingly ready to act at any moment. People from the Eye of Argos are really annoying, always shadowing us no matter what we do, Geo said slowly. Then he shrugged again, taunting, "Back in level 9 with a danger rating of 5, where were you guys? Now that we're at Rock Pizza with a danger rating of 1, you show up. What, scared?" White Sang smirked and replied, "During level 9, we had our people following you, you just didn't notice. Is that so? Then why didn't your people show up when we were attacked by the Crushers?" Q asked. White Sang suddenly turned to look at me, then turned to Q and said, "This is a mess you brought upon yourselves. What does it have to do with us? We naturally don't want a court death by getting involved. Then what does it have to do with you this time when we're eliminating the disruptor outpost?" Q asked indifferently. "The disruptor outpost has long been on our list for clearance, it just happened to coincide with you this time, White Sang said. Well, in that case, thank you for the help, but if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Q waved his hand, showing no interest in further conversation with White Sang. I actually came to see you for a reason, White Sang suddenly said seriously. What reason? Q asked. If your research on level 283 continues, the Argosy will take compulsory measures to force you to stop, White Sang said earnestly. Q chuckled and said, I can't make decisions on that matter. If you want to issue an ultimatum, you'd better go find someone from the Mage God Research Institute. Also, Q paused, then continued, if you really want to take compulsory measures to stop it, I welcome it because I don't like that research either. With that, Q turned to me and said, let's go. Then he grabbed my hand and walked away without looking back, leaving White Sang standing there in a daze. He stood there for a long time, then smiled to himself and muttered, actually, wanderers like Q are not suitable for the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance, but rather more suitable for our Argosy. Of course, we didn't hear these words. After walking for a while, I noticed Q was silent, so I asked him, the Argosy that young man mentioned, what kind of organization is it? Upon hearing my question, Q thought for a moment and replied, an organization that detests evil greatly, but it is this very reason that makes them the law enforcement organization of the Backrooms. They judge any wrongdoing, and every Argos truth arbiter is a fanatic. Your relationship with them, the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance, isn't very good? I pondered and asked. Q nodded and said, in their eyes, the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance is of a high degree of wickedness. Our activities are monitored by them, and if necessary, they will intervene to stop some of our actions. I stopped in surprise. In my impression, the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance seemed like a very friendly organization, so why would the Argosy, a righteous organization, define them as highly wicked? Q sensed my confusion, sighed, and said, every organization inevitably tends towards corruption from the moment of its inception. The Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance was indeed a good organization at its founding, but now, it has become severely corrupt. With that, Q fell silent, and I tactfully didn't press further, as this was their internal conflict. At that moment, I asked Q, why didn't I sense any nuclear energy in White Sang when I first saw him? Upon hearing this question, Q smiled, then answered, do you remember what I told you before? When entering a new level, you can change the nuclear energy you wear once. Similarly, you can also remove the nuclear energy you have worn. When all nuclear energies are in the unworn state, the other party cannot perceive the nuclear energy in your body. I nodded, suddenly understanding. Q, who had been frowning, suddenly relaxed and said with a smile, let's go play a game and relax a bit. There aren't many levels in the Backrooms where you can play games, so we should seize this opportunity. As he spoke, he walked towards a gaming console and instructed me, except for a game called Starflare General which is dangerous, all the other games here are safe to play. So, there are dangerous games to play here. I thought to myself silently, then I also found a gaming console to play. Having been in the backroom for so long, I started to miss some of the games in the front hall. For some reason, all the games on the console in front of me were animal-themed. I randomly chose a game called Animal Caretaker to play. But as soon as I opened this game, I heard Joe continue from the other side, oh, I forgot to mention, there's also a game called Animal Caretaker that you shouldn't play. This game isn't dangerous, but it will transport the player to level 81. Upon hearing this, I paused for a moment and asked, that Animal Caretaker you mentioned, is it this game? Joe on the other side also paused, perhaps surprised that I, playing a game for the first time at level 40, could accurately pinpoint this particular game. He quickly said, don't click on that game yet, let me have a look. At that moment, I looked at the screen of the gaming console in front of me, and the game Animal Caretaker had already loaded. With a slight toothache, I said, it's too late, it's already loaded. Before I could finish my sentence, I felt a sudden sensation of falling. Joe had just arrived in front of me when he heard me say it's too late, and then I disappeared from his sight. Joe slapped his head in frustration, muttering to himself, why is this kid so unlucky? First, he ends up in level 9, and now he randomly plays a game and manages to locate Animal Caretaker precisely. Even with such a small probability, he encounters it. If this were in the front hall, I'd drag him to buy lottery tickets every day. After muttering to himself, Joe hesitated as he looked at the gaming console in front of him, contemplating whether to come find me. After much thought, he sighed, forget it, I'll go find this kid. I have a level 3 hierarchical key in hand, so I can return anytime. Saying that, Joe opened the game Animal Caretaker and entered level 81. Level 81, Animal Office Building Survival Difficulty, Level 2 Unsafe Stable Minimal Physical Entities. After the sensation of falling disappeared, I quickly got up to survey the surroundings. I found myself in a place resembling an office. The floor was covered with white carpet, The walls were adorned with light blue wallpaper, and the overhead lights kept flickering. Outside the window, a gust of wind blew, scattering a stack of white papers on the desk into the air. Through the window, I saw a long, winding main road outside the building where I was located, with some other structures in the direction the road extended. I was on the 4th floor of a large office building. As I looked around the room, it was eerily quiet, except for the sound of the wind moments ago. There was no other noise. Standing by the window of this office, I tried to observe the interiors of the surrounding buildings through the window. Some buildings had lights on in the rooms, while others were dark. The rooms with lights on mostly had their curtains drawn, and behind the curtains, it seemed like shadows of creatures moving around. These shadows didn't seem human, they appeared more like animals. After observing for a while, I was astonished to find that the buildings and the office building I was in seemed interconnected, indicating a cluster of office buildings. After a moment, I stepped out of the office I was in, intending to explore outside and see if there was a way out. But what I saw outside the office left me in shock. There was a long corridor here, at the end of which was a room that was mysteriously embedded in the wall, only half exposed. What surprised me even more was that the corridor corresponding to that room did not extend forward but vertically downward. This scene, defying conventional gravity, left me dumbfounded, but also made me more alert. This place was too strange to linger in. I should find a way to cut out as soon as possible, I thought. Walking along another corridor, I arrived at a place resembling a hall. In the hall, there was an elevator. As I approached, I saw that the elevator was in operation. I hesitated for a moment, then stepped in and pressed the button for the first floor. On the other side, Joe also successfully entered level 81, but this time we did not end up in the same place. I was on the 4th floor, and he was on the 5th floor. As the elevator started, I stared at the 4 on the elevator. This 4 corresponded to the 4th floor where I was, and I waited for it to change to 1. However, after waiting for a few seconds, the number 4 remained unchanged, and the elevator did not give any sense of descent. Something felt off. I had clearly pressed the button for the first floor, so why wasn't the elevator moving? I quickly pressed the open door button, but no matter how many times I pressed it, the elevator remained still. I started to panic. Could this elevator be a trap that would trap me inside? But then, my vision suddenly blurred, followed by a familiar sense of descent. This feeling was familiar, it was the feeling of cutting out. Damn! Was the only thought in my mind after realizing I had cut out. On the other side, having just arrived at level 81, Joe naturally had no idea that I had accidentally cut out to another level. After wandering around the office building for a few hours, he still hadn't found any trace of me. For some unknown reason, the quiet office suddenly became lively. Animal sounds echoed from various rooms: cows, pigs, dogs, a variety of animals, almost encompassing all land animals. And on some windows, shadows of many animals appeared. Joe noticed the changes around him, sighed, and said, "The time has come, the true face of this place is revealed. I can't stay here any longer. Linny, take care, you're a lucky guy, and with your abilities, you can easily protect yourself here. We'll meet again someday." With that, Joe took out a key and placed it in his palm, and at that moment, the key began to vibrate slightly. On my side, I had no idea that Joe was coming to find me, nor did I have time to think about whether he would come. Because in the level I was in now, it was pitch black, and no lighting fixtures were working. I could only grope forward in the darkness. Here, I had to rely on my senses to explore. In the darkness, I suddenly tripped over something unknown. I fumbled to get up, not even knowing what had tripped me. I couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. In this level, I finally experienced the feeling of blindness. Being deprived of sight was extremely painful. If possible, I didn't want to stay in this level for even a second longer. I continued to grope around and finally got a rough idea of the environment I was in. Based on the feedback from my sense of touch, there was a coffee table, a sofa, and some cabinets beside me. This should be a living room. I continued to grope forward in the darkness, filled with anxiety. In this situation of sight deprivation, I couldn't see the surroundings clearly. If I encountered a physical entity, I might be torn apart without even knowing what it looked like. I anxiously searched for a place to cut through as quickly as possible, but the more anxious I became, the easier it was to stumble in the darkness. It felt like a vicious cycle. Every time I fell, the anxiety in my heart multiplied. And as the anxiety grew, my heart raced even more, making it easier to trip over. After falling several times in a row, I almost felt like giving up. It was then that I suddenly realized something was off about my state. In the room of smiles before, I faced so many grins without such anxiety, but now, in a temporarily safe situation, I was surprisingly anxious, which was unusual. Although the darkness brought a strong sense of the unknown, causing some anxiety, it shouldn't have made me lose control like this. I realized that this level was amplifying my inner anxiety. In the backroom, certain levels often used various environments to amplify your negative emotions, leading you to collapse in continuous fear and anxiety. Thinking about this, I took a deep breath, stood still, and calmed my emotions. Indeed, after understanding this, my inner anxiety decreased significantly. Just as I was about to continue feeling my way forward, I suddenly heard an unusual sound. On the wall beside me, there was a sound like something crawling. It sounded like a centipede, mutated and amplified countless times, climbing the wall. The image flashed in my mind, and I was covered in goosebumps, standing frozen in place. In this pitch-black environment, I wasn't foolish enough to want to fight an invisible entity or even strike first. My body froze in place, but the crawling sound drew closer, and I knew I couldn't just sit and wait for doom. The unknown entity in the darkness must have noticed me. I quickly took out a flat candy from my pocket and ate it. This candy could temporarily flatten me into 2 dimensions and attach me to the surrounding wall for a while. This was the only way to evade the monster at this moment. After eating the candy, I could feel the entity suddenly accelerating. Luckily, when the crawling sound was just a few inches away, I successfully flattened into 2 dimensions. I felt myself floating and then uncontrollably crashing into the wall, as if I were being stuck to it. Fortunately, my hearing was still intact. I could hear the crawling sound intensifying around me, like a centipede frantically circling after losing its prey. I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the entity hadn't discovered me running to the wall. Minutes later, I felt the footsteps of the entity gradually fading away. I was temporarily safe. After a while, I cut out from the wall and landed on solid ground. In the darkness, as the entity departed, silence enveloped the surroundings. I leaned against the wall, fumbling around aimlessly. Logically, as a living room, there should be a light switch on the wall. I wasn't sure if the lights here still worked, but I had to try to find out. I couldn't bear the dark environment any longer. After fumbling on the wall for a while, I actually found a switch. With hope, I pressed the switch, and with a click, the living room lit up as expected. I breathed a sigh of relief and began to survey the surroundings. As I suspected, it was indeed a living room. There were some rooms around, but the doors were tightly shut. Of course, what caught my attention the most was the dark corridor opposite. Despite the bright lights in the living room, the darkness in the corridor seemed to absorb the light, making it impossible to see anything clearly. At that moment, I found a booklet on the table in the living room with the letters M, E, G, engraved on it. There were clues left by M, E, G, here too. Excited, I quickly opened it and started reading. After a while, I finally understood the level I was in. Level 64, The Lurking Darkness. Survival difficulty, Level 3 Unsafe Unstable Few Entities. Level 64 is an infinitely large house where the lighting system is dysfunctional, as if the light emitted here is absorbed by the darkness. There are many rooms, halls, and stairs here. Strangely, when you navigate by feeling without seeing the surroundings, the structure of the house seems to change, but when you turn on the lights, the structure returns to normal. In some rooms or halls, there are scattered light sources, but only a few can be activated. However, in special circumstances, M, E, G, advises against activating these light sources voluntarily as it may attract entities called lurkers. They are humanoid entities with worm-like bodies, estimated to be 6 feet tall. Lurkers can climb any surface with their numerous legs, 5 on each side. Hostile to wanderers, they will attack within sight range. These entities are deaf but extremely sensitive to light. If you spot lurkers nearby, immediately turn off all light sources, move quickly, and get out of their sight. This was the advice given by M, E, G, at the end of the information. Seeing this, I decisively turned off the lights in the living room. Although I disliked being in pitch-black darkness, I feared the worm-like lurkers with 10 legs even more. Fortunately, the light sources here did not attract any lurkers. I adjusted my backpack and leaned against the wall to enter the corridor. As I proceeded along the corridor, suddenly I stepped into empty space and fell into an open area. It wasn't a cutout but a real fall. Just a moment ago, I could feel the wall in front of me, but the next second, the floor beneath my feet disappeared. Luckily, I didn't fall from a great height and escaped without injury. Brushing off the dust, I got up, feeling a bit sore but otherwise fine. The room was unusually empty, with no clutter or furniture, yet the floor was covered in dust. Walking cautiously, I unexpectedly bumped into something resembling a chandelier. After careful exploration, I confirmed it was indeed a chandelier. Why would a chandelier appear on the floor? I wondered, but soon an idea popped into my head. Could this hall be upside down, and I'm standing on the ceiling? I continued to feel around the surrounding floor and indeed found a row of small lights embedded in the ground. I was really standing on the ceiling here. In other words, this hall was in an upside-down state, explaining why I fell on the ceiling the moment I entered. This inverted room was too eerie for me to linger, so I quickly felt my way out. Along the wall, I finally found a bedroom. I immediately opened the door and stepped inside, only to fall to the ground. Feeling around, I finally touched a table and a chair. This room wasn't upside down, it was a normal room. I breathed a sigh of relief. But just as I relaxed, a clock started ticking around me, the eerie sound enveloping me as if I were surrounded by clocks ticking tightly. I carefully listened to the direction from which the tick-tock sound was coming, but it seemed to be coming from all directions. Above, to the left, to the right, behind. In the darkness, drip-drop clock sounds echoed from every direction of my body, sending shivers down my spine. With the continuous tick-tock sounds, I felt like something was rapidly approaching in the darkness. Vaguely, I seemed to see a dark shadow flash before my eyes. I wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but I knew there was a big creature lurking around me. In the darkness, I distinctly felt like something was staring at my back, and my intuition told me that the next moment, that thing would pounce on me. Without much thought, I immediately pulled out a flashlight from my backpack, swiftly turned it on, and threw it towards the direction leading to the bedroom, which was actually the opposite of where the living room was. The open flashlight drew a graceful arc in the darkness I couldn't see, landing in the reversed living room. At the moment I threw the flashlight, the monster behind me seemed to sense something, swiftly lunging towards the flashlight and falling into the reversed living room. With a lingering fear in my heart, as the shadow behind me disappeared, I quickly made my way to the door of the living room and closed it with a click. Sitting on the floor after closing the door, I calmed down the adrenaline rush that had spiked moments ago. Throwing the flashlight just now was a moment of inspiration in a crisis. The black shadow lurking behind me was evidently an ambush predator. It had a crucial trait of being extremely sensitive to light. Although the darkness in level 64 could absorb external light sources, I took a gamble that the monster could sense the light source on the flashlight. And I was right. Despite the light on the flashlight being continuously absorbed by the surrounding darkness, the ambusher still sensed the presence of light and lunged towards it. Seizing the opportunity, I locked it outside. Now that I was out of its sight, I was temporarily safe. However, the only way out of this room filled with ticking clocks was through the reversed living room, where that ambusher was. This meant I was trapped in the living room. Unless the ambusher voluntarily left the reversed living room, I could not leave this room. I sighed in the darkness, preparing to get some rest and regain my strength. After waking up from a nap, I decided to leave the room. If the ambusher hadn't left by then, I would have to confront it in the darkness. After searching around the room, I discovered that the walls were covered with clocks, with a huge grandfather clock placed in the center. No wonder there were so many ticking sounds here, the whole room was filled with clocks. I shook my head and found a place to lie down casually. Having been in the backroom for so long, my mind had been sharpened, and amidst the continuous ticking of the clocks, I quickly fell asleep. I didn't know how long I had slept, but I finally woke up refreshed. Having just had a nap, all fatigue had vanished from my body. I moved around, wielding a dagger in the darkness. Unable to see the position of the ambusher, firearms were clearly of little use, so I had to engage in close combat with the creature. Just as I prepared to push the door and confront the monster, a bizarre scene unfolded in the room. Suddenly, a bright light emerged from nowhere in the room, flooding the entire bedroom in an instant. I was momentarily blinded by this sudden burst of light. As I gradually adjusted to the brightness, I was astonished to see the familiar setup around me, just as I had suspected. The walls were covered with clocks, and in the center of the room stood a huge ancient grandfather clock. But what caught my attention was a black ventilation duct that had appeared in the room. On the duct, a white chalk arrow pointed downward, as if urging me to climb in. I couldn't help but feel surprised. Was I really that lucky? Just as I was about to go out and fight the lurking enemy to the death, now I was presented with an exit? It felt like a trick. That was my first thought. But then I remembered something from the M.E.G. data mentioning a way to cut to level 64. Finding a brightly lit room could quickly lead to an exit, usually bringing you back to level 0. With this in mind, I didn't hesitate. I bent down and crawled into the ventilation duct. After a moment of descent, I emerged into a new level. I slowly opened my eyes and surveyed my surroundings. It was a new level. Everything around me was shrouded in crimson, and on the floor lay a piece of paper and a revolver. The paper had bold crimson letters that caught my eye: Level 0 Secret Room, Red Chamber Environment, Dead Zone. I stood there, staring at the crimson words, Dead Zone. Silently, I picked up the paper and read the contents. Level 0 Secret Room Environment, Dead Zone. Survival Difficulty, Level 5 Escape, No Way Out. Exit. Anyone who has entered the Red Chamber is considered to have no way out. I looked around silently. This place bore a striking resemblance to level 0, but there were key differences that set them apart. From the red wallpaper to the dim room lights, everything was enveloped in crimson. I took a few steps, feeling the rough, sticky carpet beneath my feet, as red as if soaked in blood. The dim yellow light above cast a buzzing glow on the crimson surroundings. I held onto the paper with information about the red chamber. It seemed to be left behind by a wanderer who had mistakenly ended up here, and the fate of that wanderer was unknown. On the back of the paper, there was a passage written in blood. An hour ago, I walked into this place from level 0. The yellow wallpaper here seemed to be peeled off, revealing its bright red underlayer without a doubt. It was as if all disguises had been stripped away. I scanned the surroundings, trying to find a way back to the safe zone. There was a faint smell of blood on the carpet, sticking to my nose. Staying here made me uneasy, and that unease seeped into my thoughts, slowing my steps. After a few turns, I felt like I had entered a dead end. I turned back, only to find another dead end. The place was riddled with holes leading to more rooms. As I wandered, these holes were a common sight, with cracks on the carpet and worn-out lights setting the tone. I could imagine the people before me trying to cut through or find a passage. I felt sorry for them, but a sense of despair began to well up in me. I noticed that at some point, numbers started appearing on the walls, 59:56. It seemed like a countdown. Without a doubt, I knew what that meant. It meant I was going to die. In despair, I clumsily climbed over one of the narrow, dilapidated walls, scraping my leg against the wooden structure. I continued through a new set of rooms, one after another, searching for an exit. But I had been here before. As I roamed through this entirely new area, looking for signs of a different path, my worst fear was confirmed. But it was all in vain. Every room was exactly the same as the first one I had entered. In the chamber of origin, a cornered corridor, rooms numbered, corridors doubled, a chamber of emptiness. I know there's a path here that leads from one wound to another orifice. Once again, I try to rise in the silent room, longing to escape this endless loop. But, in the chamber of origin, a cornered corridor, rooms numbered, corridors doubled, a chamber of emptiness. In the chamber of origin, a cornered corridor, rooms numbered, corridors doubled, a chamber of emptiness. In the chamber of origin, a cornered corridor, rooms numbered, corridors doubled, a chamber of emptiness. I cannot escape. I look at the revolver in my hand, emitting a pungent tobacco smell. It's my only hope. I slowly spin the revolver until 2 words appear on the barrel: to hometown. Seeing it, I slump against the wall, collapsing to the ground. My fate is sealed. With that, the blood-written letter ends. I look at the revolver in my hand, now knowing what it is. G once mentioned this revolver to me. C63, the Russian roulette of the back chamber. It operates like Russian roulette, but it automatically loads 1 to 6 bullets into the 6 chambers. After loading the bullets, a line of inscription appears on the right side of the barrel, related to the loaded bullets. To hell, 1 shot. To world, 2 shots. To Goodland, 3 shots. To home, 4 shots. To heaven, 5 shots. To hometown, 6 shots. After loading the bullets in the back chamber, the person holding the revolver points it at a lethal spot and pulls the trigger. If the person survives, they move up a random level, otherwise, they leave behind a body, entering a grave. The difficulty of moving up a level depends on the loaded bullets. The more bullets, the lower the difficulty. The wanderer who left the revolver unfortunately landed on the road to hometown, meaning the revolver would be loaded with 6 bullets, a certain death. I look at the back chamber revolver in my hand and ultimately tuck it into my backpack, not gambling on the slim chance of escape. At this moment, I still hold a glimmer of hope for the red chamber. Maybe I can escape? I step on the crimson carpet, searching for a way out. Just like the letter writer who left behind the note, there is no difference in any direction I take. They all lead to a dead end. As I anxiously explore the surroundings, a series of numbers appear on the wall. 59 hours and 56 minutes. I know this is the countdown of my life. Perhaps in 59 minutes, death will come for me. I see a narrow hole in the wall. A glimmer of hope arises in my heart. Maybe this is the way to escape? I struggle to crawl through it, but when I emerge, the scenery is no different from when I first entered the red chamber. I wander here, hoping it will be different from the room I initially arrived in. But it's exactly the same. The same bedroom, the same corners, the same numbers. In the chamber of origin, a cornered corridor, rooms numbered, corridors doubled, a chamber of emptiness. So, it means I'm just spinning in place. I bitterly smile. I keep climbing the walls, crawling through one hole after another, but the environment remains the same, the ever-changing numbers. Finally, I stop trying to find a way out, resignedly sitting on the ground. There's no way out here, only an endless loop of death. If the exit were easy to find, it wouldn't be called a dead zone. I silently watched the numbers on the wall. 158. Am I going to die in a minute? Or is it the countdown to leaving? I shook my head, abandoning the childish idea because it was simply impossible. Silently, I took out the chamber roulette from my backpack. Following the operation of the Russian roulette, I completed the operation of the chamber roulette. The chamber roulette emitted a strong tobacco smell, stimulating my sense of smell, making my mind slightly clearer at the moment. Whenever I mistakenly enter the chamber, my luck has always been good. I hope this time is no exception. Thinking this, I watched as an inscription slowly appeared on the right side of the gun barrel, to home. This meant that there were 4 bullets in the chamber, a 3 out of 4 chance that I would die. As long as it's not 100% probability, there is hope. I slowly pressed the chamber roulette against my temple. At this moment, there were only 5 seconds left on the countdown on the wall. 5, 4, 3. In the last second of the countdown, I slowly pulled the trigger. Bang! The loud gunshot echoed in the empty room, and I was unharmed. And at the moment the countdown reached 0, I cut through. When I opened my eyes again, I was facing a magnificent city. Looking around, countless skyscrapers rose up, casting shadows over me. Looking up at the sky, there were buildings floating in the air, as if to obscure the sky. I survived the dead zone. As for why the protagonist didn't die, it will be mentioned later, so this is not a bug. If it weren't for the skyscrapers floating in the sky, I would almost doubt that I had returned to the real world. There were buildings, shops, streets, cars. Everything was almost the same as the lobby. But the towering buildings defying physics above my head reminded me that I was still in the chamber. Through the several buildings floating in the air, I saw the azure sky. I walked through this city for tens of minutes, so far without encountering any entities or dangers. On the contrary, the air here was humid and warm, making it very pleasant and suitable for living. Having just escaped the dead zone, the exhaustion in my body vanished at this moment. I wanted to find some wanderers to ask which level this place was, but after walking through several streets, all I saw was desolation, like a dead city. Suddenly, I saw a yellow car driving on the street. The car parked by the roadside, slowly driving towards me. I waved at the car, hoping the driver would see me. However, as the car passed by me, it seemed as if it hadn't noticed me at all, without any pause. I had crawled through multiple levels in the chamber, and suddenly I sensed something wrong. I glanced through the car window and was horrified to find that the driver's seat was empty. This car turned out to be a driverless ghost car. I was shocked and quickly backed away from the car. Fortunately, the ghost car still ignored me, continuing to drive along the edge of the road as if nothing had happened. I breathed a sigh of relief, as my small frame wouldn't stand a chance if this thing suddenly accelerated towards me. Watching the ghost car disappear into the distance, I finally realized that this level was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. Perhaps beneath this calm exterior, there were turbulent undercurrents. I shook off the joy of just escaping the dead zone, mustered all my energy, and prepared to face this unfamiliar level. In the city, I kept entering one shop or restaurant after another, hoping to find some useful supplies, but these shops seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. I searched through several supermarkets but only found a few bottles of almond water and some food. These were common foods in some foyers, providing nothing more than a meager sustenance. However, my eyes lit up when I unexpectedly spotted a cutlery shop. The weapons in the backroom of the cutlery shop were quite something. After smashing through the glass of several abandoned supermarkets and restaurants, I was already familiar with the routine. I casually picked up a sturdy object and easily smashed open the door of the weapon shop. However, what I saw inside left me greatly disappointed. Some knife racks were haphazardly strewn on the floor, as if someone had ransacked the place roughly. Strangely, although the cutlery shop seemed to have been looted, there was no sign of forced entry on the outside. Could the building repair itself automatically? I pondered. At present, this was the only explanation that could account for why the cutlery shop had been emptied but showed no signs of a violent break-in. As I contemplated, I noticed a shining object in a corner of the cutlery shop. My heart leaped with joy. Could it be nuclear energy again? I hurried over to inspect, only to find out it wasn't nuclear energy. Yet, in my eyes, this item was even more precious than nuclear energy. It was a cell phone. Upon powering it on, I discovered that the phone still had half its battery life. However, to my disappointment, while the phone had a network connection, it lacked any communication features. The phone only had one app installed, named M.E.G. Opening the app and seeing M.E.G.'s iconic logo, a soaring eagle, I couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that M.E.G.'s presence was everywhere in this backroom. Upon opening the software, I was astonished to find that it was a database of information on various levels of the backroom provided by M.E.G. This database was publicly accessible, allowing anyone with a network-connected phone to view information on different levels of the backroom related to M, E, G. From level 0 all the way to level 999, detailed information was recorded for each level. Overjoyed, I quickly searched for information about the level I was currently in. The level I was in was located on the 12th floor of the backroom, level 11, the Infinite City. Due to its distinctiveness compared to other levels, I casually browsed through a few levels and matched the level I was in with level 11. Level 11, the Infinite City Survival Difficulty Level, 0 Safe Stable Very Few Entities according to M, E, G, S information. Level 11 was an infinitely large city filled with buildings, shops, and skyscrapers. This level included city structures that could be found in the foyer, with the interiors of these buildings having random structures and furnishings. Some buildings were completely empty inside, while others were exceptionally well decorated. Certain buildings could be entered, while others could not. The most astonishing aspect here was the buildings that seemed to be floating in mid-air. Gravity appeared not to apply to these structures. As per records, some buildings seemed to be strangely placed on top of others, floating and interlocking with each other. However, this was entirely impossible in physics. It's worth noting that this level had no day-night cycle and remained perpetually in daylight. The car I had seen earlier that moved on its own was a type of entity called a car beast, which was relatively docile and could even be tamed to serve as a means of transportation. I carefully read through M, E, G, S information about level 11. I found that the danger here is not physical but rather in the cutting. Here, you could casually enter a place that might lead you to a danger level 5 area, even a dead zone. Of course, it's also possible to cut into some habitable zones. I carefully put away my phone since it contained a lot of valuable information, especially for someone like me, a newbie. After securing my phone in my backpack, I left the cutlery shop to search for some wanderers' bases. An important feature of level 11 is that it's not only easy to cut out from but also extremely easy to cut into. This results in this level being a gathering place for many wanderers and a hub for trading. There are many open trading posts here, and I decided to first look for an organization called the Drone Surveillance Team. The reason I chose to find this drone surveillance team first is because this organization is easily recognizable and relatively easy to locate. Since this team often releases drones to patrol deserted streets, if you spot one of these drones, you can contact a member of the organization through it. But as the saying goes, if you try to force it, it won't happen. If you let it be, it will flourish. I originally wanted to find the residential area of level 11 through the drone surveillance team. However, to my surprise, I didn't find the drone surveillance team but stumbled upon the residential area by accident. The estimated population of level 11's residential area is around 12,000 people, gathered together in a large community. I discovered this residential area after passing by a park. Compared to other places, this area seemed more normal, without those physics-defying floating skyscrapers. I noticed this residential area because I saw a group of wanderers walking together along the road. After inquiring, I learned that they were coming from the residential area to scavenge for supplies on the periphery of level 11. This periphery refers to the area surrounding the residential district. Of course, for an infinite city like level 11, this area is also infinitely vast. After learning the location of the residential area from them, I hurried over. I was quite curious about the appearance of such a gathering place with over 10,000 wanderers. With a population of this size, it seemed like a small city. Upon arriving at the residential area, I was struck not by the buildings but by the way of life of the wanderers here. It was almost like the real world, with bustling crowds, vendors calling out their wares, and even cars driving by. In some places, you could even see the existence of neighborhoods. This scene was like a paradise compared to the backrooms. I was still curious about what I saw. According to M, E, G, data, level 11 is extremely easy to cut out from, so how do they manage to live there peacefully? Another point is that although the supplies in the backrooms refresh regularly, with so many people here, the rate of supply refreshment is far less than what they consume. How do they manage to live here long term? With these questions in mind, I walked onto the street. Suddenly, a male wanderer ran up to me, rubbing his hands and smiling, asking, "Sir, it looks like you're new to the residential area of level 11, right? Do you need me to show you around or help you get familiar with the place?" Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. So, there are guides here, but they surely charge for their services. It's no wonder that in the level 11 residential area, with such a huge population base, it naturally gives rise to various industries. I later learned that there are such guides in almost every level of residential area. They rely on introducing newcomers to the level's information in exchange for a certain reward for their own survival. And indeed, when I first arrived at the level 11 settlement, I really needed someone to show me around. I nodded to indicate my agreement. The guide rubbed his hands happily and said, "Sir, you can call me Guide Wang. Here, the introduction fee is 2 bottles of almond water, and the guiding fee is 3 bottles, any color you like. Do you need both?" I replied, "Let's combine guiding and introducing. Take me to the exchange here first." "Alright," Guide Wang nodded happily and then said, "Sir, what would you like to ask?" "I will tell you everything." So I asked the questions that had just crossed my mind. After listening, Guide Wang replied, "Sir, you may not know that there are few physical entities in level 11, and the climate is mild and humid, suitable for growing some crops and raising some livestock. These things are all introduced from some other special levels, and it is the appearance of these things that allows the residents of level 11 to be self-sufficient and gradually develop to the scale it is today. Furthermore, sir, look here." Guide Wang pointed out several buildings with the word warning hanging on them, saying, "These places are some levels that previous explorers have discovered. As long as we avoid living near these buildings, we can live here stably for a long time." I nodded in understanding. At this point, Guide Wang said, "Sir, we have arrived. This is the largest trading place in this residential area. Here, you can trade for almost any special items from the Backrooms, and with the surveillance of the Eye of Argos here, almost no one can default on a deal. You can trade here with peace of mind." I was intrigued by this information. Not only could I exchange for any items from the Backrooms here, but it was also safe. I had some special items from the Backrooms in my pocket. Maybe I could exchange them for something good here. I surveyed the huge trading post, located within a massive shopping mall, with fully armed guards patrolling outside, and the interior scene was not visible from the outside. After a moment of thought, I walked in, contemplating what to trade. Guide Wang followed behind me. He smiled and said, "Sir, if you have no more questions and don't need me to guide you anymore, about the almond water." I understood his hint and took out 5 bottles of almond water from my bag, handing them to Guide Wang. He accepted them gratefully, bowing and saying, "Thank you, sir. I wish you a pleasant time in level 11. Then he took the 5 bottles of almond water I gave him and went to a nearby shop, inexplicably exchanging them for a pile of candies. I watched from a distance, feeling that these candies were remarkably similar to the ones I had found in level 3 before. But those couldn't be the same candies I found earlier because the ones I found belonged to more practical special items from the Backrooms. If those were indeed the same candies, relying on the 5 bottles of almond water in Guide Wang's hands, he couldn't have exchanged them for the dozens of candies he was holding. For some reason, seeing Guide Wang accept the almond water without hesitation and exchange it for those candies made me feel slightly strange, but I couldn't pinpoint where that strangeness came from. I shook my head, choosing not to dwell on it, as my attention was now drawn to a sign inlaid with gold edges and engraved with the words "Gambling Stones." Are there gambling stones in the Backrooms too? I pondered in confusion. Even if the finest jade and stones were unearthed in the backroom, there were no tools for polishing, not even buyers. After all, everyone in the backroom was too preoccupied with their lives to care. Who would spend a large sum of money to buy a jade stone with no special purpose? But this gambling stone could thrive here, with a sign adorned with a golden border, exuding exceptional luxury, indicating its uniqueness. Curious, I entered the trading place of this gambling stone. The trading place was located underground. Upon entering, the surroundings were unusually bright, yet there were no lights at all. The source of illumination came not from any lighting fixture but from the neatly arranged nuclear energy. The so-called gambling stone here turned out to be nuclear energy. Glancing around, in such a small underground trading post, there were hundreds of nuclear energies densely arranged. How do you gamble with nuclear energy? Weren't they afraid of someone stealing the nuclear energy here? Where did they get so much nuclear energy from? Looking at this scene before me, my curiosity was deeply piqued. I gazed in curiosity and bewilderment at this stunning sight before me. Rows of nuclear energy were neatly arranged, emitting a bright white light that made me slightly dizzy. At that moment, a person emerged from behind the counter. This person was completely wrapped in a black robe, their face hidden in the shadow of the hood, making it impossible to discern their gender. In a hoarse voice, they asked me, "Are you here to gamble, guest?" "Gamble?" I asked in confusion. "It seems the guest is new to stone gambling. Allow me to introduce this type of transaction to you," the person in black robes said. Getting straight to the point, in that hoarse voice, they began to explain stone gambling to me. As is well known, when jade is mined in the front hall, it is often covered in weathered skin, making it impossible to determine its quality until it is cut open. In the front hall's gambling arena, one often sees people becoming overnight millionaires, but of course, there are also those who lose everything. In the backroom stone gambling, the situation is similar, with the main difference being nuclear energy replacing jade. I see that the guest carries nuclear energy, so you must be aware that the function level of nuclear energy can only be known at the moment of ingestion, hence we sell nuclear energy at a uniform price in the backroom stone gambling arena. Generally speaking, the price of a level 3 nuclear energy is 7,000 bottles of almond water, and all the nuclear energy we sell is priced based on level 3 nuclear energy. Of course, among these nuclear energies, there are ordinary level 1 and 2 nuclear energies, high-level level 3 and 4 nuclear energies, and even legendary level 5 and 6 nuclear energies. What kind of nuclear energy can be obtained depends entirely on the guest's luck. Perhaps with good luck, a guest could obtain a level 6 nuclear energy at the price of a level 3. You see, a level 6 nuclear energy is priceless. Listening to this, I nodded, gaining a rough understanding of this so-called gambling stone. This thing had similarities to the stone gambling in the front hall but also had its differences. The only difference was that if one were lucky enough to obtain high-level nuclear energy here, it couldn't be converted into money. However, it could effectively enhance one's own strength, which was paramount in the backroom. Thinking about this, a slight heat rose in my heart. I had truly felt the boost that nuclear energy brought to the body, and now with so much nuclear energy before me, what if I obtained high-level nuclear energy? With this in mind, I asked the person in front of me, the one in the black robe who was in charge here, if almond water is not enough, can other items be traded? Of course, the black-robed person nodded. If the items provided by the guest exceed the price of the nuclear energy, we will provide an equivalent amount of almond water based on the excess. I nodded and pulled out a gun and a piece of royal rations from my bag. The gun was given to me by M.E.G. when they sent me to level 3 earlier. Since this gun was the same as the one G gave me, I had kept it in my backpack without using it. I asked the cloaked figure about the prices of these two items. The cloaked figure looked at the two items in my hand and said without hesitation, a brand new Makarov pistol, worth 3,000 almond waters, royal rations, considered generally rare, but due to its unique taste leading to high demand, its price is equivalent to a moderately rare item, 500 almond waters. The total for both items is 3,500 almond waters, and you are still short of 3,500 bottles of almond water. 3,500 bottles of almond water. I pondered for a moment and took out the peculiar-shaped candies I found in level 3 from my pocket. What about these? I asked. Seeing the candies, the cloaked figure was slightly surprised. He picked up one candy from my hand, examined it, and said, special candy, considered moderately rare, 50 bottles of almond water for one. I was slightly taken aback. Why was this candy considered moderately rare when its price was so low? The cloaked figure noticed my confusion and explained, although these special candies are rare, they have significant defects in functionality, so their price is much lower compared to other items. Of course, if you have flat special candies, each one is worth 1,000 bottles of almond water because they are considered highly rare. Upon hearing this, I suddenly understood that the value of these items depended not only on their rarity but also on their practicality. Flat candies, undoubtedly, were life-saving in critical moments, so their price naturally exceeded that of ordinary items. I had one flat candy on me, but it was my trump card for survival and was definitely not something I could exchange. After calculating, I realized that the unused items in my possession were not enough to exchange for a nuclear core. I sighed. It seemed like I wouldn't be able to gamble today and would have to wait until I had enough almond water next time. As I turned to leave the stone gambling exchange, a voice suddenly came from the entrance, causing me to stop in my tracks, feeling both surprised and delighted. Lin-E? What are you doing here? G's voice came from behind me. I turned around and indeed, it was G. After G and I got separated in level 31, I never expected to meet again in level 11. In the backroom, G was the one I had spent the most time with, and he had provided me with a lot of help. If it weren't for G's assistance in level 9 and the scarab he gave me, I might have died long ago. In my heart, G had become a trustworthy companion. Reuniting with G at this moment naturally filled me with joy. I quickly walked up to G and gave him a hug. G smiled and patted my shoulder, saying, "You, this guy, have really bad luck. Just randomly messing with a machine can cut out." I smiled helplessly. Among the tens of thousands of wanderers in the backroom, it was probably hard to find someone like me who had cut through more than a dozen levels shortly after arriving, including a dead zone. In that sense, my luck was indeed quite bad. I applied some lip balm and then asked G, "Are you here to buy nuclear cores too?" G replied, "Of course. This time I came back to level 11 mainly to recruit new members for the Blade Ridge Guerrilla team and to purchase some nuclear cores for the new members." As expected of the captain of the Blade Ridge Guerrilla team, full of spirit, I gave G a thumbs up. As soon as I arrived, I was amazed by Joe's wealth for preparing such an expensive item as nuclear energy for the new team members. Joe chuckled and asked me, "Are you also considering buying a piece of nuclear energy?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, I nodded and replied, "I did have that thought, but I don't have enough money." Hearing my words, Joe laughed heartily and said, "It's nothing, just 7,000 bottles of almond water. I'll give you one, pick whichever you like." I was slightly touched, unsure why Joe was being so kind to me, but I knew I couldn't just keep taking from him. After all, Joe had already helped me a lot, and I hadn't given back much. After a moment of contemplation, I said, "Joe, thank you for your kindness. Consider this a favor owed, and if I ever get a new piece of nuclear energy, I will definitely repay you." Upon hearing my response, Joe waved his hand, smiling, "Why make it so formal? I'm giving you the nuclear energy because I see potential in you. I believe there will come a day when I need your help, and I hope you won't refuse when that day arrives." I nodded and replied, "If that day comes, I will surely assist you." Joe smiled again and said, "Let's pick the nuclear energy first, then we can catch up at my place." I gazed at the rows of nuclear energy in front of me, feeling a bit overwhelmed. If I chose a grade 3 or higher nuclear energy, I would profit, but if I ended up with a grade 3 or lower, I would be at a significant loss. After much hesitation, I finally selected a piece of nuclear energy at the far left of the first counter. Once I had made my choice, Joe casually picked 3 pieces of nuclear energy behind me. However, as Joe selected these 3 pieces, I noticed a hint of sadness in his expression for some unknown reason. After Joe finished choosing, the figure in the black robe stood before us, bowed slightly, and said, "You both need to pay in almond water." I looked at Joe, curious about what he would use as payment since carrying 28,000 bottles of almond water was impractical. The only solution was to offer equivalent goods. At that moment, I saw Joe take out a stack of small green circular discs from his bag. These discs were about the size of 2 coins and appeared to be made of plastic. Joe spread these discs on the counter, counted them, took some away, and left 14 neatly arranged green discs on the counter. The figure in the black robe looked at the 14 green discs on the counter, chuckled in his hoarse voice, and said, 14 green chips, equivalent to 28,000 bottles of almond water. The deal is done, 2 guests. Joe nodded, then led me out of the underground gambling stone arena. I didn't immediately swallow the nuclear energy I had just bought. Instead, I turned to Joe and asked, "What were those circular discs you used for payment earlier?" Joe looked at me and explained, "They are called chips, issued by the level 5-1 casino. Due to the inconvenience of carrying almond water due to its volume, it gradually became a unit of measurement or used for smaller transactions. Currently, in the backroom, large items are traded using chips. A red chip is worth 100 bottles of almond water, a blue chip is worth 500 bottles, a yellow chip equals 1,000 bottles, and a green chip is equivalent to 2,000 bottles. As Joe and I discussed the chips, we unknowingly arrived in front of a 2-story villa. Joe said, "Here we are, my house in level 11. I looked surprised at the villa in front of me, then back at Joe beside me. This guy is really rich and powerful. While most wanderers are still wandering around without a fixed place in the backroom, he's already living in a villa. Seeing my surprised expression, Joe smiled slightly and said, "Envious? Paid with my life." "Ha," I quickly said, "not envious at all." Then, Joe took out a card, swiped it against a sensor, and the iron gate in front of the villa opened automatically. Joe led me to a small garden behind the villa, which also had a small swimming pool with 2 lounge chairs next to it. Joe walked to one of the chairs, leaned back, placed his hands behind his head, stretched out his legs, and then gestured for me to sit down too. With his legs stretched out, he said contentedly, "Every time I come back from a mission, I have to sit here and relax for a while. After all, constantly teetering on the edge of life and death creates too much mental pressure. If I don't relieve it from time to time, I'm afraid I'll go crazy soon." I nodded in understanding. At this moment, Joe asked me, "How did you manage to reach level 11? Don't tell me you also have a level 11 access key." I shook my head, then took out the revolver, the backroom roulette, and said, "I used the backroom roulette, and it brought me here." For some reason, after using it once, the strong tobacco smell on the backroom roulette had dissipated, and now it looked just like a normal revolver. Based on this, I speculated that the backroom roulette might be disposable, and to determine if it had been used, one had to smell if it still had a tobacco scent. If it did, then it hadn't been used, otherwise, it had. Joe was extremely surprised when I took out the backroom roulette. He withdrew his hand from behind his head, looking somewhat shocked, and asked me, "You just went to level 81, how did you end up using the backroom roulette? Did you accidentally cut into another dangerous level and had to use it?" I nodded and replied, "Indeed, that's what happened. I took an elevator to level 81, then arrived at level 64, entered a passage at level 64, cut into the red room at level 0, and then, wait, you You said you cut into the red room? Joe suddenly interrupted me, his voice trembling. Yes, that red room is really dangerous, truly deserving its dead zone classification. If I hadn't used the roulette in the last second of the countdown to cut out, I would probably have perished there. Upon hearing this, Joe suddenly stood up from the chair, stared at my face, and said solemnly, "Do you know why the red room is called the dead zone? It's because once its countdown ends, regardless of which level the wanderer is on, they will die immediately." I was stunned. With Joe's explanation, I also realized the reason the dead zone is called the dead zone is that anyone who enters it by any means is doomed to die, hence the name. If the red room could be escaped through the method of cutting out, it wouldn't be called the dead zone. In the backroom, there are many items that can be used for cutting out, such as the backroom roulette, and these items are not particularly rare. What could be the reason for this? At that moment, I finally realized that I held a great secret. I didn't know if this great secret would be good or bad for me in the future, but for now, it was extremely advantageous for my exploration in the backroom. Seeing me as puzzled as he was, Joe could only sit down helplessly, then spread his hands towards me and said, You still have some big secret on you." I smiled, shook my head, indicating that I didn't know either. At this moment, Joe said, "Forget it. If you can't figure it out, then don't dwell on it. There are too many things in the backroom that are hard to understand. If you keep getting entangled in every single one, you might not even figure out a few until you die." I chuckled, fully agreeing with Joe's statement. The backroom holds too many mysteries and unknowns. Getting caught up in endless entanglements will only give you a headache. It's better not to dwell on those troubling matters and live in the present. Suddenly, I remembered the nuclear energy bead that Joe had given me, which I hadn't swallowed to inspect yet. I quickly retrieved the bead and swallowed it in one gulp. Seeing me swallow the bead, Joe also looked at me with curiosity, eager to see what level of nuclear energy I would unlock. In the instant I swallowed the bead, a bright bead appeared in my mind, followed by corresponding information. Nuclear energy, level 7 effect, infinite space, for storing items, wearable, remaining slots, 1, note, once worn, this nuclear energy cannot be removed. I stared blankly at the information about the nuclear energy in my mind. Level 7 nuclear energy. Levels 5 and 6 are considered high-level nuclear energies, so what is level 7? The cloaked figure only mentioned that nuclear energy could range from level 1 to 6, but it seems I have unlocked a level 7 nuclear energy now. At this point, Joe noticed my dazed expression and quickly asked, "How many levels of nuclear energy did you unlock? Did you make a profit or a loss?" "Level 7. I murmured. "Ah, level 7, as long as it's above level 3, it's a profit." "Wait a minute?" Joe once again jumped up from his chair, more astonished than when he heard I had safely escaped from the red chamber last time. He trembled slightly, pointing at me with his finger, saying, Level 7 nuclear energy? How is this possible? Does such a divine level nuclear energy truly exist in the backroom?" At this moment, Joe had completely lost his previous composure in the face of a major crisis. Divine level nuclear energy? I scratched my head, puzzled, and asked, "Is it very rare?" "It's beyond rare at this point." Joe spun around in place, calming his turbulent emotions, then said to me, "Level 7 nuclear energy is also known as divine level nuclear energy. It only exists in legends, even the Eternal database has no information about it. To most people, level 7 nuclear energy is simply non-existent, but unexpectedly, you managed to unlock it." After Joe finished speaking, he looked at me with a speechless expression. "How can your luck be so good? First, you escaped from the red chamber unscathed, and now you've unlocked a divine level nuclear energy. Is this what you Chinese often say, surviving a great disaster brings great fortune?" I smiled and didn't respond to his words because I couldn't understand why my luck fluctuated between good and bad. When it's bad, I can enter the death zone, and when it's good, I can unlock a divine level nuclear energy. With these thoughts in mind, I suddenly noticed a crucial note about the divine level nuclear energy in my mind. Note, once worn, this nuclear energy cannot be removed. I looked at the effect of the nuclear energy, which stated, for storing items. In that case, this nuclear energy should be similar to the spatial rings in fantasy novels, and it's even in infinite space. It sounds somewhat surreal, but undeniably, it's a divine tool for collecting resources. However, its only drawback is that it cannot be removed once worn. But this can be understood. Imagine if one day you stored hundreds of square meters of items inside and then suddenly removed the nuclear energy. What would happen to the hundreds of square meters of items you stored? Now I'm hesitant about whether to wear this divine level nuclear energy. If I wear it, it's equivalent to losing one slot. Currently, losing one slot has a significant impact on my combat effectiveness. The reason it hasn't manifested on me yet is that my nuclear energy level is too low, and the quantity is limited, so this flaw isn't very noticeable. But in the backroom, every step was a matter of life and death. Perhaps in the future, during one of my explorations of a level, the lack of this slot's amplification could lead to my demise. However, despite its drawbacks, it was truly unbearable to leave a divine-grade nuclear energy unused. I decided to seek Joe's opinion, considering him an experienced elder with rich survival knowledge in the backroom. I chose to have him analyze it for me before making a decision. After I explained the function of this nuclear energy to Joe, he fell into contemplation. After a moment of thought, he told me, "I suggest you refrain from wearing it for now. Wait until you unlock all 5 slots before wearing it." "Why?" I asked. Joe explained, "In our bodies, 3 slots provide us with life-saving abilities in the backroom, while 5 slots give us the ability to counterattack. If you unlock all 5 slots, even if you are missing one, you can still survive in the face of danger." Hearing Joe's explanation, I began to understand. When I only had 3 slots, equipping this divine-grade nuclear energy was obviously a disadvantage. But if I had 5 slots, then equipping this divine-grade nuclear energy would be beneficial. So I asked Joe, "How did you unlock your 5 slots? Can you share your experience with me?" Joe suddenly grimaced and said, "The way I unlocked my 5 slots might sound strange to you. How did you unlock them?" Joe's words piqued my curiosity. "By straining during constipation, that's how I unlocked them," Joe said with an expression of reluctance to recall. That's quite an unconventional way to unlock them." I was shocked, realizing that you could unlock 5 slots in such a manner. I had to admit, it really broadened my horizons. Then I continued, "I remember you mentioned last time that there is a chance to unlock 5 slots in levels with high danger levels." "Yes," Joe replied, "I unlocked mine during level 9. The danger level here is quite high as well." "What if I don't have constipation?" I asked helplessly. "Let me think." "Well, you can trade relevant information at the Eternal Database," Joe suddenly suggested. "Eternal Database?" I inquired. "Exactly," Joe said. "It's the largest information exchange center in the backroom, holding detailed information on every level, organization, and entity in the backroom. If you want to find out how to unlock the 5 slots, it's best to exchange information with them." Upon hearing this, I pondered for a moment and asked, "I remember that there doesn't seem to be a unified answer on how to unlock the 5 slots for nuclear energy, so how do they know?" Joe chuckled and replied, "Although there isn't a unified answer, there are answers nonetheless. It's just that some answers suit some people while others don't, leading to varying opinions. The Eternal Database can provide you with the answer that best suits you." I nodded and began to contemplate. According to Joe, inquiring information from the Eternal Database required exchanging equivalent information, but obviously, I had nothing to offer in exchange. Suddenly, something crossed my mind. In the terrifying hotel of level 5, Samantha seemed to owe me some information. Samantha, as an entity with high intelligence and a former resident of the backroom, must know. With this in mind, I had my next goal, to find Samantha in level 5. Joe looked at me with surprise and joy as my expression changed from contemplation to determination, and he exclaimed, "What's up? Have you figured out what information to exchange with the Eternal Database?" I shook my head and said, "No, but I have a way to solve it without the need for the Eternal Database." "What way?" "Samantha on level 5 owes me some intelligence, and I plan to go collect it," I said. "Entity 46, Samantha?" G was slightly surprised to hear this name. "It actually owes you intelligence?" In my impression, only by feeding it meat can you extract information from it, and the accuracy of the information depends on its mood. I've never seen a situation where Samantha owes intelligence before. Hearing this, I told G how Samantha owed me intelligence. After listening, G frowned, pondered for a long time, then suddenly grabbed my shoulder excitedly and said, "I know. I seem to know what secret you have." "What is it?" I was a bit stunned. I only told G a bit about my story with Samantha, and he guessed my secret? The key is, I don't even know what this secret is. G is too clever, isn't he? I hurriedly asked, "What is it?" "What is it?" I asked. G said, "This needs to be explained in terms of probability." "Probability?" I was puzzled. "Yes," G paced back and forth in front of me, then explained, "Perhaps you are not clear about this when you just arrived in the backroom." G paused, then said to me, "The biggest danger in the backroom is change. Perhaps you have already felt it." I nodded, indicating that I understood deeply. G continued, "Let me give you an example. In level 1, the method to enter the hub is well known. Just walk along a fixed route to safely enter the hub. However, once I had a team that walked along this fixed route and ended up in level 0. For example, the entity we encountered in level 9's mist last time, do you remember? It's called the Crusher. Generally, it only appears after a wanderer has stayed in level 9 for several days, so when we explore level 9, we cut to level 11 every few days and then back to level 9 to avoid encountering the Crusher. The last time we met, we had just cut from level 11 to level 9 not long ago. According to reason, we shouldn't have encountered the Crusher that day, but we did, and these are the changes I mentioned. It will appear and break the pattern when you think it's a rule. So, what does this have to do with probability? I asked. I'm getting to that. G said, whenever there is a change in the things around us, this change is accompanied by probability. For example, when we just entered level 9, according to probability, the likelihood of the Crusher appearing is about 0.1%, and as we spend more time in level 9, the probability of it appearing also increases. Furthermore, in level 5, when you helped Samantha finish the game of mahjong that no one can complete, it has a resistance effect, resisting wanderers from completing this game of mahjong, but it also has a certain probability of failing against wanderers, although this probability is even smaller than encountering the Crusher on the first day in level 9. Another point, you said that when you were in the attic in level 19, you were not affected by its corrupting effect. Perhaps this is also probability. Every wanderer has a certain probability of resisting the corrupting effect, but this probability is so low that it can almost be ignored, yet you managed to successfully trigger this probability. Am I making myself clear? G asked me. I nodded thoughtfully. Summing up G's message, it seemed that in the backroom, I would always encounter events with extremely low probabilities, almost impossible, like unlocking God-level nuclear energy, surviving after the countdown in the Red Room, or successfully resisting the corruption effect of level 19. This could explain the series of peculiar occurrences around me. Who brought up this probability issue about the backroom? I pondered for a moment before asking G. G smiled and replied, of course, it was me. I thought of it suddenly while contemplating the secrets about you. I was somewhat shocked. You truly are a genius. This statement was not sarcastic but rather a compliment. After explaining the strange events I had experienced to G, he could swiftly analyze the probability issues involved, which was indeed clever. G modestly said, it's nothing much. I've been pondering this probability issue for a long time. It's just that your experiences gave me a direction. At this point, G suddenly said with some sympathy, I wonder if your ability is a blessing or a curse. I sighed as well. Yes, this ability. Its timing was uncertain. Maybe the next time I used it, I would encounter another highly improbable event, throwing me directly into a deadly situation, just like when I was cut into the Red Room. As G put it, I've never heard of anyone being able to cut into the Red Room from outside level 0. You should try your luck with the lottery, you might just hit the jackpot. So, I went to try my luck at a gambling stone and immediately unlocked God-level nuclear energy. At that moment, G jokingly said, since you always trigger those highly improbable events, what do you think will happen now that we're on level 11? I rolled my eyes and replied, level 11 is so safe. What kind of event could happen here? And even if there is one, what kind of dangerous entity could there be? You never know, G said mysteriously. It's been said that someone saw the Crusher on level 11, but the probability is so low that it's almost negligible. As G spoke, he suddenly stopped, and I was also startled, turning to look at him. G was looking back at me, and we locked eyes. At that moment, all I could hear in my mind was G's words, the probability is so low that it's almost negligible. As we stared at each other, a sudden gust of wind swept through from somewhere. For some reason, the clear sky instantly turned foggy, enveloping G and me in a thick mist. Fuck! G shouted in the mist. I remembered that the last time I encountered the Crusher on level 9, there was a fog just like this before it appeared. Perhaps I had been skeptical of G's analysis before, but now I had no choice but to believe. I had encountered such a low probability, but this was not the time to dwell on that. We needed to figure out how G and I could survive. The Crusher was rated as extremely dangerous in the entities of the Backroom. It was one of the most dangerous and threatening entities in the Backroom. I quickly took out the Babble lip balm from my backpack and applied it to my lips. I shouted to G, do you know of any large organizations nearby? Let's hide there. As soon as I heard G speak English, I knew the Babble lip balm was taking effect. G also realized this and swiftly applied the lip balm. Through the mist, he shouted to me, let's escape from the fog first. Watch out for the wind here, it can cause wanderers to go deaf. Furthermore, the Crusher will appear after the wanderer has been in contact with the mist for a while. Remember, when it approaches you, you will hear roaring and weeping. At this point, the mist was so thick that I could hardly see anything, with only a vast expanse of white in front of me. Fortunately, relying on memory, I groped my way to the front door of the Geo mansion. At this moment, I was complaining in my heart about how large Geo's house was, it took me a while to find the main gate. Little did I know that on the other side, Joe, who had just found the main gate and stepped out, was also complaining in his mind about why he had chosen such a large house to live in. I groped for the large iron gate of the mansion. However, the gate was locked, and I couldn't find where the lock was. Besides, even if I found the lock, I didn't have the key. Luckily, Joe was skillful. He effortlessly flipped over the iron gate and opened the door using the electronic lock on the outside. Feeling the door open, I was about to rush out onto the street when suddenly I heard a series of weeping sounds in my ears. Damn! Hearing the sudden weeping sound, I instantly felt my hair stand on end, froze in place, and dared not move. At this moment, it seemed like a dark figure was swiftly moving in the dense white fog around me. I glanced around with my peripheral vision, and suddenly, the weeping sound in my ears grew louder. Not good, it was very close to me. Just as this thought flashed through my mind, I immediately lunged forward and rolled to the side. In an instant, a long, thin claw appeared behind me, reaching towards where I had been standing. Fortunately, I detected the movement around me in time and managed to dodge the attack by lunging forward. Nevertheless, the monster's claw still caught my backpack, so I had no choice but to abandon it and flee forward. The speed brought by the secondary nuclear energy allowed me to run swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, I burst out of the mist. In that moment of breaking free from the mist, Joe suddenly grabbed me from the side and threw me aside. And in the mist behind me, a head suddenly emerged. The head was the size of a person, with a face full of wrinkles and a sinister smile, staring at all the wanderers on the street. The next moment, it leaped out of the mist, disregarding the terrain, and directly clung to a window of the adjacent building. Standing together with Joe, we watched vigilantly as the crusher on the building. Joe said to me at that moment, "Don't panic for now, wait for the organization stationed at level 11 to arrive." Meanwhile, perhaps due to the abundance of prey around, the crusher seemed unsure of which one to target first, so it hung on the wall motionless for a while. However, I noticed that its mouth was always grinning. Around us, there seemed to be faint sounds of wind and weeping, gradually growing louder. Joe's expression turned serious. He took out a bottle of almond water, drank it, and then said to me, "The crusher emits distorted wind sounds from its mouth, which can cause wanderers to briefly lose their memory or even create false memories. It can also make wanderers lose their sanity. The best way to deal with it is to promptly drink almond water. You should drink a bottle quickly. Well, with that strange probability you have, you probably won't be affected." Saying this, Joe pulled me back, pointing around and said, "Look, other organizations have arrived, let's retreat since there's nothing for us here." I asked in confusion, "Aren't you also from the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance? Why not go and join your organization?" Joe rolled his eyes and said, "There is no Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance organization here." "Why?" I curiously asked. "The Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance should be a relatively large organization, so it doesn't make sense to leave this good place without establishing a base, right?" Joe said somewhat helplessly, "You think we don't want to, but the headquarters of the Argos Eye is located here, and they won't allow it." Oh, it turns out that the grievances between these organizations are not insignificant. From the current perspective, this organization called the Argos Eye seems quite powerful, as it can actually make the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance give up establishing a base in level 11. Just as I was thinking about this, the crusher hanging on the building suddenly launched an attack on the wanderers on the street. It almost twisted in a distorted posture as it landed on the ground. At that moment, almost all I could hear in my mind was its low sobbing. I was momentarily dazed and quickly turned to look at Gio. At that moment, Gio swiftly took out a bottle of almond water and gulped it down. Around us, some organizations closer to this place also rushed over. They all simultaneously opened a bottle of almond water and drank it down in a few seconds. I was somewhat shocked watching these people, finishing a large bottle of water in a few seconds flat. This speed could set a Guinness World Record in the lobby. At this moment, Joe explained with a smile, "You have to finish a whole bottle of almond water for it to be effective. If you drink it slowly, perhaps you might already be affected before finishing it. So, finishing a bottle of almond water in a few seconds is a necessary skill in the backroom. Of course, you are special and don't need to learn." As she said this, there was a hint of envy in Joe's eyes. I wonder what they went through when they learned to finish a bottle of almond water in a few seconds. As I conversed with Joe, the battle between the various organizations and the crusher had already begun. Some residents on the street had been evacuated, but Joe and I, probably mistaken for members of some organization due to our nuclear energy, were not expelled. Sensing it, I noticed that everyone still standing on this street emitted nuclear energy fluctuations. Yet, despite this, there were still several bodies lying on the road. This crusher is really tough. I suddenly heard a gnashing voice beside me, and it sounded somewhat familiar. I turned to look and saw White Song. He was a member of the Argos we encountered in level 40. He seemed surprised to see me and Gio. I noticed a long wound on his abdomen, knowing he had been seriously injured in the battle with the Crusher just now. He was now gazing at the group of wanderers fighting the Crusher and then asked us, "It's really strange. Isn't this thing a physical entity in level 9? How did it end up in level 11? If there are other Crushers in level 11, the danger level here needs to be reassessed. By the way, do you two know why the Crusher appeared here?" I quickly waved my hands nervously and replied, "I don't know, really, I don't know. It's not like you brought the Crusher here, why are you so nervous?" White Song looked at me with suspicion, puzzled. I chuckled twice without answering. At that moment, Jo took out a gun from her backpack and held it in her hand, saying to me, "Let's not just stand by and watch, let's help out." I nodded and took out a dagger. I knew my marksmanship. If I were to shoot in this chaotic situation, it would probably make others suspect that I was an undercover agent sent by the Crushers. Holding the dagger, I followed Gio, who was responsible for shooting, while I kept an eye out for any Crusher ambushes, providing cover for her. Gio fired several shots in a row, but the Crusher's figure was elusive, making it difficult to hit. At this moment, Kyu seemed somewhat helpless as he said, "Some of my special items are at headquarters, I didn't bring them here." I nodded. If it were an ordinary entity, with Kyu's strength, he could easily handle it with this handgun. But the opponent in front of us not only had incredible speed but also seemed almost invincible. In just a few minutes, the ground was already littered with the bodies of wanderers. At that moment, I noticed a member of M.E.G. next to me holding a walkie-talkie, shouting frantically, "Underestimated the target's strength. Underestimated the target's strength. Requesting backup. Requesting backup." The situation in the field was far from optimistic. Fortunately, the attention of the overwhelming force had not yet turned to Kyu and me, so we were still relatively safe. However, when members of other organizations couldn't hold on any longer, it might be our turn to face the overwhelming force. "Let's retreat," Kyu whispered to me, lowering his voice. "No need to worry about the situation here for now. Argo's headquarters is right here. I don't believe they will let the overwhelming force rampage in level 11. Just as Kyu finished speaking, I suddenly felt something and slowly raised my head to look ahead. At the end of the street, several figures cloaked in black were approaching, their faces obscured. For some reason, just their presence there gave me a tremendous sense of oppression, reminiscent of when I faced the overwhelming force. On the other side, on a rooftop, stood a man wearing a demonic mask. He stood silently on the rooftop, his robes fluttering in the wind. He gazed indifferently at the overwhelming force rampaging in the street, then leaped down. Beside me, Kyu showed a hint of a smile and said, "Even the phantom assassin has shown up. There's nothing for us to do here now, let's go." Who was the man wearing the demonic mask? Why did his appearance reassure Kyu so much? Just as Kyu was about to explain to me, White Song approached us, smiling. "Let me explain. After all, the phantom assassin is one of our organization's members." Then White Song looked at me and explained, "The phantom assassin belongs to the Argos Truth Judgment Department. It is one of the most dangerous and unfriendly members. Most of its information is unknown, it rarely interacts with wanderers, and most of the time, it judges criminals at various levels. Currently, what we know about it is that this guy seems to come from the Backroom, most likely a type of entity from there. It wears a set of Japanese clothing similar to a samurai, ninja, or ancient person, and wears a demonic mask. It's called the Phantom Assassin because it always lurks in the shadows, giving you a fatal blow when you least expect it, just like now." As White Sang spoke, he pointed at the overwhelming force. Several figures in black seemed to have used some special items, forcing the overwhelming force to retreat repeatedly. After leaping down from the rooftop, the phantom assassin hid alone in the darkness of the surrounding floors. But at that moment, several white lines suddenly appeared around the overwhelming force, instantly binding its limbs together. The material of these white lines was unknown, and despite the overwhelming force's violent struggles, they showed no signs of breaking, only tightening further. As the overwhelming force was bound by the white lines, the phantom assassin leaped from the shadows and swiftly moved to its head, holding a short knife and cleanly severing the overwhelming force's head. I stood by, watching this seamless and fluid sequence of actions, utterly astonished. The speed and strength displayed by the phantom assassin were beyond what a human body could achieve, even with nuclear energy. Now, I was starting to believe White Song's words that the phantom assassin might indeed be a type of entity from the Backroom. At this moment, the ghost assassin swiftly gouged out the right eye of the crusher it had just killed, then started walking towards us. It didn't look at Ju or pay any attention to White Song, but came straight to me. Its towering figure stood before me, emanating a strong sense of oppression. Meeting its gaze sent shivers down my spine. Looking down on me from above, it made me feel like I was being judged. Sweat started to bead on my forehead involuntarily. However, at that moment, I heard the ghost assassin in front of me express some confusion. "Why do I see no trace of guilt on you? You are the first completely innocent person I have ever encountered." With that said, without giving me a chance to respond, the ghost assassin turned and left, heading off to an unknown destination. Beside me, White Song was already wearing a shocked expression. After the ghost assassin departed, he pointed at me tremblingly. You actually made the ghost assassin initiate a conversation with you. Do you know that besides Argos, no one has ever been able to make the ghost assassin speak voluntarily? Well, maybe it couldn't see any guilt on me? I replied. White Song shook his head and said, "The ghost assassin's power within the organization is second only to Argos. What it does, what it says, we don't understand. We can only study it slowly." Just then, Ju suddenly grabbed me and said, "Look behind." White Song and I turned our heads simultaneously to look behind us. And there, at some point, a thick fog had appeared again. The fog began spreading from Jua's villa, quickly covering the entire street, enveloping everyone who hadn't evacuated, including Ju, White Song, and me. In an instant, all I could see was a vast expanse of white, so I quickly turned around to find Ju and White Song. But in the white mist, all I could see were shadows moving around, unable to distinguish who was who. The surrounding area was filled with the clamor of those who hadn't evacuated in time, seemingly startled by the sudden spread of the white fog. I called Jua's name twice. At that moment, I heard Jua's response nearby, but with the cacophony around us, I couldn't quite make out what he was saying, only catching bits and pieces. "This is an unexpected event. Extremely rare. Unidentified. Transmission. Subzone." Soon after, I couldn't hear Jua's voice anymore. The surrounding noise grew louder, as if dozens of people were chattering incessantly in my ears. I finally realized something was amiss. There were at most a dozen people who hadn't evacuated, and they were all scattered. How could they be making such a loud noise? Then, what was producing this clamor? But at that moment, I couldn't dwell on it any longer. Standing in the white fog, I felt a chill all over, wanting to run forward, but it felt like countless tiny figures were crawling on my shoulders, almost preventing me from standing up straight. Gradually, a sense of darkness enveloped me, and I collapsed to the ground. When my vision cleared again, I found myself in a red space. Red chamber? I thought quickly, getting up from the ground and surveying the surroundings. At first glance, it bore some resemblance to the red chamber, but overall, it was much more spacious, with a red-orange hue around, rather than a monotonous red. I breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't the red chamber, which was a good thing, as I didn't have another second chamber roulette to leave. I walked around, finding the environment here very similar to level 0, except for the color difference, almost identical in every other aspect. Could this be a subzone of level 0? I pondered. Then, I noticed some iron cabinets distributed around me. These iron cabinets looked to be taller than a person, with a width just enough to accommodate an adult. I tried to open one of the iron cabinet doors, but it was empty inside. What are these iron cabinets for? Could they be meant for people to hide in? As I pondered, suddenly, I heard heavy footsteps coming from the corridor behind me. I was familiar with this kind of footsteps. Slow, deep, accompanied by a creaking sound. This was the typical sound of a mournful corpse walking. I quickly looked around and realized that this was a dead end, with the only way out being the corridor I had entered from. But at that moment, the mournful corpse was coming in from that corridor. I gritted my teeth, empowered by the level 2 agility core, swiftly hid inside an open iron cabinet nearby, and promptly closed the iron door. I stood stiffly inside the iron cabinet. Through a gap, I saw a red, skeletal figure slowly walking into the corridor. My heart raced as I stared fixedly at the mournful corpse through the gap in the iron cabinet. If it showed any sign of detecting me, I would not hesitate to push open the cabinet door and flee. I had no weapons on me at that moment, not even the single dagger I had, which seemed to have vanished. Facing the mournful corpse without any means, my fate would be sealed. Fortunately, the mournful corpse was not very intelligent. It wandered around for a few circles and then turned back. As it left, it almost brushed against the iron cabinet, leaving only a thin layer of iron cabinet door between us. I held my breath, afraid that even my breathing might alert the mournful corpse. Luckily, as it returned to the corridor, it did not notice me hiding in the iron cabinet. I waited quietly inside the iron cabinet for some time until there were no signs of movement around me, then cautiously emerged from the cabinet. At that moment, I could truly be described as defenseless. My backpack had been discarded when I encountered the Crusher, and the dagger was nowhere to be found upon entering this level. In this state, facing an unknown level, I felt as if I were back to the moment I first entered the rear chamber. Observing the surroundings, I pondered silently. The white mist enveloped almost everyone on the street. If I was affected by the mist and entered this level, Jio and White Song must also be in this level, and I must quickly reunite with them. So, I patrolled around along the walls. Red dominated the surroundings here. I aimlessly walked for over 10 minutes without encountering any entities. Initially worried about the high danger level here, this situation slightly eased my mind. I've been walking here for a long time without encountering any entities. Perhaps the danger level here isn't high? I pondered. Yet, I felt uncertain because the atmosphere here was too eerie. Wherever I went, I had a sense of being watched from the shadows. Just then, at the end of my sight, a figure suddenly appeared. Standing at the corner, he waved at me from a distance, looking quite excited. My heart fluttered slightly as I thought of the skin thief I had encountered before, so I halted. Perhaps sensing my wariness, the person also stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, I felt a bit relieved. Skin thieves wouldn't stop because of your caution. When encountering wanderers, they would only keep approaching until suddenly revealing their true form when close. Still, I didn't dare to let my guard down, remaining vigilant in place. After all, the rear chamber held too many uncertainties. What if this skin thief possessed intelligence? What if all this was a trap set by it to make me lower my guard? I stood alert in place, observing the wanderer. At the slightest sign of movement, I would be ready to flee at any moment. The wanderer looked at me warily, standing still for a moment, shaking its head, then turning to leave. It was then that I finally believed this wanderer in front of me was not a mere thief in disguise. After all, how could a thief give up such easy prey? I hurried forward a few steps, calling out, "Wait, friend ahead, don't rush off just yet. How about we stick together and escape this cursed place? It's always more convenient and safer to explore the backrooms with two people rather than one." With that in mind, I drew closer to the wanderer. However, as I approached, the wanderer remained motionless, standing still with its head down, expressionless, lost in thought. Suddenly, I sensed something amiss. Stopping a few meters away, I tentatively said, "Hello?" The wanderer then lifted its stiff face towards me and said, "Hello." It was then that I realized what was wrong. This thing was definitely a thief, and not just any thief, but one with high intelligence. I turned and ran without hesitation. At that moment, the thief revealed its true form, its skin tearing open to reveal a monstrous creature with reddish-blue skin. The creature roared and lunged at me, and I ran with all my might. Fueled by 2 level 2 nuclear cores, I ran fast, but the thief was right on my heels. Gradually, I felt my strength waning. Just then, a hand reached out from a nearby corner, pulling me into a corridor and handing me something. Strangely, the thief, after I was pulled into the corridor, spun in place for a few minutes before slowly leaving. I breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the person beside me. It was White Song. He was hidden in the shadows and whispered to me, "Take this item, it can conceal your presence. As long as you disappear from their sight, they won't continue to chase you." I nodded and asked, "Which level is this?" White Song looked grave as he replied, "This is level 0-1, the danger zone. Level 0-1, danger zone survival difficulty, level 5 unsafe unstable entities roam freely." White Song paused, then continued, "Every few hours, the lights here will go out, plunging us into darkness. The duration of darkness is unknown, but during that time, entities will continuously emerge from the corners, making it the most dangerous period on this level." I nodded and suggested, "When the lights go out, we can try hiding in the iron cabinets I found earlier." With the item White Song gave me to conceal my presence, hiding in the iron cabinets seemed like the best option. White Song agreed with my plan and said, "We don't know when the lights will go out, so let's find those iron cabinets you mentioned. I lost my items before coming to this level, and I can't handle that many entities without them." So, together, White Song and I began searching for the iron cabinets. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise surrounded us from all directions, and in the next moment, the lights went out, plunging the entire level into darkness. In an instant, pairs of crimson eyes appeared in every corner of level 0-1. And around me and White Song, eerie smiles began to materialize. White Song's face changed drastically in an instant, and he anxiously said to me, "This is the lair of Grins, filled with nothing but grins. Don't linger here, let's go." White Song pulled me along and turned into a corridor. The surroundings were pitch black, making it impossible to see the environment nearby. Luckily, White Song took out a flashlight, allowing us to barely see the path ahead. We stumbled through the darkness. Suddenly, I felt something unusual because it was eerily quiet. Normally, during lights out time, entities would emerge from corners, making level 0-1 very noisy. However, the area where White Song and I were was unusually quiet, so quiet that we could hear each other's rapid breathing. Sensing the abnormality, White Sang shone his flashlight around but found nothing out of the ordinary. We both stopped in our tracks, hesitant to move forward. This area was too abnormal, and such anomalies often meant danger and the unknown. Just then, something rolled to my feet. I quickly looked down and saw a crumpled paper with a message: "Hide, don't let them find you." Reading those words sent a chill from my feet to my head, making me shudder. Them? Who are they? I looked at White Song, who shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. I glanced at the item White Song handed me. It was a talisman that resembled something a Taoist would use to ward off spirits. According to White Song, this talisman could conceal one's presence. As long as the wanderer stayed out of sight of entities, they wouldn't be detected. I asked White Song, "Which level does this talisman come from?" Since it was a special item, it was likely a unique product of a certain level. However, White Song shook his head, saying, "It wasn't produced in the Backrooms, it was created by someone, although it did incorporate many unique items from the Backrooms during its making." But now, White Song paused, then warily said, "I probably can't explain it in detail because it's here." As soon as White Song finished speaking, I heard a roar accompanied by a grating sound. Suddenly, a red-brown, grotesque, emaciated monster charged towards us from the direction we came from. "It's a mutated mourner. Run!" White Song shouted, turning and running without hesitation. I quickly followed, rushing into the corridor. Despite dragging a large iron rod, the mutated mourner was incredibly fast, reaching the spot where White Song and I had just stood in the blink of an eye. I ran desperately forward, but the sound of the mourner's bones rubbing together due to its high-speed movement seemed to echo in my ears. I estimated that the distance between us was no more than a meter. Damn it! I cursed inwardly, quickly calculating the distance between the mourner and me. Suddenly, I crouched down, spun around, and rolled to the side using the momentum. The mutated mourner, propelled by inertia, stopped after a short distance. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly ran towards another corridor. On the other side, White Song, who was ahead of me, paused upon seeing the scene, then pulled out a glass bead emitting a blue light from his pocket. Hastily glancing at it, I realized it was bottled lightning. In a split second, White Song fiercely hurled the bottled lightning towards the mutated mourner. In an instant, a dazzling blue light filled the entire space, accompanied by a sizzling sound of electricity. Even at a distance, I could sense a faint electric current. After a few seconds, the blue light dissipated, but the mutated mournful corpse still stood in place. Its body trembled slightly, clearly having suffered significant damage, yet it raised the iron rod in its hand and staggered towards me. What kind of monstrous creature is this? I cursed inwardly and quickly ran towards the depths of the corridor. The mutated mournful corpse seemed to have locked onto me, not chasing after White Sang on the other side but following closely behind me. Due to being struck by bottled lightning just now, its speed had noticeably decreased, giving me a brief chance to catch my breath. Nevertheless, it continued to trail me like a ghost, impossible to shake off. Fortunately, there's always a way out. Just as my strength was waning, at the end of my vision, I finally spotted an iron cabinet. Glancing back, although I had distanced myself from the mournful corpse, it was still staggering towards me. Despite being hit by bottled lightning, I dared not underestimate it in combat. Just the nearly 1 meter long iron rod it held in its hand made me shudder from afar, let alone trying to subdue it. With that in mind, without hesitation, I slipped into the iron cabinet. Inside the cabinet, I tightly gripped the talisman, peering through the cracks of the iron cabinet, staring intently outside. As I hid in the iron cabinet, beads of sweat formed on my forehead out of nervousness. Because I was gambling. I was betting that I could hide from the mournful corpse in the iron cabinet without it discovering me. I held onto the talisman tightly, not daring to make a sound. In the quiet air around me, I could even hear the pounding of my own heart. Finally, the mournful corpse appeared within my line of sight, but it didn't pause, walking straight past the iron door. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Due to extreme tension, I had been holding my breath, and now, as I exhaled, I felt a bit lightheaded. At that moment, I belatedly realized that the level 0.1 light had unexpectedly turned on. Now, upon careful recollection, it seemed that the light had come on when the mournful corpse appeared. However, due to my extreme tension at the time, I hadn't even noticed this issue. I waited a while longer in the iron cabinet before slowly pushing it open a crack. Peering outside through the gap, it was silent, with no sign of anyone. Phew, I let out a breath but remained vigilant, observing my surroundings. It wasn't time to let my guard down, as the mournful corpse could still be lurking nearby. I cautiously moved forward, and suddenly, I saw Gio ahead. Oh my god, could it be the skin thief? Seeing Gio, that was the first thought that crossed my mind. I had been chased by the skin thief many times before, so upon seeing a lone wanderer, my mind instinctively jumped to the skin thief. But considering Joe's exceptional strength, I shook my head, feeling it was unlikely. So, I whispered, Joe? Joe had already noticed me, and at that moment, he walked towards me expressionlessly, without even greeting me, which made me suspicious. Could this Joe in front of me be disguised as the skin thief? Feeling uncertain, I took a few steps back. However, when Joe was just a few steps away from me, he couldn't hold back anymore, burst into laughter, and then whispered, What, you really mistook me for the skin thief? I rolled my eyes, believe it or not, I did. I even planned how to escape and burn incense for you after escaping. Q chuckled, then quickly composed himself, looking slightly nervous as he said to me, Do you know where we are? Isn't this the level 0-1 danger zone? I asked in surprise, Is this another new level? Q shook his head and explained, Yes, this is indeed level 0-1, but this place is special. It belongs to the territory of the mourning corpses, where dozens of them reside, including a leader. Most importantly, the mourning corpses here are mostly mutated, far stronger than the ordinary ones. If I were to encounter one of them alone, it would only lead to death. I furrowed my brows, showing Q the talisman in my hand. Can we escape from the mourning corpses' territory with this? Surprised to see the talisman in my hand, Q asked, You have this thing? Then Q pulled out an identical talisman. Indeed, there was nothing Q didn't have. Q explained, This talisman is specially designed for level 0-1. Once we leave this level, it will lose its effect. However, even so, in other levels, its scent can repel some corpse rats. That's why I always carry a few with me, but I didn't expect to use them now. Where did you get this talisman from? Q asked. I replied, I just met White Song, and he gave it to me. Q nodded and said, I've been wandering around this place for a while and found it to be like a maze. We need to find a way out as soon as possible, because we didn't bring any almond water, and there's no almond water to be found here. If we don't get out soon, once our sanity points drop to 0, we'll have no choice but death. I nodded, feeling a sense of urgency. Encounters with entities or being in high-risk levels would accelerate the drop in sanity points. In level 5, facing entities would cause sanity points to drop almost 5 times faster than usual. Without almond water, Q and I would soon die here due to low sanity points, or worse, fall into a cycle of mourning corpses and eventually become one. We must escape this maze filled with mutated mourning corpses as soon as possible. Q and I nervously passed through room after room. Although the lights were on here, they emitted a dim red glow, casting a gloomy crimson hue over the environment, with many corners shrouded in darkness. Each time Q and I passed through a room, Q would take out a dagger and carve a mark on the wall to determine if we were going in circles. However, after walking for a while, we hadn't come across any marked rooms. This surprised me slightly. According to Q, this was a maze, so going in circles or hitting a dead end was normal, but after walking for so long, we hadn't found any marks we had made or encountered a dead end. It seemed like Q and I were continuously moving forward without repeating paths, but were we really that lucky? I felt the likelihood was slim. After all, I wasn't the protagonist, nor did I have any protagonist aura. In that case, there seemed to be only one explanation: something strange was going on here. Could it be that the walls here can repair themselves automatically? I whispered to Q. Q replied, I was thinking the same thing. With that, Q drew a mark on the wall and said to me, Let's wait here and see if it disappears on its own. I nodded, took a step back, and stood with Q, waiting in place for a few minutes. Surely enough, the marks on the wall disappeared on their own after a while. This is getting troublesome, Gio muttered to himself. Just as Gio finished speaking, his ears suddenly twitched. Then he abruptly turned to my left and urgently said to me, Run to the right. There's a mournful corpse coming from the left. It's likely a mutated mournful corpse. As soon as Gio's words fell, I heard a grating sound of bones rubbing against each other. A mournful corpse. Upon hearing this sound, I didn't hesitate and ran towards the right corridor. While exploring with Gio, we encountered several iron cabinets, and I made sure to remember their locations. I remembered clearly that at the end of this corridor, there were 2 iron cabinets in the bedroom. Once Gio and I reached there, we could evade the mournful corpse. Gio and I had the same idea, and we both sprinted towards the end of the corridor. However, just then, Gio, who was in front of me, suddenly stopped, and I couldn't halt in time, crashing into his back. Why did you stop? I asked anxiously. The mournful corpse is catching up. But as I said this, my voice abruptly trailed off. Because Gio punched into the darkness ahead of us, and a dull thud echoed from the darkness. It was the sound of Gio's fist hitting the wall. This proved that there was a wall in front of us in the darkness. In other words, this was a dead end. But I remembered clearly that Gio and I had just entered that room through this corridor, so how could this be a dead end? I was filled with doubt, and at that moment, the howls of the mournful corpse behind us grew louder. If Joe and I turned back now, we would inevitably come face to face with the mournful corpse in the narrow corridor. This meant that one of us would fall under the mournful corpse's iron rod. Without much thought, I immediately turned to face the mournful corpse, took a step back, pressed my back against the wall behind me, and retreated into the shadow in front of the wall. I also pulled Joe along, signaling him to do the same. Joe knew that hiding in the shadow was the only way to avoid the mournful corpse at this moment. Although risky, with the mournful corpse getting closer, we had no choice but to take this risk. Joe and I pressed against the wall at the end of the corridor, hiding our bodies in the shadow. By now, the mournful corpse had reached the shadow. I wasn't sure if it could see us in the shadow. I came up with this plan because the shadow here was dense. I hadn't even noticed the wall hidden behind the shadow when I stood in front of it. Additionally, I recalled how White Song had pulled me into the shadow to evade the thief before. In levels 0, 1, there were 2 time periods, one with illumination and one without. The thief who appeared during the illuminated period earlier hadn't noticed me hiding in the shadow. So, would the mournful corpse, appearing during the illuminated period now, also fail to spot Gio and me hidden in the shadow? It was this speculation that led me to take a gamble. The mournful corpse paused in front of the shadow as it walked by, standing there for a few minutes. After not noticing any unusual movements, it turned and left. As I listened to the fading sound of its bone rubbing, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and Gio beside me also relaxed. The sudden turn of events had indeed startled both Gio and me. Once the back of the mournful corpse disappeared completely at the end of the corridor, we waited in place for some time before leaving the corridor. Gio, still shaken, patted my shoulder and praised, "Well done, kid. To stay calm and hide under the mournful corpse's nose in such an urgent situation, you've got courage. No wonder I took a liking to you, the Wanderer." I smiled, about to say a few modest words, but suddenly heard a faint groan coming from the room next to us, as if the owner of the voice was enduring immense pain. Gio and I exchanged a glance, and Gio spoke up, "This might be the cycle of the mournful undead. Let's go check it out." I had also heard of the mournful undead cycle, so I nodded and followed Gio into the adjacent room. In the dim red room, there was an iron cabinet placed in the corner, and the groans were coming from inside it. Gio and I approached the iron cabinet and opened its door. As the door swung open, a wanderer covered in red spots weakly tumbled out of the cabinet. He was groaning unconsciously, slumped in the cabinet, scratching himself frantically, looking utterly tormented. Gio sighed and said, "This is the second stage of the mournful undead cycle, and in a few minutes, it will enter the third stage, then transform completely into a mournful undead. Is there a way to save him?" I asked. Watching a living person deteriorate like this was truly heart-wrenching. Gio shook his head and said, "If we had almond water or reality freshener, maybe we could treat it, but we don't have those now." I sighed, mourning silently for the wanderer before me. At that moment, Gio picked up a dagger, handed it to me, and said, "Before he turns into a mournful undead, kill him, it's up to you." I looked at the wanderer before me, his nails and teeth already falling out, his eyes involuntarily wide open, eyeballs rolling frantically in their sockets, looking disturbingly eerie. According to Gio, this was the third stage of the mournful undead cycle, where all hope of recovery for the wanderer was lost, and he would inevitably transform into a mournful undead. I took the dagger handed to me by Gio, without hesitation, and stabbed it directly into his heart. I was not one to hesitate. The wanderer before me had no hope of survival left, and rather than letting him transform into a mournful undead, posing a threat to other wanderers including us, it was better to end his suffering swiftly. After plunging the dagger into the wanderer's chest, I withdrew it and handed it back to Gio. Gio nodded at me and said, "For a first-time kill, you did well," seemed quite composed. I shook my head and replied, "Encountering so many bizarre entities in the backroom has toughened me up, and strictly speaking, he was already halfway to being a mournful undead, so I didn't have any qualms." Gio chuckled and remarked, "Time to calculate, it's almost time for the lights to go out, and the mournful undead living in the darkness will come out." I nodded solemnly. After the lights went out, the surroundings would plunge into extreme darkness, to the point where you couldn't see your own hand in front of your face. Most importantly, Gio and I didn't have flashlights, meaning we would have to explore the backroom in the dark. If we didn't find the second iron cabinet after the lights went out again, it would be truly dangerous. After all, the current iron cabinet could only hide one person. Gio and I exchanged a glance, understanding each other's thoughts. We had to find the second iron cabinet as soon as possible. We swiftly moved, aiming to find another hiding spot in the form of an iron cabinet. But just then, with a click, all the lights above us went out, and everything around us returned to darkness. In the silent darkness, only the faint sound of Gio's and my breathing could be heard. And then, I felt something roll towards my feet. I bent down in the dark, picked up the rolled paper, and unfolded it. Written on it with a highlighter were a few large words, "It's nearby, don't let it hear your voice." The faint glow illuminated a small part of Joe's and my faces, and through that dim light, we locked eyes and saw the alertness in each other's gaze. For me, this is the second time I've received a paper ball hint. Who threw the paper ball? What is the it in the paper ball? And these things are not randomly added by the author, they all have certain basis, which will be explained later. It's nearby, don't let it hear your voice. On the paper ball, a faint glow illuminated me and Joe's faces. Through the dim light, I could see the tension on Joe's face. This kind of tension, I've only seen it when he faces overwhelming situations. The rest of the time, no matter where he is, Joe always maintains a relaxed posture. I know this tension stems from the unknown. In our exploration before lights out, Joe told me that in level 0-1, there is a special area, which is the territory of the sorrowful corpses where we are. Because sorrowful corpses also form groups and even give birth to some sorrowful corpses with higher intelligence. Within the group, sorrowful corpses often act in unity, resembling a beehive society. In level 0-1, due to the rare presence of wanderers, the scavengers living there must rely on preying on other entities for survival, leading to the highly aggressive nature of the scavengers in level 0-1. Perhaps influenced by the attacks of the scavengers, some intelligent sorrowful corpses gathered together and continuously absorbed other lonely sorrowful corpses, gradually forming a sorrowful corpse territory. In the research of M.E.G. and some other groups, the isolation of wanderers exacerbates the cycle of sorrowful corpses. Some wanderers speculate that perhaps because they endured long loneliness before transforming into sorrowful corpses, they are attracted to groups after the transformation into sorrowful corpses. Currently, in the Backroom, major groups have different opinions on the appearance of sorrowful corpse territories in the dangerous area of level 0-1. Currently, the reason Joe told me is the most accepted explanation. But regardless of the explanation, one point is extremely important. In the sorrowful corpse territory, most of the time, sorrowful corpses act in unity, rarely encountering solitary sorrowful corpses. However, Joe and I have encountered only solitary sorrowful corpses before. After seeing that paper ball, I already had a faint answer in my heart. The reason we encountered only lonely sorrowful corpses is because an unknown entity forcibly dispersed the group of sorrowful corpses. And the horror of the unknown entity that can disperse the group of sorrowful corpses probably exceeds our imagination. And it is quite obvious that the unknown entity is that it mentioned in the paper ball. Perhaps Joe had already guessed this, and seeing this paper ball now, his guess was finally confirmed. Faced with this unknown terrifying entity, Joe naturally felt extremely tense without any equipment on him. At this moment, my body also tensed slightly. What kind of entity could it be? It was all dark around, with only the faint glow from the paper ball illuminating. At this moment, Joe took out a white bead emitting a faint light from his pocket and also handed one to me. It was one of the 3 nuclear energies he bought before. Joe put his finger to his lips, making a should gesture, and I nodded in understanding. Joe and I walked lightly on the carpet, not making a sound. Having spent a long time in the back room, walking silently was basically self-explanatory. I held the nuclear energy in front of me, and its white light illuminated a small area in front of me, preventing me from walking completely in the dark. Joe and I slowly walked into a corridor. Just as we entered the corridor, I suddenly heard a faint sound coming from the bedroom we had just left. The sound was like a woman crying sorrowfully, full of resentment and longing, like weeping and lamenting. Joe and I both froze in place at the same time. At that moment, I suddenly had the subconscious urge to turn around and look behind me, but Joe grabbed my shoulder and turned me back around. I broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Unknowingly, I seemed to have fallen under the spell of that entity behind me. Even now, behind Joe and me, intermittent cries could still be heard, faintly reaching us from behind. Those cries seemed to have crept up right behind us. I felt as though something was fixated on me from behind, causing my entire back to be drenched in sweat. Joe then grabbed my hand and started walking slowly forward. Suddenly, the cries behind us transformed into eerie singing. A gust of wind blew through the corridor, carrying the haunting melody into my ears. Cage stitches, the bird in the cage always wants to escape on that night before dawn. The crane and the turtle slipped. Who do you face behind you? In an instant, Joe and I tumbled to the ground, and behind us, a little girl's voice giggled, "It's your turn to be ghosts now." In that split second of my fall, the girl's ethereal voice echoed from behind me, "It's your turn to be ghosts now." I felt like I was plunged into an icy abyss, shivering from head to toe. A cold hand rested on my shoulder, heavy as if weighing a ton, pinning me in place. Just then, a flashlight from a room at the end of the corridor suddenly lit up, flashing towards us. The next moment, the hand on my shoulder loosened, and Joe lifted me up and ran. Even while carrying me, Joe's speed was remarkable. In just a few breaths, he dashed into a bedroom. The room was sparsely furnished with only a few wardrobes, but to our dismay, it was a dead end. Gio gritted his teeth and pulled me into one of the wardrobes. As soon as we hid inside, we heard faint footsteps in the room. Then a childlike voice started counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Next, the sound of a cabinet door being opened reached our ears. 1 door, 2 doors. Then with a swish, the cabinet where Gio and I were hiding was finally opened. A woman in a pink dress without a face stood before us. Found you. In the next moment, as if my body was not under my control, I walked out of the wardrobe. Gio's actions mirrored mine. What was even more chilling was that in the other 2 wardrobes, several vagrants were hiding, forming a circle around the faceless pink spirit. Among these vagrants was White Song. The beam of light that had just saved us might have been from White Song. At this moment, just like us, he held hands with us, enclosing the faceless pink spirit in the middle. The spirit covered its non-existent eyes with its hands, smiling as it sang the nursery rhyme, cage stitches, the bird in the cage always wants to escape on that night before dawn. The crane and the turtle slipped. Who do you face behind you? As the rhyme ended, the faceless pink spirit released its hands from its face, turning its head towards the vagrants behind and said, "It's your turn to be ghosts." With that, it gently pushed the head of one of the vagrants. I stood beside the vagrant, watching in horror as his head, with a soft push, rolled to the ground. The faceless pink spirit then cheerfully said, "Next one up." The headless vagrant now lay limp on the ground, eerily, not a drop of blood flowing from his neck. I was originally standing next to that wanderer, and with his death, I unexpectedly took over his original position. At this moment, the faceless spirit in the pink skirt started singing that terrifying nursery rhyme again. I knew that once this terrifying nursery rhyme ended, it would directly push off my head just like it did to the wanderer behind it. Cage seam, the bird in the cage always wants to escape, on the night before dawn. The song had reached this point, the situation was extremely urgent, and from the corner of my eye, I saw Kiyu and White Sang beside me. They also knew what was about to happen, both looking anxious. But they had no way to stop it. Because the entity in front of us was a malicious type of faceless spirit, a rare few among the faceless spirits that held ill intentions towards wanderers. There was very little information about it, as most wanderers who encountered it had already died, leading to its danger level within the entity even surpassing that of the Crushers. Its related hierarchy of appearance was also unclear, but I never imagined it would appear at level 0. By now, the song had reached its conclusion. The crane and the turtle slipped. Who will you face behind you? As the final line of the song fell, there was a sharp click, and the head of the faceless spirit in the pink skirt rotated 180 degrees, facing me, saying, "It's your turn to haunt." I felt ashen-faced instantly. But suddenly, a wanderer darted out into the corridor, picked up the flashlight White Song had dropped earlier, and shone it fiercely at the faceless spirit in the pink skirt. And in the moment the light hit the faceless spirit in the pink skirt, I felt the restraints on me suddenly loosen. In the next instant, without hesitation, I ran towards the corridor. The other wanderers beside me did the same. In an instant, we rushed into the corridor. The faceless spirit in the pink skirt, for some reason, did not chase after us but stood still. However, if I had paid attention to the scene in the room at that moment, I would have seen this. The wanderer who had just rescued us with the flashlight was standing in front of the faceless spirit in the pink skirt, and on its shoulder perched a blue parrot tilting its head. After escaping from the room of the faceless spirit in the pink skirt, our group ran stumbling through the darkness. After a while of fleeing, when we entered a new room, we finally stopped to catch our breath. Fortunately, our luck held, and we did not encounter any mourners along the way. In the darkness, as the group caught their breath, a wanderer suddenly spoke up. "Oh, Jerry! I can feel it, our god just saved us." "Jerry?" Kiyu murmured beside me, then he suddenly said, "Wait, you just said Jerry saved us, are you a follower of Jerry?" As Kiyu's voice fell, the lights around us suddenly lit up, and at the end of the corridor, a figure approached. It was the wanderer who had just saved us. But as I looked at him now, his face had no features, smooth as a mirror. Clearly, he was a faceless spirit. At that moment, I quietly asked Kiyu, "Who is Jerry?" Kiyu replied, "Entity 7 Jerry. Wanderers who come into physical contact with it, without attempting to tame it, will be influenced by its indoctrination ability. This will make the victims worship Jerry like a deity and recite phrases like, 'The Parrot Master Jerry is everything. The Parrot Master Jerry is the only reason I exist in this world,' and similar words. A few hours later, the assimilated ones will enter the Jerry Hall and cut off contact with the outside world. Of course, there will also be some believers wandering outside, spreading Jerry's holy words and converting other wanderers." As G said this, I suddenly noticed a blue parrot flying out from behind the faceless spirit and landing directly on my shoulder. It was Jerry. Immediately, White Song and G beside me were no longer calm, as Jerry achieved conversion by making physical contact with wanderers. Unless you tame Jerry in advance with almond water or sunflower seeds, Jerry will convert you. None of us expected to encounter Jerry at level 0. 1, and we didn't have almond water on us at the moment. Jerry landed on my shoulder, tilting its head to look at me. All the wanderers around fell into silence, except for the devout follower of Jerry, who gazed at Jerry with reverence, as if witnessing a miracle. But after a few minutes, Jerry remained unchanged, and I didn't feel any sense of worship towards Jerry. This conversion failed? I turned to G. G was also somewhat shocked but nodded and said, "It seems so. You probably hit that extremely low probability again." I was somewhat amused and exasperated. Every time, I managed to hit that extremely low probability. Honestly, I still don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. The air around us seemed to freeze at this moment. Jerry tilted its head to the other side, looking at me in confusion, seemingly pondering why its conversion didn't work on me. After staring for a while, perhaps unable to understand why it couldn't convert me, Jerry flew over to the Jerry follower. The Jerry follower immediately raised its arm in reverence, allowing Jerry to land on it. At that moment, the faceless spirit suddenly spoke to us. "Due to a thick fog, many members of our sect are trapped here. Our Lord has come to rescue the members of our sect. You are blessed by our Lord, so show your gratitude." I was stunned. Jerry could even convert the faceless spirit? Despite this thought, I still thanked Jerry. After all, if Jerry hadn't arrived suddenly, my head might not be on my shoulders right now. The faceless spirit spoke again. "Our Lord says that since some of you resisted his conversion, he will not trouble you. You may leave on your own." With that, the faceless spirit moved aside, clearing the entrance to the corridor. I exchanged glances with G, White Song, and the other 3 wanderers beside me, and we walked into the corridor, leaving the place. By now, I was feeling a bit dizzy, and hallucinations seemed to appear before my eyes. I knew this was a sign of dangerously low sanity levels. G whispered to me, "If we don't take almond water soon, our sanity levels will drop to 0 in no time." I nodded, feeling a heavy heart. Although we had escaped from the faceless spirit in the pink dress, we were still in the dangerous zone of level 0. 1. Despite most of the sad zombies in this area being eliminated by the faceless spirit in the pink dress, the remaining ones were still a threat. We needed to find an exit as soon as possible. However, upon entering a new room, we discovered a black ventilation duct in the room. Next to the duct was a flyer that piqued our curiosity. It depicted a man with an octopus head, and below it was a message. "Notice, hotel guests and staff on September 13, 2023, this Friday, the gentlemen and luggage handlers on the 5th floor will announce a very important message together. At that time, all employees must be present, and we also hope that guests can join us to celebrate the significant improvements to the hotel. We are very grateful for your continued trust and support. Sincerely, staff of the Terror Hotel." When we saw this flyer, we were all stunned. At that moment, White Sang glanced at Gio, stroked his chin, and said, "Perhaps this is the entrance to level 5. 1, don't you think?" Gio smiled and replied, "It should be. It's been a long time since I've been to the casino. I wonder if my old friends inside still recognize me." White Song also smiled and said, "I'll go in first." With that, he promptly crawled into the ventilation duct. Gio then introduced to me, level 5. 1 is a sublevel of level 5, known to the wanderers as the casino. The chips I used before came from here. Here, you can exchange goods for chips, or win chips by participating in projects. But no matter what, it's best not to act recklessly here. Pausing for a moment, Gio continued, "Because the owner here is an entity known as the 5th floor beast, whose danger level surpasses that of the pink skirt faceless spirit. However, as long as you abide by the casino rules, don't believe a word he says, generally, he won't harm you." After speaking, Gio gestured for me to enter the ventilation duct and said, "See you at level 5. 1. I couldn't help but smile, nod, and crawl in. After crawling a distance through the ventilation duct, I suddenly felt a sense of descent. Next, I landed on the ground, witnessing a completely different scene before me. Under the dim yellow lights, groups of wanderers surrounded various machines, sometimes reveling, sometimes sighing. The air was filled with a chaotic noise and piercing background music, with a hint of alcohol in the air. At that moment, I saw a humanoid entity approaching. It was dressed in a suit, with arms somewhat resembling puppet arms, but otherwise human-like. It held a tray with 2 bottles of almond water and asked me, "New guest, would you like a drink?" I hesitated, unsure whether to accept. I was afraid that the almond water offered by this seemingly waiter-like entity might be problematic, but my sanity value was low at that moment, and I needed to take the almond water. Just then, I saw White Song approaching from the crowd. He picked up the 2 bottles of almond water, handed one to me, and said to the entity, "Thank you." The entity bowed, saying, "Enjoy your time." With that, it turned and left. After the entity left, White Song told me, "The almond water is fine, drink up." He then unscrewed the cap of the almond water and drank it down in one go. I quickly followed suit, opening the cap and drinking the bottle of almond water. Meanwhile, Gio also successfully arrived here. Upon seeing us, Joe asked, "Have you seen Louis?" White Sang pointed in the direction where the service entity had left, and Gio hurriedly followed. Seeing Gio looking anxious, probably going to ask the service entity for almond water, White Sang explained to me, "The entity that just brought us almond water is the manager here, Louis. It provides a bottle of almond water to every newcomer wanderer." However, White Song looked puzzled. Technically, level 5. One can only be accessed through level 5, but why are we in level 0? Can we cut to level 5 with just one? I pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps each level has its hidden entrance to other levels, just waiting to be discovered." White Song thought for a moment and said, "What you said makes sense. The exploration level at level 0. 1 is very low, so it's normal that some hidden entrances to other levels remain undiscovered." Just then, Gio finished his almond water and hurried over. He glanced at me and said, "I just got in touch with the organization's members. There's an emergency situation at level 76, so I must hurry back. Thanks to the gentle Mujiching for generating love every day. Thanks to the love-generated power of the natural way of the Tao and the cycle of heaven. Thank you all for your support. Don't forget this." I saw Gio getting ready to leave, so I quickly took out the nuclear energy he had lent me back in level 0. 1 for lighting. Now that Gio was leaving, it was time to return it to its rightful owner. Gio smiled when he saw me handing over the nuclear energy, took it, and then clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, saying, "In your Chinese customs, this should mean take care, right? Linny, take care." With that, Gio turned and walked towards the casino's main gate. I also clasped my fists towards Joe's departing figure and shouted, "Joe, take care." Joe turned his head, smiled, waved at me, and walked out of the casino's main gate. This was the only passage to cut through this level. White Song watched our farewell and clicked his tongue, saying, "I didn't expect you two to get along so well. Have you considered joining the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance?" I shook my head and replied, "Gio mentioned to me privately that he didn't want me to join the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance." "Oh?" White Song raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "Since that's the case, why don't you come to our Argo's Eye? It's quite suitable for you here." I politely declined. "I'm used to being alone and don't like being bound by organizations." Hearing my words, White Song suddenly laughed. "Haha, if that's the case, then you're most suitable for our organization." "Why?" I was surprised. White Song didn't answer my question but mysteriously said, "Come to our headquarters sometime, and you'll find out the answer." Headquarters? It was said that the headquarters of the Argos Eye was located at level 11, where my backpack was also left in Gio's villa at level 11. When I went to level 11 to retrieve my backpack one day, I could also visit the headquarters mentioned by White Song. But for now, I needed to find Samantha to ask how to unlock the 5 slots for nuclear energy. At this point, I asked White Song, "Where are you heading?" White Song shrugged, "I have nothing to do, and the headquarters hasn't assigned me any tasks. I can only wander around the various levels aimlessly. Since I'm free now, why don't we explore together? Maybe I can help you." After some thought, I nodded. After all, White Song was highly skilled and knowledgeable, and such a free helper was hard to come by. However, White Song had saved my life multiple times back in level 0, 1, so I couldn't take advantage of him. At that moment, I noticed a notice posted on a wall in the casino. The notice listed some items that could be exchanged for chips. There were about dozens of items, some of which I recognized and some I didn't, making my head spin. But what surprised me the most was that a bottle of almond water required 2 red chips. I was puzzled because I remembered Gio telling me that 1 red chip was equivalent to 100 bottles of almond water, so why did it take 2 red chips to exchange for 1 bottle of almond water here? I expressed my confusion to White Song. White Song explained, "The price of chips outside is set by BNTG for convenience in trading, whereas the price of level 5, 1 chips is set by the beast of the 5th level. They are not the same, so don't confuse the two." I nodded, forming my own judgment. Amidst the chaotic noise around me, occasional bursts of excitement could be heard, indicating someone might have hit a jackpot. Feeling a bit restless, I wanted to try my luck, but White Song stopped me. He said, "Most of the machines here are controlled by the beast of the 5th level. He is the master here. Do you think you can earn chips from him?" Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. White Sang continued, "The mechanisms here are set up perfectly, balancing wins and losses precisely. It allows gamblers to win enough money to get addicted and lose enough money for the casino to make substantial profits, so don't try your luck easily. I nodded, suppressing the urge to try. Though getting rich overnight was tempting, who could guarantee not ending up penniless? I pondered and asked White Song, by the way, do you still have any resources on you? White Song hesitated, scratched his head, and reluctantly said, I lost all my resources when entering level 0. 1. I replied, me too. White Song sighed, so, we both have nothing on us now, right? I nodded and suggested, since you are a member of the Argo's Eye, can't you ask your headquarters for resources? White Song rolled his eyes, it's not that easy. In the Argo's Eye, resources need to be earned through merits. I've used up all my merits. So, does that mean we have to find resources again? I grimaced. Did it mean going back to the days of searching for resources diligently since arriving in the back room? White Song explained, for now, it seems so. Although I have stored many resources in level 11, I don't have the access key to level 11, and there's no entrance to level 11 here. So, we can't return to level 11 in the short term. I suggested, let's gather some resources in level 5 first. After I ask Samantha a question, we can figure out how to cut through to level 11. White Song agreed with my plan. Together, we headed towards the gate of level 5. 1. The only passage to level 5. Beyond the gate was a long corridor, and after walking for a while, White Song and I successfully entered level 5. Surveying the surroundings, we found ourselves in the main hall of level 5. The hall was occupied by the Homelian organization. As soon as we arrived at the main hall of level 5, we noticed a door labeled Homely. The Homelian provided hotel services in level 5, open to new wanderers, but residing there required a certain payment. I had some history with the Homelian members. When I first arrived in level 5, to escape the hunting by the Insect King's insects, I hid with the Homelian members and got to know one of them, Ronnie. I wondered if he was still around. I recalled that an elderly man who seemed to be a leader of the Homelian mentioned that hunting death moths might grant them residency rights, but I wasn't sure if that offer still stood. If we calculate it, with my and White Song's strength, we might be able to live here forever. Thinking this, I took White Song to the room with the Homely sign. I walked up to the door, knocked, but it seemed like no one was inside. After knocking a few times with no response, I reluctantly withdrew my hand, shrugged at White Song, and said, there's no one inside. At that moment, White Song said, I remember there are some rooms that can be opened here, and in those rooms, there are plenty of supplies. Since no one from the inn is here, why don't we go look for supplies ourselves? I nodded, about to search the rooms with White Song when suddenly, I saw a familiar figure leisurely approaching the main hall. It was Samantha. White Song also noticed Samantha, took a sharp breath, and with a strange expression, said, are we so unlucky to encounter Samantha right after arriving at level 5, and the key is we didn't bring any meat. I said, isn't this a good thing? I need to ask Samantha a question. White Song quipped, don't you know that any wanderer who meets Samantha, regardless of having a question or not, must offer some meat, or else Samantha will get very angry. Once she gets angry. White Song made a throat-slitting gesture. I couldn't help but laugh. How did I not notice before that this guy was so unserious? I said, it's okay, Samantha owes me a question, so I don't need to provide meat when I meet her. Before I could finish, White Song nervously said, you are you, I am me, you don't need to provide meat, but I do. White Song looked at Samantha getting closer, glanced around, and then said, no, I have to hide first. I don't want to provoke her again. With a look of lingering fear, White Song quickly found a cabinet to hide in while I waited for Samantha to approach, then called out her name. Samantha saw me at that moment. She walked over slowly and said, human, are you here to ask that one question? I nodded and said, yes, Miss Samantha. Samantha sat down, licked her paw elegantly, and said, speak your question. I asked, how can I unlock the 5 nuclear slots? After hearing my question, Samantha pondered for a moment and replied, I have 2 ways that might suit you. What are the 2 ways? I asked eagerly. The first, Samantha replied calmly, is to find a level 7 nuclear, wear it, and you will automatically unlock 5 slots. The second is to find the beast of the 5th floor and trade with him, he will help you unlock them. Hearing these 2 ways, I was stunned. So all I needed to do was wear a level 7 nuclear to unlock 5 slots. If I had known earlier, I would have worn it directly. So, without hesitation, I silently recited wear in my mind. In the next instant, the 3 original slots in my mind suddenly glowed white, and next to them, 2 more slots appeared slowly. At that moment, the information of the level 7 nuclear also changed. Nuclear, level 7 effect, infinite space, for storing items, equipped, non-removable. It was at that moment that I felt the bead contained an infinitely large space, where I could store anything I wanted. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If I had worn this bead back in level 11, my belongings wouldn't have been lost in Jaya's villa. As I put on this nuclear bead, I noticed a hint of surprise flash across Samantha's face. However, it said, if you plan to stay in level 5 for a long time, you should pay attention to the beasts on the 5th floor. It paused and continued, although your current issues don't require his intervention, according to my estimation, he will soon come looking for you on his own. But given your uniqueness, he shouldn't trouble you. Beasts on the 5th floor? The owner of level 5. 1. Why would he come looking for me? Despite my doubts, I knew that if I wanted to ask Samantha, I would have to pay a certain price, but I didn't have any meat on me right now. I had to say to Samantha, thank you for the reminder, Miss Samantha. Samantha nodded and then glanced at the cabinet where White Song was hiding, wagging its tail lightly as it left. As Samantha left, I called out to White Song. When White Song came out and looked around without seeing Samantha, he let out a sigh of relief. I was puzzled and asked, are you really that afraid of it? Even if you didn't pay it any meat when you first saw it, it shouldn't be like seeing a cat and mouse now, right? White Song awkwardly replied, the first time I saw Samantha, I thought it was just an ordinary little cat, so I couldn't help but go up and pet it. As a result, Samantha chased me for a day and night. In the end, I had to use my wits to escape from it. Me. Let's not talk about that, it's all in the past. White Song awkwardly waved his hand and then asked, what did you and Samantha just talk about? I was far away and couldn't hear clearly. Just as I was about to answer White Song's question, suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a figure in a black suit standing next to me. He stood silently beside me, and I didn't even know when he had arrived. I quickly turned my head to look, but no matter how I turned, the man in the suit continued to appear in my peripheral vision, and I couldn't see him directly. What's going on? I was greatly shocked. Even more surprising was that White Song in front of me seemed oblivious to my abnormality and continued talking to himself. While I watched his mouth move, I couldn't hear any sound at all. At that moment, I felt as if I were submerged in water, everything around me slowly drifting away. And the only man I could see through my peripheral vision was getting closer and closer to me until he stood in front of me. I looked at him, and he didn't seem human. He had a head that resembled an octopus, with 6 tentacles on it. But apart from his head, everything else about him was just like a normal person. He stood in front of me with his hands in his pockets, calmly looking at me. Looking at this entity with an octopus head in front of me, I was almost certain that he was the owner of level 5. 1. The beast of the 5th floor mentioned by Samantha. Standing in front of me, he spoke, I have been waiting for you. I hope I didn't startle you too much, Mr. Lin E. I felt a little nervous inside, and for some reason, White Song, who was originally in front of me, was nowhere to be found at this moment. Gathering my thoughts, I said, hello, Mr. Beast of the 5th floor. Upon hearing my greeting, the beast of the 5th floor suddenly burst into exaggerated laughter and then said, do you all call me the beast of the 5th floor? Oh my, I don't think you should treat your business partner like this. Why don't you call me the gentleman of the 5th floor instead? I was slightly taken aback. The entity who called himself the gentleman of the 5th level seemed quite friendly, although his way of appearing was rather peculiar. At that moment, the beast of the 5th level spoke again, Mr. Linny, I am a merchant. I can see that you are startled, aren't you? How about this, I can help you. Let's make a deal, just between you and me. Let's consider it our little secret, known only to us. You just need to help me with a few things, nothing difficult, and I assure you, you will never feel afraid again in the future. I looked at the beast of the 5th level in front of me, he was so familiar, talking to me as if we had known each other for a long time. But something felt strange. His mouth moved, and his voice seemed to carry a special kind of magic. I felt as if each character flew out of his mouth, eventually landing in my ears, and those characters were like deep whirlpools, drawing me in, making me unable to resist wanting to agree to his deal. Just as my lips were about to utter okay, I suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and that okay was forcibly swallowed back. I don't know why, but I felt as if I had been hypnotized just now, subconsciously wanting to agree to the beast of the 5th level's deal. Luckily, at the last second, I snapped out of it. Although I didn't know what would happen if I agreed to his deal, it definitely wouldn't be something good. The beast of the 5th level, seeing that I didn't agree to his deal, was slightly surprised. He looked at me, then suddenly smiled and kindly patted my shoulder, saying, my friend, I was just joking with you, hope I didn't scare you too much. Come to my office, and I will offer you my sincerest apology. My instinctive response was to refuse. Although I didn't know why he invited me to his so-called office for an apology, it's always suspicious when someone is overly friendly. This guy in front of me definitely had ulterior motives. However, the beast of the 5th level seemed to have anticipated my refusal, as he continued, Mr. Linny, What if I told you I could unlock 7 nuclear slots for you? Would you then agree to come to my office? Hearing this, I started to waver. Truth be told, the idea of unlocking 7 slots did tempt me. I knew how crucial the amplification from nuclear energy could be. Currently, one of my slots was occupied by a level 7 nuclear energy, and although Joe said it wouldn't have a significant impact on me, there was still some effect. After the events of level 0.1, I became even more aware of the importance of nuclear energy. It's not an exaggeration to say that an extra slot is like an extra life. Seeing me hesitate, the beast of the 5th level added, "Of course, Mr. Linny, I'll help you unlock 7 slots, but in return, you'll have to help me with something. After all, I am a merchant, and merchants like to make deals, don't they?" After pondering for a moment, I asked him, "What do you need me to do?" The beast of the 5th level replied, "It's a simple matter, just Mr. Linny coming to my office for a visit." I was slightly surprised. Was it that simple? After thinking for a while, I agreed to the deal. Because I thought, if the beast of the 5th level wanted to kill me, he could easily do it here. There was no need to take me to his office. But there was still a doubt in my mind. Why was he so eager for me to go to his office? Nevertheless, I had already agreed to his request, so I would have to adapt to the situation when the time came. The beast of the 5th level seemed unusually excited when he saw that I agreed to his request. I noticed that the 6 tentacles around his head began to wriggle. He made a gesture of invitation towards me and said, "Ah, Mr. Linny, my office is right here. I have prepared afternoon tea for you. I believe we will have a very pleasant conversation." I followed his gesture and saw a door on the wall that had appeared out of nowhere, undoubtedly leading to his office. Before approaching the office, I looked around and found White Song had vanished without a trace, which made me somewhat worried. But first, I had to complete the transaction with the beast on the 5th floor. Stepping into the office, I was pleasantly surprised by the environment. Although the room was set up like a normal office, it was surrounded by potted plants, giving it a lively spring-like atmosphere. The office was brightly lit, creating a warm feeling that was quite inviting. The beast from the 5th floor pulled a chair for me to sit down, taking a seat opposite me. He handed me a cup of tea of unknown origin, then rested his hands on the table and said with a hint of playfulness, "Mr. Linny, do you know? No one has ever walked out of my office." Upon hearing this, I was suddenly alarmed. What did he mean by that? Was he going to silence me? I began to regret agreeing to the transaction with him. If I were to be killed here, it would be my own greed that brought me trouble. However, the beast from the 5th floor noticed my slight panic and said, "Ah, Mr. Linny, don't worry. Soon you will be the first person to walk out of my office. Everyone knows I never lie." Hearing this, I felt a bit reassured. Of course, I didn't completely trust this guy. From the moment I met him, he seemed mysterious, and during our conversation, I sensed he was somewhat untrustworthy. But suddenly, he became mysterious again, leaving me puzzled about the intentions of this beast from the 5th floor. For now, though, his mood seemed fine. He smiled at me and said, "Mr. Linny, I am very interested in you because I sense that you are different from others." With that, he took out a pearl emitting a gentle white light from his pocket, placed it in front of me, and said, "Mr. Linny, this nuclear energy can help you unlock 7 slots. However, if you can walk out of my office, I will gift you this nuclear energy." I was a bit stunned. I remembered that we seemed to have made a deal just now. I would sit in his office, and he would help me unlock 7 slots. But now, he was saying that if I could walk out of his office, he would give me this nuclear energy that could unlock 7 slots. So, I said to him, "Mr. Gentleman from the 5th floor, have you forgotten our deal?" "Ah, did we have a deal?" the beast from the 5th floor suddenly asked, looking shocked. I was speechless. One should be honest, Mr. Gentleman from the 5th floor. "Mr. Linny, I am not human," the beast from the 5th floor corrected me, then suddenly became very serious, saying, "Mr. Linny, I don't think you have understood the current situation. Let me introduce myself. I am not only the owner of the level 5.1 casino, but also the owner of this haunted hotel. Do you think I would keep my word with an outsider on my own turf?" And as he finished speaking, countless eyes graffiti suddenly appeared on the walls around me. They stared at me with piercing eyes, and the wild beast from the 5th level in front of me had its 6 tentacles on its head slightly wriggling. I felt countless whispers in my ears, and the once bright surroundings dimmed. Suddenly, the wild beast from the 5th level in front of me stood up and looked behind me. Dizzy and almost fainting, I mustered my last strength to turn around. At the office door, I saw a man wearing a demon mask, resembling a demon from hell. After what seemed like an eternity, I slowly regained consciousness. Opening my eyes, the first thing I did was to observe my surroundings. I realized I was no longer on level 5 but in an abandoned courtyard. It was early autumn morning, with the rising sun casting a warm light on the desolate courtyard. A dry well surrounded by fallen leaves swirled in the wind. Suddenly, the decrepit gate of the courtyard was pushed open by a person. To my surprise, the person wore a demon mask and a samurai outfit. It was the ghost assassin of Argo's Eye. In my faint memory, I saw the ghost assassin breaking into the office of the wild beast from the 5th level. Did it save me? The ghost assassin was much taller than me, towering over me. It looked down at me, but this time, I didn't feel any pressure. However, I was puzzled as the ghost assassin stood before me in silence, seemingly wanting to say something. I took the initiative and asked, "Mr. Ghost Assassin, thank you for saving me, but may I ask why you saved me?" Finally, the ghost assassin spoke softly, by the command of Argos. After saying this, the ghost assassin fell silent again, showing no intention to continue speaking. But it stood before me, clearly with something to say. I had to ask again, "May I know your name, Mr. Ghost Assassin? How should I address you?" I couldn't keep calling it Ghost Assassin, it sounded unpleasant. Of course, I thought this to myself, not daring to say it out loud in front of this monster capable of crushing enemies. "Nameless," the ghost assassin uttered. I hesitated, unsure if it meant its name was nameless or it had no name. After a moment, I said, "Mr. Nameless, since Argos sent you to save me, there must be a reason he needs me for. What should I do?" "Go to level C9 with White Song," the ghost assassin said, then pulled out a demon mask identical to its own and handed it to me, saying, "It's for you." Perplexed by the ghost assassin's intentions, I wondered why it gave me a mask identical to its own. Was it grooming me as a successor? But we had just met, it didn't make sense. Seeing me standing still, the ghost assassin pushed the mask into my hands and left without a word. I was at a loss. The ghost assassin just left like that? I didn't even know where I was, let alone how to go to level C9 with White Song. But then, after the ghost assassin left, White Song entered. He saw me awake and tiptoed over to me, poking me gently. With a curious expression, he said, "Hey, when did you become so familiar with the Ghost Slayer?" "Just now, I let it go first, but it insisted on waiting for you to wake up. It even said it wanted to tell you something." "What did you both talk about?" Seeing White Song full of gossip, I helplessly smiled and said, "We didn't say much, it just gave me a mask." "What the heck?" White Song jumped up directly, shocked, and said, "This. It gave you a mask?" If the truth judicators knew about this, their jaws would drop in amazement. Is it that exaggerated? What kind of person is it in your organization? Oh no, what kind of entity? I asked curiously. I remembered that the Ghost Slayer seemed to be not human, but an entity with human-like intelligence. Why did everyone, whether it was Geo or White Song, look so fearful whenever the Ghost Slayer was mentioned? Ah, White Song sighed, then said, "In the backroom, most wanderers see us truth judicators as a bunch of lunatics who sacrifice everything for justice, but compared to the Ghost Slayer, we are the most normal people. Because the Ghost Slayer not only punishes unjust acts among wanderers, but also unjust acts between wanderers and entities. Just a few months ago, it cut off all contact with anyone in our organization, only our leader Argos can reach it. And it has an extreme hatred for humans, especially those who slaughter many entities. Even many of our members have been killed by it. It's not an exaggeration to say that it giving a human a gift is more sensational than the sun rising from the west." Hearing this, I also felt quite confused. Why would the Ghost Slayer give me such a mask? Just because it didn't sense any evil from me? I didn't think so, but I had no reason to explain why it would voluntarily give me a mask. But I shook my head and temporarily pushed aside these thoughts. What I need to focus on now is the task the Ghost Slayer mentioned about going to level C9. Level C9 belongs to the C-level group in the backroom, and I can say I know nothing about the C-level group. At this point, I asked White Song, "Which level are we currently in? Why did your leader Argos save me? It can't just be because of a task, right?" White Song replied, "Our leader asked me to tell you that he saved you because you are currently the only wanderer in the backroom with God-level nuclear energy. He wants to recruit you to join Argos, but before that, there is a probation period, and our journey to level C9 is part of the assessment." However, White Song suddenly paused and said, "I suspect that the leader sending the two of us to level C9 is not that simple. Do you know what kind of place level C9 is?" I shook my head, indicating that I didn't know. Level C9, also known as the Ghostless Forest, is extremely mysterious. Even I don't have detailed information about this level, but as far as I know, the survival difficulty of this level is rated at level 3. Level C9, Ghostless Forest Survival Difficulty, Level 3 Unsafe Unstable Few entities. After listening to White Song's introduction of the levels rating, I couldn't help but furrow my brows slightly. Although the danger level here was only rated at level 3, White Song's expression was noticeably serious when he mentioned level 3. If something could make White Song, this big shot, look serious, I wouldn't consider it simple. Sure enough, White Song continued, if it were only at level 3 of danger, I wouldn't be so wary. What makes me wary is that this level 3 tier, up to now, remains unexplored and undeveloped. We have no idea about any entities or dangers within. Hearing White Song's words, I too fell into contemplation. If this were a level 5 or a dead zone tier, it would make sense for it to be unexplored or undeveloped. But for a level 3 tier, for it to remain unexplored and undeveloped by organizations like the Argus I or M.E.G., that seems highly unusual. At this point, White Sang added, there seems to be detailed information about this tier within the organization, but it's considered top secret, and I don't have access to it. When I was assigned a mission to this tier, I requested the information but was denied. It's puzzling. Hearing White Sang speak like this, I too was deeply puzzled. Why send us to explore this tier without providing information about it? I couldn't understand. White Sang sighed and finally said, regardless, we must remember that this tier is not simple. In my opinion, it's no less than a level 5 tier. We are only here to explore, and as soon as we find an exit, we can leave at any time, as the organization has arranged for us. What about the exit? I asked. White Sang replied, I don't know. The organization didn't inform me, but I do know the entrance. The entrance? At this point, White Sang pointed to the dried-up well in the courtyard and said to me, jump into that dried-up well, and you'll reach level C9, where the forest is ghost-free. A gust of autumn wind swept through, filling the courtyard with swirling dry leaves. I couldn't help but shiver. A dried-up well, a ghost-free forest. Is the forest truly ghost-free? White Sang and I stood in front of the well. I asked White Sang, you said the forest is ghost-free, but is it really free of ghosts? White Sang replied, who knows? Here, take this first. With that, White Sang tossed me a backpack. Upon inspection, I realized it was the backpack I had lost at the entrance to the Geo Villa. Seeing my puzzled expression, White Sang explained, the Ghost Slayer retrieved it, not me. He then informed me, the backpack contains 3 artificial bottled lightning grenades, 1 nuclear, a new gift from Argus. I was taken aback. Argus was quite generous. White Sang took a deep breath and glanced at me, saying, Linny, I'll go down first to pave the way for you. With that, he somersaulted and leaped into the well. I smiled, swallowed the nuclear grenade from the backpack, and followed suit, jumping into the well. As a sense of descent washed over me, the scenery before my eyes began to change. When I felt the solid ground beneath my feet, the surroundings gradually came into view. I was in a forest, sunlight filtering through the canopy of trees and landing on me. Yet, I felt no warmth, only an endless chill, because this forest had no color. As far as the eye could see, everything was in black and white. The sky, the sun, the leaves, everything was in black and white. Strangely, when I looked down at myself, I realized I still retained my normal colors. It was like a splash of color in a black and white photograph, unsettling and out of place. With my mismatched colors against the environment, I would have nowhere to hide if danger arose. So, what dangers awaited here? At that moment, I listened intently to the surrounding environment. And just now, the nuclear energy I swallowed, after understanding its information, was also worn by me. Nuclear energy, level 6 effect, speed plus 6 equipped, remaining slots, 2. After wearing this nuclear energy, I found that my original level 2 speed nuclear energy had actually disappeared from its slot. Sensing this, I speculated that it might be due to the inability to wear nuclear energies with the same effect. That is, when wearing 2 nuclear energies with the same effect simultaneously, the lower level nuclear energy will be consumed by the higher level one. At this moment, the level 6 speed nuclear energy also gave me a sense of security, giving me the courage to explore further. I cautiously moved forward. At that moment, I heard the sound of stepping on tree leaves to my left. Who's there? Is it White Sang? I hurried to check, but where the sound had just come from was empty. Except for a pile of dry branches and fallen leaves on the ground, there was nothing. I felt a chill down my spine, dared not think further, and quickly left the place. And then, suddenly, the wind picked up. The treetops around me swayed with the wind, and occasionally, in the wind, I could hear bursts of laughter. The continuous sound of footsteps kept ringing beside me, and I even heard something seemingly chasing me from behind. I felt my hair stand on end, and I quickly turned around to look behind me. But behind me was still empty, with no figure in sight. I thought of the name of this level, No Ghosts in the Forest. Are there really no ghosts here? Or is No Ghosts in the Forest a reverse phrase, meaning, there are ghosts here? As soon as this thought crossed my mind, a cold wind suddenly blew. I didn't know when, mist began to rise in front of me. Unlike the mist I encountered with the crusher, the mist here seemed to form naturally. It rose slowly from deep within the forest, gradually spreading around me. The mist thickened, and the air began to carry a hint of moisture. Vaguely, I seemed to hear someone calling my name from a distance. The voice was extremely distant, sounding as if it came from the sky. But gradually, the voice calling my name grew louder, as if it was slowly drifting towards me from the sky. In the mist, I seemed to see a woman with her back to me. I blinked, but the next moment, she suddenly disappeared. Yet the repeated calls of Linny continued to echo in my ears. I couldn't have really encountered a ghost, could I? Thinking this, I couldn't help but shiver and hasten my pace. I hurried through the mist, unaware that behind me, there was a woman with disheveled hair following me. She stuck to my back, taking a step for every step I took. For some reason, I felt the warmth in my body gradually fading away. What's happening? I shuddered, feeling colder and colder, to the point where my upper and lower teeth began to chatter. And suddenly, I felt my shoulders getting heavier, as if something was crawling up from the bottom along my back. I remembered the ghost stories I had read in the lobby. Usually, ghosts attach themselves to people to absorb their yang energy. And in some movies, some ghosts like to stick to people's backs, giving you a sudden scare when you turn around. Thinking of this, I dared not look back. But if I let the ghost behind me continue to absorb my yang energy, that wouldn't be a solution either. At that moment, I thought, almond water has a certain restraining effect on any entity in the backroom, so does it also have a restraining effect on the ghost behind me? I quickly reached into my backpack behind me, trying to take out a bottle of almond water. When I touched a bottle of almond water, I quickly took it out. But when I saw the almond water, I shuddered, almost screaming out loud. Because what I was holding in my hand at that moment was not almond water, but a severed hand. With a sudden swish, my face turned pale as I felt something slowly resting on my shoulder from behind. A voice whispered in my ear, "You found me. You found me." A resentful female voice echoed behind me. I shivered uncontrollably, feeling cold all over. Strangely, the female ghost remained close to my back, only draining my vitality without causing any harm. Could it be true that ghosts can only absorb human vitality and not harm them? Although this ghost didn't harm me, I couldn't let it continue draining my vitality. I glanced at the severed hand in my hand, which had miraculously turned back into almond water. Perhaps the severed hand was just an illusion. With that in mind, I decisively unscrewed the cap of the almond water and poured it onto my back. Fortunately, the ghost made no resistance and simply dissipated after a scream. I breathed a sigh of relief. However, I remained vigilant. This place had not been fully explored yet, and if entities that could be easily killed with almond water were the only threat, it didn't make sense. There must be more dangerous entities here that I had yet to discover. With the death of the ghost behind me, the mist surrounding me began to dissipate, revealing that I was standing by a road. The road stretched into the depths of the forest, disappearing into the distance. Suddenly, a light appeared on the road. The light moved slowly along the road. Upon closer inspection, it was a car. Both the driver's and passenger seats were empty, clearly in autonomous driving mode. It was a car beast. Seeing the car beast approaching, I felt a slight relief. Car beasts were neutral entities that didn't attack wanderers, and some could even be ridden. However, I couldn't be sure if this car beast would give me a ride. After all, a driverless vehicle approaching in a dark forest. The thought alone was chilling, and I didn't dare to trust it to carry me. I stood by the roadside, watching the car beast pass by me. Interestingly, as it passed, it honked twice, as if greeting me. After the car beast left, I ventured back into the forest. The appearance of the road in the forest was conspicuous, possibly attracting terrifying entities, so I avoided walking in such an exposed location. The forest remained as eerie as ever, with occasional faint cries or crisp laughter. I paid no attention to these sounds, assuming they were made by mischievous spirits living there. The ghosts here were relatively easy to deal with. A bottle of almond water was usually enough to handle them, so I wasn't concerned. Now, I just wanted to reunite with White Song as soon as possible and find a way out together. Just as I was thinking about how to meet up with White Song, I suddenly saw him resting under a tree ahead. I felt relieved, but then I hesitated. Was this person really White Song? Having been deceived by skin thieves too many times, encountering a wanderer in a strange environment made me wary. My first thought was, could this person in front of me be a skin thief? Of course, the likelihood of White Song being killed by a skin thief was slim, but I couldn't let my guard down. Because wherever you go, it's often the arrogant ones who end up causing harm. White Song under the tree had noticed me too. He waved from a distance and shouted, "Linny, stay where you are, I'll come to you." Upon hearing this, I felt slightly relieved. A skin thief wouldn't shout at me like that, right? I stood still, watching White Song walking towards me. For some reason, I felt like the environment around White Song seemed to have changed, and this White Song was somewhat different from the one I had just seen. The White Song approaching me seemed taller, but White Song had been right in front of me all along, so it couldn't have switched in front of my eyes, right? I was puzzled. At that moment, White Song was steadily approaching me. The closer it got, the stronger the sense of danger in my heart became. When it was still tens of meters away from me, I suddenly heard a familiar voice beside me. Linny, I finally found you. Wait, who is that person in front of you? Instantly, my pupils dilated sharply. That voice belonged to White Song. Then who was this White Song coming towards me? But I didn't have time to think about it because the White Song approaching me seemed to realize its identity had been exposed. In an instant, its skin split open from the middle, revealing a monster with a huge mouth on its belly rushing towards me. It was indeed a skin thief. I took a step back, grabbed a bottle of lightning from my bag, and was about to throw it at the skin thief. But luckily, White Song reacted swiftly and had already shot at the moment the skin thief transformed. White Song's gun was equipped with a silencer, and I only heard 2 soft clicks. After a short distance, the skin thief slowly fell to the ground. I breathed a sigh of relief and looked at White Song behind me. This White Song should be real, but I was still puzzled. Because for a skin thief to disguise as a wanderer, they had to kill the wanderer first and peel off their skin to wear it. The skin thief's skin was covered with tiny protrusions on the outside, similar to the suckers on an octopus tentacle. These protrusions would adhere to the skin peeled from a human, pulling and stretching it back and forth until it fit the skin thief's body, making them look like a human. Additionally, these protrusions would supply blood and nutrients to the skin, maintaining its temperature and vitality, and preventing it from decaying. And now, White Song was standing beside me unharmed by the skin thief, so how did this skin thief transform into White Song? White Song was also puzzled at this moment. He walked up to the skin thief, fired a few more shots, and muttered in confusion, could it be that my old man had a half-brother behind my back? I rolled my eyes instantly. Even if they were half-brothers, they wouldn't look that alike. The skin thief disguised as White Song even had a mole in the exact same spot as the real White Song. After pondering for a while, we couldn't figure it out, so I asked White Song, what entities have you encountered? White Song replied, I've encountered some entities with low threat levels, what about you? I said, I encountered a ghost and a car beast. Ghost? White Song said in confusion, the ghost you mentioned isn't the thing that's been crouching behind you all this time, right? I turned around in terror to look behind me. Ju, Linny, what do you like to do in the front hall? Linny, I like to read novels. Ju, do you have any habits when reading novels? Linny, without hesitation of course, I like to give 5-star ratings to the novels I've read. Author, secretly pleased, that's indeed a good habit. I suddenly turned around to look behind me, and on a tree behind me, there were countless black handprints all over it. Around the tree, a group of children were holding hands, circling the tree. When we spotted them, they giggled, turned their heads, and disappeared into the depths of the forest. White Song looked at the disappearing little ghosts behind me and said in astonishment, I thought these things only appeared in novels, never expected to see them for real in the backroom. I nodded and replied, this place is indeed eerie. Neither of the 2 ghosts I encountered here fits any entity we've heard of before. White Song's expression turned serious as he said, I wonder if entities beyond our understanding will appear here, just like that skin thief and the little ghosts we just encountered. This is not good. We need to find a way out quickly. With that, White Song and I ventured forward together, striving to find an exit as soon as possible. White Song said, based on my experience, the places where we can exit are usually quite special, like following a particular path continuously, encountering something peculiar and touching it, or finding a pond to jump into, and so on. However, White Song continued, I came across a pond before but didn't try it. I was afraid you wouldn't find a way out alone, so I came to find you first. White Song walked ahead of me, speaking as he went. Hearing White Song's words, I felt a slight touch of emotion. However, the current situation didn't allow me to dwell on my feelings because I heard children's laughter coming from behind a tree nearby. On the trunk, numerous handprints slowly reappeared. The group of little ghosts had returned. I turned to observe the tree, worried that a few little ghosts might suddenly dart out from behind. At that moment, White Song walking in front suddenly said, something's not right about this place, let's stop. White Song's words trailed off abruptly, and he stopped in his tracks. I quickly turned around to look, but there was nothing in front of me, no sign of White Song. I stared at the path ahead, rooted to the spot. One moment White Song was talking to me, the next he vanished into thin air. From what White Song had said, I sensed that he had noticed something amiss here, but before he could warn me, an unexpected situation occurred. I surveyed the surroundings. In the black and white forest, the treetops swayed in the wind, occasionally hearing rustling sounds nearby, seemingly nothing out of the ordinary. I took a couple of steps forward, and as I moved, the environment around me slowly began to change. I had been in the midst of the forest, but with my final step, I mysteriously appeared next to a pond. Was this the same pond White Song had encountered before? I warily scanned my surroundings, speculating in my mind. The backroom is different from reality, and this difference is not just about entities or objects but also about space, time, and other scientific fields. In level 0, its space is not the linear space we are accustomed to. Could this place also not belong to linear space? What kind of space does it belong to? Folded space? I was unsure because explaining these scientific concepts posed a challenge for a humanities student like me. Standing by the pond, I pondered the potential dangers that could arise. There were many little ghosts in this level, perhaps there might be a water ghost in this pond too? With these thoughts in mind, I silently shifted my feet outward. Suddenly, in the center of the pond, dense bubbles began to emerge with a gurgling sound. A dark shadow slowly surfaced in the water. I started to retreat slowly, but as I did, I felt that something was amiss. My clothes felt damp, and I quickly looked down. Somehow, I had walked into the water of the pond. And at this moment, the water in the tan was already up to my waist. I immediately felt something was wrong and hurried towards the shore. But then, I suddenly felt something unknown entangling my ankle, pulling me down with force. I felt my balance waver. Faced with this situation, I didn't hesitate and took out the almond water from my backpack. In my urgency, instead of pouring it slowly, I unscrewed the cap and threw the entire bottle of almond water into the water. I quickly unscrewed several bottles of almond water and threw them all into the tan. The water around me gradually changed color from green to milky white. Suddenly, I felt the thing entwining my ankle loosen. Relieved, I swiftly swam towards the shore. Once on land, I looked back with lingering fear. Where I had been moments ago, the water seemed to churn as if something was stirring beneath. Shaking off the water, I marveled at the almond water, a potent tool to banish entities. I placed my backpack on the ground and checked if everything inside was still usable. As to why I didn't store items in the infinite space core, it was because I wasn't proficient enough to retrieve them smoothly. When items were taken out from the core, they appeared in a fixed position in midair, requiring precise hand placement. The item would hover for a second before you had to grab it swiftly. These actions needed to be instinctual and expertly executed. I hadn't mastered this skill yet, so in a crisis, I might drop an item after retrieving it and have to pick it up again. Because in that split second of bending down to pick it up, my life could be at stake. After a thorough check, I found nothing majorly wrong with the contents of my backpack and felt relieved. The water ghost in the water seemed to have dissipated under the effect of the almond water. Calming down, I pondered, every time a new entity appeared, it seemed to manifest when I thought about the possibility of its existence. So, as I contemplated this, a voice interrupted my musings. "Linny," White Song called from afar in the woods. I quickly turned to see White Song approaching. He ran up to me, slightly out of breath, and said, "I risked my life and finally discovered the secret of this lair." What secret? I had a guess in mind, but I wanted to see if it aligned with White Song's theory. White Song leaned in and said, "Firstly, the space here is not linear, it might be randomly distributed, as seen when you lost me earlier." I nodded, as from my perspective, White Song disappeared while walking, but from his perspective, I was the one who vanished. So, his observation made sense, and his theory was similar to mine. I nodded and urged him to continue. White Song added, "Haven't you noticed? When we think of a dangerous entity, it materializes. Like when you mentioned encountering a ghost, I subconsciously thought of a group of spirits, and they appeared." Pausing, he continued, "The first time you met me, did you think I might be a disguised skin thief?" I nodded. White Song continued, "That's why when I approached you, not being in a linear space, I appeared from the other side, and the thief in your heart, so it didn't kill me but could take on my appearance and appear right in front of you." "So you mean," I added, "as long as we think of any entity in our hearts, it will manifest?" "Exactly," White Song nodded, saying, "No wonder organizations keep information about this place secret. If I knew the information here, the moment I entered, I would probably start imagining uncontrollably." I nodded, deeply moved. Because in the main hall, when sleeping at night, sometimes inexplicable jumbled images would appear before my eyes. And I kept telling myself not to think about it, but the more I tried, the faster those images appeared. Unless professionally trained, once a person tells themselves not to think about something, they are likely to lose control and think about it. Even if it's just for a second, it still counts as thinking about it. The best way is to keep wanderers in an unconscious state to prevent them from thinking about terrifying entities as much as possible. At that moment, White Song and I finally uncovered this level of secret. But White Song suddenly looked up and said to me, if we know the conditions for entities to appear here, can we control ourselves from thinking randomly? I was taken aback. Just analyzing this level of secret with White Song, I hadn't thought about it, but now that he mentioned it, images of entities I had encountered flashed through my mind uncontrollably. Although I suppressed them as soon as they appeared, in this level, even a momentary thought would generate those entities. In that moment, images of the crusher, the sorrowful corpse, the thief, the hunting dog, the neighborhood watcher, and other entities quickly flashed through my mind. After these images appeared in my mind, I looked up despairingly at White Song, who also looked up at me. I noticed that his eyes were just like mine at that moment, probably subconsciously thinking of those entities too. If all those entities really surged out at once, the outcome would be fatal for both me and White Song. As expected, after a brief silence, various noisy sounds erupted around us. I glanced behind me, and almost all the entities I had encountered, except the crusher, had appeared. Fortunately, these entities only appeared individually, not in groups, and the crusher, which worried me the most, was temporarily absent. Among these entities, the most threatening was the neighborhood watcher, the entity with 6 legs supporting a large eyeball. However, I didn't panic too much at this moment. I still had 3 bottled lightning bolts in my hand, and I didn't know what secret weapons White Song had. Running and whispering, White Song said to me, "Don't kill these entities." I nodded, understanding White Song's meaning. In this level, although it manifests the dangers you think of, it can only manifest a single dangerous entity. In other words, if I keep imagining a hunting dog, it won't keep generating multiple dogs but only one hunting dog. Unless I kill that hunting dog, it won't create new ones. If White Song and I kill an entity, inevitably we will think about killing that entity, triggering the mechanism in level C9, generating that entity again. So there's no need for White Song and me to waste energy on this unless the entity truly threatens our safety and we have no choice but to kill it. White Song and I ran frantically. The mission at level C9 had turned from leisurely exploration into a deadly chase. I discovered that I possessed level 6 speed nuclear energy, running even faster than Usain Bolt. Surprisingly, White Song could keep up with me at the same speed, showing signs of surpassing me. I looked at White Song in astonishment, and he rolled his eyes at me, saying, "You think you're the only one with level 6 speed nuclear energy?" I took on several dangerous missions at the Eye of Argos for this level 6 nuclear energy. Both of us having level 6 speed nuclear energy, we ran swiftly. The entity army behind us was temporarily left behind, except for the 2 neighboring sentinels. Since White Song and I each thought of a neighboring sentinel, 2 were generated. Their speed was faster than ours, yet they closely followed us without showing signs of attacking. I glanced back discreetly and noticed the 2 neighboring sentinels were on guard against each other, which prevented them from immediately attacking us. Despite this, White Song and I did not dare to slack off, as we both imagined the crushers, but for some reason, the crushers had not appeared yet. Analyzing as we ran, White Song said, "Generally, the crushers appear after the wanderers have stayed at a level for a long time. Could it be that the crushers have already been generated now, but since we haven't stayed here long enough, it's not their time to appear?" Hearing White Song say generally, I twitched at the corner of my mouth because I knew, with the inexplicable probability issue on me, there would be no general situation. Just as I was about to remind White Song of this, I suddenly tripped over an unknown entity and fell. Before I could get up, one of the neighboring sentinels behind me leaped towards me. Its large eye emitted a white light towards me. At that moment, White Song's face turned pale upon seeing this, but he had no time to pull me up because the other neighboring sentinel suddenly launched an attack on him. Perhaps it was the strange probability on me at work again. When a wanderer is hit by that white light, they are not only involuntarily drawn to the neighboring sentinel but also endure great mental anguish. However, apart from being pulled towards the neighboring sentinel, I did not suffer any additional mental pain. Having experienced many life-threatening situations in the past, I remained calm facing this scene. Swiftly, I took out a bottle of bottled lightning from my backpack and threw it towards the large eye of the neighboring sentinel. In an instant, blue arcs of electricity enveloped the entire eyeball of the neighboring sentinel. It retreated in pain. On the other side, White Song somehow managed to repel the neighboring sentinel as well. This reminded me of Geo pulling out that spray when facing the neighboring sentinel. Although I didn't know what item White Song used to repel the neighboring sentinel, it was probably not just any ordinary item, similar to Geo's spray, which I still didn't know what kind of special item it was. Although we temporarily repelled the 2 neighboring sentinels, the entities we had left behind caught up with us. White Song and I exchanged a glance and quickly evacuated the area. However, thick white fog suddenly emerged from deep within the forest, enveloping both of us in an instant. I was familiar with this dense fog because I had encountered it at level 9 and level 11. It was a precursor to the appearance of the Crushers. At that moment, the ambient temperature plummeted rapidly, and the sound of whistling winds filled our ears. At this moment, White Song and I couldn't see each other, but White Song shouted to me, "Linny, run back. The spatial level here is not linear, you can use." Then White Song's voice disappeared. Even though White Song only said half of it, I quickly understood his meaning. In a linear space, we walk from point A to point B along a straight line, and when we return the same way, we can come back to point A from point B. But in a non-linear space, if we walk from point A to point B and then return the same way, we won't arrive back at point A but at point C. White Song's intention was clear, to run back the way we came. If lucky, we might reach a place far from the oppressors. Since the oppressors hadn't started chasing us yet, if we ran to a new place, it would be hard for them to find us. I quickly turned around and ran back. I didn't care about the entities chasing me anymore. Compared to the oppressors, these entities posed a lower threat. After running a distance behind me, suddenly, the white mist in front of me vanished, revealing a whole new forest. It was eerily quiet here, not even a whisper of wind could be heard. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like I had temporarily evaded the oppressors. The group of entities that had been chasing me before was also blocked from view by the white mist and hadn't caught up. In a way, I had to thank the oppressors. However, I noticed an open space ahead. In the clearing, there was a floating staircase covered with a red carpet. What surprised me the most was that this floating staircase had color. The milky white steps were adorned with a red carpet, and at the end of the staircase, there was a black door with "fun smiley face" written in large colorful letters. Several colorful balloons were tied to the door handle, gently swaying. In this forest of monochrome black and white, the sudden burst of vibrant colors was visually striking. I hid in a nearby thicket, watching the scene before me with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Then, I noticed a piece of paper casually tossed near the staircase. Glancing around, I quickly darted over to pick up the paper and returned to my hiding spot in the bushes to examine it closely. It was a sheet introducing information about a certain level. The content read as follows: pleasure level, smiley face, absolutely safe. The pleasure level, smiley face, is the happiest level in the entire chamber. Description: small party room with lots of cakes, cookies, and almond water. We have a great time here, smiley face, don't dampen the host's spirits. Base, outpost, and community, party guests from the pleasure level. We have a great time here. Come join us. Entrance and exit. Entrance: if you see a black door with "fun smiley face" written in colorful letters, congratulations, you've successfully found the entrance to the pleasure level. Exit: why would you want to leave? Smiley face. I pondered deeply as I read this introduction to the pleasure level. For some reason, many sentences in the description were followed by a smiley face symbol. What could this imply? I wondered. According to the description, this was the happiest level in the chamber, but the credibility of that statement was questionable. To me, it seemed like a deliberate lure to entice wanderers into this level. After all I had experienced in the chamber, I found it hard to believe there could be a place where one could play freely without danger. What puzzled me the most was whether the information about the pleasure level on this paper was written by a wanderer or by an entity from this level. If it was written by a wanderer, it wouldn't be a big deal, but if it was written by an entity, it would really send shivers down one's spine. I've encountered several wise entities, and they all share a common trait: they are not to be trifled with. If this seductive hierarchical introduction was indeed crafted by a wise entity, then this so-called pleasure level is truly quite terrifying. Looking at the eerie floating staircase in front of me, I dismissed the idea of cutting through to level C9 from here. The so-called pleasure level was too eerie, and unless there was no other choice, I didn't want to take the risk. But fate had other plans. Just as I shook my head, about to quietly leave, a dense fog suddenly billowed out from deep within the forest. The pursuers were closing in. And not only that, around me, I saw the silhouette of a hunting dog and a neighborly watchman. These entities generated by the levels view the wanderers who imagine them as targets to be eliminated. As long as you are within that level, they will relentlessly hunt you down. Only when the wanderer leaves the level will these entities rid themselves of their hatred towards the wanderer and subsequently disappear. Seeing the entities closing in around me and the fog rapidly approaching, I hesitated for just a second before immediately running towards that floating staircase. If I stayed here, my chances of survival were almost zero. Rather than waiting for death, I might as well take a chance in the pleasure level. I ran fast, almost in an instant, reaching the staircase. But it was at that moment that the dense fog enveloped me. My heart tightened, and in the thick white mist, I quickly climbed towards the door. In the fog, I ascended the stairs and felt for the door handle. Gritting my teeth, I turned the handle. Behind the door was indeed a different world. Standing outside, I saw a bedroom resembling a child's birthday room. On the walls of this room were some cartoon murals, and there were even some cakes on the table. Everything seemed incredibly warm, but this warmth felt exceptionally eerie in the back room. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, I would never have entered this strange level. But at that moment, I had no time to think. Surrounded by numerous entities behind me, I could only step forward. As I entered the door, I felt a sudden drop, and in just a second, I landed on the ground, entering the level I had just seen. Upon arriving at this level, I found the floor covered with a thick layer of cartoon carpet, with an indoor slide placed around. If this wasn't a backroom, many children would probably love this place, I thought to myself. However, in the backroom, the calmer and warmer a place seemed, the greater the hidden dangers lurking within. I cautiously walked on the yellow cartoon carpet. On a table here, I saw some party hats, drinks, and even some pizza. Of course, until I was sure it was safe, I didn't dare to taste anything. I carefully made my way through. At that moment, I noticed a bundle of balloons tied to a table ahead. I didn't think much of it and continued walking forward, but I was more alert in my mind. This was an experience gained from wandering through many backrooms. If something suddenly appeared around you, chances were it was abnormal. I walked cautiously along the walls. Suddenly, I heard faint music in the distance. I listened carefully. The song sounded unusually cheerful, but alarm bells rang in my mind. I hesitated for a moment, not continuing forward but turning into a room beside me. However, the song not only didn't disappear but instead grew louder. As the song intensified, so did my anxiety. Gritting my teeth, I suddenly accelerated and ran. But no matter which direction I ran, the singing not only didn't diminish but grew louder. At that moment, a balloon in front of me suddenly exploded with a bang. Startled by the noise, I felt a chill down my spine, as if something terrifying was staring at me from behind. I quickly turned around and saw a yellow entity at the corner behind me. It was bright yellow with a cartoonish smile made of red material on its face, holding a bunch of balloons and humming a song as it approached me. My heart raced, and I ran forward. After passing a few corners, I looked back and thankfully, the yellow entity did not follow. However, the singing persisted in my ears, echoing continuously. Then, I noticed a crumpled paper on the ground under a table. I picked it up. On the paper was a line that read, "If you see party guests, don't be afraid, they are here to help you." Smiley face. I snorted coldly at the message. Am I supposed to be easily fooled like a 3-year-old? But I did learn something from this. Never trust a sentence with a smiley face sign. I tore the paper into pieces, scattered them on the ground, and continued to search for an exit. I gripped the handgun in my hand to bolster my courage. The singing around me continued, signaling the presence of party guests nearby. I walked cautiously, fearing a sudden encounter with them. As I turned a corner, I suddenly stopped, crouched down, and retreated carefully. Behind that corner stood dozens of party guests. They held balloons, swaying rhythmically, with a table in their midst displaying a birthday cake. For some reason, as I peeked at the birthday cake from my hiding spot, I felt like it was staring back at me. This eerie sensation made me extremely uncomfortable, so I dared not observe further and quietly retreated. I wanted to leave as soon as possible while the party guests remained unaware of my presence. But then, a balloon exploded with a bang, and all the party guests in the room turned to look at me in unison. I took a few steps back nervously, only to find several party guests emerging behind me as well. A chill ran down my spine. Also, I must mention that everyone's names are so complicated, especially the two characters, which I've never seen before. I ended up spending a long time writing those two characters by hand. Surrounded by a group of party guests, my scalp tingled. I wasn't sure about the combat capabilities of these entities, but even if they were weak, their sheer numbers posed a threat. I needed to break through. I tightened my grip on the handgun, preparing to fight my way out. The party guests surrounding me were not too many, just 4, so with firearms, I should be able to escape. As cheerful music played around me, I quickly aimed and fired at one of the party guests. However, my aim was off, and the shot hit the wall next to the party guest. Feeling embarrassed, I held the gun and silently vowed to improve my marksmanship if I made it out alive. Looking at the party guests beside me, I thought, perhaps they would be more cautious after witnessing the power of the gun. But they seemed unfazed by the gunshot, continuing to smile and approach me unhurriedly. At this moment, a party guest was very close to me, probably only a few meters away. I immediately aimed my gun at it and shot. Surprisingly, it didn't dodge and instead walked towards me. With a loud bang, the shot successfully hit its body. If I couldn't hit it such a close distance with such a large unit, I might as well go level 11 farming. After hitting this party guest in front of me, the other guests hesitated for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, I fired several more shots in succession. The party guest fell to the ground with a thud. The other party guests around, perhaps not expecting me to kill their companion from a distance, stood frozen in place. Taking advantage of this moment, I quickly fled behind me. With the boost of level 6 speed nuclear energy, my speed was incredibly fast. However, even so, it was extremely dangerous to pass through several party guests. As I ran past the last party guest, it suddenly grabbed my backpack, stopping me in my tracks. But my reaction was quick. The moment it grabbed my backpack, I immediately stored it in the nuclear energy space. The party guest grabbed nothing but air, and I took the opportunity to escape from that place full of party guests. After escaping, I recalled the scene with some uncertainty. These party guests were powerful, but their speed was unusually slow. From my estimation, their speed seemed to be only about 1 meter per second when chasing me. I pondered silently, if they were slow, I could use my level 6 speed nuclear energy to deal with them here. These party guests seemed to have higher intelligence, but they couldn't distinguish the firearms in my hands. With my speed and the gun in my hand, perhaps I could escape from here, I thought. Just then, under a table nearby, I saw a crumpled piece of paper. I instinctively picked up the paper and unfolded it. The crumpled note had a line of advice: if you don't want to become like them, make sure not to be caught by them. They seem unable to see things under the table. Seeing this, I noticed that there was no symbol like smiley face on the note. Maybe it can be trusted, I thought. Of course, I wouldn't naively believe everything on it. If conditions allowed, I would verify if the last sentence was correct. I crumpled the note again and threw it under the table. If the advice on it was correct, it could help the next group of wanderers, and I didn't need to destroy it after reading it. At that moment, a faint song echoed in the room. I cursed inwardly because it meant that the group of party guests had found their way back. But I only heard the song and didn't know their whereabouts, and I couldn't stay still at this moment, or it would be a death sentence. This situation was truly a dilemma. I gritted my teeth, took the backpack out of the space, put it back on my back, and tightly gripped the gun in my hand. As I approached each corner, I was extremely cautious, afraid that a party guest might ambush me when turning. However, after turning a corner, I suddenly saw a party guest standing not far from the wall. It noticed me, but instead of chasing, it just stood there smiling at me. I was stunned for a moment, then turned and walked towards another room. After passing another corner, I found another party guest standing near that corner. It tilted its head, holding a bunch of balloons in its hand, smiling at me. I immediately changed direction and continued walking, but then I noticed another party guest standing on the path ahead. It also saw me, but didn't chase after me. Instead, it stood still, quietly watching me. At that moment, I suddenly had a foreboding feeling. Why weren't these party guests chasing me but blocking my way forward? I gritted my teeth, leveled my gun, ready to shoot. But suddenly, another party guest appeared beside me. It stood nearby, staring at me. I had a feeling that if I shot one party guest, the other would take advantage of the opening and rush towards me. I had to holster my gun, walk in another direction, and observe the movements of these two party guests. They just stood there quietly, like the other party guests I had encountered, calmly watching me without pursuing. Then, I changed directions a few times, only to find a party guest standing at every corner. It dawned on me that they were blocking every intersection, enclosing me in an area. These party guests were orderly, blocking every path as if meticulously arranged by someone. There must be a highly intelligent party guest among them. It must be directing this group to surround me, I thought to myself, but I had no solution. There were too many party guests, and I only had 2 bottles of bottled lightning and a handgun. Besides, my marksmanship was notoriously poor and would be ineffective against so many party guests. What should I do? My brain raced, trying to find a way out. Just then, a paper ball rolled in front of me. I unfolded it, and it had only one sentence: join us for a game. Smiley face, your good friend, party guest, smiley face. Today, I've been sitting at my relative's house since waking up, eyes. I just got a break and immediately started typing this chapter without even reading a chapter of the novel. When I have some free time in the next few days, I'll definitely write more and read less. Join us for a game. Smiley face, your good friend, party guest, smiley face. Reading the words on the note, I fell into contemplation. Clearly, there was a highly intelligent entity among these party guests directing them. Perhaps they chose to play a game with me because they feared the handgun in my hand? I tore up the note and threw it on the ground. I walked towards a corner where I remembered a party guest standing. Peeking around the corner, I indeed saw a party guest not far away. It noticed me peeking and started walking towards my hiding spot. Startled, I wondered if their pursuit meant the game had begun. I immediately stepped back. But then I remembered a hint from a previous note. They seemed unable to see things under the table. I was skeptical about this hint. With only one party guest chasing me now, even if the hint was false, I could still escape. Before the party guest caught up, I quickly slid under a nearby table. As soon as I hid under the table, a party guest emerged from the corner. It held a balloon and paused for a moment upon entering. A few seconds later, it slowly approached the table where I was hiding. My heart was pounding wildly, fearing it might suddenly bend down and grab me. But the party guest just stood by the table where I was hiding, restlessly pacing around. It hadn't noticed me hidden under the table. I felt a surge of joy in my heart. It seemed like the plan was working, indicating that the hint on the note was correct. The party guest stood by the table for a while before silently leaving. After waiting under the table for a moment and seeing that the guest didn't double back, I emerged from my hiding spot. I stood still, pondering the purpose of the party guest playing this game with me. Just as I started to contemplate for a few seconds, another crumpled paper rolled to my feet. I immediately picked it up to examine. Unfolding the paper, there was only one line written on it: "Once we catch you, we'll turn you into a ghost. Are you ready?" Smiley face. I was startled. What did "turn you into a ghost" mean? But the message on the paper was clear. Perhaps the game had already begun. The music that had been playing in the background suddenly stopped at that moment. This meant that all the party guests around me had already left. What did this mean? I couldn't figure it out, but since they were not near me at the moment, I needed to find an exit quickly. Adjusting my backpack on my back, I took a step forward. However, as I took that step, cheerful songs suddenly filled the air, and the bright incandescent light above me transformed into colorful neon lights. The colors of the lights inside the level kept changing: red, pink, blue. It now looked more like a wild birthday party. Goosebumps covered my body instantly. At that moment, amidst the music, I caught a sound of a balloon popping. Instead of running, I swiftly ducked under the nearby table. The next second, two party guests emerged from both ends of the room. It was clear that if I had run either way, I would have come face to face with a party guest. I would have been caught by them without a chance to fight back. Luckily, my intuition led me to hide under the table. I wiped the sweat off my brow under the table, silently grateful for not choosing to run directly. The two party guests entered but didn't notice me. They left the room directly. After a short wait, I emerged from under the table and immediately left the room. Just as I exited, another party guest barged in, but fortunately, I was already gone. I hugged the wall, cautiously peeking around each corner, making sure there were no party guests before proceeding. Unfortunately, I still hadn't found an exit or anything resembling one. As I turned another corner, I suddenly noticed a white door in the room across the way. I had explored the pleasure level extensively and never found a door, so this new door could very well be the exit. Surprisingly, there were dozens of party guests near this door, and there were no tables in the room for me to hide under. I had an idea: could I walk while pushing a table? Technically, it would be like hiding under the table. I commended myself for the idea and quickly turned back to find a table. However, as I reached the corner behind me and peeked, I immediately pulled back against the wall. Several party guests were emerging from the room behind me, clearly having spotted me and were now chasing me. Glancing ahead at the group of party guests at the end of the corridor, cold sweat dripped down my forehead. They had also noticed me and were rushing towards me. I am now in a situation where I am caught in a pincer movement. By my estimation, in just 4 or 5 seconds at most, the two groups of party guests in front and behind me will enter this corridor. Even if I were to become an expert marksman capable of hitting the bullseye every time, I wouldn't be able to handle so many party guests in this narrow corridor. My palms were sweating with nervousness. In the final second, I made a sudden decision to instantly press myself against the wall and crouch on the ground. As I crouched down, the group behind me was the first to reach this corridor where I was positioned. I made every effort to keep my breathing as quiet as possible, carefully moving along the wall while crouching. When the group ahead rushed over, the corridor was filled with party guests, yet they all seemed oblivious to me crouching in the corner. I had guessed right once again. I had been wondering why the party guests couldn't find me when I crouched under the table before. Initially, I thought it was because the table had a special quality that shielded me from their sight. But then I thought, if these tables were so special, why would those highly intelligent party guests allow them to exist, even placing one in almost every room? So I speculated that perhaps it wasn't the special quality of the tables, but rather that these party guests couldn't lower their heads to look down. Of course, this was just a guess, but now, the fact that the party guests were completely unaware of me crouching by the wall proved my theory correct. So, I stayed glued to the wall, cautiously moving towards the white door. I glanced back and saw only a few scattered party guests behind me. It's now or never. With a determined look in my eyes, I stood up in an instant and turned the doorknob of that door. In that moment, the few party guests behind me lunged towards me, and in that split second, I also rushed into the room. A white light struck me, and I felt the familiar sensation of falling. It's a cut. After the falling sensation subsided, I found myself in a tunnel. The tunnel seemed endless, with rows of doors neatly arranged on both sides. I had been here before with Bantiani. This was the hub, and I remembered that in the hub, the doors of level 1 were always open. M.E.G. Emergency notice. Attention, major announcement. To all wanderers, we are the M.E.G. Emergency Department. Recently, there have been frequent deaths among our M.E.G. personnel, and we have finally confirmed the existence of a mysterious entity, a mole. They possess human intelligence and can disguise themselves as humans or animals. For the wanderers at the base, please be cautious of anyone. Secure your doors and windows, make sure they are locked. We do not want a lack of trust among people, but please maintain a certain distance between individuals, as we do not want any more incidents of moles harming people. Residents at all levels need to be vigilant to ensure that the moles do not have the opportunity to strike. We will provide some advice to the wanderers. Please take it seriously. When residents go out, try to walk where there are more people, as I believe the moles will not have a chance to attack you. Residents should avoid being with strangers, as you cannot be sure if they are moles. Note, how to distinguish moles. Distinguishing moles heavily relies on your intuition. For example, if they do something you cannot understand or speak in a way that is hard to comprehend, or exhibit abnormal behavior. At that point, you can suspect them. Please find an opportunity to slip away or kill them. Note, emergency situation 1 in crowded levels like level 1 or level 11, if you discover a mole, do not immediately flee. Do not let the mole realize that their identity has been exposed. Pretend you know nothing, slowly slip away. Attention, emergency situation 2 if you are alone with a mole and you know it's a mole, hide because it's coming for you, and moles have powers beyond human, do not resist. If you have a weapon, try to kill it. Attention, resident measures personnel at each level base should remain vigilant and not give moles a chance. All bases, please note, in case of an emergency, report immediately to the M.E.G. organization. Please note, moles are not skinwalkers, but they possess similar powers. They are more aggressive than skinwalkers. Do not ignore. Do not ignore. M.E.G. Emergency notice. Attention residents of level 1. Attention residents of level 1. We have detected a large number of moles in level 1. We, M.E.G. will dispatch personnel to eliminate the moles as soon as possible, but this will take a long time. During this time, residents must stay at home, and if they must go out, they should be in groups of at least 3, armed. Again, do not be careless, beware of strangers, locked doors and windows. Again, do not be careless, beware of strangers, locked doors and windows. If residents encounter an emergency indoors, do not panic, contact M.E.G. immediately, and we will send assistance right away. We, M.E.G. will resolve this crisis as soon as possible, so residents, do not panic excessively, trust that we will safely get through this crisis. At that moment, I had just managed to escape from the pleasure level to the hub and was unaware of these 2 important announcements from M.E.G. Passing through door after door, I finally fixed my gaze on a door labeled level 1. I slowly pushed the door open, a sense of descent washing over me. I had returned to level 1. In the hub, the doors to levels 1, 11, and 178 were always unlocked, and I, smoothly, entered level 1 through the hub. Initially, upon arriving at level 1, I was puzzled as to why it was called a habitable zone. But now, thinking back, besides a few entities, there were no other dangers here. Not only were there no highly threatening entities, but the supplies were also abundant. If under the protection of M.E.G., it could be said that it was the most suitable place to live. As for level 11, I dared not go back, fearing another crusher might emerge. Walking once again in this vast warehouse, I no longer felt the panic of before. But I was constantly worried about White Song, wondering if he had managed to escape from level C9. After walking for a few minutes, suddenly, a person approached me. I was internally cautious. This person was wearing the uniform of M.E.G. Lifeline and waved at me. Unsure if this person was a skinwalker, I stood still and observed. He seemed not to notice my wariness and casually walked up to me, saying, "Hello, I'm Kegel from M.E.G. Lifeline, an American. And you?" Hearing his question, I breathed a sigh of relief. Skinwalkers wouldn't ask so kindly. I replied, "Hello, I'm Lin Yi, unaffiliated, Chinese." Then I asked, "Are you here to rescue lost wanderers?" Because I remembered a person, Yurongding, who had saved me when I was unconscious in level 1. At that moment, I noticed Kegel hesitated for a moment, then quickly said, that's right, but I also help some wanderers who have just entered this level. It was this moment of hesitation that made me feel the abnormality of this foreigner named Kegel. I furrowed my brows imperceptibly, not showing my doubts, and casually said, since that's the case, can you take me to the M.E.G. base? I have something to do there. Upon hearing my words, Kegel promptly replied, helping other wanderers is our duty, Mr. Linny, follow me. With that, he turned and led me in a certain direction. As he turned, I caught a faint hint of blood on him. This person is quite peculiar, I thought to myself. However, I didn't want to alert him, so I followed to see what his next move would be. I even pondered, if this person had issues, would capturing him count as a merit for M.E.G.? Just as I was thinking this, he unexpectedly led me to a small community. This was one of the level 1 communities established by M.E.G., albeit smaller in scale, but very close to the M.E.G. base, where a group of M.E.G. wild warriors were stationed, connected to the base and other communities, as explained by Kegel. Upon hearing this, I glanced slightly puzzled at Kegel. Could this guy have no issues? If he did, why would he lead me to such a crowded place? As I pondered silently, we had already arrived at the community. The surroundings were eerily quiet, not a soul on the rudimentary stone paths laid by the residents. For some reason, all the inhabitants stayed indoors, doors and windows tightly shut. Even upon hearing footsteps and voices outside, they dared not peek out. Kegel explained to me, recently, an entity called Mole has infiltrated level 1, causing everyone to stay indoors. Just before I met you, I had just cleared one mole. I nodded in realization, no wonder I had caught a hint of blood on him earlier, he had just dealt with an entity. At that moment, a patrolling M.E.G. member approached us. Seeing Kegel, he greeted with a smile, Kegel, long time to see. Kegel nodded in response, long time no see. Then the soldier looked at me, paused for a moment, and awkwardly said in Chinese, mud. I couldn't help but laugh at the unexpected remark, then took out a Babel lip balm from my pocket and handed it to him. Seeing the lip balm, he immediately took it, saying, great, now there's no language barrier. He continued, you must be new to level 1, be aware that there is an entity called Mole here, they can disguise themselves as humans or animals. The only way to identify them is by their scent, they have no scent, so be cautious. But you have a scent, so you're not a mole. After that, he handed me the lip balm and resumed his patrol. Kegel chuckled beside me and said, my home is here, why don't you come in for a while? I'll introduce you to this mole properly. Hearing this, I nodded. Honestly, I had come to level 1 to live a peaceful life for a few days, but who knew I would encounter this mole incident right after arriving, leaving me speechless. Since I'm here, I should pay attention to this entity called the mole. After all, even M.E.G. is so vigilant, I naturally can't be careless and should understand it well. The man in front of me, called Kegel, had a scent of blood about him earlier. So, he has a smell, which means he's probably not the mole. I followed Kegel into a small house. The houses here are generally small, about 40 to 50 cubic meters. The interior decoration consists of only a bed, a small table, a kitchen, and no bathroom. Upon entering the room, I noticed Kegel's face twitch suddenly, and his arm twisted slightly. In that moment, I doubted my eyes. After rubbing my eyes and looking again, Kegel seemed as if nothing had happened, looking perfectly normal. He smiled and greeted me, come, sit on the bed and rest for a while. I felt puzzled and didn't dare to sit on the bed. Instead, I stood near the door and said with a smile, I'm used to standing, it's not convenient to sit down. He nodded in understanding. At that moment, I noticed something strange. The soldier who had just been on patrol seemed familiar with Kegel, but when he greeted Kegel in English, Kegel responded in Chinese. Did Kegel not know that the soldier couldn't speak Chinese? That's impossible. It was these details that made me feel Kegel was suspicious, and my heart began to feel uneasy. Suddenly, the radio on the nearby table started playing automatically, emergency alert. Emergency alert. Kegel, a member of the M.E.G. Lifeline Corps, has just been found murdered. If residents see or encounter Kegel, be vigilant immediately. He's the mole. I repeat, emergency alert. Hearing this announcement, I broke out in a cold sweat, raised my head abruptly, and looked at Kegel. At that moment, I saw a strange smile on Kegel's face, and for some reason, I felt his expression and body were slightly distorted. A hint of crimson flashed in his eyes, and in a chilling voice, he asked me, if I said I'm just sharing the same name with him, would you believe me? If I said I'm just sharing the same name with him, would you believe me? Kegel suddenly stood up, a strange smile on his face, and asked me. I discreetly reached into my backpack and replied, I have a bottled lightning here. If you're willing to swallow it, then I'll believe you. But this imposter pretending to be Kegel clearly didn't believe my nonsense and lunged at me directly. In the cramped space, I couldn't dodge and could only quickly jump onto the table, barely avoiding the attacking mole. I pulled out a military knife from my backpack. In such a confined space, hand-to-hand combat was the best way to deal with the enemy. If I used a gun, my gun wasn't cocked, and in the moment I cocked it, the mole might overpower me and kill me. Using the bottled lightning was wasteful and risky in this small space, fearing I might harm myself. Holding the military knife, I jumped off the table, and the mole seemed slightly wary of the knife in my hand, blocking the door without attacking me. We stood facing each other for a moment. Of course, I was secretly pleased with this situation, because the soldier who had just been on patrol must have realized something was wrong after receiving the emergency alert and would be returning. So, waiting for reinforcements was just a matter of time. Even with a military knife in hand, I wasn't confident I could kill the mole in front of me. As I faced off with the mole in front of me, I suddenly noticed a slight movement of the door handle, and a voice came from behind the door. I heard noises in the room. Does someone need help? Joy surged within me, and I quickly shouted, "Brother outside, there's a mole inside the room. I urgently need assistance." Upon hearing this, the person outside swiftly turned the door handle from the outside, and he actually managed to open the door. With an anxious expression, he rushed in and urgently asked, "Where's the mole? Where's the mole?" "Right beside you," I quickly reminded him. As long as this man in front of me could delay the mole in front of us for a few minutes, allowing me to release the safety catch of my pistol, the mole in front of us would be doomed. However, for some reason, after this wanderer barged in, the mole surprisingly showed no signs of panic but rather gave me a sense of delight. At that moment, a sense of unease crept into my heart. Meanwhile, the broadcast suddenly sounded again, "Urgent notice! Urgent notice! It has been confirmed that a mole has infiltrated Sector 03 recently. If members of Sector 03 encounter unfamiliar wanderers, ensure your own safety first and report to M.E.G. immediately. Urgent notice." Upon hearing this broadcast, my heart felt like a mix of overturned seasoning bottles, the taste indescribable. I struggled to speak. "Brother, the mole that infiltrated Sector 03, it shouldn't be you, right?" "Of course not." The man who had just entered suddenly took on the same expression as the nearby Kegel, wearing a strange smile. No wonder Kegel seemed somewhat surprised when this guy came in. They had encountered one of their own kind. In that moment, I gritted my teeth, lifted the table beside me, grabbed the windowsill with both hands, forcefully smashed through the glass, and landed outside. In fact, as soon as I sensed something off about that man, I had been discreetly moving towards the window, aiming to seize the opportunity to escape the room. Due to forcefully breaking a window, my hands, face, and some other parts of my body were left with various cuts. But at that moment, I didn't pay much attention to it, and as soon as I landed, I reached into my backpack, pulled out my gun, and loaded it while running. The two moles behind me also rushed out from behind the door, chasing after me. However, with the boost of level 6 speed and nuclear energy, I easily outpaced the two moles. At that moment, I thought to myself that the loud noise from breaking the glass should have alerted the nearby residents, prompting them to report to M.E.G. Thinking this, I suddenly saw a pink plush dinosaur, hopping towards me on its two short legs. What is this now? A sense of wariness arose within me. Yet, behind this plush toy, there was a person with the M.E.G. logo on them. This couldn't be another mole. I silently pondered. The person approached, hugged the pink dinosaur plush, and miraculously, as soon as the man embraced the toy, it blinked at me, rapidly turned green, its two legs shrank swiftly and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the pink dinosaur plush turned into a green one. The man holding the dinosaur toy smiled and said to me, "Don't worry, this is Entity 198, the plush dinosaur. When a nearby wanderer is in danger, it transforms into the form you just saw, then seeks out the wanderer and takes them to safety. Their original habitat was on level 18, but recently, due to the presence of moles everywhere, we managed to get a few of them to level 1 to help us find danger." Then the man looked at me with a slightly surprised expression, observing the glass-cut wounds on my body, and asked, "How did you get these injuries?" I helplessly replied, "I was accidentally brought into the house by a mole, so I had to break the window and escape." After hearing this, the man in front of me slightly admired me, giving me a thumbs up, and then asked, "So, what about that mole? Didn't it catch up?" As soon as the man finished speaking, I saw Kegel approaching me with a sinister smile on its face. If it were indoors, I might still fear it a bit, but outdoors, and with a gun in hand, should I still be afraid of it? I looked at the approaching mole, aimed my gun instantly, bang bang, 2 shots, perfectly hitting the mole. Although my marksmanship was terrible, after all those real battles, I somehow found a hint of that feeling. However, after being hit, the mole continued rushing towards me at full speed. Feeling a bit flustered, I took a step back, preparing to continue shooting. At that moment, the man standing beside me suddenly waved his hand, stopping me. Then, he acted swiftly, blocking the mole in front of us. It was only then that I realized, belatedly, that this man in front of me also possessed nuclear energy. Seeing him easily block the mole, I assumed his nuclear energy was related to his strength. At that moment, after carefully aiming, I fired a few more shots at the mole. Finally, the mole couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. I breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, I sucked that breath back in, because there was still one mole missing. The man also noticed my reaction and quickly asked me, "What's wrong? Is there something else?" I said, "I encountered 2 moles before, and now there's one more, but I don't know where it is." Suddenly, 2 wanderers approached, one of them holding a plush dinosaur, and asked us, "Are you also looking for the escaped mole?" I looked at the 2 M.E.G. members who had suddenly appeared in front of me. They seemed to have come to the 03 community to find the mole that had infiltrated. I shook my head and replied, "I was deceived by the mole to come here. I am a victim. He is here to find the mole," pointing to the man who had just helped me stop the mole. He nodded, then looked at me with some concern and said, "Young man, you need to disinfect and bandage those cuts quickly. Do you know where the 03 base is?" I shook my head and replied, "I just arrived here, so I don't know." "Then let him take you there." He pointed to one of the 2 people who had just arrived. This person was young, following behind the other wanderer, looking a bit timid. Probably the guy next to me noticed that this young man was not very combat ready and was afraid he would lag behind, so he asked him to take me away first. The young man, upon hearing that he was to take me away, visibly nodded with joy. But I noticed that the other wanderer who came with him frowned slightly. However, he didn't say anything, just nodded. So, I went with the young man to the 03 base to bandage my wounds, while the other 2 wanderers continued to search for the mole. After parting ways, the young man led the way in front of me. He seemed shy, not saying a word, so I asked him, "How long have you been in the back room?" He scratched his head and replied, "About a month, I think." "A month, just like me," I thought to myself. At that moment, the young man suddenly asked me, Are you one of the team leaders of our M.E.G.?" I was taken aback, thinking, when did I become a team leader of M.E.G.? But then I suddenly remembered that back in level 1, a wanderer who seemed to hold a high rank in M.E.G. had asked me to lead and assist level 3. The clothes I was wearing were given by someone else. I nodded and replied, "I suppose so." Upon hearing this, the young man quickly said, "Then let me take you to Alpha Base for treatment." Why? I was puzzled. Why would he want to take me to the main base upon hearing that I was a team leader? Base 03 is so close, why take me further away? The sense of imminent danger had faded, and the cuts on my body were starting to sting. If it were just 1 or 2 wounds, it would be bearable, but I had just crashed through glass and fallen to the ground. Who knows how many cuts I had? If my willpower hadn't been greatly strengthened through weeks of training in the backroom, I would have been in too much pain to walk. I didn't want to walk any further. I patted the young man on the shoulder and said in a superior tone, "I need urgent treatment for these wounds. Take me to the nearest base 03. But the young man seemed hesitant to speak, so I asked, "What's wrong? Don't you know the way to base 03? No, the young man shook his head and said, "We are on our way to Alpha Base now. If we turn back, base 03 would be further away." I said, "Then let's go to Alpha Base." The young man nodded quickly and led the way ahead. "Aren't you afraid of encountering entities by running ahead?" I asked. "Don't you have me for that?" The young man replied, looking back. I thought about it and felt that what he said made sense. With my current strength, as long as I didn't encounter a large group of entities in level 1, I should be able to protect myself. To distract myself from the pain, I chatted with the young man for a while. During our conversation, I learned that in M.E.G., there is a healing area exclusive to officers, and officers have a higher priority than regular members. This priority is not only reflected in treatment but also in rescue operations. In other words, if an officer and a regular member are both in danger, even if the regular member is right in front of you, you must prioritize saving the officer. Hearing about this system in M.E.G., I furrowed my brow slightly. It was like the trolley problem in the lobby. If M.E.G. had to make a choice, they would unhesitatingly divert the trolley to the track with fewer people. I didn't like or agree with this system, but I could understand it. Meanwhile, during our conversation, the young man and I had arrived at Alpha Base. After many days, I finally stood in front of this massive base again. The young man led me to a small tent area next to the base and then left. I noticed that the tents in this area all had a small red cross symbol on them. At that moment, a female wanderer emerged from one of the tents. She first inquired about my condition and then began to bandage and treat me. As for my identity, she didn't ask for the time being, perhaps waiting to verify it after the treatment. Soon, my wounds were cleaned, and they provided me with a new set of clothes to change into. It suddenly occurred to me that since entering the back room, I hadn't taken a bath, or even relieved myself. But I didn't feel dirty, nor did I have the urge to defecate. Why was that? I wanted to ask the doctor, but it was difficult to bring up, hard to say. However, curiosity eventually overcame my embarrassment, and I asked the doctor about the reason. The doctor looked at me with some confusion and said, "You become an officer, and you don't even know these things?" Feeling a bit guilty, I replied, "I'm just a duck being forced onto a perch as an officer." But the doctor didn't dwell on it and earnestly explained to me, in the back room, as each level is cut out, some dirt on the body will also be cut out along with the wanderer, but this dirt, when cut out, falls directly into the void. If you frequently cut out levels, there is no dirt on your body, so you don't need to bathe. I nodded, thinking to myself that if the dirt on the body falls into the void when cut out, then what about the stomach? Just as I was thinking this, the doctor asked, "What kind of food do you usually eat?" I replied, "Mostly royal rations and almond water." When the doctor heard that I ate royal rations, a hint of envy flashed in his eyes, and he continued, "After you eat these items, they are directly converted into the energy your body needs, without going through the digestive system, so you won't feel the need to defecate." Realizing this, I was enlightened. At that moment, a wanderer who looked like a young nurse ran over, somewhat flustered, saying, "I don't know why, but after I inquired about Lin Yi's officer status to the higher-ups, our commander came over." Commander? My heart stirred. Could it be the officer who sent me to level 3 earlier? I followed the direction the nurse ran from and saw a middle-aged man appear in my line of sight, the very officer I had seen before. He looked at me from a distance, smiled at me, and said, "Lin Yi, long time no see." Seeing the commander warmly greeting me from afar, I was slightly puzzled. We had only met once, and I didn't even know his name. Why was he so friendly to me? While I was still puzzled, the commander had already come to my side. He patted my shoulder and said, "Come, let's go inside the base. I have something to tell you." With that, he pulled me into the base without hesitation. And so, I was dragged into the base feeling completely bewildered. Inside the base, he led me to a place to sit down, then poured a cup of tea for me. I quickly stood up to take it, then asked him with some confusion, "Commander, may I ask what you mean by this?" The commander poured himself a cup of tea as well, sat down, and smilingly said, "You don't have to call me Commander, my name is Bai Liangpeng, just call me Old Bai." With that, Commander Bai gave me a strange look and slowly said, "Do you know that you are now an auxiliary member of the Argos Eye?" On the other side, level 11. Jill was lying on a lounge chair in his small villa, holding a mobile phone, flipping through something. Suddenly, there was a doorbell outside. Jill opened the door, and the visitor handed him a letter before leaving. After the messenger left, Jill returned to the lounge chair, leisurely opening the letter. After reading the letter, Jill smiled helplessly and muttered to himself, "Lin Yi, how did this guy become an auxiliary member of the Argos Eye after just a few days? I've never heard of the Argos Eye having auxiliary members." After pondering for a while, Joe suddenly laughed. "Does this auxiliary member mean that the Argos Eye is warning other organizations not to try to recruit Lin Yi?" In Alpha Base, as I listened to Commander Bai's words, I felt a bit puzzled. White Sung did mention to me that after completing a mission, I could join the Argus Eye, but he didn't tell me I would be an external member. The term external member sounded quite derogatory, like some sort of fringe character. At that moment, Commander Bai spoke again, lifting his teacup to his lips, taking a sip, and said to me, "Do you know, since the establishment of the Argus Eye, you are the first external member." For some reason, watching Commander Bai drink his tea, I couldn't help but sense a hint of grandeur, as if the liquid in the cup was not tea but wine. However, upon hearing that I was the first external member since the founding of Argus, I still asked in confusion, "Does this external membership hold any deeper meaning?" Of course, Commander Bai looked at me meaningfully and said, "It's a warning from Argus to other organizations not to try to recruit you." Hearing this, I lowered my head and pondered carefully. I recalled how Argus had sent ghost killers to rescue me from the beasts on the 5th level. And then, they assigned me a task, promising to include me as a member of the Argus Eye upon its completion. I was sure they must be aware of the peculiar probability issue I carried, fearing that other malicious organizations, upon discovering this, would exploit the chaos this probability could create. Therefore, they publicly declared me as an external member of Argus to warn other organizations that Lin Yi belongs to Argus, daring them to try and poach me. But what puzzled me was why they made me an external member. Could it be that Argus feared the trouble my probability issue could bring, hence keeping me away from the inner workings of the Argus Eye? I thought about it and felt it was unlikely. Argus, as a powerhouse in the backroom, wouldn't be afraid of such a minor inconvenience, right? I shook my head, deciding not to dwell on it. Besides, being an external member wasn't bad. I could leverage the title of the Argus Eye to my advantage and also slack off a bit, which was quite nice. At that moment, Commander Bai spoke again. Although we don't know why Argus doesn't want other organizations to recruit you, we can see that you are special and important, so what? I couldn't help but interrupt, seeing the mysterious look on Commander Bai's face. So, we've decided to follow Argus's example and recruit you as an external member, he said. I raised an eyebrow in confusion. You see, as an external member of the Argus Eye, how can I also be an external member of M.E.G.? You're not aware, Commander Bai shook the tea in his hand. An external member refers to someone who is not officially part of the organization. They only come into play when the organization is overwhelmed with work. Strictly speaking, an external member cannot be considered a member of the organization. They are more like temporary workers who do not enjoy the benefits of the organization. So, by taking you in as an external member, I'm not poaching, I'm just hiring a temporary worker for M.E.G. You see, M.E.G. manages all the wanderers in the backroom, and the workload is very heavy. Employing a temporary worker is quite reasonable. I was dumbfounded by what I heard. I had never heard of this interpretation of an external member before. However, as I pondered Commander Bai's words, realizing that an external member was just a temporary worker who couldn't enjoy the benefits of the organization, both the Argus Eye and M.E.G. had taken me in as an external member. Weren't they just using me as a tool? When Commander Bai suggested that I work for M.E.G., after becoming an external member of the organization, I felt like a free agent. On one hand, I am an external member of M.E.G. and Argos, and on the other hand, I am quite close to Gio, the third in command of the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance. Of course, I have a clear conscience about all of this, because I know that aside from my relationship with Gio, the Eye of Argos and M.E.G. are trying to recruit me because they see value in me, not because they want me to belong and be loyal to their organizations. In other words, when they need me, they will assign me tasks, and during the time they don't need me, I can do whatever I want, as long as it's not causing trouble everywhere, they won't interfere with me. Similarly, perhaps I will receive some rewards for completing tasks and gain the protection of these teams, but I will never become a core member of theirs. Thinking this way, I feel like I might not be just a free agent after all. And just as I was contemplating whether to join M.E.G., Captain Bai directly took out a ring, placed it in front of me, and said, "This is a pocket, a container for storing items, pick it up and feel it." A pocket? I picked up the ring with some confusion. As soon as I touched it, I felt an unusually large space within the ring, storing some items, and with a slight mental effort, it seemed like I could retrieve these items. Isn't this the same as the infinite space nuclear energy inside me? I suddenly felt like I might be at a disadvantage with the infinite space nuclear energy I possessed. At this moment, Captain Bai spoke again. "Are you satisfied with the items in the pocket? This is the subsidy for becoming an external member of M.E.G. I carefully examined it again, and the pocket contained thousands of bottles of almond water, a nourishing water gun, 3 bottled lightning bolts, and a nuclear energy core. In terms of food, there was quite a variety, with all sorts of canned goods and compressed biscuits, and even 3 bags of royal rations. This was indeed more generous than the newcomer gift from the Eye of Argos. Captain Bai looked at me with a smile and asked, "So, would you like to join M.E.G.? After joining M.E.G., you will receive a fixed salary every month, along with 200 bottles of almond water." I cleared my throat and said modestly, "Ahem, I feel that becoming an external member of M.E.G. is quite good. It's not that I wanted to be a free agent, it's just that the conditions offered by M.E.G. were too tempting." Hearing this, Captain Bai smiled and said, "Then welcome to join M.E.G. Take this pocket with you, but I also need to tell you about the precautions for using the pocket." I nodded. When a wanderer comes into contact with the pocket, they will exhibit incredible, beyond perception abilities. They can pack surrounding inanimate or inert objects into the pocket. Most users need to directly touch the target to control it, but experienced wanderers can influence items remotely. However, using the pocket will exacerbate the wanderer's mental contamination. Although mental contamination can be relieved by consuming almond water, excessive intake of almond water at once will have serious side effects, and your stomach cannot hold so much almond water. Therefore, unless under special circumstances, it is best not to use the pocket excessively. I nodded, indicating that I understood. It seems that my infinite space is still somewhat different from the pocket. The use of the pocket will worsen mental contamination and cannot be used frequently, while my infinite space, no matter how many times it is used, has no effect on myself. So, if I absorb an item into both the pocket space and the nuclear energy space at the same time, which space will the item be absorbed into? Thinking this, I decided to try it out when no one was around. And at this moment, Captain Bai spoke again. Do you remember the task I sent you to execute on level 3 last time? I nodded somewhat awkwardly. Due to getting separated from the main force during that previous task, I failed to complete it. In fact, I wasn't even clear on what the task was about. Captain Bai continued, since you didn't complete the last task, you need to fulfill another task to make up for the previous one. I nodded in agreement. It was the least I could do. You will be informed about the task tomorrow. Let me first take you to your residence, Captain Bai said as he stood up. Residence? I stood up as well, feeling puzzled. I didn't recall having a residence on level 1. Captain Bai smiled and explained, when I sent you to level 3 before, didn't I promise you the right to reside on level 1 after completing the task? Since you have agreed to compensate for the previous task with another one, it's only fair to grant you the residence in advance. It suddenly dawned on me. If Captain Bai hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten about it. Soon after, Captain Bai led me to a house near the base. The structure of the house was identical to the one I had seen at the Kegel's residence before, suggesting that all houses on level 1 might have a similar layout. The location of this house was somewhat remote. Although it was close to the base, there were no other houses within a few hundred meters, just this solitary one. Captain Bai explained, there have been many recent incidents of espionage. Many team members have chosen to live within the community to deal with sudden crises, so there are no vacant houses in the community. Therefore, you will have to make do with staying here temporarily. I didn't make a fuss and settled in directly. If I had been alone in a place like this before entering the chamber, I would have definitely slept with the blanket over my head, shivering. But now, not to mention the absence of any signs of life within a few hundred meters, even if I were the only person in the entire level, I could still fall asleep. After Captain Bai left, I locked the doors and windows and placed my backpack on the bed. There were no entertainment facilities here, so I decided to practice accessing items from the infinite space. At the same time, I experimented with storing an item in both my pocket and the nuclear space simultaneously, and the result was that the item was stored in the nuclear space. It seemed that the nuclear space had a higher priority than the pocket, rendering the latter useless to me. I planned to sell it at BNTG. Someday, perhaps I could get a good amount of supplies in exchange. I pondered silently. BNTG. The non-aligned trade group, the largest store in the chamber where almost any item could be traded, with branches in multiple levels. Suddenly, I noticed a clock hanging on the wall. It showed that it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This must be the time on level 1. In the chamber, the time varied in different levels. To adapt to the chamber's environment, one needed a biological clock that could be adjusted at will. Most wanderers entering the chamber claimed that their biological clocks seemed to change along with the level they entered, adapting to the time of that level. It was a setting advantageous for the survival of wanderers. I thought to myself as I practiced retrieving items from the infinite space. And in the blink of an eye, night had fallen. After having a light meal and using the restroom, I decided to go to sleep. It's worth mentioning that when I needed to use the restroom, I had to go to the Alpha base because there were no restrooms nearby, and I didn't have the habit of relieving myself anywhere. When I returned from the restroom, it was already past 8 o'clock. After tidying up, I lay down on the bed and drifted into a deep sleep, and at an unknown time later, I suddenly woke up from a dream because I heard faint footsteps outside the door. I suddenly felt wide awake, but still lay in bed, pretending to be asleep. I stole a glance at the time on the wall and, due to the darkness of the room, I vaguely saw that it was around 2 o'clock in the morning. The room remained unlit, while outside, a few incandescent lights were shining. However, these incandescent lights also dimmed at night, so the outside light was faint. I opened my eyes slightly, noticing a shadow standing outside the window, seemingly observing me. At the door, I could distinctly hear the sound of the lock being tampered with. I remained calm, lying in bed, appearing to be sound asleep with a slight rise and fall of my chest. However, one of my hands was hidden under the blanket, already gripping the gun just taken from the nuclear space. The noises outside the door continued, and after about a minute, I heard a click as the door lock was opened. At that moment, the person outside quietly pushed the door open. As the door was pushed open, I noticed the shadow near the window starting to move towards the door. My heart tightened, and as the door was pushed, I discreetly pulled the trigger of the gun under the blanket, every muscle in my body tensing. Faint footsteps echoed in the room, barely audible, and in the blink of an eye, they reached my bedside. Just as the footsteps reached my bedside, I abruptly threw off the blanket and, without hesitation, fired the gun at the person standing by my bed. The loud bang of the gun broke the silence around, clearly startling the intruder in my bedroom, who took a slight step back. After the gunshot, as it was an instinctive action and I had no special training, I couldn't tell if the person in front of me was hit. But regardless, as he stepped back, I immediately adjusted my position and fired several shots at him in succession. The person who had broken into my room staggered a few steps, his knees buckled, and he collapsed by my bedside. I promptly jumped off the bed, keeping watch at the door, because I distinctly remembered the shadow by the window earlier. At that moment, a person walked to the door, and upon closer look, it turned out to be Captain Bai. I slightly tilted the gun, calmly asking, "Captain, what brings you here?" Captain Bai smiled faintly and replied, "There's an urgent mission for you. When I came to inform you, I happened to catch this guy trying to break in, so I hid and observed." He then pointed at the person I had shot at. However, the man was still alive, groaning by my bedside. Upon hearing Captain Bai's words, I seemed to relax a bit, then said, "Captain, my gun is out of bullets, and this guy is not dead yet. Could you finish him off?" Upon hearing that my gun was empty, a strange smile briefly crossed Captain Bai's face, and he nodded repeatedly, saying, "Sure, sure." In the next moment, his face twisted suddenly, and in that instant, I instinctively fired several shots at him. With 2 gunshots, Captain Bai's body stiffened briefly, but the next moment, as if feeling no pain, he continued to lunge towards me. However, his speed was noticeably affected. I easily dodged him and ran towards the door. The intruder tried to chase me, but standing at the door, I watched as he staggered after me and fired several shots. In the end, the intruder couldn't hold on, taking several hits, and collapsed to the ground with a thud. And at this moment, in the distance, a few strong flashlights gradually shone over. I breathed a sigh of relief, guessing that the M.E.G. night shift personnel must have heard the gunshots and rushed over here immediately. In just a few minutes, members of the M.E.G. arrived. Among them was a member who had seen me with their leader before. He respectfully saluted me in the M.E.G. military manner and asked, "Mr. Linny, may I ask what happened here?" I pointed to the 2 moles inside and outside the house and said, "These 2 moles broke into my house in the middle of the night and I killed them." However, despite my words, these 2 moles were not dead yet, still clinging to a thread of life. Because the shots did not hit vital organs like the heart, my small handgun did not deliver a fatal blow. The M.E.G. member quickly glanced at the 2 moles, nodded, and said, "We will immediately report this matter to Captain Bai, but it may be necessary for Mr. Linny to accompany us." I nodded and agreed readily. Having been awakened just now, I no longer felt sleepy and thought it was a good time to go see Captain Bai and inquire about the mission to prepare in advance. Following these M.E.G. members, I arrived at Alpha Base and smoothly met Captain Bai. Captain Bai seemed to have just woken up. When I saw him, he hadn't even finished dressing. "Ha, Linny, you are causing a commotion wherever you go," Captain Bai said with a smile after getting dressed. Although his words seemed casual, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was hinting at the appearance of the Crusher at level 11. Captain Bai gave me a meaningful look and continued, "I feel like you resemble someone." "Who?" I asked. At that moment, Captain Bai waved his hand, gesturing for the surrounding members to step back, and then said, "You resemble the first wanderer who entered the backroom." "The first wanderer who entered the backroom?" I was puzzled. Was I the last wanderer to enter the backroom, hence the resemblance? But that logic didn't quite add up. Captain Bai, however, did not elaborate on this matter further but changed the subject, saying, "Forget about the moles just now, there are people specifically tasked with handling moles. But you, young man, aren't you afraid that the mole you killed was actually me?" I rolled my eyes and said, "Not only did that mole shrink a whole circle compared to you, but I didn't even sense any nuclear energy fluctuations from him. If I can't tell who's who, I might as well retire in level 1 and not bother with any missions. By the way, what task do you have for me? At least give me a heads up so I can prepare mentally." Upon hearing my words, Captain Bai chuckled twice, then suddenly turned serious and said, "Follow me." We arrived at a metal door, and after Captain Bai scanned his face to enter, we found ourselves in a room resembling a data storage area. After operating a computer for a while, Captain Bai said to me, "The day before yesterday, we received a message from a member of the M.E.G. Luo Jing Point." "Luo Jing Point? What's that?" I asked. Luo Jing Point is a core of the M.E.G. responsible for frontline exploration. At that time, one of their teams was returning to level 11, and one of the members suddenly went missing. A few minutes after this member disappeared, we received a message from him, which was an audio clip he transmitted back. With that, Captain Bai clicked the mouse, and a translated audio clip played from the computer, reporting to the captain, I have arrived at an unknown level, there is a signal here. Can you determine which level this is? I can't tell, I've never seen this level before, it seems to be a manor, and it's nighttime here. Take a set of photos, we'll send them to headquarters for level identification. Roger. Captain, there's a room here with lights on, I'm going in to check it out. We've received the photos. Please make sure to stay safe. Roger. Next was the second audio segment, but the signal was clearly bad, and the voice speaking from that unknown level was intermittent. Captain. Encountered unknown entity. Is it a documented entity? Report. Undocumented. Danger. Conrad. If in danger, terminate exploration and find an exit. Captain. Discovered. In the photos. The audio abruptly stopped there, and Captain Bai opened a photo. After I finished looking at the photo, Captain Bai said to me, the task I assigned to you is to explore this unknown level. Isn't this a bit hasty? I hesitated. It wasn't that I was afraid, after all, whenever I reached a level, there was hardly any relevant information about it, but wasn't I still living fine now? So my hesitation wasn't about whether this level was unknown, but rather, was M.E.G. so confident to assign me the task of exploring an unknown level? I'm just a newcomer to the backroom, apart from having a bit of uniqueness, there's nothing particularly commendable about me, and moreover, my uniqueness may not even be useful in exploring new levels. At this moment, Captain Bai interrupted my hesitation and said, of course, you're not going alone, we've each sent a team from the Luo Jing Point and the Wild Warriors, accompanying you. It was only then that I felt a bit relieved. I mean, how could they possibly send me alone to explore an unknown place? Captain Bai continued, these two teams have a total of 7 people, with the Luo Jing Point team having only 3 members, and the wanderer who entered the unknown level is a member of their team. You will temporarily join their team and depart together tomorrow. I nodded, then asked, how many organizations know about this unknown level? Captain Bai replied, currently, only the Argosy knows, but we suspect that the Eternal Database also knows, after all, their spies can be seen everywhere. Upon hearing Captain Bai's words, I began to ponder, since the Argosy knew about the existence of this unknown level, would they also assign me a task to explore this level? With this thought in mind, I returned to my small room. By now, the room had been tidied up neatly. Upon entering, I found a set of toiletries in the cabinet. After freshening up, I began to inventory supplies, preparing for the exploration of that unknown level. This level was temporarily named Screaming Manor because at the end of the audio, there was a sharp scream. The sound was extremely eerie, unlike any sound emitted by any living being, yet we could clearly distinguish it as a scream. And now, I had quite a few supplies on me, with 5 bottles of bottled lightning alone. Of course, this bottled lightning was artificial, far less powerful than naturally occurring bottled lightning. The candy that could be 2-dimensional, I still had 1 left on me. As for guns, I had 2 in my hands, but not many bullets left. I planned to ask Captain Bai for more at some point. At that moment, I suddenly came across a mask, a gift from the Ghost Slayer, but I wasn't sure of its purpose. After examining it for a while and finding nothing special, I tucked it back into the nuclear space. As I was counting the supplies, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. I felt a subconscious tension and asked through the door, who is it? It's me, White Song. A familiar voice responded from outside the door. I felt a surge of joy and quickly opened the door. Of course, I was cautious. Before opening the door, I released the safety catch of my pistol and aimed it at the door before opening it. As soon as I opened the door, White Song noticed a dark barrel pointing at him. He somewhat speechlessly said, it hasn't been that long since we last met, and you're already pointing a gun at me. I smiled awkwardly and said, recently, there have been many moles in level 1. I've been tricked by familiar faces a few times, so I've increased my vigilance. White Song nodded in understanding. At that moment, I asked him, how did you escape from level C9? Upon hearing my question, White Song became animated. Ignoring the gun pointed at him, he embraced me and said, let me tell you, after temporarily getting rid of those entities, I found a car beast. I thought that some levels could be accessed by cutting into the car beast, so I gritted my teeth and entered its body. To my surprise, it took me back to level 11. After completing the mission in level 11, I learned about the information regarding level C9. Its known information is similar to what we speculated, but what we didn't know is its exit, which is by riding the car beast. The car beast will randomly take you to levels with roads. Listening to White Song, I was also somewhat surprised. This guy's luck was even better than mine. I ended up in what seemed to be a leisure level of grade 5, while White Song went straight back to level 11. At that moment, White Sang suddenly remembered something and said, "You don't know yet, but you're now an external member of the Argus Eye. Don't underestimate this external membership. Since the establishment of the Argus Eye, you are the only external member." "I know," I nodded, then continued, "You might not believe it, but I'm currently an external member of M.E.G. White Song was momentarily stunned, then continued, "That's okay. Being an external member of one organization is fine. Being an external member of two organizations is also fine, as long as it doesn't affect the tasks assigned by the organization." Saying this, White Song took out a letter and handed it to me, saying, "This is the task assigned to you by the organization." I opened the letter and saw that the task given to me by the Argus Eye was also to explore that unknown level. I looked up at White Song and said, "You might not believe it again, but M.E.G. just assigned me the same task." White Song, "Ah." I helplessly shrugged and said, "In this situation, since we both have to explore the Screaming Manor, should I join your team or M.E.G.'s team?" White Song said, "This is actually easy. Just follow M.E.G.'s team." I looked at White Song in surprise and said, "Are you from the Argus Eye really confident in me going alone?" "Not exactly," White Song said. "This task was originally assigned to you alone, so it doesn't matter which team you join." "Aren't you going?" I was puzzled. When I saw the task, my initial reaction was to have White Song accompany me, but now he was saying that this mission required only me to act. "Yeah," White Song said matter-of-factly, "the purpose of the Argus Eye is to uphold justice. We're not interested in exploring these levels, and even if we don't go, M.E.G. will handle it. I will also proactively disclose the information at this level." Now it's my turn to not understand. If M.E.G. will disclose the information at this level after exploring it, why hide the news of discovering a new level from the outside world? White Song answered this question for me. According to White Song, exploring a new level first means gaining more benefits from it. If this new level, like the level 3 power station, has a large amount of resources, the organization that first develops this level will undoubtedly reap unimaginable benefits from it. Of course, after exploring a new level in the backroom, the organization must disclose the information about this level, which is a rule that every organization must follow. The Eye of Argos, this organization is quite special. They do not participate in the competition for these resources and have no interest in doing so. Therefore, they generally do not send people to explore new levels but quietly wait for other organizations to disclose them. It is already rare for them to actively send me to explore this new level this time. After understanding all this, White Song left. He came not only to assign me a task but also to assist M.E.G. in dealing with the mole. After White Song left, I practiced retrieving items from the nuclear space in my own small room. To master this skill proficiently, muscle memory must be developed to make it as natural as blinking or raising a hand. Of course, this is not difficult, it just requires more practice. By 2 or 3 in the afternoon, Captain Bai sent someone to call me to Alpha Base, saying that we were going to meet the members of the team. Upon arriving at Alpha Base, I noticed that there were 2 teams standing in front of Captain Bai. One team had 3 people, and the other had 4. I figured that the 3-person team was the one I was going to join. In this 3-person team, there was a familiar face. It was Ban Tianyi. We had a brief encounter before. When I was sent on a mission to level 3, he used the level key to take us there. Ban Tianyi also saw me at this moment. He nodded slightly at me and then stood silently aside. I took the opportunity to size up the other 2 team members. Along with Ban Tianyi, all 3 of them had black hair and brown eyes, unmistakably Chinese. As for the other 4 members of the Wild Warrior team, they were all foreigners. I couldn't tell which country they were from because when it came to foreigners, I could only distinguish between black and white people. At my arrival, Captain Bai applied lip balm to his lips and said, "You 2 teams, except for Linny, are probably familiar with each other. Now, introduce your specialties to Linny for the exploration of the new level." After that, Captain Bai left with his hands behind his back, leaving us staring at each other. I am not the type to be instantly familiar with others, and Ban Tianyi, from the moment I saw him, has been cold and hardly spoke. At this moment, all 7 of these people, in my perception, possessed nuclear energy, likely the elite of M.E.G. At this point, Luo Jingdian, a member of the team I was in, spoke. He said to me, "I'm Zhong Yang, he's Lu Zhuo, and that's Ban Tianyi, our team leader. As for the Wild Warrior team over there, they will go in first to pave the way, and we will follow, so you don't need to know too much about them." He then introduced the 3 people in the team to me. Ban Tianyi is the team leader and the only one in the team with a level 6 nuclear energy. He has a level 6 agility nuclear energy, while the rest have a maximum of level 4 in the other 4 slots. The other 2 people only have 3 slots. Zhongyang possesses a level 5 vision nuclear ability, Jigu has a level 5 hearing nuclear ability, and before they mistakenly entered the Screaming Manor, the only member with a level 4 smell nuclear ability. After understanding the specialties of the 3 team members, I realized why they would join the Luo Jing Pointing Corps. The nuclear abilities of these 3 individuals are exceptionally suitable for exploring levels. After getting to know each other, I replenished some ammunition, and we parted ways, heading to our own houses, awaiting the start of tomorrow's mission. This time, I slept very soundly, and there were no sudden incidents during the night. After waking up and freshening up, I energetically headed to Alpha Base. Upon arriving at Alpha Base and gathering everyone under Ban Tiany's leadership, we entered the hub and reached level 11. Before venturing into an unknown level, that team member had discovered a manor on the edge of level 11. Curious because he had never seen a manor before, he walked in to take a look. However, as he ventured deeper along the main road of the manor, he unexpectedly cut into the level temporarily named Screaming Manor. Clearly, the entrance to the Screaming Manor was within this manor. Under Ban Tiany's guidance, we found that manor. Since it was also my first time seeing a manor, I curiously observed the surroundings. But before I could observe much, the Wild Warrior Squad took the lead and entered the manor through the main road. After walking a distance along the main road, the squad suddenly disappeared on the spot. It was evident that they had cut out, confirming that this was indeed the entrance to the Screaming Manor. Our squad waited for half an hour after the Wild Warrior Squad entered before we followed. While waiting at the entrance of the manor, I felt a bit nervous, fearing the appearance of a crusher. Fortunately, I wasn't that unlucky this time, as the crusher did not appear even after half an hour had passed. I breathed a sigh of relief and then followed the squad, stepping onto the manor's main road. After walking a distance along the main road, I suddenly felt like I stepped into nothingness, and my whole body fell from the ground. However, this sense of falling only lasted a second, and I felt the solid ground beneath my feet. I quickly raised my head to survey the surroundings. It was nighttime here, with a bright moon hanging high in the sky, casting its gleaming light on the ground, outlining the surrounding trees and bushes. It seemed like a small garden, and I was standing on a cobblestone path. Looking around, unsurprisingly, there was no trace of Ban Tiany and the others. It was expected that we would separate. I just didn't know if I had gotten separated from the team or if everyone had dispersed. I tried to walk along the path. The wind rustled the bushes around, making a rustling sound, and for some reason, I felt a faint sense of urgency. After walking a few steps along the cobblestone path, I saw a small house not far ahead, with a warm yellow light shining from inside. My heart tightened instantly. This house was identical to the one captured in the photo by the team member who had mistakenly entered this place. However, upon carefully observing the surroundings, I noticed that the house in the team member's photo was surrounded by a flat grassy area, while the house I encountered was surrounded by bushes. According to the audio segment I remembered, that team member saw such a house before meeting his demise. I felt a slight nervousness, but since I had already walked forward along the path, there was no turning back. If I were to retreat at the slightest hint of danger, I might as well not have accepted this mission. I had already prepared myself to face danger before accepting the mission. I pulled out my gun, released the safety catch, cautiously moved to the back of the house, trying to observe the interior scene through the window at the back. Peering through the window, I saw a dark figure standing inside the house. Standing outside the house, looking through the glass at the back of the house, I noticed a dark shadow inside. This made me hesitant to act rashly. At this moment, the lonely night was silent, not a sound to be heard, even the wind had ceased at that moment. For some reason, the sense of urgency in my heart intensified once again. In the end, I gritted my teeth and decided to enter the house to find out what was going on. If the dark figure inside was a zombie or a thief, I still had a fighting chance. If not, I could always resort to a bottled lightning. With these thoughts in mind, I tightened my grip on the gun and walked up to the door of the house. The door of this small house was a simple wooden door, and I stood at the entrance, kicking it open with one swift motion. However, the scene inside the door surprised me slightly. There was no terrifying entity inside, only a humanoid wooden puppet. The black shadow I had seen earlier was this humanoid puppet. The puppet was about the size of a normal adult, standing quietly by the bed, showing no signs of life. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this small house was relatively safe, at least for the time being. There was no immediate danger. I searched the house and found quite a few supplies. Inside the wardrobe of the house were dozens of bottles of almond water, and in the bedside cabinet drawer were several cans of black tin cans. The cans were all labeled canned dragon meat. Canned, I didn't know what it meant, but I understood the meaning of dragon meat, which was the English for dragon meat. Dragon meat? I wondered, storing it away before unexpectedly finding a hydration gun in the house. This hydration gun was almost identical to the one I had seen in level 3 not long ago, which delighted me, so I immediately stored it in the nuclear space. I had come across information about this hydration gun when I was browsing through the backroom data not long ago. It could store almost any liquid and spray it out, making it extremely useful against entities that feared almond water. After storing the hydration gun, I examined the humanoid puppet in front of me and wondered if it was also a special item. After scrutinizing it for a while, I found nothing unusual about the puppet and decided to leave. But as soon as I was about to leave, I noticed that the puppet's eyeballs were slowly turning in the direction I moved. I was instantly horrified, blinked uncertainly, trying to verify if it was an illusion. I tried moving to the right, but the puppet did not turn its eyeballs. It was as if everything I had just seen was just an illusion. But I knew it was definitely not an illusion. The puppet's eyeballs had definitely turned just now. This eerie puppet made me unwilling to stay there any longer, so I immediately left the house. Initially, I had thought about destroying the puppet, but upon second thought, since the puppet had not shown any threat to me, I dismissed the idea. After leaving the house, I continued to explore along the cobblestone path. Soon, I walked out of the garden and arrived at a small square-like area. There was a small flower bed here, and the moonlight cast a long shadow over it. For some reason, I always felt that this shadow was somewhat unusual. I tried to move away from the shadow, but at that moment, the shadow of the flower bed unexpectedly began to distort slightly. My heart tightened, and I immediately ran away. After running for a while, I noticed the wind picking up around me. At this moment, I found myself in a forest. How large is this estate exactly? What lies within? I stood in the forest, pondering with uncertainty. But what puzzled me the most was the 3-story mansion within the estate that caught my attention as soon as I arrived. I could clearly see the outline of the mansion and had been trying to move closer to it. However, for some reason, I felt like the distance between me and the mansion remained unchanged. Realizing this, my unease grew stronger. Standing in the forest at that moment, I watched the treetops swaying in the wind, shadows dancing around me, creating an inexplicable eeriness. I dared not linger and immediately left the forest. Walking along the grass, not far ahead, I spotted a small European-style house standing on the grass with its lights off. Standing at a distance, upon seeing the house, a chill ran down my spine. Just then, I noticed a wide road next to the mansion, unmistakably the main road of the estate. Alongside this road was a signboard with 2 arrows pointing in opposite directions. In the direction of the mansion, the arrow read death, while in the opposite direction, it read life. Seeing this scene, I hesitated, unsure if the directions on the signboard were accurate. The direction of the mansion was evidently the core area of this level, marked with death. As for the opposite direction from the mansion, I was uncertain of what lay there, but it was labeled life. After some thought, I decided to go against the norm and headed towards the direction marked death, which led to the mansion's location. I gazed at the 3-story mansion ahead, hesitating whether to approach it. Although the sign indicated this path as the path of death and the other as the path of life, it was common knowledge that the path of death did not necessarily lead to death, and the path of life did not guarantee life. Ultimately, it depended on one's own abilities. What truly made me hesitate was whether there was an exit at this level near the mansion. So far, after wandering through this estate for a while, I had not come across any exits. The estate seemed infinitely vast, and if I continued aimlessly like this, who knew when I would find an exit? Yet, for some reason, a faint sense of urgency lingered in my heart, urging me to leave as soon as possible. Finally, gritting my teeth, I decided to head towards the mansion area. Currently, the mansion area was the most likely place to find an exit. Walking along the main road, I encountered no similar situations as before, where no matter how close I got to the mansion, it always maintained a certain distance from me. Now, as I walked along the main road, the mansion drew closer and soon I arrived beside it. In front of the mansion was a small fountain. I carefully observed the fountain and discovered that it contained almond water. However, I dared not ascertain if this almond water was safe to consume, so I took out a hydration gun from the nuclear space and filled it directly. Holding the hydration gun, I tried it out and found it remarkably effective, so I strapped it onto my back. The hydration gun was connected to a small water tank that could be worn on the back, making it very convenient. After securing the hydration gun, I planned to enter the mansion to explore. At that moment, I noticed another wanderer approaching from the main road. He was the ancient solver of the small team. Although we are members of the same team, I couldn't help but be on guard the moment I saw him. Fortunately, as soon as Jiagu saw me, he gave the secret signal, and I responded in kind. Each of us had a different signal, which we had agreed upon before coming here. After exchanging signals, we both breathed a sigh of relief. I asked him, "Did you also come following the direction indicated by that sign?" Jaegu nodded and said, "Yes, one arrow on the sign pointed towards life, and the other towards death. I followed the one pointing towards life to get here." I nodded, realizing that he must have come the same way I did. However, I suddenly noticed something was amiss. Hastily, I asked him, "You mentioned following the direction indicated by the sign, right?" Jaegu, sensing my sudden inquiry, also felt something was off. He quickly replied, "I followed the direction of life, didn't you?" I immediately nodded and said, "I followed the direction of death." Then I asked, "Where did the death direction you saw point to?" Jaegu answered, "It pointed towards this mansion. What about yours?" Hearing Jaegu's response, I furrowed my brow and replied, "I followed the death direction, and it also led to the mansion." After saying this, Jaegu and I stopped talking and began to contemplate. Jaegu followed the direction of life, which was opposite to the mansion's location, yet he ended up at the mansion, whereas I walked along the death direction and also reached the mansion. So, regardless of which direction we took on the main road, we both ended up at the mansion. Did the life and death on the sign lose their meaning then? However, as I pondered carefully, Jaegu suddenly asked in confusion, "Linny, did you hear something crying?" I was taken aback, then listened carefully for a moment before shaking my head. Jaegu had level 5 auditory nuclear energy, so he could hear things I couldn't, which was normal. I then asked Jaegu, "Can you determine the direction from which the sound is coming or what creature is making it?" After listening for a while, Jaegu shook his head and said, "I can't determine its location or even what kind of creature is crying, but one thing is certain, it's not the sound of a human crying." Not the sound of a human crying? At that moment, I recalled the final segment of the audio with the scream. That scream was also unidentifiable as to which creature made it. Could there be a connection between the two? Suddenly, a loud scream shattered my thoughts. Where did the scream come from? I quickly looked around, but the scream came and went quickly. After 2 seconds of the scream, it disappeared, leaving the surroundings in silence. In the eerie silence, I suddenly felt a chill down my spine, and goosebumps covered my body. I turned around instantly, only to find a man in a black robe with a white ghost mask on his face standing behind me. What surprised me the most was the exaggerated scythe he held in his hand. The scythe was engraved with the words Rick. After locking eyes with it for 2 seconds, it lunged towards me. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt a bit flustered. Luckily, my emergency response was not bad. As the entity wielding the scythe charged at me, I immediately raised my gun and fired. What happened next shocked me. With 2 shots ringing out, I saw clearly that both bullets hit the entity. But this entity, as if unaware of pain, continued to rush towards me at full speed. Immediately, I turned and ran. And at this moment, Jaegu beside me, seeing that conventional weapons were ineffective, immediately turned and followed me in escaping for our lives. As we fled, I noticed that the small fountain that was once filled with almond water had dried up at this moment. But there was no time for me to dwell on the situation. The entity behind us was moving swiftly, and with the boost of my level 6 speed nuclear energy, it couldn't catch up to me temporarily, but Jaegu, without the level 6 speed nuclear energy, couldn't outrun it. Looking back, I saw Jaegu getting closer to it bit by bit. Seeing this, I gritted my teeth, slowed down, holstered my pistol in a split second, then drew out my dagger. I then picked up the hydration gun hanging on the water tank and immediately sprayed the entity with almond water. Although the entity was not afraid of physical harm, it seemed to fear almond water. The moment it touched the almond water, the creature immediately retreated beyond the range of the almond water. I breathed a sigh of relief, and Jaegu took the opportunity to run towards me. But at that moment, the corner of my eye suddenly caught sight of a shadow under the tree, which was now starting to wriggle. It was exactly like the scene I saw under that flower bed. I was startled and wanted to warn Jaegu, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the wriggling shadow spread under Jaegu. Jaegu also noticed the shadow at this point. He tried to avoid it hastily, but due to the inertia of his high-speed running, he couldn't dodge quickly. As he tried to change direction to evade, the black shadow had already appeared behind his own shadow, then rose and transformed into a human form. This shadow that appeared had the same body size as Jaegu, even their movements were quite similar, but this transformed shadow had no facial features. Is this a faceless spirit? I thought subconsciously as I saw the faceless entity. Among the known types of faceless spirits, the only one similar to it is the shadowless faceless spirit. These faceless spirits are entirely black, resembling silhouettes, but they do have a physical form. They harbor strong hostility but possess only average human physique and no special abilities, appearing rather weak. However, this entity resembling the shadowless faceless spirit not only could attach itself to shadows but also possessed great power. Because It actually twisted Jigu's neck right in front of my eyes. All of this happened in an instant, leaving me almost no time to react, and Jigu was already dead. After Jigu's death, the unknown entity wriggled back into the shadow under the tree, lurking as if waiting for its next prey. Seeing this scene, I felt a lump in my throat, but more than that, I was in disbelief. Because Jigu, a living person, had died so abruptly before my eyes, not giving me any time to react. For me, witnessing death for the first time, the impact on my heart was immense. But the dead cannot be brought back to life, and now was not the time for me to dwell on this, and I didn't have much time to mourn Jigu because the deathly entity was already charging towards me. Although I could repel it with the hydration gun, the almond water in the gun would eventually run out. Retrieving and opening the almond water in the nuclear space would take time, just a few seconds, but those few seconds were enough for the deathly entity to kill me. After a brief hesitation, I held the hydration gun, faced the deathly entity, then slowly retreated, and when I reached a certain distance, I turned and ran. With the support of my level 6 speed nuclear energy, I could easily outpace it. But the only thing that caught my attention was the entity resembling a faceless spirit hidden in the shadows. After running for a while, my breathing became heavier, and my legs felt like they were filled with lead. I found a spot without shadows, sat down on the ground gasping for air, and took out the almond water, filling the nourishing gun. After a few minutes, I felt a bit of my strength returning and decided to continue exploring. Just then, I suddenly heard another scream coming from the woods behind me. Without looking back, I knew something would come out from behind. I immediately fled in the opposite direction of the woods, and sure enough, from the woods behind me emerged an entity carrying a sickle and wearing a white ghost mask. At this point, my mood became slightly heavier, as it seemed that whenever I stayed in one area for too long, this entity would appear. Now, my legs felt unusually tired, my running speed had significantly decreased, and I feared that in less than half an hour, I would be exhausted and defenseless. With that in mind, I glanced back at the entity, which was now far behind me. It was then that I noticed a small garden not far ahead, with a forest beside it. Upon entering the garden, I noticed a detail: both the garden and the forest cast particularly dense shadows, making it hard to be noticed from the outside. More importantly, the size and area of these shadows seemed to be fixed, just enough to hide a person's figure. It seemed as if it was urging me to hide inside. Clearly, there was deception involved. But seeing my strength dwindling, I knew I wouldn't be able to keep running for long. Rather than exhausting myself and being killed by that deathly entity, I decided to take a chance and hide. Gritting my teeth, I nestled into the shadow under a tree. The shadow was just the right size to cover me. Concealed in the shadow, I held my breath, alert to my surroundings. But at that moment, all was eerily quiet, not a sound to be heard. Suddenly, the deathly entity caught up. It entered the garden, surveying the surroundings. I was hiding under a tree opposite to where it was, and our eyes met across the space. As it scanned the area, my heart was in my throat. Fortunately, after a full survey, it left directly. Watching it depart, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seizing the opportunity, I needed to find an exit quickly. However, as soon as I emerged from the shadow, a sharp scream came from the direction where the deathly entity had disappeared, startling me. I swiftly hid in the shadow of the same tree. In the next moment, I saw the figure of the deathly entity. But this time, it felt different. It was running swiftly in a direction, and that direction was where I had hidden in the shadow. A thought crossed my mind: could that scream have been used to locate the wanderer's position? If so, everything suddenly made sense. My whole body broke out in a cold sweat. In the instant before the deathly entity arrived, I leaped out of the shadow and quickly used the nourishing gun to drive it away. In that moment, I caught sight of another forest to the side. The trees in the forest were densely packed, and the shadows they cast seemed to connect seamlessly. As for whether there was any danger within, that was something I couldn't determine at the moment. Setting aside other risks, even if I were to hide in this shadow-filled forest right in front of the deathly entity, it wouldn't be able to see my location. With these thoughts in mind, I retreated directly into the woods behind me. As my figure disappeared into the woods, I thought the Grim Reaper entity would follow, but it only lingered at the edge of the shadows. As I watched this scene before me, two possibilities came to mind. The first, there might be a more terrifying entity in these woods, and this is its territory, so it dares not enter. The second, it cannot touch the shadows. At this moment, I hoped for the second possibility. However, I noticed that the shadow on the other side of me was slightly lighter than the others around. Suddenly, I felt uneasy because I realized that the lighter shadow was rapidly spreading towards my feet. In an instant, it had already reached my feet. At that moment, I could confirm that this shadow was the kind of entity that killed Jigu. Just as it reached my feet, I pressed the sprayer and sprayed it with almond water. Under the influence of the almond water, the spread of this black shadow noticeably slowed down, but it showed no intention of retracting. The next moment, I glanced to my side and noticed a spot between two trees that was not covered by shadows. I quickly stood on it. By now, I had a rough idea of the characteristics of this entity. Perhaps it could only attach itself to shadows and could not stay away from them for long. As I stood in the shadow-free spot, the lighter black shadow twisted slightly and quickly retreated. Just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, I suddenly noticed another shadow at my feet. It was my own shadow. And in that moment when I looked down, I saw that the shadow at my feet was starting to distort slightly. I cursed inwardly because in this woods, there was not just one shadow entity. The author's self-created level introduction, Screaming Manor, level C569, Screaming Manor. Survival difficulty, level 4 unsafe unstable moderate entities level C569 is a level newly discovered in the sea level group which is a manor that is always in eternal darkness and infinitely vast. Description, level C569 is an almost infinitely large European-style manor with numerous gardens and woods inside. Upon entering this level, wanderers will be randomly scattered throughout. Being in this level gives a sense of urgency, seemingly related to the appearance of the entity Rick Killer. Level C569 consists of 5 areas. Every object in level C569 casts a shadow, which seems to be the habitat of the faceless spirit of the shadow. In this level, the known safe place is the wooden house. These wooden houses are lit with warm lights and contain a small amount of supplies. Inside the wooden house, there is an entity called Puppet, which looks like a puppet. When a wanderer is about to leave the wooden house, it will watch the wanderer leave. However, if a wanderer attacks it, the Rick Killer will appear nearby and prevent the wanderer from doing so. Level C569 is always in darkness, but this darkness seems to be a cycle from dusk to dawn. Every time the level reaches midnight, screams can be heard. These screams do not sound like any sound made by living beings, but wanderers can clearly distinguish them as screams. This seems to be a signal of the appearance of the Rick Killer, and these screams also help the Rick Killer locate the wanderers. At this level, the first half of the night appears unusually calm, as if all entities have fallen into a deep slumber. However, as midnight approaches, all entities become active, and during this time, level C569 becomes extremely dangerous. Therefore, wanderers should not linger for long after entering this level. Level C569 can cause the shadowless spirit to undergo mutations, making them immensely powerful and able to hide in any shadow. However, they seem unable to stay away from shadows for too long, and upon leaving the shadows, they immediately weaken, becoming vulnerable to being killed by almond water. Due to the nature of the shadowless spirits in this level, one must be cautious of shadowy areas and avoid them when spotted. Level C569 consists of 5 areas. The villa, this is the core area of level C569, and no matter where a wanderer is, they can see this 3-story villa as soon as they look up. However, any attempt to approach the villa ends in failure. The only known way to reach the villa is by following the main road. Wherever a wanderer finds the main road, they will see a signpost standing on it, pointing in 2 directions labeled life and death. Regardless of the direction taken, the wanderer will eventually reach the villa area. The villa contains a large amount of almond water and canned dragon meat, as well as royal rations and some candies hidden in certain rooms, which refresh after each dark cycle. It is worth noting that there are a few mourning corpses scattered in the villa, highly aggressive and untamable. The garden, wanderers usually find themselves in the garden upon entering level C569. It resembles any other garden, but the liquid in some small fountains seems to be made of almond water. Since the safety of this almond water is uncertain, it is not recommended for wanderers to drink it. The forest, this area, mostly near the garden, is the primary habitat of the shadowless spirits. Additionally, there seems to be a rare item known as scissors in this area, which can cut off shadowless spirits attached to their own shadows. The meadow, this area is the most extensive in level C569, occupying 2/3 of the level. It is home to a few skin thieves, who are mostly docile. Please refrain from provoking them. The church, the reason for the presence of this building in the estate is unknown, but it is certain that the Rick Killer seems to fear this area. When a wanderer approaches, the Rick Killer abandons the chase and quickly departs. This area is challenging to find, but it is known to contain an item called the cross, which appears to effectively repel the Rick Killer, although only one such item has been discovered so far. Entities, known entities in this level include skin thieves, mourning corpses, death moths, and corpse rats. Level C569 also has its unique entities, with the most notable being the Rick Killer and the shadowless spirits. Note, in areas where shadowless spirits gather, shadows may become unusually dense. To distinguish whether a shadowless spirit is hiding in the shadow, observe the intensity of the shadow. Base, outpost, and community. The base, outpost, and community of this level are currently under construction. Discovery: level C569 was discovered by a member of the MEG during a mission and accidentally entered while returning to the level 11 base. Unfortunately, this member has since met a tragic end. Entrance and exit. Entrance: enter an estate and walk along the main road to reach level C569. Find a place with heavy shadows at midnight, stand there for several minutes, and there is a chance to enter level C569. Find a garden with a grove, sleep in the grove, and there is a chance to cut into level C569. More entrances are yet to be discovered. Exit: find a path with signs, follow the direction indicated by the signs, and it will lead you to level C8. Find an oak forest with a path, walk along the path, and it will take you to level 39. Find a European-style house, go deep into the basement, and it will take you to level 9. Find a car beast driving on the main road, ride it, and it will take you back to level 11. More exits are yet to be discovered. Additionally, the inspiration for this level comes from a video the author accidentally stumbled upon, filled with eerie laughter. The ghost with a white ghost mask in the video, along with the name of the movie, provided me with a good idea. When I have time, I will chase after this movie. I looked down at a small dark shadow under my feet, which was now starting to twist slightly, as if about to stand up. My heart suddenly sank, and I instinctively took a step back. This mutated faceless shadow had immense power, to the point where even almond water had minimal effect on them. If it stood up from my shadow, I would have little resistance and my neck would be twisted. At a critical moment, I gritted my teeth, took out a flashlight from the nuclear space, and twisted it on as the faceless shadow stood up from my shadow. The flashlight instantly emitted a bright light, and my shadow disappeared in that moment. The faceless shadow, deprived of its support, let out a miserable scream and retreated into the shadows of the trees. Seeing the reaction of the faceless shadow, I felt relieved, ready to dash out of the woods. However, I noticed around me several faint shadows gathering. These were all faceless shadows. Moreover, outside the woods, the Rick killer was watching closely. At this moment, I was truly in a dilemma, neither advancing nor retreating, caught in a difficult situation. Unlike these entities, they could hold out against me indefinitely without any loss, but if I continued to confront them, my flashlight would eventually run out of power. By then, I would be at their mercy. However, in this dire situation, I decided to take a gamble. With one hand holding the flashlight, I shone it where I had shadows under my feet, not giving the faceless shadows a chance to take advantage. At the same time, with the other hand, I took out bottle after bottle of almond water from the nuclear space, unscrewed the caps with my teeth, and poured them from head to toe. In this way, I poured dozens of bottles of almond water on myself, drenching myself like a wet chicken. Then, I repeated the same action, but this time, instead of pouring it on myself, I started pouring it around me. With thousands of bottles of almond water on me, I could afford this level of extravagance. I refused to believe that after pouring hundreds of bottles of almond water around me, it wouldn't affect this group of faceless shadows, and the result did not disappoint me. After pouring dozens of bottles of almond water, the faceless shadows gathered around finally dispersed. I breathed a sigh of relief, took out dozens of bottles of almond water again, then put down the flashlight and began to replenish the watering gun. Fortunately, when I put down the flashlight, this group of faceless shadows did not take the opportunity to rush up and kill me. This should be the moment when the almond water I splashed out started to take effect. After filling the nourishing water gun, I didn't hesitate at all and dashed out of the forest directly. At this moment, I was covered in almond water all over my body, and with the flashlight continuously shining around me, the fleeting threat to the surrounding faceless spirits of the shadows arose. This made them hesitate whether to dive into my shadow, but in that moment of hesitation, with the blessing of level 6 speed nuclear energy, I darted out of the woods with a whoosh. And the Rick killer outside the woods had already pinpointed the direction I was rushing out and had been waiting there for a long time. At this moment, just as I was about to burst out of the woods, I immediately raised the nourishing water gun and sprayed it towards it. However, this time, the Rick killer actually withstood the almond water, standing in the position where I burst out of the woods, raising the scythe high. I was well aware that if that blade came down, it would be a final farewell between my head and neck. Watching the raised scythe, in that split second before I burst out of the woods, I suddenly paused and threw myself into the arms of the Rick killer. At this moment, my speed was almost reaching 8 seconds per 100 meters, truly terrifying. And at such a high speed, I collided with the Rick killer, causing it to stumble. If one were to look from afar at that moment, it would seem as if I were being embraced by the Rick killer, and the huge scythe was somewhat at a loss on how to deal with me. I could also sense that the Rick killer, after being hit by my high-speed impact, was momentarily confused as well. In that moment of confusion for the Rick killer, I swiftly circled around its side, without a moment's hesitation, and quickly distanced myself. By the time the Rick killer reacted, wanting to chase after me, I had already disappeared without a trace. But I knew that soon the Rick killer would locate me again through its screams and continue to hunt me down. Fortunately, I now had some time to catch my breath. I stood gasping for air in place, recalling the scene just now. That series of actions seemed complex, but from the moment I ran towards the edge of the woods and collided with the Rick killer, it only took a few seconds. In those few seconds, I felt like my adrenaline was almost running out. But fortunately, in the end, I managed to escape from that shadowy forest. I needed to leave this place urgently now, because I could feel my leg muscles trembling slightly from exhaustion, and if I were to go through a few more rounds of the deadly chase, I wouldn't be able to hold on. Just then, I noticed a nuclear energy forming under my feet. Seeing this nuclear energy, a glimmer of hope ignited in my heart. If I were to receive an endurance nuclear energy, I believed I could hold on for a while longer. Without hesitation, I grabbed the nuclear energy and swallowed it down. The next moment, the information about this nuclear energy also appeared in my mind. Nuclear energy, level 2 effect, strength +2 weather to equip, remaining slots, 2. Seeing this information about the nuclear energy, I rolled my eyes in exasperation. A level 2 strength nuclear energy was absolutely useless to me at the moment. But every little bit helps, so despite my disappointment, I equipped it. After resting for a while, I stood up and continued to search for an exit. This time, a long time passed without any screams, and the Rick killer did not come after me. Perhaps it was injured from taking a direct hit from my nourishing water gun? I wondered. But then, I noticed that the moon in the sky, at some point, was slowly descending towards the horizon. Was it getting light out? I pondered. And it was at that moment that the moon, which had originally set in the west, unexpectedly rose again from the east at a visible speed. Could it be that this level of night was in a continuous loop? After seeing this scene, the first thought that popped into my mind was, could the Rick killer only appear after midnight? As I recalled the time when I first arrived at this level, I subconsciously glanced at the moon, which was then positioned 1/3 up the sky. By the time the first scream echoed, considering the time I had spent exploring before, the moon should have already risen to the center of the sky, indicating midnight. With the completion of a cycle of dark nights and no sign of the Rick killer pursuing me again, it seemed my speculation was correct. Finally, I breathed a sigh of relief. Without the threat of the Rick killer, my upcoming exploration would be much easier. However, just then, in the distance, I noticed a patch of woods. At first glance, it appeared no different from the other woods in this level. But as I approached, I noticed a gradual transformation in these woods, as they started resembling oak trees. These trees encircled a distinctly different path. What surprised me the most was that these trees, illuminated by the moonlight, cast no shadows. This peculiar sight caught my attention, prompting me to draw closer to the woods. Unconcerned about any danger due to the absence of shadows, I ventured nearer. As I stepped onto the path, the scenery before me suddenly began to change. Startled, I turned around, only to find that the landscape of the Scream Manor had been replaced by a dreamlike forest. Behind me, the scenery of the Scream Manor had been inexplicably replaced by a surreal forest. This forest seemed to have emerged from a fairy tale, with a sky of sea blue, colorful land, and an overall unreal feeling. The sky appeared overcast, resembling twilight. Standing on a path, I observed my surroundings. Everything seemed unusually calm, evoking a sense of tranquility and nostalgia within me. Although I didn't reject this feeling, experiencing tranquility and nostalgia in the backroom felt unsettling. Sensing this, I quickly took out a bottle of almond water and drank it. However, the feeling persisted, lingering in my mind, making me increasingly wary. After scanning the area for any danger and finding none, I retrieved his cell phone from the nuclear space. This wasn't the same phone I found in level 11, which had long ceased to function for unknown reasons. This one was a replacement given to me by Captain Bai, containing information on most levels of the backroom. I opened the software marked with M.E.G. logo, searched for forest, and soon located a level named Magic Forest. Upon opening it, I found accompanying images strikingly similar to my current surroundings, with the description of the level mirroring my own state almost perfectly. Level 39, Magic Forest Survival Difficulty, Level 0 Safe Stable Entities Extinct. The Magic Forest is a finite level spanning 300 kilometers, perpetually in a twilight phase. Wanderers within may experience an abnormal calmness and intense nostalgia. The environment here seems capable of hypnotizing wanderers, prolonging their stay, but this effect can be countered by consuming a small amount of almond water. Currently, there are no bases, outposts, or communities in this area. The only dangerous place in this area is the border region, where there are harsh weather conditions, often experiencing hurricanes, tornadoes, and thunderstorms. I checked the exits and found that none of them were familiar to me, with most of them having high danger levels. This made me worry about how to get back. Nevertheless, I carefully examined these exits, hoping to find a level that connects to either level 1 or level 11. But as I was looking at the exits, I failed to notice that snowflakes were starting to fall above me. It's not surprising that I was so careless, considering that according to the description of this level, the area I was in should be the core area of level 39, at least, that's what I thought. However, all I needed to do at that moment was to take a few steps along the path behind me to realize that I was only a few trees away from the border region. The snowflakes falling above were small at that time, and I didn't notice them at first, still carefully reading through the information. But suddenly, I noticed that a few snowflakes were falling on the screen of my phone. Seeing the snowflakes, I was startled and immediately looked up to observe the sky. The sky, which was originally azure, was now snowing heavily. If I remember correctly, when it starts snowing in the border region of level 39, wanderers will directly enter level 129. Seeing the snow falling freshly, I immediately lifted my leg to leave the area. However, as soon as I took a step, I felt as if I had stepped on air, and then I began to plummet. The sensation of falling only lasted for a second before I landed on a soft snowy ground. I felt a bit bitter at that moment. Because the place I landed in was not safe at all. This was level 129, the White Forest. Level 129, White Forest Survival Difficulty, Level 4 Unsafe Unstable Moderate Entities. The most dangerous aspect here is not the entities but the natural environment. Level 129 is an endless forest covered with white snow, primarily consisting of deep black trees. It is extremely cold here, with temperatures constantly at -18 degrees Celsius, and the presence of the sun has not been observed. Although the climate here is extremely cold, luckily, I had a set of cold-resistant combat suits in my nuclear space. These were provided to each team member by M.E.G. If teammates have pockets, they usually store these clothes in their pockets. Due to the extremely harsh environments in many levels behind, almost every team in the M.E.G. Exploration Points is equipped with a pocket held by the team leader, containing some clothing provided by M.E.G. to deal with various weather conditions. However, I had my own pocket, so Captain Bai directly handed me my clothes instead of leaving them with Bantiani. The moment I arrived in this level, I took out the cold-resistant combat suit. I quickly took off my own clothes and put on the cold-resistant combat suit. The whole process took only a few minutes, but during those minutes, I felt shivers all over my body from the cold. Fortunately, the almond water I had splashed on myself had almost dried up, or else I would have turned into an ice pop the moment I entered. After putting on the cold-resistant combat suit, I discovered that it even had hand warmers inside. Standing still for a few minutes and moving around, I gradually felt the stiffness in my body thawing. Once I felt the warmth returning to my body, I began to explore this level. There were some abandoned outposts in this level where you could find weapons, almond water, or some warm clothing. But it should be noted that at this level, an event called Blizzard may occur. The Blizzard event begins with a warning, and before it starts, a huge gray cloud will cover the sky, with distant thunder rumbling. When the wanderer sees this dark cloud, there will be about 20 minutes to find shelter or escape this level. 20 minutes later, the cloud will completely cover the entire level, making it almost pitch black. Then, snowflakes will start falling, and within 5 minutes, the temperature will drop to 50 degrees below zero, turning the snow into baseball-sized hail that can easily crush a person's skull. By this time, the wind will blow through the level at an extremely fast speed, and the snow will be so thick that you cannot see 3 feet ahead. This situation will last for 30 minutes to an hour. Additionally, there is an event called Absolute Zero, which occurs randomly and lethally. This level is known to have 2 exits. The first is to find a strange black door that leads to level 130, the other is to jump into a soft black snow, which will take you to level 11. 1. Currently, the best way to exit seems to be the second option. However, for some reason, there is no detailed information about level 11. 1 in the M.E.G. level database, only mentioning that this level seems to belong to B.N.T.G. The biting wind howls around me as I walk through the snow, taking one step after another. The safe way to exit level 129 is to find a patch of soft black snow and jump into it. According to the description of this level, the environment here becomes increasingly harsh as the wanderer progresses. I have turned around the exit location but have not found any traces of black snow, so I am forced to venture deeper into level 129. Level 129 is unusually bright, but in the snowy forest, this excessive brightness gives me a hazy feeling. To keep warm, I take out some royal rations and eat a piece. It is then that I notice a half-buried green metal box in the white snow ahead. The touch of green amidst the white surroundings piques my curiosity. I put away the rations and slowly approach the green box. Upon closer inspection, I realize it's not just any green box but a supply crate. Opening it, I find it filled with supplies: a warm piece of clothing, a flint, several cans of military rations, packs of gum, a dagger, and a pile of dry wood. The remaining space in the crate is filled with bottles of almond water. Looking at the full crate, I can't help but feel puzzled. The MEG database does not mention the existence of supply crates in level 129. What is going on now? Perplexed, I decide to store the crate in my nuclear space. Trying to use pocket absorption, I find that the pocket cannot absorb the crate, deepening my confusion. After securing the crate, snowflakes begin to fall from the sky, darkening the once bright sky. Sensing this change, I become wary. This situation seems different from what the MEG database described. I quicken my pace, being cautious not to step into a snowdrift. After walking a distance, I noticed that some trees around me were starting to twist and even a few were entwined together, giving off a strange and twisted feeling. The appearance of this phenomenon meant that I had ventured deep into level 129. As I delved further into level 129, the likelihood of encountering entities would significantly increase. Although the entities here were not particularly formidable, I still needed to stay vigilant. As I continued deeper, the snowflakes above me gradually grew larger, yet I hadn't even caught a glimpse of a single entity along the way. This was highly unusual. In the backroom, what I feared most was encountering abnormal events because often the surroundings would turn eerie along with the appearance of such abnormalities. I made a quick decision, drew my pistol, cocked the safety, and remained alert. Apart from the snowflakes becoming increasingly dense, everything remained eerily quiet without any anomalies. However, the quieter it got, the more unsettled I felt, to the point where I almost wished for an entity to appear beside me, so I could engage in a struggle. Yet, even the rustling sound of snow falling from the treetops couldn't be heard in the silence around me. Feeling the growing stillness of my surroundings, I gritted my teeth and continued exploring, hoping to find an exit soon. After walking for a few more minutes, I suddenly noticed a building resembling a lookout post not far ahead. Hurrying over, I found the post had long been abandoned. Most of the structure seemed to be made of wood, now riddled with holes, with the roof completely gone. Stepping into one of the rooms, I discovered traces of life left behind: a smashed, dried-up kettle, a collapsed bed, and a broken table. It was then that I noticed a journal lying on the table. I picked it up and read the following entry: Journal 1, Recorder, Entry 1. We have just arrived at level 129, our mission being to establish a lookout post here and investigate the anomalies of level 129. Honestly, it's as cold as ever here, and I haven't noticed anything abnormal, perhaps due to my recent arrival. The construction of our lookout post went smoothly today. End. Journal 2, Recorder, Entry 2. The lookout post is now halfway complete, and we are trying to set up multiple heating systems to combat the cold. I'm recording this during my lunch break. Hopefully, the previous detections by the organization were wrong, and there are no anomalies here. Joho just reported seeing a hunting dog walking in the woods, but it didn't attack us, maybe intimidated by our numbers. The current level is relatively stable, with no dangers, blizzard events, or absolute zero events. I will check back if anything else happens. End. Journal 3, Recorder, Entry 3. The outpost is now complete. We have prepared heaters and beds for all team members, making it relatively comfortable here. Strangely, we haven't encountered any entities these past few days. The danger level here is 4, and there should be a fair number of entities. Are we just lucky? Regardless, not having entity attacks has saved us a lot of trouble. I will continue to record the latest developments. End. Journal 4, Recorder, Entry 4. Today, while out on a survey, we stumbled upon 3 green supply crates. My goodness, they were filled with supplies. If we keep finding crates like these, we could live in level 129 for a long time. However, for some reason, these crates couldn't be stored in our pockets. Furthermore, I always feel that level 129 is unusually quiet today. Is it just my illusion? Or is this the eerie nature of level 129? Something seems off today. End of entry. Journal 4, Recorder, Heavens, what is happening? Why am I the only one left in the entire outpost? Why is it so quiet around me, and why can't I hear a single sound? Where did everyone else go? I searched for hours, not finding a single footprint. What is going on? It has started snowing, which is not a good sign. What does it signify? I don't care about that now, I just want to know where my missing team members have gone. Oh, my goodness, I see a large dark cloud on the horizon. Is it a sign of a blizzard? But why is this blizzard different from the ones before? Is this the anomaly of level 129? God, that large dark cloud is approaching. What is going to happen? The journal abruptly ends here, leaving me feeling somewhat anxious. According to the journal, an anomaly occurred in level 129, and this anomaly, part of it, is the blizzard event here. My current situation aligns completely with the experiences of the journal's owner. What will happen next? Watching the snowflakes continuously falling from the sky, a shiver of fear for the unknown crept into my heart. Safely storing the journal, my urgency to find an exit increased. Clearly, some unrecorded anomaly has occurred in level 129, and this change is catastrophic for wanderers who find themselves here by mistake. Just then, I suddenly noticed in the distance at the edge of the sky, an endless dark cloud emerging, instantly covering half of the sky. And at this moment, that dark cloud covering half the sky kept surging, and through the air, I seemed to hear the muffled thunder. Strangely, as I focused on listening to this rumbling thunder, I found complete silence around me, not a single sound. But as I searched for an exit, diverting my attention to the side, faint thunder rumbled in my ears again. And every time I concentrated on listening to this thunder, my ears plunged into a deathly silence. This situation made me restless, but at this moment, I knew that the blizzard event was about to unfold, and I had to find an exit as much as possible or find shelter. Otherwise, the snowflakes falling on my head would slowly turn into hail and smash through my skull. With snowflakes swirling around my head, I felt the surrounding environment getting colder and the light dimming. I looked up at the sky and saw that the dark cloud covering the edge of the sky had spread to overhead, darkening the entire sky as if it were about to collapse. Fortunately, at that moment, I finally found a cave. Seeing the cave, I felt relieved and quickly ran inside. After entering the cave, the last bit of blue sky outside was swallowed by the dark cloud, and instantly, the world plunged into darkness. As level 129 descended into darkness, I quickly took out a flint and a pile of dry wood from my nuclear space. After a frantic moment, I successfully lit a fire. As the fire blazed, illuminating the surroundings, I finally saw the situation inside and outside the cave clearly. The inside of the cave was no different from the caves commonly seen in movies, but outside the cave, hail the size of pigeon eggs had already begun to fall. Strangely, as these hailstones hit the ground, not a sound was made, and the surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of any noise. This atmosphere was too eerie, and I couldn't resist trying to shout a couple of times in the cave. But the sound I roared seemed to be devoured by something, disappearing without a trace the moment it was made. The terrifying silence in the cave felt like level 129 at this moment, as if a muted picture. Seeing the form but not hearing the sound. I could feel the surrounding environment getting colder, and the fire pit was starting to dim. I quickly took out the supply box I had found earlier, removed all the wood, and added some to the fire. Watching the vigorous flames, I couldn't help but move closer because I felt the chill creeping in. Outside the cave, the hail gradually turned into baseball bat-sized chunks, continuously falling, forming a thick layer on the ground. I took out some unopened spare hand warmers from my clothes and stuck them inside. Just then, I suddenly noticed a cold wind blowing from deep within the cave. I shivered and instinctively looked towards the depths of the cave. It was pitch black, and I couldn't see anything, so I pulled out a burning piece of wood from the fire pit and held it as I ventured deeper into the cave. Of course, I didn't forget the hydration gun on my back. As I reached the depths of the cave, I found nothing but a thick stone wall. How did that gust of wind just come from? I pondered but didn't linger here. The deep cave was too cold. After standing for a while, I started shivering. Even the hand warmers in my clothes didn't help. I quickly turned and left. When I sat back by the fire pit, I finally felt the long-lost warmth. But for some reason, shortly after sitting down, I felt another cold wind blowing from deep within the cave. In an instant, it made the flames flicker. I stood up abruptly and looked towards the depths of the cave. There was something strange in this cave. I raised the hydration gun and sprayed a few times into the cave. However, even after spraying almond water a few times, the cold wind from the depths of the cave continued, making me shiver even more. Seeing the flames about to be extinguished, I quickly added the cotton jacket from the box. Luckily, the cotton jacket was flammable, so the flames were temporarily not extinguished, and I quickly added more wood to the fire. Fortunately, I still had enough wood to burn for a while, so I wasn't worried for now. I didn't dare to venture into the depths of the cave again because I could feel that as soon as I left the fire pit, a chill would rise from within me, as if I would freeze solid in no time. Only by crouching by the fire pit could I avoid this situation. But then, whether it was my imagination, I suddenly felt that the green supply box had moved slightly, its direction towards the flames. My eyes narrowed as I observed the box. It seemed that the box realized I had noticed its movement, and now it lay motionless in place, like an inanimate object. Watching this scene, I snorted and randomly emptied the contents of the box, then threw the empty box outside the cave. As the box landed outside, I heard a scream in my ear, but it vanished instantly. The surroundings remained eerily silent, as if the world had been muted, not a sound to be heard. But I was clear that the supply box just now was a physical entity, clearly possessing intelligence, able to disguise itself as a supply box to lower the guard of wanderers. No wonder my pocket couldn't contain it. But when I threw that entity out of the cave, uncertain of its fate after being hit by hail, there were still gusts of cold wind coming from deep within the cave. I couldn't help but furrow my brow because this proved that there was another entity deep inside the cave. So, I directly grabbed a few burning pieces of wood and took a few steps. Thankfully, once away from the fire, I only felt a slight chill. Holding onto these pieces of wood, I ventured further into the depths of the cave, inspecting carefully bit by bit. At that moment, I noticed a black door on one side of the cave wall. Obviously, this was one of the exits recorded in the MEG database. However, at this moment, level 129 was undergoing a mutation, with many aspects differing from what was recorded in the MEG database. Perhaps even its exit had mutated by now. Should I go in? I hesitated. I glanced back at the pile of flames burning vigorously, paused for a moment, and then entered through the black door. The mutation in level 129, at present, seemed to be environmental, with too much uncertainty in this mutation. And I was well aware that when the pile of wood burned out, if this mutation had not ended, it would be my time to die. Instead of waiting in this uncertain environment, it was better to enter the black door and take a chance at cutting my way out. After entering the black door, a sense of falling overcame me. As soon as I felt the solid ground beneath my feet, I immediately stood up to survey my surroundings. I found myself next to a white swimming pool, standing on white steps beside it. Clearly, this was level 130, the contaminated pool. Survival difficulty, level 1 safe stable very few entities. Level 1, alpha base. Have you investigated the situation regarding level 129? A middle-aged man stood in front of a row of bookshelves, questioning a soldier before him. Investigation complete, leader. All the data is here. With that, the MEG member handed over a file. The man referred to as the leader took the file, opened it, and perused it for a while. Finally, he closed the file, somewhat pensively remarking, "It's been one thing after another recently, first the level 11 Crusher incident, then the Mole incident, followed by the new level Scream Manor incident, and now this level mutation event." At that moment, the MEG member suddenly interjected, "Leader, you forgot one event, the level 0 incident a few days ago." The man chuckled at this and said, "That matter will be resolved by someone else, we need not worry about it. Now, go update the information on level 129. With that, he placed the file back in the member's hands and left the library. Shortly after, a new announcement spread throughout the various levels of the rear chambers. MEG announcement: it has been determined that level 129, the White Forest, has undergone a mutation, and its difficulty level is being redefined. Level 129, White Forest Survival Difficulty, Level, Free, Environmental Hazard, Unsafe Unstable Few Entities. Note: this level has experienced some unknown mutation, and now it will periodically experience silent storms. Silent storms, unlike typical snowstorms, during a silent storm, all sounds in level 129 will disappear. Throughout the storm, the surrounding temperature will gradually decrease with the storm's duration, potentially dropping to absolute zero. And at this moment, the sky would be like a blizzard, dropping hail the size of baseball bats. If a wanderer accidentally cuts into level 129, be sure to find a cave before the silent storm begins, light a bonfire, and make sure it doesn't go out. According to research, when the silent storm begins, if one strays far from a heat source, the wanderer will freeze from the inside in 3 to 5 minutes. Currently, there is only one entity left in this level, a newly discovered entity called Supply Box. This entity is highly hostile, disguising itself as a supply box and swallowing wanderers when they least expect it. We once had a team that brought this entity back to the camp and overnight fell victim to attacks by the supply box, leaving only one survivor. Note: apart from level 129, anomalies have been detected in multiple levels, so wanderers in all levels should be extra vigilant. On the other side, level 3. Gio frowned as he looked at a document in his hand. The document bore large blood-red letters, Level, Dead Zone. The information on level. I remember it being sealed away decades ago, and now it's been handed to me again? Those guys must want me to be cannon fodder, Gio said with a wry smile as he neatly stored the document in his backpack, muttering to himself, "When Leanie returns, I'll take him in to see it together, he'll be thrilled to hear about it." At that time, I was unaware of these events because I had just entered level 130 and was considering how to return to level 1 to complete my mission. I stood at the edge of a massive swimming pool, gazing at the greenish water within. At the bottom of the pool, I even saw patches of black mud. The temperature in this level was comfortable, but in my cold-resistant suit, I already felt unusually hot. I quickly changed into a regular M.E.G. combat suit and left the room to explore the next one. This time, my exploration had a goal: to find the M.E.G. Blackwater Research Station. This outpost was established by M.E.G. to study the peculiar phenomena within level 130 and to assist lost wanderers. Typically, wanderers entering a level would all appear in the same area known as the cutout point. M.E.G. bases were mostly located near these cutout points. Following this area, I should soon find the outpost established by M.E.G. In this level, there was a peculiar phenomenon where most wanderers attempting to cut out directly would be transported through pipes carrying black mud and then crushed. So, I planned to first find M.E.G. members and inquire about a safe way to cut out. With this in mind, I entered another room. Just as I stepped into this room, I suddenly heard a rhythmic click sound from above, followed by all the lights in the room going out at once. Seeing this scene before me, I didn't panic but instead took out a flashlight, turned it on, and continued forward. In level 130, there was a peculiar phenomenon known as the blackout period. Every 4 hours, level 130 would experience a blackout period lasting 40 minutes, during which an entity called Bluntman would appear. This entity could cut through walls with its arms and grab wanderers on the other side. I had encountered it once before in level 3. This entity had a strong aversion to almond water and, overall, wasn't particularly difficult to deal with. So, facing the blackout period now, I continued my exploration without excessive fear. I had been searching for a long time and finally, at the end of the power outage period, I found a normal room without a swimming pool. Not only were there 2 anti-theft doors in front and back of the room, but also several moisturizing water guns hanging on the wall. It seemed like this was the outpost of M.E.G., the Blackwater Research Station. With this in mind, I approached the door of the room and knocked gently. A few seconds later, the door opened. Out walked a towering man of about 1.9 meters, a Caucasian by appearance. After sizing me up, he hesitated for a moment, then took out a tube of Babel lip balm from his pocket, applied it to his lips, and said, "From headquarters?" I nodded, also took out Babel lip balm, applied it to my lips, and said, "I'm here for a special mission from M.E.G. Got cut into this level during an escape, now need to return to level 1 for the handover, any way you can help?" "Ha, that's easy." The Caucasian man patted my shoulder, cheerfully saying, "Just wait for the other guy to come back. He always goes out for research during the power outage period and returns as soon as it's over." With that, he pointed behind me and said, "That guy has already returned. Hey, buddy, remember that creepy legend on the forum? The stupid one about the corridor?" Of course, I was laughing at that legend just last week. "Why are you telling me this? What I'm about to say might sound crazy to you." "Okay, go ahead. I think I might have found it." "What? Be serious, man. But I'm not joking with you. You think something a 9-year-old put together is real? What I mean is, I used to think it was fake. But listen, you just need to help me find that door." "Fine, if it's fake, then you stay here. It's just a door." "Yes, but didn't you see the faded mark on top? You're basing it on that mark? It has some scratches, looks like an exclamation mark, and it's faded, like someone tried to erase it. Maybe it's just a prank." "Dude, this is no prank. Listen, pull up that page about the legend from the forum." Alright, let's continue then." The man opened the forum post. "One of the most common ways to enter this corridor is through a door marked with an exclamation mark." "Alright, and then come on, push open this door, we'll make history. But we might be dead before the news gets out." "Well, buddy, look behind us now, is there a way out?" At this moment, the researcher from the Blackwater Research Station finally returned. Upon hearing that I was ready to report back to level 1, he nodded, pulled out a level 1 hierarchical key. Guided by the hierarchical key, I successfully found the hub and smoothly returned to level 1. In this process, they seemed very familiar with the route, as if they were used to sending wanderers back to level 1, having done it many times before. In fact, cutting into different levels doesn't necessarily have to be from fixed exits. For some unlucky individuals, even just walking a path could lead to a cut. There is currently no unified explanation for this phenomenon, but the most common conclusion is, the space in the backrooms is unstable, and it's possible that the space of one level accidentally connects with the space of another level, causing the wanderers at the connection point to be cut out accordingly. Therefore, many levels of wanderers did not enter through the normal entrance, but rather stumbled in accidentally. Upon returning to level 1, I first went to Alpha Base to report to Captain Bai. At the entrance of the base, I unexpectedly ran into Ban Tianyi and quickly inquired about the condition of the other team members. Ban Tianyi glanced at me and replied, "Except for you and me and the Luo Jingpoint team, everyone else sacrificed their lives, and 2 out of the 4 wild warriors also perished." Hearing this, my mood became slightly heavy. In the backroom, every exploration and development of an unknown level always came at a heavy cost. At that moment, Captain Bai also emerged from the base. He saw me, not at all surprised, but instead patted my shoulder and said, "You came back quickly." I nodded, feeling puzzled about how Captain Bai knew I had returned to level 1. Captain Bai noticed my confusion and explained with a smile, "I received a message from the Blackwater research station that someone was coming back to report, and I guessed it was you since everyone else had returned to level 1 except for you." After that, he asked me some detailed questions about the Screaming Manor. I recounted my experiences at the Screaming Manor in detail. I noticed that while I was narrating my adventures at the manor, Ban Tianyi was diligently taking notes on the side. After I finished speaking, Captain Bai informed me that Ban Tianyi was not only responsible for level exploration but also for organizing and editing level information. Once all these tasks were completed, Captain Bai suddenly said, "Linny, before you go to other levels in the coming days, you should pay attention to that rumor." Rumor? What rumor? The rumor about level. After cautioning me, Captain Bai left, and I returned to my residence in level 1. Upon returning, the first thing I did was to open my phone and search for the Backroom forum app. It was a forum composed of all the wanderers in the Backroom, documenting many rumors and discussions about the Backroom by the wanderers. Of course, this forum was not as feature-rich as the Front Hall forum, lacking functions like private messaging and interactions. Its sole purpose was for discussions. In this forum, wanderers could post any threads for discussion, leading to a mix of accurate and misleading information. For precise details about a level, it was best to seek answers from the official sources. The Backroom forum was a standalone app installed on the phone, created and distributed by the authorities, unlike the Front Hall phones with fixed apps that couldn't be uninstalled and devoid of games. Upon opening the Backroom forum, I found the search bar and looked up level. To my surprise, the description of level was not as complex as I had imagined but rather straightforward. Its description consisted of just a few sentences. Level is a red corridor, most commonly entered through a door marked with an exclamation point. This place has been completely taken over, and every wanderer has the potential to arrive here. We welcome your arrival here. Reading this post, I fell into contemplation. If it were just these few sentences, this post wouldn't have made level a legend. What truly made level legendary was that this post had been repeatedly deleted by the administrators of the Backroom forum. But no matter how many times the administrators deleted it, the next day, it would inevitably reappear on the forum. And the absurd thing was, the authorities eventually traced the poster of that thread through the mobile phone location and discovered that it was actually a 9-year-old child. After confiscating the child's phone and deleting the post again, the thread reappeared on the forum the next day. However, this time, the authorities could no longer find the poster of the thread. After this incident, rumors of the legend of level began to circulate in the Backroom, but there were never any reports of anyone entering level. Perhaps every wanderer who entered level no longer had the chance to spread the news of this level. As I was earnestly browsing the forum, I suddenly heard someone knocking on the door outside. I glanced through the window towards the door and was surprised to see that it was Gio standing there. I was delighted and quickly went to open the door. I wondered why Gio had suddenly come to visit this time. "Linny, it's been a while, you've changed a lot," Gio said, sitting on my bed and smiling at me. I shook my head and replied, "In the Backroom, if things stayed the same as when you first arrived, it would have cooled off long ago." Joe chuckled, agreeing with what I said, then he glanced at my phone and asked, "Are you also looking at level?" "Why, curious about this level, want to go in and take a look?" I answered, "If such a legendary level really exists, it must be at the level of a dead zone, I don't want to go in." Then I asked Joe, "Is there something you came to see me about this time?" Joe suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "Of course, there is something. I came to see you this time to take you to witness a legend." "A legend? Which legend? Wait, you're not talking about..." I widened my eyes suddenly. "That's right, it's the legend you're thinking of," Joe snapped his fingers and said casually. "Does level really exist? Have you found a way to enter it?" I was somewhat shocked because most people speculated about this level, and almost no one could prove the true existence of this level. And now Gio was saying he would take me for a stroll in this level. It was all too unbelievable. Just as I finished speaking, Joe handed me a document and said, "All the information about level is here." So far, only one person has come out alive from level, and this document was written by him. I took the document and pulled out a piece of paper from it, and on that paper was recorded the various rumors among wanderers about level. Survival difficulty, dead zone, crossed out, level 5 unsafe not fully explored entity invasion level, is one of the most dangerous and bizarre floors in the backroom, and also one of the levels where entities chase too many to stay. Level is a corridor about 10 kilometers long, structured like a hospital. There are many doors on both sides of the corridor, with a distance of about 3 meters between each door. The entire floor also has bright, constantly flashing exit signs, each sign about 10 meters apart. Once wanderers enter, a huge alarm will sound from all directions. A few seconds after entering the floor, they will notice a large group of entities, hunting dogs, skin thieves, faceless people, etc., charging straight towards them. The best thing to do at this point is to run away as fast as possible before the entities catch up, dodging various obstacles in the corridor, such as hospital beds, chairs, and sometimes even entities blocking the way, like limb thickets. Along the corridor, there are various items to help maintain the run, such as energy bars and bottled almond water, occasionally finding items to slow down the entities behind or temporarily block them. The deeper you go on this floor, the fewer entities there will be, but the remaining ones will become more aggressive than before. As for the exit of this level, at this point, I found that the remaining content had been heavily obscured by ink. I looked up at Gio. Gio shrugged and said, "All the information about the second half of level has been erased." I furrowed my brow. First, the posts that could never be deleted on the forum, and now the second half of the information being wiped out. This level, even in such a bizarre environment as the backroom, still felt incredibly eerie. Why was this dead zone changed to level 5? I pointed to the crossed-out dead zone and asked. "This one," Gio replied. "Among the first group of people who entered the backroom, they had no firearms and did not know the purpose of nuclear energy, so when facing entities, they struggled much more than we do now. For them at that time, level was like a dead zone. However, according to the description, for wanderers like us now, it should be considered a level 5 difficulty, so it was changed accordingly." I nodded, indicating that I understood. Then I asked, "When are we going to level? Do we need to prepare anything?" Joe was taken aback by my question, then smiled and shook his head, saying, "Do you really think I'm going to take you to level? I was just kidding with you. After all, I can't bring myself to lead you to your death." "I see," I breathed a sigh of relief. If I really went to level, for this legendary level, I really had no idea if I could make it out alive. However, Joe changed the subject and continued, "Our organization has discovered an entrance to level. They want me to take you in to explore, although I don't intend to take you in, but I'm prepared to act with you." "Take me in with you?" I keenly caught the detail in Joe's words and asked, "Why does the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance want you to take me to level?" Joe replied somewhat helplessly, "Recently, both M.E.G. and the Eye of Argos have shown a high level of interest in you. As the archenemies of these two organizations, the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance naturally wants to get rid of you. However, if they act rashly, they will surely be attacked by M.E.G. and the Eye of Argos. On the other hand, my beliefs do not align with the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance, so." Hearing this, I understood Joe's meaning. The Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance wanted to get rid of both me and Joe, but they feared retaliation from M.E.G. and the Eye of Argos, so they wanted Joe to go to the almost certain death level, while taking me along. Because everyone knew that Joe and I were very close, it seemed perfectly reasonable for Joe to ask me to accompany him to level, making it difficult for M.E.G. and the Eye of Argos to find any fault. After all, to others, it seemed like Joe and I were just good friends, and he had simply ordered me to go with him. While I pondered this, Joe continued, "The Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance has planted spies around me. If I don't take you to level, they will take advantage of the situation, remove me from my position. But don't worry, if all goes well, we just need to make a round at the entrance of level, to deceive them." I nodded, indicating that I understood. After discussing these matters, Joe asked me about my experiences during this time. I told him everything, and we began to chat. This chat lasted almost an entire afternoon. In the end, Joe stayed in my room for one night. The next day, after everything was ready, I sent a message to Joe, and we set off for the entrance of level. The entrance to level was discovered on level 11. Together with Joe, after reaching level 11 through the hub, I couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. From level 11, there were indeed quite a few levels that could be reached. Upon reaching level 11, Joe didn't hesitate much and led me straight to the entrance of level. The entrance to level was inside a huge mall. After entering the emergency passage of this mall, at the end of the passage, I saw a white door with a clear gray mark on it. The mark was crooked, but upon closer inspection, one could still see that it was an exclamation mark. Joe pointed at the door and mysteriously said, "Let's wait here for a while. When the person monitoring me relaxes their guard, we'll leave. By then, you'll understand why I insisted on bringing you to the entrance of level." I smiled and didn't reply. For some reason, I felt a bit uneasy. After waiting for a while, Joe glanced at the time and said to me, "All right, we should go." I nodded, about to turn and leave, but suddenly noticed Joe frowning beside me. "What's wrong?" My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly asked, "Aren't we supposed to leave? Why are we not going?" However, Joe, with a somewhat heavy tone, said, "Linny, look behind us now, is there still a way out?" I turned abruptly to look behind us, only to find that the staircase that was originally there had somehow turned into a wall. I glanced at Joe and saw his expression was also very serious. He looked at the wall behind us and said, "Linny, I can assure you that I didn't expect this situation when I brought you here." I nodded and replied, "Of course, I know you wouldn't deceive me. We don't need to explain these things to each other. Now we should think about how to leave here." As I spoke, I noticed that the wall behind us was slowly starting to move, continuously pressing inward. It seemed that even if Gio and I stayed in place without entering the door to level, we would still be forcibly pushed in by this wall that kept pressing inward. Seeing this situation, Joe took a deep breath, handed me a bracelet made of warning beads, and also put one on his wrist. At the same time, he said to me, "This bracelet is made of warning beads. When a hostile entity approaches, it will vibrate." I examined the bracelet in my hand and found that the beads on it were exactly the same as the beads in the lobby, which was quite mysterious. After I put on the bracelet, Joe took out a glass bottle filled with water and a small wooden ball soaked in it from his pocket. He handed it to me and said, "This wooden ball contains directional resin. When necessary, shake the water bottle, and the wooden ball will point towards the exit." After I took these items, Joe walked to the entrance of level, placed his hand on the door handle, and said to me, "If you're ready, let's go in." I glanced at the wall getting closer and closer behind us and nodded. So, Joe pulled down the door handle and gently pushed it. The door with the exclamation mark made a creaking sound, and Gio walked in first. I followed behind Gio, and before entering, I took a look inside the door. It was pitch black inside, occasionally flashing a red light. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. Suddenly, a sense of falling swept over me, but it only lasted for a second before I landed in a dead silent sea of blood red. In the instant I took in my surroundings, G suddenly grabbed me and gestured for me to be quiet. At that moment, I felt a slight vibration coming from the bracelet on my wrist. The warning bracelet only vibrated subtly when there was a dangerous entity nearby, indicating the presence of hostile beings wandering around. I nodded slightly and began to assess the environment around me. G and I were not in a corridor as I had expected, but in a blood-red hospital. We were standing in the lobby of the hospital. The layout of this lobby was identical to the one I had seen in the front hall, but eerily, the lights here all emitted a blood-red glow, casting a crimson hue over the surrounding walls and floors. Just then, G next to me twitched his ears again, then instantly grabbed me and said, "Something is coming." In that moment, the warning bead on my wrist suddenly started vibrating violently. Without hesitation, G pulled me and rushed into a corridor of the hospital. This corridor was not an escape route but a consultation corridor within the hospital. Doors lined both sides of the corridor, and without hesitation, G led me towards the innermost door. The door was unlocked, and after pulling me inside, G immediately locked it from within and let out a sigh of relief. However, a few seconds later, G whispered to me, "It's coming, it's about to enter our corridor." With that, I soon heard a faint sound of footsteps. I glanced at G in surprise. His hearing was exceptionally sharp, leading me to believe he possessed a high-level auditory nuclear ability. As the sound of those faint footsteps grew louder, the frequency of vibrations from the warning bead on my wrist increased. Feeling nervous, I drew a dagger, while G took out a pistol with a long silencer attached. Gradually, the faint footsteps grew louder, and then our room's door was rudely knocked on. Bang, bang, bang. After a few knocks on the door, G and I held our breath, waiting quietly for the entity outside to leave. Just then, a voice came from outside the door, "Don't be afraid, wanderers inside, we are here to rescue you." Upon hearing this voice, I was startled because I could clearly distinguish it as a human voice. But what kind of entity could mimic human speech so fluently? As far as I knew, such entities did not exist. The next moment, G whispered, "Ignore it, that should be a partygoer, the voice is recorded." I heard it press the recording button. As Ji's words faded, the voice at the door repeated, "Don't be afraid, wanderers inside, we are here to rescue you." This voice played repeatedly, but when Ji and I continued to ignore it, the partygoer outside became increasingly agitated. It began to violently pound on the door, the loud bang, bang echoing throughout the hospital floors, making me feel like it would break through any moment. Faced with this situation, I started to panic slightly, but Ji remained calm and composed. He said, "This partygoer will come in soon. The moment it enters, I will kill it, and then you follow me out of this corridor." I nodded, my eyes fixed nervously on the door. After a brief moment, with a loud bang, the door of the room was violently pushed open, and 3 partygoers burst into the room. Joe seemed to have anticipated this situation long ago. In the instant the party guests entered, before I could even react, Joe had already shot one of them. The remaining 2 party guests were taken out with precise headshots before they could even get close to us. After the death of the 3 party guests, Joe leaped over their bodies without hesitation and started running. At that moment, I felt the warning bead on my wrist not only did not stop vibrating due to the death of the party guests, but its frequency of vibration increased rapidly. Without hesitation, I followed Gio, rushing out of the corridor. The hospital lobby was eerily quiet after we dashed out of the corridor, not a single physical presence in sight, only the dark red of blood met our eyes. Gio pointed towards the stairs in the lobby and said to me, "Go upstairs." With that, he ascended the stairs ahead of me, and I followed closely behind. Just as Gio and I were climbing the stairs, several colorful balloons floated past us from behind. It was clear that these were the party guests' markers. Urgent footsteps could also be heard behind us. Gio, climbing the stairs rapidly beside me, said, "Don't mind those party guests, they pose no threat. But when we get upstairs, be cautious of the unseen areas." Unseen areas? At this, I instinctively glanced at some shadows along the wall. In that glance, I suddenly noticed what seemed to be a smiling face lurking in one of the shadows nearby. This smiling face bore a striking resemblance to a grin, the only difference being that the eyes and teeth of the grin emitted a white light, while the smiling face emitted a red light. This red light was even more vivid than the surrounding dark red lights, sending a shiver down my spine as I gazed at the face. Joe then said, "That's the grin face, with a body in the form of black mist resembling a mantis, afraid of light. Pay it no mind, let's move quickly." With that, Gio urged me on. From his tone, it seemed he was not concerned about the party guests behind us or the grin face nearby, but rather something else hidden in the shadows that truly frightened him. Gio then took out the bottle of direction resin, gently shook it, and the resin clearly pointed towards a corridor. Instantly, Gio and I ran towards that corridor. However, at that moment, I heard a creaking sound in my ear. Just as the creaking sound rang out, Gio abruptly stopped running, reaching out to halt my steps forward. With a serious expression, he told me, "The Echo Wraith is here. Running now means certain death." Echo Wraith? What entity is that? But Gio did not answer me, as at that moment, the party guests who had been following us also caught up. These party guests were few in number and lacked the command of the party host. Faced with us armed, they couldn't even get close. Soon, we eliminated these few party guests. Yet, the creaking sound continued to echo in my ears, causing a slight unease within me. However, this unease lasted only a moment before I suppressed it, while Gio, on the other hand, furrowed his brow slightly, perhaps also affected by the creaking sound. Gio then holstered his gun and said to me, "The threat level of the Echo Wraith in certain areas is no less than that of the Crusher, especially in narrow, dark spaces. But as long as we don't run, don't actively seek it out, and don't let its sound disturb us, there's still a chance of survival." With that, Gio shook the direction resin once more, indicating the exit was at the end of the corridor. "Let's go," he said, and the 2 of us headed towards the end of the corridor. In the next moment, Gio abruptly stopped in his tracks, then swiftly pulled me into a nearby storage room. Just after we hid in the storage room, a tall entity, seemingly composed of lines, appeared at the end of the corridor. If I had seen this entity, I would have recognized it as almost identical to the one I encountered in level 0. Due to a damaged lock on the storage room door, Gio and I could only hide among a pile of miscellaneous items. Concealed among the clutter, besides hearing the continuous creaking sound, I also heard a rustling sound coming from the doorway. The sound seemed like something being dragged across the floor. Alarm bells rang in my mind, and Gio tensed up all over. In the next moment, through a gap in the clutter, I saw a monster with black lines all over its body awkwardly entering the storage room. Its black head scanned the storage room, then suddenly started moving towards where Gio and I were hiding. Peering through the clutter, I watched the increasingly close, massive figure, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of my throat. The monster finally stopped in front of the pile of clutter where Gio and I were hiding. Due to the obstructed view, I could only see the middle section of its body, unable to make out its head and arms. Although it stood still, I inexplicably felt like it had sensed our presence. This feeling unsettled me, and as I tried to signal Joe with a glance, I noticed that Joe had pulled out a square mechanical device at some point. Just as I was puzzled, the monster standing in front of the clutter suddenly moved. Before I could react, it used its long arm to sweep away the items in front of Joe and me. In the next moment, I saw a large arm reaching towards me, and just as it was about to grab me, I felt Joe next to me press a button on the mechanical device. Suddenly, our surroundings, including the entity, began to distort in a bizarre manner. In an instant, Joe pulled me forward, and with just one step, we somehow crossed over the entity and arrived at the doorway of the storage room. I was utterly astonished, and at that moment, Joe tossed the mechanical device into my arms, urging me to store that anti-Euclidean device in my nuclear space and only retrieve it when asked. I took the device, nodded, and followed closely behind Joe as we ran towards the end of the corridor. The entity in the storage room seemed puzzled by our sudden appearance behind it. After a moment of confusion, it roared and started chasing after us. Just then, I suddenly felt the creaking sound near my ear, as if the source of the sound had instantly moved closer. Joe quickly said, "Retrieve the anti-Euclidean device." Without hesitation, I swiftly retrieved it from my nuclear space and handed it to Joe. By then, Joe and I had reached the end of the corridor, where there was a staircase on the left. Joe pulled me along and pressed the blue button on the anti-Euclidean device once more. In the next moment, the staircase in front of us twisted, and at the end of it, as if right before our eyes, Joe and I took a step and found ourselves on the third floor of the hospital. I was somewhat surprised as I looked at the so-called anti-Euclidean device in Kyu's hand. I had to admit, this thing was truly an escape tool. However, Kyu tossed it to me, saying, "This thing should not be used often. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to use it. Be careful, the haunting specter is already catching up, don't look back." Just as Kyu's words faded, a bizarre face suddenly appeared in the shadow to my left. The face emitted a white light, resembling the grinning specter, but its mouth was made up of concentric rings. I apologize for not being able to display two images that were blocked by the system. Sorry. In the instant I saw that face emitting white light, Kyu grabbed me. Then, in the next second, I saw Kyu press the button of the anti-Euclidean device again, instantly transporting us to the end of the third floor corridor. The entire third floor seemed to consist of hospital rooms. Kyu swiftly pulled me into one of the rooms and locked the door. After securing the door, Kyu asked me, "Did you see the haunting specter just now?" I nodded and replied, "Yes, I saw it." At that moment, I noticed Kyu's complexion turning pale, furrowing his brows, and his gaze towards me became complex, as if contemplating something. After nearly a minute of silence, Kyu suddenly sighed and said, "It seems your luck is holding up. The haunting specter's special ability did not affect you." "Special ability?" I asked, puzzled. Kyu explained, "The haunting specter usually hides in the shadows, continuously emitting a cackling sound that over time drives wanderers insane. This cackling sound is a method the haunting specter often uses to kill wanderers. However, in another scenario, if a wanderer starts to flee and the haunting specter deems there's a chance they might escape, it swiftly drags and kills the wanderer in the shadows. That's why I advised you not to run." I nodded and asked, "So the haunting specter's special ability is to emit a cackling sound that can drive wanderers to madness?" "Not just that," Kyu shook his head and said, "its other terrifying aspect is that when a wanderer sees the haunting specter's face, they will go mad and weep 45 seconds later." "I see. So were you thinking about what to do if I suddenly went mad?" I inquired. Kyu chuckled, "Of course, I was considering how to wake you up if you suddenly went crazy and started crying." I chuckled too and then asked, "So, how should we deal with the haunting specter now?" Kyu said, "Since you've seen its face, it might think you've gone mad, so it should be waiting at the door." With that, Kyu placed the Euclidean device at the door and instructed me. The moment I opened the door, pressed the button and immediately stepped back. I nodded and asked Kyu about the purpose of this action. Kyu replied, "The anti-Euclidean device can distort space. If a living being is distorted along with the space, there's a high chance it will be twisted under the floor or above the ceiling." It dawned on me that the reason we could traverse tens of meters earlier was likely due to the distortion of space in front of us. With that, Kyu cracked the door open slightly. I quickly pressed the button and stepped back. The next moment, I saw a face with glowing eyes and mouth quickly emerging from behind the door. It was the haunting specter. Seeing the haunting specter, my heart tightened. I might be immune to the specter's abilities, but that didn't mean Kyu was immune as well. I nervously looked at Kyu, but he had already closed his eyes, as if he had anticipated this scene. And after the echoing nightmare appeared, its body began to twist along with the space, and I seemed to see the distorted body of the echoing nightmare merging with the surrounding environment at that moment. It was then that Kyu quickly said to me, quickly retract the anti-Euclidean device into the space. Let's leave this place while the echoing nightmare hasn't reacted yet. As Kyu's words fell, I had already stored the anti-Euclidean device. In the instant I stored the anti-Euclidean device, we rushed out the door, and that echoing nightmare was indeed twisted under the floor. After charging into the corridor with Kyu shook the resin pointer and, after determining a direction, said to me, "Go left at the end of the corridor." A few seconds later, Kyu and I arrived at the direction indicated by the resin pointer. Surprisingly, there was a room here resembling a cold storage room, with a huge automatic door at the entrance. When Kyu and I reached this machine door, it opened automatically. As the machine door slowly opened, a blast of cold air hit us instantly. I couldn't help but shiver. Inside the door was a huge room with red lights flashing incessantly. The room was unusually spacious, with only a few hospital gurneys placed around. Strangely, these gurneys were all covered with a thin white cloth, and beneath the white cloth, one could vaguely see a human-shaped outline. This made the whole room look like a morgue. Seeing such a bizarre room, I couldn't help but take a step back, unsure whether to enter the room. Beside me, Kyu gently shook the resin pointer in the bottle again, and the resin pointer quickly floated towards the direction of the room in front. Looking around, Kyu sighed helplessly upon realizing there was no other way around except this room and said, "Let's go in. It seems we have to enter this room to find a way out." With that, Kyu took the lead into the room that resembled a morgue. I followed closely behind. After we both entered the room, Kyu said to me, "Quietly wander around this room and see if you can find a way out, but remember not to disturb what's hidden under these white cloths." I nodded, understanding that the biggest threat in this room was what lay beneath those white cloths. Kyu and I tiptoed around the room. Although it was large and spacious, there were no traces of any passages. However, at that moment, Kyu suddenly tapped my shoulder lightly and pointed to the bottom of a gurney. Following Kyu's direction, my eyes widened instantly. Because upon closer inspection, one could see a small door under the gurney, resembling a cellar entrance. At that moment, Kyu silently shook the resin pointer in the bottle, and I saw the resin pointer swiftly float towards the cellar's direction. Kyu and I exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's thoughts immediately. I kept watch for any disturbances nearby while Kyu figured out how to open the cellar. Kyu carefully approached the gurney, disregarding appearances, and climbed under it to try opening the cellar, while I observed the surroundings near Kyu. Just a few seconds later, Kyu lightly tapped my leg from below, gesturing for me to look down. I quickly lowered my head. By then, the cellar had already opened a crack. Through that gap, I could see the cellar still flashing with red light. However, Kyu gently shook the resin pointer, and it pointed directly into the cellar. I felt a surge of energy and wanted to help Kyu open the cellar. But just then, I suddenly heard a loud click sound coming from the room. The sound was like the noise of a huge gear turning. G and I instantly looked up to where the sound was coming from, and the source of the sound was the mechanical door. At that moment, it slowly closed under our gaze. After the mechanical door was completely shut, in the room, those humanoid figures covered in white cloth suddenly began to tremble slightly, as if they were about to lift the cloth and stand up. At the same time, my bracelet suddenly started vibrating violently, the intensity of this vibration even surpassing the frequency when the terrifying apparition appeared. Watching those gently moving white cloths, my heart sank to the bottom of the valley. And in the blink of an eye, those white cloths were violently lifted, revealing emaciated undead rising from beneath the white fabric. All the entities under those white cloths were actually undead. Seeing one undead after another rising from under the cloths, G immediately increased the force pushing open the entrance to the cellar. The next moment, with a clatter, the cellar entrance was pushed open, and G stood up and overturned the stretcher above his head. The undead on the stretcher, just getting up, were caught off guard and some awkwardly fell to the ground. And in that moment, several other undead in the room slowly stood up from the stretcher, staring at G and me with crimson eyes. At that moment, I noticed two white glowing beads suddenly appearing next to the cellar. In this dangerous situation, nuclear energy was triggered. I acted quickly, picking up the two nuclear energies in an instant, while G beside me gave me a signal with her eyes and then rolled into the cellar. And at the spot where G rolled into the cellar, a bottled lightning was left behind. I immediately picked up the bottled lightning and threw it at the undead that had just stood up as I jumped into the cellar. Although all this sounds like it took a long time, in reality, it only took G and me a few seconds. After I jumped into the cellar, the bottled lightning raged with electricity on the floor. If I were present, I would have seen that this bottled lightning, naturally generated, was immensely powerful. Even just its aftermath could temporarily stop the undead in the cellar for tens of seconds. These tens of seconds were the time G and I had to prepare in the cellar. But the moment I entered the cellar, I realized something was wrong. because this place didn't look like a cellar at all, but rather like a huge, blood-red room, with one end of the room connected to a long, dark red corridor filled with debris. This seemed to be the real level. The hospital where G and I had just been was just a level that existed. It was only now that I belatedly remembered that we had just been on the 3rd floor, so where did the cellar come from on the 3rd floor? At this moment, I gently shook the resin pointer, and the resin pointer seemed to be affected in this environment as well. After a while, it slowly drifted towards the location of the corridor. I sighed helplessly, realizing that to get out, I would have to endure this 10-kilometer marathon. I quickly swallowed one of the 2 nuclear energies I had just picked up, and as it entered my body, a piece of information quickly appeared in my mind. Nuclear energy, level 3 effect, smell +3 weather to wear, remaining slot 1. What I needed now was an endurance nuclear energy. The smell enhancement was completely useless to me at the moment. I swallowed the other nuclear energy without hesitation, and the information from this nuclear energy immediately brightened my eyes. Nuclear energy, level 4 effect, endurance +4 weather to wear, remaining slot 1. I chose to wear this nuclear energy without hesitation. The appearance of this nuclear energy was like a timely help for me. After putting on this nuclear energy device, I drank a bottle of almond water, took a few bites of royal rations, and prepared to charge into this blood-red corridor. At this moment, I noticed that on both sides of this long corridor, large doors were neatly distributed. The distance between these doors was about 3 meters. Looking at these doors, I could even imagine what kind of monsters might be gathering behind them. The dark red environment and the deathly silence around me made me reluctant to stay for long. I was ready to rush into the corridor. Just then, a door beside me suddenly swung open. I turned my head to look, and in the doorway, one after another faintly glowing smiling faces appeared in quick succession. They were grinning faces. The appearance of these grinning faces seemed like a sign of the awakening of a level. In the next moment, the exit signs above the entire corridor began to flash red incessantly, accompanied by deafening loud alarms. In the rooms on both sides of the corridor, there was suddenly a violent banging sound, as if something inside was about to break through the doors. In an instant, I hesitated no more. Fueled by the level 6 speed nuclear energy and a strong will to survive, I transformed into a shadow and dashed into the blood-red corridor. Since I had just entered the corridor, there weren't many obstacles around me yet. However, as I ran past each spot, the doors here would be slammed open with a loud bang, and a large number of entities would pour out, relentlessly chasing after me. I didn't look back, but I could hear the intense sound of doors being broken open behind me and the continuous howls of the entities, knowing full well what was happening behind me without needing to see. Empowered by level 4 endurance nuclear energy, although I was running at a rapid pace, obstacles kept appearing in front of me, and as each door was broken open behind me, new entities chased after me, causing me to run for a long time with a group of entities still hot on my heels. Just then, I suddenly felt a disturbance above my head. Not far ahead of me, a section of the ceiling in the corridor was about to collapse. Watching the ceiling about to fall, I pinched my thigh hard, then accelerated sharply. In the split second before the ceiling fell, I ran out of the area it was crashing down on. The entities chasing me from behind were briefly blocked for a few seconds, but soon new entities burst through the doors behind me and joined the pursuit. At this moment, the obstacles on the ground started to increase. Stretchers, miscellaneous boxes, broken beds, wardrobes, and more were all blocking my path. As I sprinted at high speed, crashing into them directly could result in minor injuries or even fractures. So, while running, I kept jumping, dodging, and when necessary, even pushing aside some stretchers in front of me. Just then, a door ahead of me was violently smashed open, and from it, black tentacles resembling octopus arms instantly extended towards me. These were limbs. I was startled, slowed down, and swiftly veered towards a room on the side. This sudden change in direction caused me to stagger a few steps unsteadily. In those few seconds of hesitation, the fast entities behind me had already pounced. Acting swiftly, I retrieved the anti-Euclidean device from the nuclear space and pressed the button immediately. In an instant, the space in front of me distorted, and I stepped into it, swiftly traversing dozens of meters forward. However, at the same time, a wave of nausea instantly hit me, but it was brief, lasting only a few seconds. Perhaps this was a side effect of using the anti-Euclidean device multiple times, I thought to myself. I've only used it twice now, and things are still okay, but if I use it a few more times, this nausea might last more than just a few seconds. After crossing dozens of meters with the anti-Euclidean device, I briefly distanced myself from the entity behind me. According to the level, with a length of about 10 kilometers, I should have just run a third of the distance. The remaining 2/3 is the most difficult part of level, because at this point, debris from the ceiling keeps falling, and if you're not careful, you could be hit and knocked down. It was then that I noticed a small vending machine not far ahead. As I approached the vending machine, I glanced at it roughly. There were several buttons on the vending machine, each corresponding to different items. Since I only took a quick look, I only saw almond water and a purple jelly-like item. The vending buttons corresponding to them had a simple +1 symbol on them. This means that after pressing this button to exchange items, the number of entities behind me would increase by 1, but would I also receive the corresponding item? With this thought in mind, I quickly reached out and pressed the trade button for the purple jelly. With so many entities behind me, having one more wouldn't make much of a difference. I had heard of this purple jelly before. It's called moth jelly. It can temporarily increase endurance and speed when consumed, but excessive use can lead to addiction and harm the body. In the instant I pressed the button, that piece of moth jelly appeared directly in my hand. In a moment of shock, I quickly ate the moth jelly. As the moth jelly entered my esophagus, I immediately felt a rush of heat surging from my stomach, quickly flowing through my limbs, and most of the fatigue from the high-speed running just now was also alleviated. Suddenly, I felt invigorated, and my speed increased a bit more. The entities that had closed the distance with me due to my purchase of the moth jelly were now slowly falling behind again. Feeling elated, at this rate, it wouldn't be long before there was a considerable gap between me and these entities. But just then, disaster struck. The entire red corridor suddenly began to shake incessantly, with dust falling from above me. In the next second, a broken chair abruptly fell from above and landed right at my feet. Although I saw the chair falling with my eyes, my brain and body failed to react in time. In the next instant, I was tripped over by the chair and fell to the ground. Fortunately, with the support of the 2 levels of nuclear power, my body remained sturdy and didn't suffer any serious injuries. But in the next second after my fall, the entities behind me had quickly closed the distance. As I got up and looked back, I saw a group of strange entities following me. Among them, the most striking was a creature with a spider body and a face glowing with a white light smile. After a quick glance at the approaching army of entities, I swiftly took out the anti-Euclidean device and 2 bottled lightning bolts. Seizing the moment, I threw 1 bottled lightning behind me, while placing the other one in my path. Then, I pressed the button on the anti-Euclidean device, and the space in the red corridor in front of me instantly twisted. In the next second, I stepped into that twisted space, and my figure appeared dozens of meters away in an instant. Since the bottle I threw was artificial, its power was slightly reduced. Among the many entities chasing me from behind, only a small portion were affected, but another group, in the moment of catching up, stepped on the bottled lightning I left behind. After 2 rounds of baptism by bottled lightning, the speed of these entities chasing me slowed significantly, but there was no slack in my heart. Now, I faced not only the threat of entities constantly pouring out of the room but also the occasional danger of objects falling from the ceiling. More importantly, the side effects of the anti-Euclidean device this time were particularly strong, with a nauseating feeling of vomiting lasting for minutes. In the dim corridor, the red exit sign above kept flashing. Gritting my teeth, I ran non-stop, but my stamina had reached its limit. Just then, at the end of the corridor ahead, I saw a glimpse of white light. As I continued running forward, the white light at the end of the corridor kept enlarging, gradually filling the entire corridor. With only tens of meters away from the white light, I seemed to see an exit behind it. Joy surged within me. After a long, desperate run, I finally completed the 10 kilometers. Now the exit was right in front of me, just a few tens of meters away. Glancing back at the entities getting closer, I clenched my teeth, ready to squeeze out the last of my strength and rush into the exit in one breath. But at that moment, I suddenly noticed a room with an open door beside the corridor filled with white light. The room was still maddeningly crimson, with red signal lights blinking on the ceiling. Just a few meters away from the white light, I hesitated. I remembered that behind every seemingly beautiful and peaceful thing in the backroom, there were countless hidden tumultuous waves. Should I trust the corridor filled with white light ahead or the room filled with dark red? I only had a brief half-second of hesitation because I had reached the door of the room. And in that instant, I hesitated, then turned and entered the dark red room. I would rather believe in the hell I was familiar with than the seemingly beautiful heaven. I rushed into the room, unlike any other. Inside the room, I saw the same red corridor as before. Looking at the blinking red signal lights above, my anxious heart eased slightly for a moment, inexplicably feeling a bit relieved. On one side of the corridor, there was a vending machine. The vending machine had many items I didn't recognize, but among them, to my surprise, moth jelly seemed to be free. Because I didn't see any words on the vending button for moth jelly, I quickly glanced back, and the many entities behind me did not chase after me, seeming to have entered the corridor emitting white light. After observing that I was temporarily safe, I tried clicking the moth jelly vending button. When I clicked, a piece of moth jelly appeared in my hand, and as it appeared, there was no disturbance around me. It seemed to confirm that the moth jelly sold by this vending machine was indeed free. I was instantly delighted and immediately clicked the vending button. But after clicking about 30 or 40 times, only 10 pieces of moth jelly appeared in the end. Perhaps the vending machine only stocked 10 pieces of moth jelly. As I put away the last piece of moth jelly, I suddenly noticed that at the end of the corridor ahead, there seemed to be a wall. I hurried forward to check, and indeed, at the end of the corridor was a wall. But beneath the wall, there was a huge deep pit. The pit was deep and bottomless, leading to an unknown destination. I glanced at the bottom of the pit, then took out the resin pointer and gently shook it. The resin pointer quickly floated towards the bottom of the bottle. My eyes narrowed. It seemed that this bottom of the pit was the exit of level. Before jumping into the pit, I glanced back at the dark red corridor behind me, and at the exit sign flashing on the ceiling. Due to the unique nature of level, when multiple wanderers enter level, at the same time, there is a chance they will be randomly transported to different spaces within level. Perhaps G is now fleeing in another blood-red corridor. I looked back at the dark red corridor behind me, then leaped into the deep pit ahead. Suddenly, everything went dark, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself back in the emergency passage I had entered before level. The door with the sign had vanished, replaced by an empty wall. At that moment, G suddenly appeared beside me. I looked at him, and he saw me standing in the corridor, smiled at me, and said, "Looks like we're both lucky to have escaped." I nodded with a smile and asked, "So, what's our next step?" G replied, "I'll go report back, and I'll also help you get in touch with the people from the Eternal Database." Eternal Database? Upon hearing this organization, I recalled that members of this organization had appeared during the previous hunt in level 11, demonstrating powerful abilities. In G's earlier introduction to me, he mentioned that this organization primarily trades in intelligence. This organization almost holds all the information in the backrooms, but if there is any information unknown to this organization, hardly anyone in the backrooms would know it. Was G suggesting that I trade information from level with the people from the Eternal Database? I shared this thought with G. He shook his head with a smile and said, "While this information may be valuable to other organizations, the Eternal Database should have had access to level data long ago. What I want you to trade is your ability." My ability? You mean this strange probability? Yes, G nodded, then took out his phone and made a call, contacting someone. After a while, G said to me, "The people from the Eternal Database are here." I suddenly looked up and saw a wanderer draped in a black robe, their features obscured, entering my sight. "Is that Lin E?" The black-robed figure in front of me spoke hoarsely. G nodded and replied, "Take him to see Mr. Valentine, he has important information." The black-robed figure nodded, then glanced at me with eyes hidden beneath the black hood, gesturing for me to follow. I glanced at G, who said, "I need to attend to some matters. After you visit the Eternal Database, you can return to level 1. If I have time, I'll come find you." I nodded and said, "Take care, and if you need me, I'll be there." G smiled, waved goodbye to me, and turned to leave. Following the black-robed figure, I arrived beneath the shopping mall. I looked up and saw G standing by a glass window in the mall, waving at me. I smiled and waved back at G. Perhaps the backrooms are filled with danger and despair at every turn. Yet here, I have encountered a few friends who genuinely care for me. Like G. And now, even though I know that I could meet my end at any moment in the backrooms, I find myself wanting to stay. Perhaps there are reasons here that I cannot abandon. Following the black-robed figure, I arrived in a residential area and successfully met Mr. Valentine. According to the black-robed figure's introduction, Mr. Valentine is the head of the Eternal Database, the overseer. Mr. Valentine was unusually tall, standing nearly 2 meters high in front of me, giving me a great sense of oppression. He wore a hat that did not cover his face. Strangely, no matter which angle I looked from, I couldn't see his face clearly. Upon seeing me, Mr. Valentine stood still, staring at me intently for a long time. Finally, he waved his hand, signaling the hooded figure next to him to leave. After the figure left, he said to me, "Your name is Lin E. You often encounter very low probability events, like the level 11 Crusher incident, which was also caused by you." I nodded slightly, feeling slightly embarrassed as I replied, "That's true." "But, Mr. Valentine said, you don't need to answer because I wasn't asking a question, I was stating a fact." I was slightly taken aback by Mr. Valentine's way of communication. I opened my mouth to say something, but he interrupted me, saying, "Our transaction is complete. I will give you the corresponding reward, and in 3 days, someone will take you to level 1. The transaction is already completed?" I was dumbfounded. But I haven't said anything. I haven't done anything. How can the transaction be completed? Faced with my confusion, Mr. Valentine calmly said, the transaction was completed the moment I laid eyes on you. I was completely puzzled, but Mr. Valentine paid no attention and continued, you are very much like him. Like him? Who is he? But my questions were destined to remain unanswered because Mr. Valentine had already gestured for me to leave. I walked out of the small room where we had our conversation, feeling completely bewildered. The hooded figure nodded at me and said, Mr. Linney, I will take you back to level 1. In 3 days, the traded item will be delivered to you. I nodded, filled with questions, and followed the hooded figure to the portal back to level 1. Once back at level 1, my mind was consumed with thoughts of who he was and why I was so similar to him. Could this be the reason why various organizations treated me differently? But these questions could only be answered when I met G later. G should know something, otherwise, he wouldn't have sent me to see Mr. Valentine. Lost in my thoughts, I found myself standing in front of the gates of the M.E.G. base. The 2 soldiers on guard recognized me, aware of my special status within the M.E.G. As soon as they saw me, one of the soldiers entered the base to report, while the other remained standing straight in his place. After a while, Captain Bai came out. From a distance, Captain Bai warmly opened his arms, ready to give me a big hug. However, his hug almost suffocated me. Judging by the strength of Captain Bai's embrace, he had at least a level 6 nuclear energy core on him. But that wasn't surprising. After all, Captain Bai was one of the key figures in the M.E.G., so having a full set of level 6 nuclear energy cores was not uncommon, because these wanderers were almost the last hope for survival in the backrooms of the M.E.G. Captain Bai took me aside and asked about information regarding level. When I mentioned entering level, he became visibly more serious. After all the encounters, Captain Bai patted my shoulder and said, Linney, you did a great job with this matter. The intelligence about level is crucial for us at the moment. As for the reward, we will deliver it to your residence in 3 days. During these days, just stay put in level 1, don't wander around. With your easy-to-cut physique, you might accidentally cut into some strange levels again. Easy-to-cut physique? I asked, puzzled by Captain Bai's words. Easy-to-cut physique, as the name suggests, is a physique that is easily cut into. These wanderers are quite unlucky, others may not cut out for days, while wanderers with an easy-to-cut physique might cut into several levels in a day, Captain Bai explained to me. After hearing Captain Bai's explanation, I was speechless. No wonder I always wondered why I cut into this level and that level every day. It turns out it's for this reason. After the explanation, Captain Bai said to me, perhaps you should consider participating in the speed cutting competition. Speed cutting competition? I asked in confusion. You'll find out later. Well, go rest now, Captain Bai said as he waved to me after Ban Tianyi walked out of the base. I nodded, greeted Ban Tianyi, and then returned to my residence. Once there, I was a bit hesitant to wander around because I was afraid my easy-to-cut physique might accidentally take me to some other level. Thinking about the easy-to-cut physique, I browsed through the Backroom forum and found information about this type of physique. There aren't many wanderers with this physique, accounting for about 3% according to statistics. There might be more wanderers with this physique, but they probably have already died in some unknown level, making it impossible to count them. Therefore, the current statistics are based on the survivors who have cut out time and time again, and their strength is naturally undeniable. So, I spent 3 days browsing the forum in level 1, and of course, I also went to the base to learn marksmanship and combat skills from Ban Tianyi and other M.E.G. members. On the 4th day, I suddenly heard a knock on the door, followed by a voice saying, reporting, Sir, we are here to deliver supplies. Through the window, I saw 2 M.E.G. soldiers standing outside with a relatively large bag in their hands. I relaxed slightly and prepared to open the door. But at that moment, I suddenly noticed a change in the walls around me. The walls, like chocolate in high temperatures, began to melt suddenly, and the temperature in the room started to rise. In just a few seconds, the temperature rose to 30 degrees Celsius. I was shocked and didn't dare to be negligent in the face of this sudden situation. With 3 quick steps, I ran to the door, pressed the handle, and pulled it open. As I pulled the handle down, I felt that the door seemed different from before. Realizing this, I tried to retract my hand, but it was too late, because I had already pulled the door open. At the moment the door opened, I suddenly felt a sense of falling. Suddenly, my feet were empty, and I fell into an unknown space. In that instant of falling, I couldn't help but curse inwardly. I stayed at home and still managed to cut out this physique. But there was no time for me to complain now because I realized that the space I was in did not correspond to any of the levels currently recorded by M.E.G. This was most likely a new level. Looking around at the surroundings, I realized that this place seemed like a small town. The town was paved with blue stone slabs, surrounded by tiled houses reminiscent of the style from the Republic of China era. At this moment, I found myself standing on a blue stone path. It was eerily quiet, not a sound to be heard. For some reason, I could faintly see shadows in the streets, houses, and alleys. But as I ventured closer, I discovered that they were all empty. Not a soul in sight, not even a whisper of sound. The entire town was unnervingly silent. A gust of wind made me shiver. It wasn't just fear that sent chills down my spine, but also the unusually low temperature in this layer. In my perception, the temperature around me was about 7 to 8 degrees. Despite the chill, my body, enhanced by 5 nuclear cores, could withstand it while wearing my combat suit. I proceeded towards the depths of an alley. Suddenly, not far ahead, I saw smoke rising from chimneys of a few houses. People living here? Alert! I cautiously approached, only to find the houses emitting smoke but devoid of any presence. It felt as if the bustling alley had emptied in an instant. Just then, I sensed a slight rise in temperature around me. Temporarily disregarding it, I heard barking in the dimly lit alley nearby. The sound was familiar, the growl of hunting dogs. Tense, I focused on the darkness ahead. Though hunting dogs were no match for me now, what if this one mutated like the faceless spirits in the Screaming Manor? I couldn't let my guard down and prepared for any eventuality. During this period, the author was extremely busy, waking up at 6 or 7 in the morning, walking over 10,000 steps daily, and returning to the dormitory around 9 at night. Exhausted yesterday, I used a sick leave. Today, with no leave left, I had to stay up late writing after returning. Please bear with me. Gripping my pistol, I remained vigilant, watching as a mutated hunting dog, naked with fur all over its body, emerged from the shadows. It was indeed a mutated hunting dog. The creature crouched, baring its teeth, advancing towards me. As it moved, its long fur swayed gently. Before the dog could get closer, I fired a shot. After days of training and the enhancement from the nuclear cores, my marksmanship had improved significantly. The shot hit the dog's shoulder precisely. Strangely, it seemed to have no effect as the dog, enraged, snarled and lunged at me. Despite its slow speed, I easily dodged its attack, swiftly pulling out a dagger to stab its neck. Feeling resistance, I exerted force to pierce its skin. After severing the dog's main artery and a brief struggle, I finally killed it. Frowning at the mutated hunting dog lying on the ground, I noted its unusually slow speed and delayed reactions. But the skin was tough and seemed impervious to pain. If it was just one or two, I could slowly wear it down with my speed and strength advantage, but if a pack of hunting dogs swarmed in, I would have to run. I looked at the deserted town in front of me. At this moment, wisps of smoke gently wafted in the air above the town. On the nearby Bluestone Road, there seemed to be the sound of footsteps, as if pedestrians were hurrying by. But when I approached, these places were all empty. The empty streets emitted a chill, and as I got closer, I could clearly hear the footsteps coming from the road, giving me a sense of bustling activity. Yet, when I stepped onto the street, it was eerily quiet. This eerie contrast filled me with a faint sense of foreboding. I walked through one street after another, the surroundings monotonous, shrouded in silence. At that moment, I felt the temperature rising around me. Not good. A faint sense of urgency crept into my mind. Because I recalled that in the White Forest level, anomalies occurred in the environment before the silence storm appeared. And now, the environment around me was gradually heating up, a very bad sign. Before any mutation occurred, I had to leave this level as soon as possible. I surveyed the small houses around me. Most of them were tiled houses. I had explored some of these tiled houses before, but they only contained simple furniture and a small amount of almond water. I only found some lucky bean milk in one of the tiled houses, along with some canned dragon meat, and nothing else. I approached another tiled house and began to carefully observe its layout. In this tiled house, there was a bottle of lucky bean milk in the bedroom. I picked up the lucky bean milk and examined the room's layout. The room only had a bed, a table, and a cabinet. There were some chewing gums in the bed and the cabinet. I opened a piece of chewing gum, sniffed it, and detected no unusual smell. I chewed on it and found it tasted similar to the green arrow flavor in the lobby, with a hint of freshness. Other than that, there was nothing unusual. I put away the chewing gums and left the room. As I walked, chewing on the gum, I pondered the situation here. Unconsciously, the temperature rose a bit again. Based on my estimation, the temperature around me had risen from a few degrees at the beginning to over 20 degrees. This process took about 3 hours. If it continued to rise like this, I was afraid I would be cooked in this level. This level was like a huge steamer slowly cooking people. And at that moment, I suddenly saw a bizarre scene not far ahead. In the midst of ancient tiled houses, a modern Western-style building suddenly appeared, which was quite eerie. As I watched this scene, my furrowed brow slightly relaxed. Although such strange places might harbor danger, they often also conceal an exit. Gripping the weapon in my hand, I entered this peculiar building. The Western-style house was empty, devoid of any furniture, with only freshly laid white tiles. The interior of the entire house looked like it was under renovation. I tried to push open the door of a bedroom, which only contained a cabinet. Walking up to the cabinet, I attempted to pull it open. After opening it, I found nothing inside. I noticed that the cabinet was unusually spacious, seemingly just enough to accommodate a wanderer. However, as I opened the cabinet, a chill emanated from it, like a freezer. Closing the cabinet door, I proceeded to explore the other rooms. All the other rooms had the same layout, each with only a cabinet. But in the bathroom, I noticed that the bathtub was filled to the brim with almond water. I touched it with my hand, feeling the coldness radiating from the almond water, tempting me to take a sip. Yet, I dared not taste it, unsure if this iced almond water was safe to drink. While observing the bedroom, I suddenly noticed that the sky outside darkened in an instant. Hastily sticking my head out of the bathroom window, I gazed at the sky. By now, the sun in the sky was completely covered by dark spots, emitting only a faint light from the edges. As the sun was entirely obscured by dark spots, I felt the surrounding temperature rising sharply. In an instant, I felt as if I were in a steamer. Within a few seconds, my skin had turned red from the heat, making me feel like I was in a furnace. Panic set in. At this rate, in less than a minute, I might faint from the heat, and in a few minutes, I might be completely cooked. At this critical moment, I suddenly noticed that the almond water in the bathtub seemed unaffected by the scorching environment, continuously exuding a cold chill. I saw a glimmer of hope and without hesitation, I jumped into the bathtub. As my whole body submerged into the almond water, I felt a refreshing sensation, as if all the heat was being absorbed by the tub of almond water. Sensing my temperature drop, I felt relieved. I kept one nostril above the almond water for breathing, while the rest of my body remained submerged. After an unknown period, I sensed that the scorching air outside seemed to be receding slightly, prompting me to rise from the water. Upon standing up, I noticed that although the outside air was still hot, the burning sensation had lessened, making it bearable overall. At that moment, I peeked out of the window again and saw the dark spots on the sun had disappeared, restoring brightness to the sky. Witnessing this, I wasted no time and immediately set off to find an exit. Of course, I also filled a jar with the chilled almond water using the watering gun, just in case. After storing the almond water, I prepared to leave the small Western-style house. But as soon as my left foot crossed the threshold, I suddenly heard barking not far away. In the distance, I saw a pack of naked hunting dogs swiftly rushing towards me. Their speed was astonishing, reaching me in just a few seconds. Their speed rivaled even my 6th-level nuclear energy. In the moment the hunting dogs approached, I quickly shut the door. Outside, the sound of claws scratching the door instantly filled the air. I stood inside the door, facing the situation before me, quietly contemplating. Judging by the conditions at this level, it was clear that as the wanderer delved deeper, the temperature of this level would continue to rise. A special event would also occur at this level, namely the time when the sun was completely covered by dark spots. I temporarily referred to it as a solar storm event. When a solar storm occurred, the surrounding temperature would rapidly increase, accompanied by a burning sensation. It was known that hiding in chilled almond water could block this burning sensation. However, this chilled almond water seemed to be a specialty of this level. Apart from that, the only entities known at this level were hunting dogs. These hunting dogs had also undergone mutations at this level. Based on the two types of hunting dogs I encountered, it was not difficult to infer that when the temperature was low, a hunting dog covered in fur all over its body would appear. This type of hunting dog was slow but had extremely high defense. When the temperature rose to a certain degree, a hunting dog without any fur on its body would appear, which should be more fragile but extremely fast with a strong attacking power. At this moment, the large red wooden door in front of me had already been scratched open by this group of hunting dogs. This mansion had 2 floors, with no windows on the first floor, but several windows on the second floor. At this moment, I unexpectedly heard faint barking coming from upstairs. I immediately looked up towards the second floor. It was then that I locked eyes with a hunting dog crouching on the stairs, ready to deliver a fatal blow to me. In an instant, its crouching body leaped high towards me. Without hesitation, I swiftly drew my pistol and pulled the trigger when it was a meter away from me. The shot hit it right in the head. After being shot, the hunting dog fell limp to the ground, lifeless. It seemed that, as I had speculated, this type of hunting dog, despite its speed, had an extremely fragile body. However, if these hunting dogs swarmed in, the level of threat could even surpass that of several mourning corpses. Because of their speed, facing a group of such hunting dogs, even with a level 6 agility nuclear, I would not be able to handle it calmly. Seeing that the large red wooden door had already been scratched open a bit, I immediately ran towards the upstairs. I grabbed the railing of the stairs and quickly ascended to the second floor, taking several steps at a time. At that moment, several hunting dogs suddenly jumped up from the window on the second floor, landing on the floor, snarling at me. My heart skipped a beat. When I saw the hunting dog on the stairs just now, I had already guessed that these hunting dogs seemed to be able to climb up to the second floor along the walls. Facing the hunting dogs in front of me, I leveled my pistol. As the hunting dog pounced towards me, I shot and killed one. But the remaining 2 hunting dogs pounced at me simultaneously at that moment. Their speed was so fast that they were in front of me in the blink of an eye, not giving me a chance to fire a second shot. Faced with this situation, I decisively dropped the pistol, instantly pulled out a folding knife from the nuclear space, and slashed at the hunting dogs. This folding knife was given to me by Captain Bai and was different from a regular folding knife. The 3 sections of the blade were retracted into the sheath and could be swung out like a baton when in use. It was about the length of an arm. All these were not enough to prove the value of this knife. Its most precious aspect was that it was made of rear chamber alloy. Rear chamber alloy was far harder than ordinary metals, and the blade polished from it could be described as cutting iron like mud without exaggeration. At that moment, I flicked my wrist, sending out the blade, and at the same time, swiftly retreated to avoid the deadly pounce of the 3 hunting dogs. In the instant the blade was swung out, I raised the folding knife upwards. The blade cut through the air in a graceful arc, bringing forth a spray of blood. With a crisp sound, the head of one of the hunting dogs in front of me was cleanly severed in 2 by my blade. After the folding knife chopped off the head of the hunting dog, there was not a drop of blood on it. This knife, if placed in the front hall, would truly be unparalleled. What I didn't know was that this knife, in the backroom, could also be considered unparalleled, but Captain Bai didn't tell me. At that moment, I suddenly heard the clack-clack sound of paws on the floor downstairs. This proved that a hunting dog had already scratched open the door and come in. Facing the 2 hunting dogs in front of me, I decisively took out a bottled lightning and threw it down. I couldn't linger in battle because the longer I stayed here, the more hunting dogs would come in. By the time that happened, there would be no escape. I had to shake off these hunting dogs quickly and find a way out. After throwing a bottled lightning, I glanced at the hunting dogs downstairs and didn't hesitate anymore. I propped myself on the windowsill with one hand, exerted force, and jumped straight down from the second floor. I jumped from the back of the Western-style house, while the group of hunting dogs gathered at the front of the house, so they hadn't noticed me for the time being. After jumping down, I felt a slight pain in my legs from the impact, but nothing serious. Because the height of this Western-style house was not high, and where I jumped down, the ground was soft soil. After jumping off the windowsill, I paused for a few seconds and then rushed outside without hesitation. Outside was still the small town that looked lively but was actually lifeless. This town seemed infinitely large. I explored for nearly a few hours but never reached the end. After escaping from the Western-style house that stood out from its surroundings, I looked back and saw several hunting dogs standing at the windows of the house. They leaped down and chased after me. But by then, I had already fled far from the house, and with the power of level 6 nuclear energy, I disappeared from the sight of the hunting dogs in an instant. I walked along the cobblestone road of the small town. After the solar storm, the temperature at this level seemed to have stabilized. It was currently around 30 degrees. Although this temperature was not moderate, it was bearable. I held the gun, continued to be vigilant, and searched for an exit. Although the folding knife made of alloy in the backroom was powerful, it was ultimately a cold weapon. Compared to firearms like handguns, it was somewhat lacking. For example, when a bunch of hunting dogs rushed over just now, wielding a knife and slashing randomly was far less convenient than spraying with a machine gun. However, it was still convenient when dealing with some entities that preferred solo actions, like skin thieves. After walking a distance, I suddenly noticed not far ahead a small lawn with a small pit that looked like a hole. Seeing such a strange scene, I fixed my gaze and walked over. I tried to stretch one leg into the hole, and the next moment, there was suddenly a suction force from the hole that forcibly sucked me in. A sense of falling came over me, and I suddenly felt a darkness enveloping me. In the blink of an eye, I landed in a whole new level. This seemed to be an underground cave, exceptionally spacious. The cave connected to several different caves, each about 3 meters high. I carefully surveyed the area and found it to be like a mine. In the mine, there were some iron tracks laid out, and even in some spacious areas, there were some small houses built. These houses were very similar to the buildings in that small town just now. Combining with the previous cave, I pondered, could it be this is a sublevel of the previous level? It was very likely because the architectural styles of both were remarkably similar. I casually approached a small house and found that the layout inside was almost identical to the layout of the houses in that small town. I let out a long breath. It seems that this place is a sub-district of the town we just passed. I wonder what eerie things might be in this mine. At this moment, I observed the exposed rocks around me and noticed that unlike other caves or mines, the rock walls here were rather damp. The rock walls here were unusually dry, with signs of sandification in some places. Just then, my flashlight swept across a rock wall ahead, and I suddenly noticed a stone reflecting a glint of light from the flashlight. Seeing this sight, I immediately went closer to inspect. I noticed that a completely black stone was embedded in the rock wall. The color of this stone looked as deep as obsidian, tightly embedded in the rock wall. This is Hosher alloy. I took out my folding knife and dug out this piece of Hosher alloy. This piece of Hosher alloy was very small, about the size of a fingernail, but its hardness even exceeded that of a diamond. This kind of Hosher alloy can only be mined in very few levels in the Hosher. If a small amount of Hosher alloy is added during the forging process of a weapon, it greatly enhances its hardness. My folding knife was forged with 1/8 Hosher alloy. After storing this piece of Hosher alloy in the nuclear space, I surveyed this cave-like place and my heart skipped a beat. Could this be a Hosher alloy mine? This thought made my breath even heavier. The special and rare nature of a Hosher alloy mine made its value self-evident. And now, I had stumbled upon a Hosher alloy mine. With this in mind, my spirits were instantly lifted, and I geared up, ready to search for more Hosher alloy. However, at that moment, I suddenly noticed a pair of white eyes glowing in the depths of the cave ahead. Then, a low growl echoed from the cave, and suddenly, a sneak pelter pounced out. I knew there had to be entities in a place like this. Seeing the sneak pelter coming at me, I didn't panic but calmly aimed and shot at it. By the time the sneak pelter was a few meters away from me, I had already taken it down. I temporarily ignored the dead sneak pelter and turned my gaze towards the depths of the cave. My intuition, based on my experiences in different levels, told me that the danger level of this sub-district was very high. From afar, I could sense something crawling on the cave walls. What could it be? When I looked up, the movement suddenly ceased, which was extremely strange. Sensing this, I loaded my pistol, held it steady, and with a flashlight in my other hand, I bent down and ventured deeper into the cave. As I delved further, I didn't come across another piece of Hosher alloy. Indeed, encountering two pieces of such a rare metal in a short time was unlikely. Just then, I heard a rustling sound above my head. I swiftly pointed the flashlight towards the rock wall above, illuminating a small area. Slowly moving the light source, I illuminated the area above the rock wall, but ultimately found nothing except rocks. Adjusting the position of the flashlight, I felt a slight nervousness creeping in. The calmer it was now, the more nervous I felt. I was certain that there was an unknown entity in this level, but where it was and what it looked like, I had no idea. This sense of unknown kept a faint unease lingering in my mind. Preface: because the author noticed many readers were confused about the level, he specially wrote a chapter introducing the levels to dispel the readers' doubts. This is a level created by the author, which may be a bit rushed in terms of time, resulting in some rough content. However, the author will gradually optimize it later because this level is currently just a transition to facilitate better development of the subsequent plot. Of course, this is not the focus. The focus is that the author wants to clarify things for the readers, not to pad the word count. Of course, this sentence is not to pad the word count either. Awkward smile. The following is the main content. Level C666, Cool Hot Town. Danger Level, 3E, Environmental Hazard, Unsafe Unstable Moderate Entities. Level C666 is a town from the Republic of China era, which seems to be infinitely large, with its boundaries currently unexplored. Description: when wanderers first enter this level, the temperature ranges from 3 to 8 degrees Celsius, but as they delve deeper, the temperature inside the level keeps rising until it reaches 40 degrees Celsius. This level is no different from a regular town, and from a distance, you can see smoke rising from some houses, giving it a lively atmosphere. However, according to some wanderers' accounts, as they pass through alleys and houses, they can hear the sounds of children playing and laughing. But whenever wanderers explore further, these areas immediately fall silent, with no one in sight, looking as if they have been abandoned for a long time. When in this level, wanderers should beware of the entity known as the hunting dog. According to witnesses, the hunting dog in this level seems to change its appearance and features along with the temperature variations. When it's cold, a furry hunting dog appears. When it's hot, a completely naked hunting dog appears. In this level, wanderers should be wary of the solar storm event. This is the most common event in level C666. When the solar storm begins, wanderers will notice a black spot on the sun, which gradually expands over time until it swallows the sun completely. Once the sun is completely engulfed by the black spot, the surrounding air boils like boiling water, continuously scorching the wanderer's skin. The current known method to deal with this is to find an iron cabinet emitting cold air in a house and hide inside it. Alternatively, jumping into a deep well is an option, but it carries great risks as it may lead the wanderer to level C9. The most common method is to find a chilled almond water in this level and pour it over the body, effectively preventing burns from the surrounding air. This level has some special buildings, such as the Western-style house. It's unknown why Western-style houses appear in the town, but many hunting dogs lurk around them. Inside the Western-style house, there are plenty of chilled almond water and ice chests. Entities: the only known entity in this level is the hunting dog. Items: there are 2 items that exist only in this level. Chilled almond water: it emits a cool scent as if chilled, effectively resisting external heat, but it should not be ingested. Direct consumption will freeze the internal organs. Cool mint gum: the taste is similar to regular mint gum, but when chewed, it releases a cool breeze. This cool breeze effectively removes internal heat and soothes the wanderer's restless emotions, relieving stress. Bases, outposts, and communities: due to its environmental variability, this level has no bases, outposts, or communities. Discovery: the existence of this level was confirmed after the scorching event in level 1 occurred. Exit: finding a hole and jumping into it will take you to level C666. 1. Entrance: when the temperature suddenly rises rapidly in a place, and the surrounding environment begins to melt, the wanderer will be cut out of this level. Should carry chilled almond water with you. Leave this level as soon as possible. Should not venture deeper into this level. Consume chilled almond water. Level C666. 1. Alloy Mine. Danger Level 5. Unsafe unstable entity intrusion. This level is a subzone of level C666. 1. Level C666. 1 appears as an infinitely large mine, with exposed rock surrounded unusually dry, some areas even heavily sandified. Within this subzone, there is a large amount of alloy ore in the rear chambers. It is speculated that the amount of alloy ore in this subzone may be equivalent to the sum of the rear chambers in other levels. However, the alloy ore in this area can only be mined with tools made of alloy ore. The use of any other tools will result in the loss of alloy ore performance. In this level, there are numerous entities known as inspectors. These entities have a human-like physique but wear miners' clothing, with a safety helmet on their heads that can emit a beam of light. They wield a pickaxe-like weapon in their hands. The entity's face is deformed, with only one eye, but its vision is exceptionally good, able to see clearly even 100 meters away. They usually hide in the darkness, but when a wanderer mines the alloy ore in the rear chambers, the inspectors appear and kill the wanderer. Note: in addition to the inspectors, this level also has a large number of sad corpses, smiling phantoms, skin thieves, fierce centipedes, limb clusters, and other entities. Among them, the most famous is the fierce centipede, which has undergone some kind of mutation in this subzone. Not only can it draw out the inner fears of wanderers, but the more intense the fear in the wanderer's heart, the stronger this entity becomes. It seems to have developed a considerable level of intelligence. When facing formidable prey, the fierce centipede will hide in the shadows, inducing fear in the wanderer's heart by creating sounds and concealing its form. Bases, outposts, and outposts: due to the large amount of alloy ore it contains, M, E, G, and the Argo's Eye are currently cooperating in mining operations. Hidden in this level is a small team of the Unrestrained Adventurers Alliance. As the Argo's Eye prohibits entry for mining, they have dispatched a team called the Alloy Strike Team to conduct secret mining operations. Discovery: discovered by an external member of M, E, G, and the Argo's Eye. Entrance: found a pit in level C666 and jumped into it. Exit: there is no stable exit known. Currently, the most common method is to use a level key. In this subzone, there is a fixed entry hub. Should, upon entering this level by mistake, find the hub as soon as possible. Should not attempt to mine the rear chambers for alloy or experience feelings of fear. I explored the winding and dark mine tunnel. At that moment, I heard the sound of falling gravel clattering beside me. I raised my flashlight and shone it in the direction of the sound. There, I noticed a pile of fallen rocks beside the tunnel. These rocks were now scattered on the ground, looking as if something had crawled over them. A slight chill ran down my spine as I thought of an entity known as the Fierce Centipede. This entity excelled at creating disturbances in the dark, stirring up fear in the hearts of wanderers. However, facing just this entity didn't instill much fear in me. What truly worried me was another unknown entity crawling near me at that moment. Suppressing my unease, I tightened my grip on the flashlight and handgun, continuing to explore ahead. I groped my way forward in the darkness, feeling slightly fatigued. Since cutting out from level 1, I hadn't eaten anything for several hours. Feeling the hunger gnawing at my stomach, I held a flashlight and scanned the surroundings. Finding nothing unusual, I retrieved some food from the nuclear space to replenish my strength. As I focused on the nuclear space, I suddenly noticed a level 11 hierarchical key within it. This key was given to me by Captain Bai. According to Captain Bai, in certain special levels, a hierarchical key could lead you to the nearest exit corresponding to that key. And if one were to ask which level connected the most other levels, it was undoubtedly level 11. A saying circulated in the backroom, all roads lead to 11. Therefore, wearing a level 11 hierarchical key had great benefits for entering unknown levels. After eating some food and feeling my strength slowly returning, I prepared to take out the hierarchical key to find the exit. However, at that moment, I suddenly felt a chill down my back. It was like being targeted by a hidden snake in the shadows, causing me to stiffen. This feeling was not some special ability but a sixth sense honed through life and death experiences in the backroom. At that moment, I was almost certain that there was a creature behind me, ready to launch a fatal attack. Without hesitation, I threw the flashlight behind me and swiftly dodged towards the wall. As I pressed against the wall, I heard a swooshing sound from behind. It was like something heavy hitting the ground with a thud. Quickly turning around, I saw a large mass of limbs behind me. However, this mass of limbs was different from what I had seen before. It resembled an octopus, with 8 tentacles similar to limbs but smaller in size. At that moment, I noticed a fierce centipede crawling on the top of the rock wall above this mass of limbs. This fierce centipede was almost identical to the one recorded in the M.E.G. files, but it seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation. Using the flashlight, I illuminated the fierce centipede and noticed a suction cup-like structure on its abdomen. It gave me the feeling that this suction cup was used for attachment by the limbs. Surprisingly, this fierce centipede and the mass of limbs below seemed to have a symbiotic relationship. Generally, if two species are in a symbiotic relationship, they must have areas of mutual dependence. What kind of attachment relationship existed between this mass of limbs and the fierce centipede? Before I could ponder further, the mass of limbs suddenly jumped onto the fierce centipede's abdomen. The next moment, the fierce centipede vanished into the circular light emitted by my flashlight. Its speed was so fast that I only saw a black shadow. After the fierce centipede disappeared into the darkness again, I raised my gun in alarm, scanning the surroundings. At that moment, I heard a rustling sound of crawling around me. Suddenly, I felt a tentacle reaching out from the darkness beside me, instantly wrapping around my arm. Reacting swiftly, I retrieved a folding knife from the nuclear space with my other hand and swiftly cut off the tentacle. Even after being severed, the tentacle remained tightly wound around my arm. I quickly pulled it off and noticed several small, needle-like holes on my arm. Picking up the severed tentacle, I saw tiny, vacuum-like teeth on it. These teeth seemed to have absorbed my blood and now appeared slightly red. Shuddering, I remained vigilant of my surroundings. And that fearful centipede and cluster of limbs seemed to realize that they were no match for me. And after their sneak attack failed, they fell silent. As I cautiously stepped out of that area, they still didn't show up, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Then, I took out the level 11 hierarchical key and felt its vibration. As I approached the hub, the vibration intensified, and feeling the frequency of the key's vibration, I began to search for the hub's location. While looking for the exit, I also brought along the warning bracelet and continued to explore. At one point, as I neared a mine shaft, I felt the vibration frequency of the hierarchical keys suddenly accelerate. My heart leaped with joy, and I quickened my pace. But just then, I suddenly heard a sound behind me in the darkness, as if a heavy object was being dragged across the ground. It was as if an unknown entity was dragging a large hammer, slowly approaching me step by step. Upon hearing this sound, I immediately grabbed a flashlight and shone it behind me. The light from the flashlight, at that moment, dispelled the darkness, illuminating a small area. In that small area of light, I saw a man wearing a yellow miner's hat, dragging a huge hammer, slowly lifting his head and gazing at me with his massive single eye. What is this? My heart tightened. The oppression this entity brought was overwhelming. Just one glance from it made me feel chills all over, with every hair on my body standing on end. Suppressing my fear, I swiftly ran towards the nearby mine shaft. I knew very well that I was no match for this entity with my current strength. I felt that I didn't have any special skills. I just had a good sense of self-awareness. When faced with manageable situations, I would give it my all, but when faced with insurmountable circumstances, I could quickly assess the situation and retreat promptly. And this was one of those situations. I knew I couldn't confront the entity in front of me, so without hesitation, I ran towards the direction where the hierarchical key vibrated most intensely. Fueled by the power of level 6 speed nuclear energy, I sprinted swiftly, but the dragging sound of the hammer on the ground echoed around me like a ghostly presence. My ears twitched slightly, and I could clearly sense the shuffling sound of the iron hammer getting closer and closer to me. I cursed inwardly. What kind of entity is this? Why is it chasing me so fast? It was at that moment that I suddenly heard a swooshing sound coming from behind me. Instantly, my body broke out in a cold sweat, and I staggered, rolling to the side of the tunnel. And in the next second, I heard a loud thud sound beside me. It was the sound of the hammer striking the ground. Utilizing the faint light of the mine lamp on the tunnel, I noticed a crack where the hammer had hit. The power of that single blow was terrifying. I dared not linger on the ground because I saw the entity slowly raising the hammer again at that moment. But I was already on the ground, unable to get up in time. Perhaps in the instant I tried to get up, that massive hammer would have smashed me in half. At a critical moment, I didn't have time to think. I quickly took out my last candy that could turn wanderers into two-dimensional beings and threw it into my mouth. The moment the candy entered my mouth, I felt a suction force coming from the nearby wall. The next moment, I was pressed against the wall like wallpaper. At that moment, I silently prayed on the wall. I prayed that the entity would not have the intelligence to discover me hidden on the wall. It seemed like my prayer worked. The only large eyeball of the entity turned in my direction with a gullielu sound, then it put away the hammer and slowly walked away. I let out a sigh of relief. After a few minutes, I regained my strength and fell from the wall. At the moment I fell, the warning bead on my wrist suddenly started vibrating violently. I was startled. Could it be that the entity was still nearby, not gone? I quickly took out the level key, felt its vibration, and swiftly chose a direction to flee. Shortly after I left, the one-eyed entity appeared with a sledgehammer where I had been before. He stood still for a few seconds, then swiftly chased after me in the direction I had gone. Following the frequency of the level key's vibrations, I kept changing directions, searching for an exit. Just then, I suddenly saw not far ahead a disused mine elevator. Miners usually use an elevator to descend into the mine. This elevator also serves as the exit for miners leaving the mine. In this level of the mine, I found an elevator, its purpose self-evident. I ran towards the elevator. The elevator door had clearly been damaged for a long time. I gently pulled it open. As the door opened, I felt the warning bead on my wrist suddenly increase its vibration frequency. Sensing this, I quickly stepped into the elevator. Inside the elevator, there was only one button. I decisively pressed it. As I pressed the button, the elevator suddenly started vibrating and slowly ascended. As the elevator began to rise, I saw a one-eyed entity with a sledgehammer emerging from the shadows of the mine. Fortunately, the elevator had risen to a height beyond its reach. Seeing this scene before me, I breathed a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, as the elevator ascended to a certain height, I felt a sense of descent. The scenery before my eyes began to disappear. I didn't panic too much because I knew I was phasing out. As the sensation of descent faded, I felt the solid ground beneath me. I opened my eyes and saw the scene before me clearly. It was a tunnel-like place. Numbered doors were evenly distributed on both sides of the tunnel. It was a hub. Image here. Seeing that I had arrived at the hub, I felt a sense of joy. It seemed my luck was holding up. Holding the level 11 key, I found the door marked level 11 and opened it. As I pushed the door, a faint white light emitted from it and quickly engulfed me. A sense of descent came over me. A few seconds later, a magnificent and bizarre giant city appeared before me. I gazed at the buildings floating in the air, feeling a wave of emotions. Once again, I had entered an unknown level and successfully escaped. The author adds an image of a scorching town here. It is an image of the sun appearing strangely before the solar storm in the scorching town. Additionally, this image was taken by the author and may have some bloopers, so please forgive any imperfections. Seeing the vast city before me, I couldn't help but feel emotional. This could be said to be the largest gathering place for wanderers in the entire backroom. Now, I needed to contact M.E.G. as soon as possible and report the discovery of the backroom alloy mine. Backroom alloy is a highly strategic weapon in the backroom and is a rare commodity for any organization. If a large amount of backroom alloy is used to combat entities or explore levels, it will greatly reduce the casualties of wanderers. Thinking of this, I found a direction and hurried towards the city center. 2 hours later, led by a member of M.E.G., I arrived at level 3. Why was I brought to level 3 instead of level 1? It's because my direct superior, Captain Bai, is currently on level 3. It is said that there has been an anomaly on level 3, requiring Captain Bai to personally oversee it. Following the soldier, we hurried to level 3. Level 3 consists of a series of long, dark, winding corridors with rooms of various sizes randomly scattered along the corridors. Most of these rooms are well stocked with supplies. Throughout the backrooms, level 3 can be considered one of the most resource-rich levels. Consequently, various organizations have made this place one of their important strongholds. After passing through several corridors, a looming iron gate shimmering with cold light suddenly appeared at the corner. Through the gaps in the iron gate, I could clearly see bright searchlights hanging inside and soldiers on guard. The corridor behind the iron gate is much more spacious compared to other areas. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why M.E.G. has chosen it as a stronghold. The soldier on guard behind the iron gate noticed us and approached with a gun, confirming our identities through the wire mesh. After confirming our identities, the soldier opened the iron gate. This was followed by a series of reports and waiting. After about 15 minutes, the soldier led me deeper into the corridor. I presumed he was taking me to see Captain Bai. However, after a few steps, I realized that behind me, 3 shadows had inexplicably appeared. Meanwhile, the soldier beside me only had one shadow beneath his feet. Normally, when walking under streetlights, multiple shadows would appear. Although I don't understand the principle behind it, I know this is a normal phenomenon. What was abnormal at that moment was that I had 3 shadows under my feet while the soldier beside me had only one shadow. This meant that one of us had a peculiar shadow. But who could it be? As I pondered this, I felt the warning bead on my wrist slightly vibrating. Sensing the vibration of the warning bead, I hesitated for a moment in my steps but then continued to follow the soldier quietly. Walking ahead of me, the soldier spoke in a relaxed tone, "Buddy, sometimes I envy you explorers. Although it's a bit dangerous, at least you don't have to do what I do every day, just stand guard and repeat this monotonous, meaningless life." As he said this, the soldier suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned to me, and said, "Buddy, do you feel like something has been following us? Something following us?" I, who was already alert, was taken aback by his words, because I didn't feel like I was being followed at all. According to my sixth sense, if this soldier in front of me could sense being followed, I had no reason not to. So, there was likely only one reason. That the one being followed was only this soldier, not me. It's no wonder the warning bead only vibrated slightly. Thinking this, I glanced at the soldier's shadow out of the corner of my eye. In the light, his shadow appeared unusually dense, and its size and shape were exactly the same as his figure, as if it had been carved out of a mold. Normally, it's hard to find our shadow exactly matching our size and shape. As we move or the light changes, there are usually noticeable differences between our shadow and our figure. It's these differences that make our shadow similar to us but not identical. However, the soldier's shadow in front of me gave me a feeling that they were exactly the same. This eerie feeling sent a shiver down my spine. Due to my adept control of facial expressions, the soldier did not notice anything unusual about me and continued to ask, "Buddy, anything eerie could happen in the backroom." I definitely didn't develop this feeling of being followed for no reason. We need to be careful because I've heard that many strange things have been happening in level 3 lately. Are you referring to the shadow beneath your feet? I pointed to the soldier's feet where an identical shadow lay. Shadow? The soldier looked down in confusion at his own shadow. After a brief glance, he raised his head and said to me, "What's wrong?" "There's nothing wrong with my shadow, is there?" "Nothing wrong?" Alarm bells rang in my mind instantly. Could it be that he couldn't see the peculiarity in his own shadow? Refusing to believe it, I took out a bottle of almond water and splashed it at the soldier's feet. However, the shadow remained unchanged. The soldier, witnessing my actions, couldn't help but show a hint of concern on his face. My serious demeanor seemed genuine. He quickly looked down again at his shadow, but after several seconds, he still raised his head blankly and said, "There's nothing wrong with my shadow, right?" Hearing this, my brows furrowed tightly. This was a situation I had never encountered before. I took a deep breath and told him, "Let's hurry to headquarters and regroup with the main force. If there's really something tangible, I refuse to believe it can harm us at headquarters." The soldier, upon hearing my words, nodded quickly and quickened his pace. As we walked, I remained fully focused, staring intently at the soldier's shadow, just in case. At the same time, I didn't forget to keep an eye on my own shadow. After a few minutes, I suddenly felt something amiss. Because, why did the shadow beneath the soldier's feet in front of me increasingly resemble mine? I was instantly filled with dread. Finally, I wish all my friends a happy Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day. Also, thank you to the readers who have been following, urging updates, reading, and supporting me during these days of hiatus. Thank you all for your support. I looked at the shadow that was becoming more and more like mine, feeling uncertain. I took a few steps back, feeling cautious. At that moment, The soldier noticed my pause and turned his head, somewhat puzzled, asking, "What's wrong? Why are you standing there?" I swallowed nervously and looked at his shadow again, only to find everything had returned to normal. His shadow had reverted to its original state. Could it have been my imagination? But I didn't think so. In the backroom, if you notice anything strange and dismiss it as a hallucination, you might be close to death. At this point, I dared not continue following the soldier in front of me, as there was something peculiar about him. I opened my mouth, about to speak to the soldier, when suddenly a beam of light shone in from a distance. The light hit my shadow perfectly. I quickly looked in the direction of the light. In the distance, a young man was waving a flashlight at me from afar. Upon closer inspection, it was White Sang. How did White Sang end up in level 3? Could it be due to the unknown anomalies in level 3 as well? However, seeing White Sang, I felt relieved. After all, White Sang was a core member of the Argus Eye, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Comparing various organizations, the Argus Eye was undoubtedly the strongest one I knew of. And its leader, Argus, was even more unfathomable. I walked towards White Sang. At the same time, I checked the warning bead on my wrist, which had stopped vibrating. I breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that the White Sang in front of me was undoubtedly the real deal. I often encounter skin thieves, making me now subconsciously suspicious of whether a person I see, whether I know them or not, is a disguise of a hostile entity. After reaching White Sang, we hugged each other as a greeting. After the greeting, White Sang asked the soldier to continue standing guard and led me to the headquarters. On the way, White Sang asked me about my recent whereabouts. I explained everything to him. During our conversation, we had already passed through several corridors and arrived at the headquarters of M.E.G. It was called the headquarters, but it actually looked more like the core area where M.E.G. established its base. Basically, resources, personnel, and facilities were concentrated in this area. There were also open areas rarely seen in level 3, which were used to build military bases. As for living quarters and storage areas, they were distributed in rooms on both sides of the tunnel, all surrounded by protective measures. As I walked to the headquarters, I didn't encounter any entities along the way, except for that strange dark shadow, of course. It seemed that the nearby entities had already been cleared out by M.E.G. At this moment, White Sang led me to a base. At the entrance of the base, Captain Bai had been waiting for a long time. When he saw me, Captain Bai gave me a bear hug as usual. With the blessing of his level 6 nuclear energy, I almost couldn't catch my breath. After chatting for a while, Captain Bai began to inquire about my entry into the new level. I reported to him one by one, focusing on the sublevel of the rear chamber alloy mine. Captain Bai frowned as he listened to me talk about the rear chamber alloy mine, his expression becoming somewhat serious. He patted my shoulder and said, "Linny, do not mention anything about the mine to anyone." I nodded. If news of the rear chamber alloy mine spread, it would inevitably lead to a large-scale scramble by various organizations. In that case, perhaps the wanderers in the rear chamber did not die at the hands of entities but fell first under the guns of their own kind. After instructing me, Captain Bai said to White Sang, "White Sang, do not mention anything about the mine. Linny has another task later, I'll leave it to you." White Sang nodded. Then, Captain Bai hurried into the base. Standing at the entrance of the base, White Sang smiled at me and said, Every time we meet, you bring some unexpected news, but this time, I also have unexpected news for you." Unexpected news? Is it about my task? I remembered what Captain Bai had said to White Sang before leaving. White Sang nodded and said, "This task is for you to join the Rear Chamber Special Investigation Team." Rear Chamber Special Investigation Team? Hearing this, a big question mark popped up in my head. What is that? Without answering my question, White Sang mysteriously smiled and said, "Follow me, you'll know when we get there." After that, White Sang led me down another corridor. In the dark corridor, White Sang pushed open the door of a room. At the entrance, he gestured for me to follow. After entering the room, White Sang closed the door. The room was pitch black, and I strained my eyes to try to see the surroundings clearly. At that moment, I suddenly felt someone move in the darkness. Then, not far away, there was a sizzle. A candle was silently lit, its faint light illuminating the faces of every person in the darkness. In that instant of candlelight, I was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Because, in that room, besides me and White Sang, there were actually 6 other people sitting there. Yet, from the moment I entered the room, I hadn't sensed the presence of these 6 people at all. After spending so long in the rear chamber, my 6th sense had been honed to be extremely sharp. Surrounding anomalies, movements, most of the time I can perceive and capture. The reason I have been able to escape repeatedly in the backroom is not only due to the strange probability issue on me, but more so relying on my judgment of the surrounding environment and dangers. But now, in this less than 50 square meter small room, I surprisingly did not sense the slightest breath of these 6 people. Where do these 6 people, who are they from? Are they all members preparing to join this so-called backroom special investigation team? The faint candlelight flickers, the 8 people in the room, including me, are all silent, all silently sizing each other up. I scan these few people one by one. Standing next to the candle, there is a young man. This young man looks to be only about 25 or 26 years old, roughly the same age as White Song. A faint smile always hangs on his face, and in his hand, he has been playing with an item. I carefully examined that item. It turned out to be a pocket. I was slightly surprised. In the backroom, a pocket is a valuable item. Those who dare to show the pocket to others generally fall into 2 categories. The first is wanderers who do not know the function of the pocket, and the second is wanderers who have full confidence in their own strength. Obviously, this young man belongs to the second category. I glanced at this young man and then shifted my gaze to the other people. Next to the young man, there is a guy wrapped in a black robe from head to toe. He stands still, looking like a statue. Judging by this appearance, he should belong to the Eternal Database because only this organization wraps itself in black robes all day long. Then, I continued to size up the other wanderers. Sitting in the corner is a man who appears to be a foreigner, wearing a hood that hides his face in the hat, making it difficult for me to see his appearance. In another corner, there is a middle-aged man and a female wanderer standing. The middle-aged man is wearing short sleeves, and on his arm, there is a parrot tattooed prominently. This parrot is exactly the same as the entity Jerry I encountered before. Without a doubt, the identity of this middle-aged man belongs to Jerry's followers. As for the female wanderer, she wears an Alakino mask and on her shoulder stands a bird with strange patterns on its body. She is a member of the Masked Lady organization. I have encountered members of the Masked Lady for the first time, but I have heard about this organization before. These members mostly wear an item called the wall mask, and generally, they are accompanied by a bird entity called the Masked Messenger due to its special nature, which the Masked Lady uses to transmit information and therefore always carries it around. And the last member is an old acquaintance of mine. He is Ban Tianyi. We have worked together on 2 missions, but each time we had to separate due to special reasons. Ban Tianyi also saw me, nodded lightly as a greeting. At this moment, I have a rough understanding of the images of the other 7 people besides me. And the other 7 people are also sizing each other up. At this moment, the man who seemed to be a foreigner sitting in the corner suddenly stood up and walked to the center of the room. For some reason, looking at his figure, I felt unusually familiar. At this moment, he suddenly spoke, "Everyone, the leader of our backroom special investigation team, Linny, has arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at me and took off his hood, revealing a face I was extremely familiar with. It's Gio. And as Gio's gaze met mine, the other 6 members at that moment all turned their heads and looked at me. At this moment, the member mentioned in Jerry's letter spoke up first, "Linny, it is said that this person has survived the dead zone and escaped from multiple level 5 danger zones. The recent Crusher incident at level 11 seems to be caused by him. It was heard that he had a meeting with the overseer of the Eternal Database for a trade." After speaking, he turned to look at the member of the Eternal Database beside him. The cloaked figure stood silently in place, just turning slightly to glance at Jerry's follower. Hearing him recount my experiences in one breath left me deeply shocked. Even the matter of my meeting with the overseer, he somehow knew about it. This made me wary. As the words of Jerry's follower fell, the member of the veiled woman beside him coldly picked up the conversation, saying, "This information is already common knowledge. Instead of that, why not talk about what he traded with the overseer?" Jerry's follower was retorted, but his expression remained unchanged, instead showing interest as he stared at me. At this point, Joe spoke up, saying, "All of you are elites among elites of various organizations. Do you have any objections to Linny being our leader?" Except for me and Gio, the other 6 shook their heads, showing no objections. I was instantly shocked. According to Gio, these people were the cream of the crop of various organizations, yet they had no objections to me being their superior? What's going on? I haven't even figured out what kind of organization this is. Joe didn't say much more at this point, but smiled and said, "Well then, you can communicate and build rapport, after all. Our upcoming tasks won't be easy." With that, Gio and White Song walked over to my side together. Finally, I couldn't help but ask, "What kind of organization is this special investigation unit of the back chamber? Who are these people?" Gio smiled and explained, "The special investigation unit of the back chamber was established by the predecessor who was the first to enter the back chamber, with the first leaders of various organizations being members of this organization. This organization was the first in the back chamber. Its purpose was to explore the various levels and anomalies of the back chamber, and provide shelter for wanderers who strayed into the back chamber. However, as the wanderer groups grew, the establishment of various organizations, and people's understanding of the back chamber deepened, this organization gradually disappeared. But Joe changed the subject and continued, "Now, many new levels have suddenly appeared in the back chamber, and some of the levels we were familiar with have also started to change. So the major organizations discussed and decided to re-establish the Special Investigation Unit of the back chamber, selecting the most elite members of each organization to join. Of course, White Sang from the Eye of Argos is an exception." With that, Joe glanced at White Song. White Song immediately became displeased, rolling his eyes and saying, "Who says I'm not the most elite? Although I may not be the most elite in the Eye of Argos, I'm more than capable in other organizations, alright." Joe laughed and then continued to say to me, "The significance of our group's establishment lies in continuously exploring the newly emerging unknown levels and the levels undergoing changes. And this is our mission. Is everything ready?" Joe turned to look at me. "All set," I nodded, glancing at the white door in front of me. A sign hung on the door, with Level C865 written on it. "This is the hub, where I and the members of the Special Investigation Unit are gathered. We are preparing to enter a level called the Eternal Night Outskirts. This level belongs to the 865th layer of the C-level group in the rear chamber, a newly discovered level. Currently, both M, E, G, and B, N, T, G, have dispatched some members to explore it, but very few have come out alive. And those few who did survive were just lucky escapes, with almost zero exploration of this level. From the accounts of these members, the only information known is that this level is suburban, always shrouded in darkness, similar to Level 9 suburbs. However, there is a significant difference between the two. The Level 9 suburbs have a Western style, while the Eternal Night suburbs have a Chinese style. Some of the scattered buildings mostly resemble Chinese bungalows, and one member even took a photo of this level. As for the hostile entities in this level, according to the descriptions of the few members who escaped, they barely saw the appearance of these entities before their teammates met a gruesome end. According to the aforementioned members, the resources in this level are abundant. Not only are there plenty of almond water, compressed biscuits, and other daily supplies, but there are also strategic resources like daggers and bottled lightning. The richness of its resources can even rival Level 3. The preliminary assessment of danger level is 5. The above is all the known information about this level. Apart from these, the most crucial point in exploring this level currently is that the level key has been discovered. This means that M, E, G, and B, N, T, G, can freely enter this level. However, due to the abundant resources in this level, other organizations will certainly not stand by as these two organizations send troops to explore it. But it is unrealistic for all organizations to jointly send armed forces to explore this level, as other levels also need manpower stationed there. Therefore, after discussions among major organizations, it was unanimously decided to send the Rear Chamber Special Investigation Team. After all, the purpose of establishing this team was to explore unknown levels. The most important point is that this team includes core members of the most important organizations in the Rear Chamber, making it the fairest choice for other organizations to let this team explore the level. Moreover, each member of the Rear Chamber Special Investigation Team can be considered the elite of the Rear Chamber. Therefore, when M, E, G, proposed to send the Rear Chamber Special Investigation Team to explore this level, it immediately received unanimous approval from all major organizations. And so, I, Joe, White Song, and 8 others stood together in front of the gate leading to the Eternal Night suburbs. Joe looked at me at this moment. I am the captain of this team, so it should be me who opens the door and leads the way into this unknown level. I took a deep breath, holding the level key in my hand, and opened the door. After pushing the door open, a gentle white light flooded out from inside, and as I lifted my leg, my whole body entered the white light. In the next instant, a sense of falling came over me. It seemed like only a moment had passed before I felt the solid ground beneath my feet. I quickly raised my head to survey the surroundings. A full moon hung high in the sky. I was standing on a cement road at that moment. Weeds grew on the roadside, and in the distance, there were exposed earth and scattered bushes. Not far away, a bungalow stood alone on a small mound. The bright moonlight bathed this level, casting a layer of white brilliance over the entire area. I stood still, carefully observing the environment around me. Everything here seemed incredibly tranquil. The scenery around me not only lacked any sense of horror but instead gave me a feeling of familiarity. This feeling was like returning to a long-lost home. I gazed at the white bungalow not far away. It was very ordinary. These kinds of houses were mostly found in more remote areas, lining both sides of the roads, a common sight. But staring at it for a long time, it gave me a strange sense of unease. Not only this house, but the whole level gave me such a feeling. Everything here seemed normal, calm on the surface, yet it exuded a sense of emptiness and eeriness. It felt like being in a dream, with an unreal sensation. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. The surrounding weeds swayed from side to side. Then, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around abruptly and saw a young man approaching. He was a member of B.N.T.G., and also part of our special investigation team in the Backroom. Through our previous introductions, I learned his name was Yun Kai-chang. However, after joining the special investigation team, for convenience, we no longer used names but referred to each other by numbers. Yun Kai-chang was number 4. As for the others, Jill was number 1, White Song was number 2, Bantiani was number 3, the member of the Eternal Database was number 5, the masked woman was number 6, and the middle-aged man belonging to the Jerry sect was number 7. And I was the team leader. This way of addressing each other was clear and straightforward, agreed upon before our arrival. Seeing Yun Kai-chang approaching, I relaxed a bit and asked, "Number 4, have you seen the others?" Yun Kai-chang shook his head and replied, "You were the first person I encountered after entering this level." With that, he looked towards the bungalow and suggested, "Do you want to go inside and take a look?" I nodded. Of course, I knew there was danger inside the house. The reason I agreed was that our purpose in entering this level was to explore it. Understanding the dangers inside the house was a necessary part of exploring this level. If we gave up just because of the unknown dangers in the house, we might as well retire to level 1 and not bother being the leader of the special investigation team in the Backroom. As number 4 and I approached the bungalow, the warning bead on my wrist began to vibrate slightly. Fortunately, the frequency was not very high, probably because we hadn't entered yet. Standing next to the bungalow, the more I looked at it, the more it felt abrupt to me. There was a sense of discordance, like something was missing from this bungalow. What was missing? I glanced at number 4 beside me, had a sudden realization, and thought, this bungalow was missing people. It was like the feeling I had in that scorching little town before. A house that should have been full of life suddenly devoid of any vitality. You could imagine such a scene. At a certain moment, you're having breakfast in a restaurant. The place is bustling with noise, customers coming and going. But as you lower your head to wipe your mouth, the noisy surroundings suddenly fall silent, as if you could hear a pin drop. When you look up, you eerily realize that everyone around you has vanished, leaving you sitting alone in place. Yet the steaming buns on the table and the ceiling fan above are still operating as usual. Everything around is functioning normally, except for the absence of people. At this moment, this bungalow on this level gave me a similar feeling. I looked at number 4 beside me, and he was looking at me, seemingly waiting for me to enter the house first. I didn't hesitate, suppressed my unease, and pushed open the door of the bungalow. As the door swung open, it revealed a pitch-black interior, no sign of anyone, but at that moment, the warning bead on my wrist began to vibrate violently. Ignoring the intense vibration on my wrist, I turned on my flashlight and shone it into the room. The scene inside the house was exposed clearly under the bright flashlight. The interior was simple, with only a wooden table and a few scattered chairs. There was also an open wardrobe and neatly hung clothes inside. Seeing the empty living room, my brows furrowed slightly. At the moment, there seemed to be nothing unusual in the living room. The source of danger was likely behind the closed doors of the bedrooms. I gestured forward to number 4 behind me, then took out the alloy knife and cautiously explored the living room. Perhaps number 4 saw my gesture and followed behind me. I took a step, he took a step. I could sense his faint footsteps following mine. Wait, footsteps? I suddenly looked up. Number 4 was one of the most elite members of B.N.T.G. How could he be making noise while walking, especially in such a dangerous place? I swiftly swung the knife behind me, only to find nothing there. My heart sank instantly. It seemed that there was some unknown entity following me. Most importantly, number 4 behind me hadn't noticed that thing either. I turned to look behind me, but all I saw was darkness, not even a silhouette, including number 4. It was then that I realized my flashlight had gone out at some point. I tapped it gently, but it remained unresponsive, so I reluctantly stowed it away. Given the circumstances, it didn't seem like the flashlight was broken. It was more likely a result of this peculiar environment causing a power outage. I took a deep breath. Confronting the unknown, succumbing to fear and fleeing was not my style. I preferred facing fear head-on. I glanced at the nearby bedroom and pushed open one of the doors. The door was unlocked, and I entered the room easily. The layout of the bedroom was typical, with a bed, a table, and a cabinet. Yet, this sense of normalcy left me with a lingering unease. Suddenly, a loud thud came from the living room, sounding like a chair had been knocked over. I was startled. Was that noise caused by number 4 or by a physical entity? I quickly left the bedroom to investigate. Stepping out of the bedroom, I observed the living room with a furrowed brow. I saw a chair had fallen over, and next to it stood a completely red entity. It was a mourner. My heart skipped a beat. How had I not seen this mourner when I arrived? I swiftly turned and ran back. I dared not engage in close combat with a mourner. These creatures were not only incredibly strong but also remarkably agile. Even with the alloy knife, it would be challenging to face a mourner alone. However, there were ways to deal with them using special techniques. But I didn't believe there was only a mourner in this house. Until other entities appeared, it was wise to keep some tricks up my sleeve. There was a small courtyard behind the bungalow. Based on my estimation, I planned to jump from the window into the courtyard, then climb over the wall to escape the house, while also contacting number 4. With my current physical condition, these actions were quite effortless. However, as soon as I smashed the window and landed in the courtyard, I sensed something was amiss. The moonlight illuminated the courtyard brightly, but some areas were shrouded in thick shadows. The moment I landed in the courtyard, the warning bead on my wrist vibrated violently. And the next second, I saw a black and white figure standing in the center of the courtyard. It appeared ghostly, abruptly appearing in the middle of the courtyard, locking eyes with me. Seeing the black shadow in the middle of the courtyard, my initial impulse to charge forward came to a halt, and I stood still, cautiously examining it. At that moment, I heard the footsteps of the undead behind me rapidly approaching. The situation left me with no choice but to keep moving. Gritting my teeth, I ran past the motionless black shadow. Just as I was about to reach it, I noticed it abruptly vanished. My pupils constricted at the sight. However, before I could dwell on it, the undead behind me had crossed the window and was chasing me. I sprinted towards the wall in the courtyard, accelerated, leaped up, placed my hands on the wall, used the momentum to flip over, and cleared the wall. As I landed from the wall, without hesitation, I ran off into the distance. After running a distance, I glanced back. The small house and courtyard behind me had turned into a tiny dot in my vision, and the undead was not following me. I breathed a sigh of relief momentarily, then grew concerned about number 4's safety. After all, we entered the house together, but I hadn't seen any trace of him since. I wondered about the current situation. However, there shouldn't be any significant danger. After all, in this special investigation team, the other member is stronger than me, the team leader. It's better to worry about oneself than others. I surveyed the surroundings and found no immediate danger, so I took out a signal gun. After loading a green signal flare into the gun, I aimed it at the sky and pulled the trigger. This was our means of communication. When safe, we shoot a green signal flare into the sky. When in danger and need help, we shoot a red signal flare. I shot a green signal flare into the sky to inform number 4 of my safety and roughly indicate my direction. Of course, this direction was only an approximate location, and I couldn't guarantee waiting there for him. After shooting the signal flare, not only teammates might be attracted but also some special entities from the backroom. Therefore, after firing the signal flare, I needed to leave the area quickly to avoid encountering other entities. Shortly after I shot my signal flare, I saw a green signal flare rising slowly in the southeast direction. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed number 4 was fine. Seeing that number 4 was safe, I headed towards the direction of the signal flare. Although our task was to explore this level, one person's strength was too insignificant. Only when we all gathered could we ensure efficient and low-risk exploration. After walking for a few minutes, I encountered number 4. We exchanged the password, confirmed identities, and discussed our next steps. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. The leaves beside me rustled in response. A sense of being watched suddenly arose at that moment. Startled, I raised my head instantly. Number 4 beside me seemed to sense it too. Our reactions were synchronized. We exchanged a quick glance. Something was amiss here. We stood up vigilantly, surveying our surroundings. However, within our field of vision, there was only a path, a tree, and vast exposed land. The wind grew stronger, making our clothes flutter noisily. The tree beside us swayed more vigorously in the wind. The feeling of being watched not only didn't dissipate but intensified. The warning bead on my wrist also vibrated faster at that moment. Where was the danger coming from? As I searched for the source of that unsettling feeling of being watched, the unease in my heart grew stronger. Finally, I said to number 4 beside me, "This place is not suitable for a long stay, let's leave first." Number 4 nodded in agreement with me. As I pulled out the alloy knife from the backroom and held it in my hand, number 4 also took out something and gripped it in their hand. Just as we took our first steps, I suddenly noticed a looming shadow under my feet, clawing its way forward and growing larger by the moment. The shadow rose from under my feet, slowly enveloping me in darkness. I turned abruptly to look behind me, only to see calm surroundings with a tree swaying gently in the wind. Where did that tree come from? I wondered, looking at the tree in front of me. I distinctly remembered there was no tree behind me before, so where did this tree come from? Yun Kai Chang, a member of B.N.T.G., also noticed the tree that mysteriously appeared behind us. Should we cut it down? Yun Kai Chang suggested, looking at the alloy knife in my hand. I shook my head and said, cutting it down would make too much noise and could attract entities. Let's leave here first. Yun Kai Chang nodded in agreement with my decision. Before leaving, I glanced back at the tree. It stood quietly in the middle of the road, its canopy swaying in the wind, looking vibrant. But upon closer inspection, it gave off an eerie sense of being alive. Perhaps this is also a form of entity, I thought silently. After moving away from the tree that seemed like an entity, Yun Kai Chang and I arrived at a new place. It was a forest. The forest was vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. However, the spacing between the trees was unusually large, with about 4 to 5 meters between each tree. Standing at the edge of the forest, we peered into the depths and could only make out a small cabin hidden in the darkness. It was clear that entering it would be fraught with danger. Should we go in? Yun Kai Chang and I exchanged a glance. In the end, I gritted my teeth and stepped into the forest first. Despite knowing the dangers inside, I had to go in. It was my responsibility to explore the dangers and potential resources hidden in this level. That was my duty. The reason I had survived for so long in the backroom was due to the intelligence and shelter provided by various organizations. Without them, I might have perished in the level 9 outskirts long ago. And the intelligence and shelter from these organizations were made possible by the continuous exploration of backroom wanderers. Since I had received this protection and intelligence, I naturally had to shoulder this responsibility. After I entered the forest, Yun Kai Chang followed closely behind. The light in the forest was much dimmer than outside on the plains. Whether it was a misconception or not, as soon as I entered the forest, I felt like I was being watched by many eyes at once. This sensation sent shivers down my spine. I thought back to the tree that was likely an entity I had encountered earlier and discreetly surveyed the surrounding trees, staying cautious. On the other hand, Yun Kai Chang seemed relaxed, holding onto a pocket in their hand, perhaps concealing a secret weapon inside. As we ventured deeper into the forest, the number of trees seemed to decrease. Normally, the deeper you go into a forest, the denser the trees should be, but here it was the opposite. The further we went, the sparser the trees became. This abnormal situation led to a foreboding suspicion in my mind. By this time, we had reached the small cabin. The cabin was dilapidated, with several holes in the roof, and half of the door was missing, the remaining half hanging precariously on the frame, looking like it could collapse at any moment. I stood at the door and glanced inside, only to see nothing but bare soil, devoid of anything useful. My heart sank a little at the sight of the empty cabin. The forest was too quiet, eerily devoid of even the slightest rustle of wind. Such silence was unsettling, for no forest, be it in the foyer or elsewhere, should be this quiet. There was surely danger lurking here. Yet, what truly unsettled me was not the danger itself, but the uncertainty of its source. Just then, Yun Kai Chang tapped my shoulder and pointed in a direction, saying, "Look over there, there's a note on that tree." Following his gesture, I saw a dagger pinning a note to the tree. I walked over, removed the dagger, and showed Yun Kai Chang the words on the note, "Beware of the tree behind you. Knight." Knight was a member of the Eternal Database. Most likely, this note was left by him. Knight was clever. He knew that anyone entering this forest would surely come to investigate this cabin, so he left a clue nearby. As I pondered the meaning of Knight's note, I recalled the tree that had appeared behind us earlier. Why caution about the tree behind and not the one in front? Why leave such ambiguous words instead of a direct warning? I was puzzled. Suddenly, a red flare rose in the depths of the forest, cutting through the air with a crimson trail. The red flare indicated that a team member was in danger and needed help. Yun Kai Chang and I immediately rushed towards the direction of the red flare. Who could be calling for help? The red flare hovered in the air, flashing continuously, conveying the message of danger to us. After determining a general direction, Yun Kai Chang and I hurried towards the location where the red flare was launched. It wasn't too far from us, and with the boost of nuclear energy, we quickly reached the approximate spot where the flare was launched. This was the deepest part of the forest, with trees spaced unusually far apart, almost tens of meters away from each other. What puzzled me was that although this place was the deepest part of the forest, it resembled an open and flat grassland, with only occasional trees dotting the landscape. And it was from this eerie place that the red flare had been launched. The further we go, the fewer trees there are. Yun Kai Chang murmured, his head lowered in contemplation. As we ventured deeper into the forest, we suddenly spotted a small cabin standing not far from us, next to a tree. This cabin was different from the one I had seen before. While the previous one was dilapidated, this one looked brand new, as if freshly built. I noticed a sticker on the side wall of the cabin, depicting a blue parrot in flight. Jerry? Yun Kai Chang also noticed the sticker and asked in confusion. As he mentioned it, I realized that the sticker resembled Jerry. It must be placed by the bishop. I said to Yun Kai Chang. The bishop was the follower of Jerry from the Backroom investigation team. With caution, Yun Kai Chang and I approached the door of the cabin and knocked. A middle-aged man's voice came from behind the wooden door. Password. It was the bishop's voice. Yun Kai Chang and I exchanged a glance, then provided the password. Once the password was given, the door opened. Inside stood the bishop. As he opened the door, he glanced behind us and said, "Beware of what's behind you." I instinctively turned around, while Yun Kai Chang kept his gaze fixed on the bishop. There was nothing behind me, only the vast night sky with a round moon hanging high above, casting a silver border over the earth. Feeling safe behind me, I turned to look at the bishop. It was perfectly safe behind me, so why did he say there was danger? Then I remembered the note left by Night, warning us to watch our backs. But what was really behind me? Cloud asked the bishop, "What information do you have? Where does the danger behind us come from?" The bishop sighed and said sadly, "The danger behind us comes from the darkness. Where there is darkness, there is danger." I thought to myself, what difference does that make? I had heard that Jerry's followers were cryptic in their speech, and now I could see it for myself. Cloud was also puzzled and asked directly, "Could you be clearer? Everyone knows there's danger in the dark." The bishop didn't beat around the bush and explained, "Simply put, most entities at this level will attack you from unseen places, but once you see them, they will stop." Hearing this, I thought of the tree that had appeared behind me earlier. Did it stop attacking because of this reason? But if this level only had these trees, it wouldn't have caused so many team members to go missing without a trace. There must be other eerie entities here. A dark cloud drifted across the sky, covering half of the moon. The darkness around us deepened, but we could still make out our surroundings. Cloud looked up at the sky and then turned to us, asking, "Do you two know about the blood moon incident?" Blood moon? I had heard a bit about this so-called blood moon incident. It was said that after this event, the sun in the sky would immediately be replaced by a huge red moon, and all lights in the level where the event occurred would turn blood red. The main point was that fresh blood would continuously flow in the level, like a flood, rapidly submerging the entire area until it stopped rising at 3 meters. Any wanderers submerged in the blood would inevitably lose their lives. Hearing Cloud suddenly mention the blood moon incident, I was slightly puzzled but nodded nonetheless. The bishop remained silent. "Is there any connection between this level and the blood moon incident?" I asked. Cloud shook his head slightly and said, "No, it just reminded me that whenever the moon is involved, something bad happens in the backroom." With that, Cloud glanced up at the sky again. The sky looked hollow, with only a dark cloud and a moon, the cloud almost covering the moon completely. It was a normal sight for a cloud to cover the moon, but after Cloud's reminder, I sensed something unusually different. What would happen if the cloud completely covered the moon? Just as I had this thought, a sudden wind picked up around us, rustling the bishop's robes. The dark cloud that had been covering half of the moon seemed to be swayed by the wind and suddenly completely covered the moon. The moon's shape now resembled a celestial dog, swallowing the moon whole. I was startled. As the moon was completely covered by the cloud, the light around us dimmed rapidly, and suddenly it was so dark that I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. I quickly took out a flashlight and turned it on. The beam of light shot out straight from the flashlight but was instantly swallowed by the darkness, as if it had been devoured by the dark. I was astonished. At that moment, my vision plunged into darkness, as if I had gone blind, only able to see pitch black. At times like this, I managed to stay calm because I once got lost in level 64, where there was no light at all, unable to see anything, much like the current situation. The warning bead on my wrist had been vibrating incessantly since the darkness closed in around us. This didn't surprise me in the least. It reminded me of what the bishop had said, that the entities here only attack from behind, and if you see them, they stop. So, could it be that they attack from behind because you can't see what's there? In other words, do these entities strike where you can't see them? This thought sent shivers down my spine. With the darkness enveloping us, it meant I couldn't see a thing, leaving me vulnerable to attacks from the entities on this level. Just as I was about to share my thoughts with Yun Kai and the bishop, I suddenly heard rustling noises behind me. It sounded like leaves brushing against each other. I swiftly drew my alloy knife from the sheath, turned around, and loudly warned Yun Kai and the bishop, "Watch out. The entities here attack where you can't see them." Before my words had even settled, I felt the two beside me quickly moving away. It eased my mind slightly because in the darkness, we couldn't see each other to coordinate. The entities, on the other hand, could most likely see us. If we stood too close, we risked injuring each other during their attacks, so keeping a distance was a wise move. The three of us swiftly adjusted our positions, and I strained to listen for any movement nearby. The rustling of leaves grew closer, as if they were right beside my ear. Then, in the next moment, the rustling ceased, replaced by a swooshing sound, like something moving at great speed through the air. In a split second, I raised my knife and swung it forward across my chest. I could distinctly feel the blade cutting through something. As the strike hit its target, I breathed a sigh of relief. I wasn't sure how the bishop and Yunkai were dealing with the approaching entity, but that wasn't my immediate concern. The warning bead on my wrist continued to vibrate, signaling that the danger hadn't passed. The warning bead on my hand trembled slightly as I strained my eyes, hoping to catch a glimpse of any object's outline. Yet, all I saw was pitch-black darkness. I couldn't even make out a shadow. With a sigh, I decided to close my eyes. I recalled hearing someone in the foyer mention that when a person's sight is taken away, their other senses become sharper. Whether true or not, perhaps today would confirm it on this level. With my eyes shut, I focused on the sounds around me. I heard footsteps not far away, sounding more human than entity-like. It could be Yunkai or the bishop moving around. Thinking this, I remained cautious and moved in the opposite direction of the footsteps. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed my wrist before I could react, startling me. Instinctively, I raised my knife to strike, but then I heard the bishop's voice beside me. "Don't strike, there's danger there." Another shock coursed through me. How could the bishop accurately grab my wrist in the dark and sense the danger? Despite my surprise, his words made me lower my guard slightly for the moment. After all, judging from the speed at which he just grabbed my wrist, if he wanted to kill me, he could have done so without me knowing. So I asked, "How did you figure it out?" The bishop fell silent for a moment and said, "It's the great Lord Jerry who bestowed this ability upon me." Ability? What ability? I was puzzled and a bit uneasy. It was dangerous to play dumb in such a place, as it was like playing with our lives and others' lives. The bishop avoided the question and said to me, "Ahead of you is a forest, filled with tree spirits." Tree spirits? I remembered the forest that Yunkai and I had passed through, and a cold sweat broke out. The deeper into the forest, the wider the gaps between the trees. So even though the three of us were on an open grassland, we had not actually left the forest but were in the center of it. Around us, circles of trees enclosed us. If all these trees were tree spirits, what kind of scene would it be when they closed in on us? The thought made me immediately ask the bishop, "Where is Yunkai? We can't handle this situation alone. Since you can see clearly around you, if we bring Yunkai along, maybe we can break out of the forest." The bishop let go of my wrist and said, "Yunkai went into the forest alone. I wanted to stop him, but he walked too fast, and I couldn't catch up." The bishop paused slightly and continued, "But don't worry, I saw him walking without hesitation, so he should be able to see the surroundings clearly." Hearing this, I felt a bit relieved. Since Yunkai could see the surroundings clearly, he shouldn't do something as reckless as sacrificing himself. I just didn't know what he relied on to dare to cross this forest of tree spirits. For some reason, everything around us suddenly quieted down. The sudden silence in the air made me nervous, but suddenly, a deafening explosion came from a distance. The bang almost made my eardrums ache. What exploded? I asked the bishop. The source of the sound seemed to be deep in the forest. Could it be Yunkai? I wondered. At this moment, the bishop also snapped out of the loud explosion and replied, "That was an explosion of fire salt, probably caused by Yunkai." Fire salt? I pondered. Fire salt is a substance similar to gunpowder in the backroom. It can not only heat almond water but also be used as a weapon. I also have a few small bags of it now. However, what surprised me was the great power of the fire salt in Yunkai's hands, not afraid of accidentally hurting himself. At this point, the bishop reminded me, "Hurry, Yunkai has blasted a gap for us." With that, he pulled me and ran in a direction. If I could see the surroundings at this moment, I would surely see that the forest, which had originally surrounded us in a circle, was now engulfed in flames in one place, with the burning trees wailing and fleeing in all directions. The bishop pulled me through the gap blasted by Yunkai. Fortunately, the range of the fire salt explosion was huge, not only clearing a space of tree spirits but also igniting a large area around, giving us an escape route. In the smoke, the bishop led me out of the forest of tree spirits. Although the smoke made me cough repeatedly during the process, we were fortunate to escape unharmed. After fleeing the forest of tree spirits, the warning bead in my hand stopped vibrating. What surprised me even more was that the darkness around me dissipated, and my vision was restored. At that moment, I also noticed that the distant forest of tree spirits was shrouded in darkness, making it unclear from the outside, as if that forest of tree spirits had been separated. The bishop also noticed this, and I glanced at him, seeing the confusion on his face. "Have you encountered this situation before?" I asked the bishop. The bishop shook his head and said, "Perhaps only the all-powerful Lord Jerry knows what this is. How can a humble believer like me compare to Lord Jerry?" Hearing the bishop's almost sycophantic words, I was speechless once again. I had heard that Jerry's followers worshipped it to almost divine levels, and today's encounter confirmed the rumors. Just like the bishop before me, he couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning Jerry. I silently ignored the bishop's words and began to ponder the scene before me. The sight of the dark clouds obscuring the moon seemed to only happen in the forest because when I had just run out of the Treyant forest, I had noticed that the moon in the sky was not covered by dark clouds. This meant that the Treyant forest and the place we were in now were not in the same space. As far as I knew, there was no level where this kind of situation existed. However, there was no need to dwell on this issue at the moment. We just needed to document this event in detail and hand it over to M.E.G. They would have specialized personnel to study it. So I looked at the bishop and said to him, "Let's go, let's first meet up with the other team members, exchange information, and then find a way to cut through." The bishop nodded, standing by my side, gesturing for me to lead the way. At that moment, I suddenly remembered that Yunkai seemed to have come out before us. I hurriedly looked for his figure, only to find that he had already disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had some kind of secret, but I didn't feel it was right to pry into someone else's secrets. Although we were part of a team, we had just met, and if the other party had no ill intentions towards me, I had no right to inquire about their secrets. What surprised me the most was the bishop. Despite his few interventions, I could sense that his strength far surpassed mine. Even if I had the alloy blade of the back chamber, he could easily put me in a difficult position. Yet he willingly followed behind me, giving me a feeling of being the center of attention. I couldn't see through this follower of Jerry at all. I couldn't believe that someone who had become a bishop among the followers would willingly obey someone with lesser strength, so I kept a close eye on him silently. After a series of mental activities, I roughly judged the next course of action, which was to meet up with the other team members first. So I led the bishop to a spacious area and fired a green signal flare into the sky. This was a signal to gather the team members, and if they saw it, they would come towards us. After firing the signal flare, we faced a danger, as it might attract some entities. However, in the open area, as long as they weren't some special entities, we could handle it. So we waited in place for a while, but no team member came over. What could have happened to them? I felt uneasy. The signal flare had been fired for so long, and no team members had come to meet us. Either we were too far apart, or they had encountered danger. Thinking this, the bishop beside me also spoke up. "Should we go look for them?" I nodded, agreeing with the bishop's suggestion. After some thought, I decided to explore in a direction opposite to the Treyant forest. This level seemed to be mostly composed of wastelands, and terrains like the Treyant forest seemed to be extremely rare exceptions. At least we have been walking for a long time now, and before us stretches an endless wilderness. Occasionally, we come across a few dilapidated cottages, standing lonely on the barren land. From a distance, they give off a sense of desolation. However, the supplies in these houses are quite abundant. Almost every house has dozens of bottles of almond water and several cans of canned dragon meat. In some of the rundown cottages, we even found a few daggers. As we continued forward, we surprisingly encountered no danger along the way, not even a slight vibration from the warning beads on my wrist. Throughout the journey, the bishop and I seldom spoke, and the bishop simply followed silently behind me. After wandering aimlessly for some time, I suddenly perked up because at the end of my sight, a train appeared. The train lay across a set of tracks, the origin of which was unknown, stretching all the way to the other side of the horizon, beyond sight. The train looked worn out, and the bishop and I cautiously circled around it until we found a door that could be pulled open on the second carriage of the train. I signaled to the bishop to explore the interior of the train with me. The bishop nodded in agreement. Gripping the alloy knife tightly, I pulled open the carriage door and stepped inside the train. The interior of the train was dark, either damaged or unlit, shrouded in darkness. I took out a flashlight, turned it on, and illuminated the interior of the carriage. The inside of the carriage was as dilapidated as the outside, covered in dust on the seats and floor. The warning beads on my wrist did not sound an alarm, indicating that there was currently no danger. However, I remained highly vigilant. After searching the carriage and finding no items or entities, the bishop and I went to inspect the driver's cabin. The driver's cabin was also pitch black, covered in dust, empty, with nothing inside. This was somewhat unexpected. The train seemed to have been abandoned and left here randomly, without anything special about it. I reluctantly checked the remaining carriages, finding them all empty and identical. I had no choice but to return to the initial carriage I entered to leave the train. As the bishop and I approached the door, I noticed that it had been closed at some point without our knowledge. I distinctly remembered that we had not closed the door when we boarded, and the warning beads on my wrist did not alert me. This eerie scene furrowed my brow, and after a moment of contemplation, I decided to open the door. I couldn't just stay inside out of fear of potential danger. However, upon opening the door, I realized that what lay before me was not the endless wilderness but the interior of a subway. Sensing something was amiss, I tried to close the door immediately, but it was too late. I felt the ground beneath me suddenly give way, followed by a sensation of falling. It felt like it lasted for several seconds, yet also like a mere instant before I landed once again. Upon landing, I quickly surveyed the surroundings. It was almost identical to what I had seen when I opened the door, the interior of a subway. I stood in the middle aisle, with bright lights overhead. On either side of me were rows of purple cushioned seats, looking clean and tidy. As I realized that the warning beads on my wrist remained still, I tried to recall which level this was. I had read about many levels, some related to subways, but I couldn't immediately match the scene with any of them. Additionally, I was unsure if the bishop had been cut into this level like me. Coincidentally, just as the thought crossed my mind, I heard a voice behind me saying, "This is level 77, underground train." The voice belonged to the bishop, and as I turned around, there he was. He saw me looking back and nodded slightly before continuing. I'd been to this level before, guided by the great Jerry. I automatically tuned out the bishop's latter words, pondering in my mind. Level 77 rang a bell for me because it was a level documented by M.E.G. Level 77, Underground Train Survival Difficulty, Level 3 *, Unsafe *, Unstable *. Few entities. I had briefly glanced at this level before and hadn't paid much attention to it because it could only be accessed from level 72. Therefore, I hadn't wasted much time on it, but unexpectedly, I found myself cutting into a new level. Luckily, I had the phone provided by M.E.G. with detailed records of all known levels. Level 77 is an unusually long passenger train designed similarly to a typical London Underground train. The most prominent feature is the pattern of the train carriages. The color of the train changes every 5 carriages, cycling through 7 different colors. Each color represents specific entities present on the train. 6 of these areas are more common and correspond to the following relationships: purple-brown area, suitable for habitation but infested with crawling fungi; black area, stays dark unless light is used, teeming with sorrowful undead; pink area, many faceless spirits sitting reading newspapers in seats, attacking wanderers actively; beige area, limbs abound in this area, best to carry weapons; brown area, no entities reported, but there have been sightings of skin thieves, none confirmed; gray area, infested with entities, a breeding ground for Neuthorzers, spider representatives in the rear compartment, not recommended to enter. After reading the description of level 77, I breathed a sigh of relief because the bishop and I were currently in the purple-brown area, where most of M.E.G.'s outposts were stationed for trade and rest. However, it was disappointing that the area we were in did not have an M.E.G. outpost. If we encountered M.E.G., I could inquire about the way to access level 1, as I still had a mission to report back, and the bishop had the same. As for the status of the other members, we were both overwhelmed and underprepared, the only way being to return to level 1 first, gather information, or venture back into the eternal night outskirts to find them. Nevertheless, our current goal was to reunite with M.E.G. Given the characteristics of this level, the color of the carriages changes every 5, so we needed to pass through at least 5 carriages to reach the next purple-brown area. With that in mind, I retrieved the alloy knife from the nuclear space and asked the bishop, "How about we pass through these carriages and meet up with M.E.G. in the next purple-brown area?" The bishop nodded and replied, "No problem." After our exchange, I took the lead and forged ahead. After passing through 4 carriages, we finally reached the next area. Across a passage, I noticed a pitch-black area. It was clearly the Black Zone, known for being a gathering place for sorrowful undead. The entity of the mourning corpses is fast and extremely powerful. Once they get close, they are very difficult to deal with, especially since we will encounter them in the narrow and dark train carriage later. I looked at the bishop with a headache and said helplessly, "If there are many mourning corpses later, I will throw a few bottles of bottled lightning." The bishop nodded and said, "No need to bother, I still have Lord Jerry's feathers on me. Although these feathers are disposable, they can temporarily protect us from physical attacks." Hearing this, my tense heart eased slightly. The bishop, a follower of Lord Jerry, indeed had some special cards up his sleeve. But what caught my attention more was the mention of Lord Jerry. I had only seen this parrot once, but it helped us drive away the powdered skirt faceless spirit. And I can be sure that, like Samantha and the beast on the 5th floor, it also possesses high intelligence. Entities with human-like intelligence are generally mysterious and unpredictable. While I was pondering in secret, the bishop had already taken out the feather. I stopped my wandering thoughts and focused on the bishop's actions. He lit the feather after taking it out, held it out in front of him, and said to me, "Follow me closely." With that, he quickly walked towards the dark carriage in front of us. Naturally, I did not lag behind but hurried to follow him. The feather lit by the bishop emitted a faint light, illuminating a small area in front of us. In the light, I could vaguely see the shadows of several mourning corpses, including one that was a mutated mourning corpse. This made me nervous, holding my breath and following closely behind the bishop. We both walked quickly and finally, before the feather burned out, passed through 5 carriages to reach the next area of level 77. Passing through the black zone, the next area was the gray zone. In the level introduction, it was only briefly mentioned that entities roamed in the gray zone, but the specific entities were not detailed. The bishop and I stood in front of the gray zone door, peering through the glass at the scene inside the gray zone. Strangely, although the information indicated that entities roamed in the gray zone and it was not advisable to enter, we did not see any entities. The atmosphere inside this gray zone carriage was unusually quiet and harmonious, just like the purple-brown zone we had entered earlier, which was clearly not right. The bishop and I exchanged a glance, and I pushed open the door and walked in first. As soon as I stepped into the carriage, the warning beads on my wrist suddenly vibrated violently. Startled, I quickly turned back to the bishop and said, "Something's not right, let's quickly pass through this area." With that, I grabbed the alloy knife from the rear compartment and hurried to the other end of the carriage. The bishop and I moved swiftly, and in just a few seconds, we reached the other end of the carriage. Just as we pushed open the door leading to the next section of the carriage, I suddenly noticed that the entire carriage began to shake violently, and the lights above us started flickering. And the next moment, to my horror, I discovered that swarms of spiders were crawling out from under the subway seats. These were all Ngithrsur. If someone with arachnophobia saw this scene, they would probably faint. However, the bishop and I quickly calmed down. Faced with the massive Ngithrsur rushing towards us, I gritted my teeth and quickly took out a bottle of bottled lightning from the nuclear space and threw it out. Instantly, with the sound of the bottle shattering, a sizzling electric current spread on the floor, creating a vacuum zone among the Ngithrsur. The remaining Ngithrsur, unable to approach us due to the chaotic currents, also couldn't get close to the bishop and me for a while. Seizing the opportunity, the bishop and I quickly rushed towards the next carriage. It seemed that all the Ngithrsur had gathered in the first section of the carriage, as we didn't encounter a single one in the second section. While silently celebrating our luck, the bishop and I swiftly passed through this section and headed towards the next one. Carriage after carriage, we traversed 3 sections in a row, yet strangely, we didn't come across any entities or Ngithrsur. This left me both puzzled and wary. Finally, we left the gray area of the subway. The next area after the gray zone was the purple-brown zone. The appearance of this zone was not much different from the one we had just seen, except for the presence of people stationed inside. According to the information, most purple-brown zones were occupied by members of M.E.G. Through the glass, seeing a few M.E.G. members inside, I felt a slight sense of relief. Pushing open the door of this section, I noticed that the members inside seemed to anticipate our arrival and were already waiting. One of them, seeing us enter somewhat disheveled, teasingly remarked, well, look at that, you two managed to escape from the gray area by sheer luck." Hearing this, I furrowed my brows slightly. The member next to him chimed in, "It's also their good fortune to catch the Ngithrsur breeding season, or else they would probably be crying for their parents by now." Their mocking tone made me angry, but I held back and patiently asked, "Are you members of M.E.G. stationed here? We need to return to level 1 and borrow your level key." "Level key?" One of the members raised an eyebrow, then asked, "Who are you two? Asking for a level key right off the bat?" I explained, "We belong to the rear chamber investigation team and are currently on a special mission, needing to report back to level 1. "Rear chamber investigation team? What organization is that? Never heard of it. But the one behind you seems like a follower of Jerry, right?" The bishop remained silent, nodding without a word. I was puzzled. How did they discern that the bishop was a follower of Jerry? After seeing the bishop nod, the leader of the men suddenly chuckled and said, "Didn't expect to encounter Jerry's remnants here, what bad luck." "Remnants? What did that mean?" Before I could grasp it, the bishop behind me suddenly rushed in front of me. His tone was shocked, mixed with disbelief, as he asked, "What do you mean by remnants?" "What do I mean? It means you guys are almost all dead, and those who survived, aren't they the remnants?" The leader of the men said mockingly. "Something happened to Jerry's followers?" I was shocked, but even more surprising was the bishop's reaction beside me. He was no longer calm and silent as before, Instead, he was filled with anger and disbelief. Before I could react, he had already grabbed the collar of the M.E.G. member in front of us, urgently demanding, "Tell me everything you know about Jerry's followers." The member was initially stunned by the bishop's actions, then feeling his dignity challenged, he angrily grabbed the bishop's hand on his chest and flung it to the side. But it didn't budge. At that moment, the bishop no longer wanted to waste words with him. Instead, he grabbed his collar and forcefully slammed him to the ground. This member couldn't even scream in pain after being thrown, lying on the ground in a state of uncertainty between life and death. After performing this action, the bishop did not look at me but asked the remaining two members, "Tell me everything you know about the followers of Jerry." There was no warning in his words, but it gave me a sense of foreboding that if these two members in front of me refused, their fate might not be any better than the guy lying on the ground. Indeed, one of the members, under the bishop's piercing gaze, nervously began to speak. The followers of Jerry discovered a supply point in level 3, but they were targeted by the Gentleman Organization. They took advantage of Jerry and the bishop's disappearance in recent days to besiege Jerry's followers and seize the supplies. According to rumors, the remaining followers of Jerry have hidden in level 4. Upon hearing this, I noticed that the bishop had no intention of staying in this level any longer. He directly asked the member, "Where is the level key?" "It's in the hands of our leader, who is in the third section of the carriage." Before the person could finish speaking, the bishop walked past them towards the back of the carriage. I hurried to follow the bishop. The bishop moved swiftly, reaching the third section of the carriage in less than a minute. There were more stationed M.E.G. members in the third section than in the previous one, and what surprised me the most was that some of them had nuclear energy sources. To avoid wasting time on conflicts, I spoke up before the bishop. "I am Lin E, a member of M.E.G., sent on a special mission by our leader. I now need the level key to return to level 1 for debriefing. Please cooperate." After saying this, I couldn't help but think to myself, Colonel Bai didn't even give me a token before he left, making me feel like a fraud now that I'm identifying myself. However, one of these nuclear energy owners actually recognized me. After hearing my words, he said in surprise, "You are Linny, the wanderer invited by both Argos and M.E.G. Before he could finish, I interrupted him. "Let's continue back for debriefing now. Please hand over the level key quickly." Upon hearing my words, the person didn't hesitate and quickly took out a key from a pocket and handed it to me. After receiving the key, the bishop and I quickly found the entrance to the hub according to the vibration frequency of the level key. Inside the hub, the bishop and I stood in front of the door to level 1. Before entering, the bishop said to me, "Linny, you go back to level 1 to report on the mission. I have other matters to attend to." I naturally knew what the bishop meant by other matters, but I couldn't just stand by and watch him confront an organization alone. Jerry had once saved me, and the bishop was a member of the rear chamber investigation team. Morally and logically, I should help. I shook my head and told the bishop, "You go first. After I report the mission, I'll find you in level 4. The bishop hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, then quietly thanked me and walked into level 1. I didn't understand why the bishop was in such a hurry to go back and save the remaining team members. Was it duty or obligation? Logically, Jerry's followers were a group of wanderers brainwashed by Jerry, considering him their only belief, indifferent to anything outside of Jerry. So why did the bishop feel such a strong sense of belonging to the organization? I couldn't figure it out, so I decided to return to level 1 first to report to Colonel Bai, inquire about the followers of Jerry, and then go to level 4 to assist the bishop. Of course, I'll see if I can also get a batch of reinforcements from Captain Bai. The following information can be made public for now. Level keys. Each level has its corresponding key, which can open the door to that level in the hub, allowing access to that level. However, the keys for each level are rare and hard to come by, with most of them currently held by large organizations like M.E.G., the Eye of Argos, and a few in the hands of some wanderers. Additionally, holding the key to a level allows one to deduce the entrance to the hub of that level based on the key's vibration frequency. This method applies to only some levels, most of which have outposts for communication between different levels. I am quite familiar with level 1. Upon returning to level 1 through the hub, I quickly found M.E.G.'s base and met Captain Bai smoothly. Seeing me, Captain Bai cheerfully said, "Linny, you're back so quickly. So, did you gather any intelligence?" I then reported all the information about the Screaming Manor in detail, including the Tree Demon Forest and the entrance to level 77. After sharing this, I asked Captain Bai, "What about the other members? Did no one else return?" Captain Bai shook his head and said, "No. By the way, did you see the bishop when you returned?" "The bishop?" My heart skipped a beat, mentioning the bishop at this time must be related to the followers of Jerry. So, I replied, I was supposed to return with the bishop, but he had urgent matters in level 4. Hearing this, Captain Bai nodded and said to me, since that's the case, you must be aware of what happened with the followers of Jerry. Yes, why bring this up suddenly? Is M.E.G. getting involved in this? I asked. Yes, Captain Bai nodded, then mysteriously dismissed the person responsible for recording nearby and said to me, how do you think we should get involved in this? I rolled my eyes helplessly and said, I'm not the one making these decisions, how would I know? But now you are, Captain Bai interjected before I could finish my sentence. Me. Why is this task falling on me again? Even though I intended to help the bishop, it was in my personal capacity. Why am I now being asked to assist on behalf of M.E.G.? Captain Bai looked at me, slightly reluctant, chuckled twice, and said, don't worry. Assisting the followers of Jerry is crucial, it's a key step in the leader's plan, and you are at the core of this step. So what are my permissions? I temporarily ignored Captain Bai's coaxing and asked, if I am to represent the organization in aiding Jerry's followers, I should have some authority to mobilize organization members. That's what I thought. However, Captain Bai looked helpless and said, Linny, it seems you have misunderstood the phrase making decisions. What misunderstanding? I asked, puzzled. Captain Bai smiled mysteriously and said, deciding for yourself means deciding on how to assist Jerry on your own, not utilizing the organization's manpower for assistance. You need to be clear on that. So, you want me to help without any benefits? I was speechless once again, and at the same time, I labeled Captain Bai as a riddle person. Ha ha ha. Captain Bai chuckled and said, of course, there are benefits. Think about it, your assistance to Jerry as an individual and your representation of M.E.G. in assisting Jerry carry different meanings. In the former case, Jerry owes you a personal favor, while in the latter, Jerry owes our organization a favor. So, I plan to send you alone, that is, to assist the bishop in your own name, so that the bishop owes you a favor. Linny, you must understand my good intentions. After saying this, Captain Bai began to praise me. Linny, I believe in your abilities. It's no problem for you to deal with the so-called gentleman organization alone, after all, it's just a small and insignificant group. Stop. I quickly interrupted Captain Bai's flattery and promises, saying, alright, even if you didn't say anything, I would still help the bishop. But since you've asked me to go, you can't just send me without any substantial help. Seeing me speak like this, Captain Bai chuckled and said, twice, there will definitely be material assistance, everything is prepared for you. With that, Captain Bai led me into the base and in a separate room, gave me a large amount of medical supplies and food, along with several bottles of artificial bottled lightning. After receiving these, Captain Bai called over a member who then escorted me to the hub, also giving me a level 4 hierarchical key for access in and out of level 4. Of course, this hierarchical key had to be returned after use. Such extremely rare and irreplaceable items were crucial in the hands of every organization, especially a strategic level key like level 4. After making preparations, I followed the guiding member to the entrance of the hub. The team member watched me enter level 4, and before that, I had gathered intelligence about level 4. Level 4, Abandoned Office. Survival difficulty, level 1 *, safe *, stable *, very few entities. This level was also one of the richest in almond water. Furthermore, in this level, most entities had disappeared, but a type called Windows had a significant presence, a point that wanderers entering should be cautious about. Due to the safety and richness of almond water in this level, it became an excellent supply point, with many wanderers roaming and several small organizations stationed there. Apart from this, I also learned a piece of information about this level from Captain Bai, that there had been a mutation in the windows of this level, a warning he asked me to heed. However, he didn't specify which window or what kind of mutation had occurred, leaving me to explore it on my own. Currently, the Backroom can disclose information, artificial bottled lightning. This type of bottled lightning, unlike naturally occurring ones, is crafted by wanderers, with slightly less power but still possessing strong lethality against entities. Currently, it can be mass-produced, but due to the complex production process and strict conditions, large-scale production hasn't been achieved. Yet, due to its formidable power, various organizations still consider it a practical strategic weapon, widely used in level exploration. As I entered level 4, I pondered the meaning behind Captain Bai's actions. He could have sent someone to assist Jerry's followers and gain a favor, but they didn't do so. Instead, they had me assist the bishop in my personal capacity, allowing Jerry's followers to owe me a favor and even providing me with substantial material support. Could it be that I am the illegitimate child of some big shot in M.E.G.? However, this idea was quickly dismissed by me. My biological parents were still living well in the front hall, so such a situation was simply impossible. But before I could ponder further, I encountered a group of wanderers. They approached me, greeted me, and one who seemed like the leader asked me, "New face, newcomer?" I nodded. Indeed, it was my first time on level 4. At the same time, I discreetly assessed the few individuals in front of me. None of these wanderers had any nuclear energy on them, and they all appeared to be ordinary people. Noticing this, I remained silent, wanting to see what their next move would be. The wanderers, seeing me nod, asked again, "Brother, have you joined any organization?" To divert attention and to understand the intentions of these wanderers, I shook my head and replied, "I've only been in the backroom for a short while, and no organization has been willing to accept me yet." Strictly speaking, my answer was not a lie. The leader of the wanderers, upon hearing this, couldn't hide his joy. With a pleased expression, he said to me, "Brother, you must have encountered many terrifying entities on your way here, right?" I put on a slightly fearful expression and nodded, agreeing, "Yes, several times I almost died." The wanderer became even more delighted upon hearing this. He pulled me closer and said mysteriously, "Brother, by entering level 4, you've come to the right place." "Oh, why is that?" I pretended not to understand. The wanderer explained, "Brother, you may not know, but in level 4, not only are entities scarce, but it's also the richest place in the backroom in terms of amygdala water. And the importance of amygdala water in the backroom goes without saying." Excitedly, I nodded and exclaimed, "My amygdala water just ran out. This is really great." With that, I showed eagerness to go find the amygdala water. Seeing my enthusiasm, the wanderer's joy increased, but then he pretended to sigh sadly and said, "If you're looking for amygdala water, you might be out of luck." "Why? Isn't this the richest place in the backroom for amygdala water?" I asked. This was a genuine question from me. The man seemed to anticipate my question and immediately took on a knowledgeable tone, saying, "Brother, being new here, you may not know that the places rich in amygdala water are all occupied by various organizations, and the remaining places with small amounts of amygdala water are taken by powerful wanderers. It's difficult for someone of your stature to snatch amygdala water from them. What should I do?" Upon hearing this, I immediately looked helpless. The man seemed pleased with my reaction and slowly said, "To be honest, brother, I do have a solution." "What solution?" I asked eagerly. "We are currently forming a mutual aid group to provide shelter for newcomers to level 4. Not only do we have a small amygdala water base, but we also have the Gentleman Organization as our backing. Brother, would you like to join our group?" Oh, so after all that talk, it was about recruiting people into their organization. However, the mention of the Gentleman Organization in his words caught my attention. The Gentleman Organization was the very organization I was going to face this time, a recently emerged terror organization that most wanderers were still unfamiliar with. And now, a group under the protection of such a terror organization was inviting people under the guise of sheltering wanderers? I didn't believe it one bit. With these thoughts in mind, I still put on a happy face and agreed. There was no direct way to assist the bishop, but the emergence of this so-called Backroom Mutual Aid Group provided me with a good opportunity. Since this organization is related to my current mission, I might as well follow them to see what conspiracy lies ahead. Currently available Backroom Intelligence, Gentleman Organization. This is a terrorist organization established just 2 months ago. Its creator seems to have overnight wealth in level 5. Since then, he has extreme faith in the beast of the 5th level and considers himself its most loyal follower. But the beast of the 5th level has never publicly acknowledged this. In the early days of its establishment, the organization began to plunder the wandering individuals of certain levels, but due to the secrecy of backroom information, news of its plundering only spread in a small circle. Recently, due to Jerry and the bishop both being away, coupled with the war in level 3, the combat effectiveness of Jerry's followers has greatly decreased, and the Gentleman Organization seized this opportunity to destroy the stronghold they had established in level 3 and exterminate the remaining personnel. But no organization has intervened in this event yet. Level 4 is mostly empty, looking somewhat like an emptied office. Each room makes up the entirety of level 4. I followed these people to a dilapidated empty room. There were probably a dozen or so people gathered in the room, and with a quick glance, none of them seemed to have nuclear energy. Just as I was about to ask the wanderer who brought me here some questions, another wanderer suddenly squeezed in through the door. This wanderer was burly, muscular, with a face covered in fierce scars, eyes gleaming with ferocity, and most importantly, I could sense nuclear energy within him. What shocked me even more was that I felt a faint sense of oppression from him, a kind of pressure I had only felt from 3 other wanderers, Joe, White Song, and the bishop. This guy was clearly not a good character. After scanning the crowd, he seemed not to notice the nuclear energy within me but walked straight to the wanderer who led me here and asked, "How many new recruits did you bring? How did you bring them?" The man chuckled and said, "Boss, I brought only one, but don't worry, next time I will definitely." Before the man could finish his sentence, the fierce wanderer interrupted him. He patted the wanderer's shoulder heavily and said, "Well done, this one person is worth 10 ordinary people." Then, he looked at me and said, "Kid, I'm Poison Scorpion, the second in command of the Gentleman Organization. Do you know? I once single-handedly wiped out 3 groups." Upon hearing this, I discreetly took 2 steps back. And in the next moment, the wanderer called Poison Scorpion suddenly kicked towards me. I was prepared and took a few steps back, dodging Poison Scorpion's kick. Hee, Poison Scorpion chuckled darkly, his eyes fierce as he looked at me and asked, "Kid, are you from the Argos I or the M.E.G. faction?" Under his gaze, I really felt like I had been stung by a scorpion. No wonder this person's name was Poison Scorpion. In response to his question, I coldly replied, "No comment." In fact, from the moment I saw the nuclear energy within him, I sensed something unusual about him. He clearly also felt the nuclear energy within me, so when he came in, although he appeared to be talking to that wanderer, he had already blocked my way out. After hearing my response, the Poison Scorpion smirked coldly, "It doesn't matter if you don't talk, we'll find out once you're dead." With that, he bypassed a nearby wanderer and launched a flying kick towards my chest. The kick was not only fast but also quite powerful. In a panic, I crossed my arms in front of my chest to block the kick. My hands ached from the impact, and I staggered back a few steps. And this was with a level 3 power core on me. The Poison Scorpion wasted no time after the kick. Almost as soon as his foot landed on me, his fist shot straight towards my face. Before I could retract my crossed arms, I was forced to raise them to block the incoming punch. Each of the Poison Scorpion's punches came so fast that they were almost a blur in front of my eyes, and I could only rely on instinct to block them. Although White Song and Joe had taught me some fighting techniques before, it seemed insufficient compared to the scorpion in front of me. The series of fights may sound lengthy, but they actually happened in the blink of an eye. From the scorpion's second kick to now, not even half a minute had passed. During this time, I struggled to defend myself, let alone counterattack. However, after experiencing so much life and death, although I was not as skilled in combat as the scorpion in front of me, my mentality was no less than any other wanderer in the room. Even though I was being beaten single-handedly, I quickly scanned my surroundings. The other wanderers around seemed unaware of the current situation, but in a few seconds, they might join the Poison Scorpion in attacking me. While evading the scorpion's attacks, I deliberately led him away from the door, but he seemed to have caught on to my plan and blocked any chance of escape. However, he overlooked one thing: I had a divine-level power core on me that could store items. It is well known that using a pocket to store items would affect one's sanity value when taking them out, causing dizziness at that moment, but a divine-level power core space would not. In the heat of the moment, as the Poison Scorpion retracted his leg after a kick, I swiftly drew a knife from the air in front of me and slashed at him without hesitation. The Poison Scorpion was caught off guard by my unexpected move. His reaction, however, was incredibly swift. His pupils slightly contracted, and he leaned back lightly, evading my fatal blow. In that split second, as he leaned back, a bottled lightning appeared in my other hand. Without delay, I threw the bottled lightning towards the Poison Scorpion. I quickly retreated and threw more bottled lightning into the crowd. As I had anticipated, the Poison Scorpion had to retreat to avoid the bottled lightning. Even so, some of the lightning scattered and struck him. Seizing the opportunity, I rushed to the door, pushed it open, and ran for it. At this moment, I had 2 choices: find the bishop or seek help at the M.E.G. base established at level 4. The backroom can disclose information. Pocket, a type of object that can store items, similar to a storage bag in cultivation novels but with differences. Using a pocket would have varying effects on one's sanity value, and there would be a moment of dizziness when taking out or putting in items, hence not recommended in critical situations. In the backroom, many wanderers had been fatally struck by opponents when using a pocket in combat. The Poison Scorpion's inner thoughts at this moment: damn, this kid is cheating. Why didn't he get dizzy using the pocket? In level 4, not only were there many rooms, but also numerous corridors that interconnected in all directions. With my level 6 speed core energy, I managed to lose the group of pursuing scorpions after a few rounds. Once I was sure that no one was catching up from behind, I took a deep breath and began to contemplate my next plan. The appearance of the scorpions was unexpected, but it didn't affect my next move. My top priority now was to rendezvous with Jerry's followers. According to Captain Bai, since their bases were all destroyed, the remaining people fleeing had no supplies on them. Despite the abundance of resources in level 4, most of them were occupied by various organizations, and even the few scattered supplies wouldn't be enough for this group. With these thoughts in mind, I suddenly saw a word on a wall, Knight. Knight? I remembered that among our backroom investigation team, there was a member named Knight who had given us a clue in the tree demon forest. Could this word Knight here be related to him? Thinking this, I pushed open the door next to the inscription. Behind the door was a large office, and to my surprise, there was actually a wanderer inside. He was dressed in a black robe, his face completely covered, and this attire was quite distinctive. He was clearly from the Eternal Database. However, he was not Knight. Although my time with Knight was brief, I could still distinguish him by his figure. The wanderer nodded at me as I entered and said, Mr. Lin Yi, welcome to the Eternal Database Intelligence Exchange. May I ask if you wish to exchange any intelligence? An intelligence exchange? I recalled that the Eternal Database had intelligence exchange locations on many levels for selling information. Did they know the location of the bishop? With this in mind, I replied, I want to know the hiding place of Jerry's followers. What price do I need to pay? The black-robed wanderer answered, a bottle of artificial bottled lightning. A bottle of artificial bottled lightning? I wasn't sure if this price was expensive or cheap, but time was of the essence, so I agreed without much hesitation. When I took out a bottle of bottled lightning, the black-robed wanderer nodded slightly and said, the trade begins, Mr. Lin Yi, it will take you to their location. Saying this, the wanderer took out a paper crane, threw it into the sky, and then said to me, Mr. Lin Yi, please pay the price. I nodded and handed over the bottled lightning. Then, to my surprise, the paper crane seemed to come to life, flapping its wings agilely, and quickly reached the door. The black-robed man made a pleased gesture to me. I nodded slightly to him and followed the paper crane out of the room. Just as I left the room, I suddenly heard the voice of the black-robed wanderer behind me, Mr. Lin Yi, as our VIP customer, we will provide you with another piece of intelligence. Hearing this, I paused. What intelligence? Before you arrived, a guest who claimed to be the Scorpion also traded the same intelligence as you. Hearing this, my heart skipped a beat. The Scorpion had been here. And according to the information from the black-robed wanderer, the Scorpion had likely already found the hiding place of the bishop and his followers. I had to hurry to support them. Although my strength was a bit weaker, I had plenty of weapons on me. These weapons might be difficult to wield to their full potential in my hands, but in the hands of the bishop, they would be very different. Furthermore, although I might not be a match for the Scorpion, I was more than capable of dealing with the other ordinary wanderers. At this point, the bishop, accompanied by a group of injured members, would undoubtedly struggle to fend off the pursuit of the Scorpions. With these thoughts in mind, I quickened my pace to keep up with the paper crane ahead. This paper crane was also magical. If you sped up, it would too. If you slowed down, it would as well. After passing by several offices and encountering a few small organizations along the way, the paper crane finally stopped in front of a room. The moment I saw the paper crane stop, I became alert. Just then, I suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from the window beside me. Lin Yi, is that you? It was the bishop's voice. I quickly looked towards the window, but it was pitch black behind it, and I couldn't see anything. I furrowed my brow and said to the window, yes, it's me, I'm Lin Yi. Bishop, are you in this room now? The bishop on the other side of the window replied, yes, I'm behind the window. Lin Yi, come in quickly, don't let them find you. Then open the door first, I replied. The bishop spoke again, Lin Yi, I'm afraid they'll come in, so I locked the door, but it seems I've broken the lock. You can only come in through the window. Oh, is that so? I chuckled and approached the window. Oh, is that so? Then why don't you come out from the window and talk to me? As I neared the window, I suddenly asked. I'm afraid of being discovered, Lin Yi, the bishop on the other side of the window explained urgently. Hee, I laughed, taking out a bag of fire salt from the nuclear space and continued, alright, I'll come in, but before I do, I'll dismantle this window. With that, I lit the bag of fire salt and threw it into the window. The bag of fire salt I threw was specially made to act as a small explosive. However, its power was extremely weak, at most causing minor skin injuries when exploded on a person, posing no real threat, mainly serving as a deterrent. In other words, at certain times, it could be used to drive away some entities with the explosion's light and sound. As I threw the fire salt into the window, I kept a close eye on any movements inside. Whenever the thing inside spoke again, I threw in a few more bags of fire salt. However, it seemed that the thing inside the window knew it couldn't deceive me anymore and remained silent. I stopped paying too much attention. According to my speculation, this should be a mutation of the entity window, which was the mutation mentioned by Captain Bai before I arrived, part of level 4. After thinking about this, I tried to open the door in front of the office. As soon as the door opened, the paper crane flew in immediately. However, the office was empty, with no sign of anyone. At that moment, the paper crane continued to fly in one direction, and surprisingly, it was heading towards a window. Just as I hadn't figured out what it was up to, it flew straight into the window. Could it be that the bishop was on the other side of the window? I was puzzled. Because the intelligence about level 4 was as follows: most windows in level 4 were harmful because they were likely entities in disguise. The other end of another part of the windows connected to the void, and wanderers entering would be directly cut into the void. But then I thought of a question: if the entity windows in level 4 mutated, would normal windows also mutate? I pondered this but didn't dare to risk my life to verify this speculation. As I hesitated, suddenly, I saw the paper crane that had just flown into the window fly out again, followed closely by an identical paper crane. Instantly, I was shocked. The poison scorpion had also purchased information from the Eternal database, so it was clear who this paper crane belonged to. As expected, a figure suddenly leaped out from behind the window a few seconds after two paper cranes flew out. It was indeed the poison scorpion. The moment I saw the poison scorpion, I was on high alert. And just as the poison scorpion emerged, another figure darted out from behind the window. This figure was more familiar to me. It was the bishop. Seeing that the bishop was temporarily fine, I breathed a sigh of relief. However, I quickly signaled to the bishop, indicating how I should cooperate. But the bishop was too preoccupied to pay attention to my hint. Instead, he anxiously turned to me and said, "Linny, the leader of the gentlemen is inside. They are not opponents. We can only rely on you." Hearing the bishop's urgency, I understood the situation. They must have accidentally discovered the anomaly of the window, knowing that one could hide behind it, waiting for Jerry's return. However, the poison scorpion learned their hiding place from the Eternal database and rushed over with the leader of the gentlemen. As for whether there were other members with them, I was not sure. At the moment, the bishop could only hold off the poison scorpion, while the leader of the gentlemen had no one to restrain him, relying solely on me. However, I was also somewhat nervous because I was not even a match for the poison scorpion, let alone their leader. But at this point, I couldn't worry about that. If I delayed entering for a while, there might be one more casualty inside. Right now, all I could do was buy some time for the bishop and pray for him to resolve the poison scorpion as soon as possible. With that in mind, I no longer hesitated and bypassed the bishop, flipping over and jumping through the window. The poison scorpion saw my actions but did not stop me, instead focusing intently on the bishop in front of him. Just a moment ago, the bishop had managed to hold his own against both him and the leader. If it weren't for a sneaky move that caused the bishop some injury, he might have actually defeated the bishop. This was one reason the poison scorpion leaped out of the window. What puzzled the poison scorpion was why a weak organization like Jerry's followers had a monster like the bishop among them. But the bishop didn't give him much time to ponder. Upon seeing me enter, the bishop began his attack on the poison scorpion. His goal was clear: to deal with the poison scorpion quickly and join forces with me inside the window. Upon jumping through the window, I discovered it was not some strange space but an office similar to the rest of level 4. Without time to observe the situation, I saw a group of people grappling in front of me. Jerry's followers were easy to identify because they had Jerry's tattoos in prominent places on their bodies. After staring at them for a few seconds, I quickly identified the leader of the gentlemen because he was surrounded by the most people. Despite that, the group was being pushed back continuously. On the other hand, the gentlemen only had 5 people but were effortlessly overpowering over a dozen of Jerry's followers. At that moment, the leader of the gentlemen also noticed me. He pushed aside the people around him and came straight to me. I noticed that a few of Jerry's followers tried to follow but were stopped by another member of the gentlemen. I was taken aback. I had thought that the gentlemen with just 5 members could easily dominate Jerry's followers, but now it seemed I had underestimated them. Just these 4 individuals were overwhelming the group. The leader of the gentlemen, who seemed to have been toying with them, what was the purpose of his actions? As I pondered this, the leader of the gentlemen had already reached me. He didn't directly attack but exuded an intense sense of oppression. This was a wanderer surpassing the poison scorpion. Suddenly, all the muscles in my body tensed up. "Your name is Linny, right?" The wanderer spoke lightly, as if he didn't care about me at all. I nodded, unsure of his intentions. Then, he chuckled and said, "Linny, to be honest, I'm very interested in that item on you that can retrieve things without needing to be stunned. If you tell me what it is, I might consider letting this group of people go." Hearing this, I instantly understood. He had kept this group of people to lure me in and take advantage of the nuclear energy on me. Since that was the case, I decided to play along. I quickly asked, "Are you serious?" The leader of the gentlemen nodded and said, I never lie. So, I took out a normal pocket from the nuclear energy and said to him, I once obtained a pocket by chance in level 1, and later found out that using this pocket does not decrease my sanity. Hearing this, the leader of the gentlemen frowned and asked me to show him. I hesitated, saying, you have to promise to let them go first. I pointed to Jerry's followers. The leader of the gentlemen nodded slightly and said, of course. I pretended to breathe a sigh of relief and handed the pocket to him. He reached out to take it. But just as I was about to hand him the pocket, my wrist suddenly turned. In an instant, a bottled lightning replaced the pocket. As the bottled lightning appeared, I fiercely threw it to the ground. To my surprise, the wanderer in front of me seemed even more cunning than I had anticipated. In the moment I switched the pocket for the bottled lightning, he had already caught on. And as I threw the bottled lightning to the ground, he caught it steadily and threw it back at me. Of course, I was prepared. The moment I took out the bottled lightning, my other hand had already retrieved the anti-Euclidean device. As the bottled lightning was thrown at me, I used the anti-Euclidean device to shift positions. In a moment of distorted space, I appeared several meters behind him. As I appeared, he swiftly turned and aimed a kick at my face. I dodged by bending down, but was met with a flurry of punches. His speed was so fast that it didn't allow me a moment to catch my breath, let alone retrieve the rear alloy knife. Just as I barely evaded his first round of attacks, I suddenly noticed a dagger in his right hand. It was this moment of him taking out the dagger that gave me a moment to breathe. Instantly, I clenched my hand in the air, and a rear alloy knife appeared in my hand. The leader of the gentlemen looked at his barely 10 centimeter short dagger in his hand, then at my several tens of centimeters long rear alloy knife, creating a stark contrast. His face twitched, and he said, "You don't deserve to use such a good knife." With that, he raised the dagger and thrust it towards me. I sidestepped the incoming attack and swung the knife towards him. The leader of the gentlemen reacted swiftly. Before my knife could land, his dagger changed direction and aimed for my neck. I could almost foresee my neck being cut by the dagger before my strike landed. So I had to retract my knife and hastily dodge, plunging myself into a completely defensive position. The leader's dagger moved swiftly, attacking my vital points relentlessly, leaving me no chance to counterattack. The situation now was even more passive than before I drew my knife. I was constantly on the defensive, with several bruises already marking my body. On the other side, Jerry's followers were also retreating under the attack of those 4 individuals. It was now a 3-way battle between me, the bishop, and the remaining members, forming a stable triangular situation. However, I could foresee that if any side were to lose and let the gentleman free, it would be a devastating blow to the other 2 sides. And now, we had to be the first to free ourselves. My only hope now rested on the bishop. Of course, these thoughts flashed through my mind in an instant, as I continued to evade the relentless attacks of the gentleman leader, with more and more wounds being inflicted on me. At this rate, I might be defeated in less than a minute. It was now a fight to the death. I gritted my teeth, deliberately exposing a vulnerability, placing one side of my body within his striking range. However, the gentleman leader seemed to have seen through my deliberate vulnerability and did not strike at that point. Instead, he flicked the dagger in his hand towards the hand holding my knife. I was caught off guard, and my knife was knocked away. In the next moment, another dagger appeared in my other hand, stabbing towards the gentleman leader. But he firmly grasped my wrist with one hand, rendering me immobile. With his other hand holding the dagger, he swiftly thrust it towards my abdomen. Now was the time. As he stabbed towards me, I threw a bottle of bottled lightning at his feet. This was natural bottled lightning, different from the artificial kind. When the bottle shattered, the lightning inside would spread rapidly to the nearest object. I aimed to hurt the enemy while sacrificing myself. I was stabbed by him, but he would be struck by my bottled lightning. Yet, I had underestimated the gentleman leader before me. He had been lurking in the darkest corners of the backroom, familiar with these tactics. Just as I threw the bottled lightning, he instantly released the dagger in his hand, catching the bottled lightning I had thrown. He picked up the bottled lightning, smirked at me disdainfully, and then hurled it towards Jerry's followers. I was filled with despair. If the bottled lightning truly landed among Jerry's followers, I would have made a grave mistake. As the bottled lightning arced towards Jerry's followers, a hand suddenly reached out and firmly caught it. Then, a familiar voice spoke, "Oh, isn't this the little fish from level 5? How come you dare to challenge the Eye of Argos now? And the Unbound Adventurers Alliance," another voice added calmly. I was overjoyed. It was Kiyu and White Song. When I was still in level 1, I had sent word to the Eye of Argos in level 11, telling them to find me in level 4 when White Song returned, as I might be in trouble. As for why I didn't contact Kiyu, it was because he had warned me that their organization was not to be trusted, and I didn't know how to reach him. And now, somehow, White Song and Kiyu had found me. However, I noticed a paper crane flying out the window, and I understood. I quickly broke free from the gentleman leader's grip and took a few steps back. At this moment, the gentleman leader's expression turned extremely ugly. Perhaps he hadn't expected me to have reinforcements, and these two helpers seemed extraordinary. White Song smiled faintly, a smile I had never seen before, a smile akin to a wild beast spotting its prey. It reminded me of what Kyu had once said to me, "Every judge of truth is a madman. If you can help it, never make enemies with them." And the leader of the gentlemen, his body visibly stiffened in that instant, his voice slightly trembling as he said, You are the arbiter of truth?" White Song's lips curved into a smile, nodded, and said, "You guessed right." The next moment, White Song moved towards the gentleman's leader, attacking with the momentum of a fierce tiger descending a mountain. On the other side, the other 4 members of the gentlemen stopped their attack, retreating to a corner, watching White Song pressing down on their leader with a hint of unease. Seeing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. After spending so long in the backroom, it was the first time I had been pushed into such a plight by a wanderer, but fortunately, I had also met many other kind-hearted wanderers. I asked Joe, "What about these people? How do you plan to deal with them?" Joe smiled and said, "That's White Song's business. The Argo's Eye is specifically responsible for dealing with these terrorist organizations." I nodded, then asked, "How is the bishop doing?" "The bishop is slightly injured, but not serious." Joe paused, then continued, "Speaking of which, we owe it to Jerry." When Joe mentioned owing it to Jerry, he was referring to the incident with the faceless spirit in the pink dress we encountered before. Originally, all of us were about to perish at the hands of the faceless spirit in the pink dress, but it was Jerry's sudden appearance that saved us in the end. "It's over there now." Joe nodded towards White Song. I followed Joe's gaze. By now, the leader of the gentlemen had completely lost his ability to resist, being held in a sorry state by White Song with one hand. "The rest is up to the bishop to handle." White Song walked over and said to me and Joe. Meanwhile, the bishop outside the window seemed to be up to something, never coming in, which left me somewhat puzzled, so I decided to climb out the window to see what was going on. When I went out, I found that the venomous scorpion was already dead, and the bishop was standing in front of its corpse, lost in thought. Seeing this scene, I walked over and said to the bishop, "The leader of the gentlemen has been captured by White Song, ready for you to deal with." However, the bishop suddenly said, "Linny, do you think it's really impossible to reconcile when people become enemies due to different beliefs?" I thought for a moment and replied, "There should be a way to reconcile, it's just that some people don't want to reconcile. It's like a crack appearing on a ship, one person wants to repair it, while another person is desperately trying to make it bigger. Even if that person tries hard to mend the crack, in the end, the ship still cannot escape its fate of sinking. Is it because the other person keeps deepening that crack?" The bishop finally said. This statement sounded like a question, yet also like an affirmation. I was not clear about the bishop's experiences, but a wanderer willing to risk his life for his organization members deserved my respect. In the end, the bishop personally interrogated the leader of the gentlemen, extracting the location where they had hidden the looted goods, and ultimately killed the group of people himself. After dealing with the gentleman's organization, the bishop took the remaining believers to rebuild their stronghold. As for White Song and Jio, after submitting the information about the Eternal Night suburb to level 1, they each returned to their respective organizations. As for me, I naturally returned to level 1. After spending so long in the backroom, for some reason, whether it was M, E, G, or the Argo's Eye, I didn't feel much of a sense of belonging to them. For me, completing the tasks of these two organizations was just to ensure my survival in the backroom. When facing these two organizations, I didn't even feel as close to Jio, White Song, and the others. However, I didn't have time to dwell on these thoughts. After clashing with the gentleman's organization, I realized that relying solely on nuclear enhancement was far from enough. For example, my own strength falls within the range of 1 to 200 caddies. With the addition of a level 3 nuclear energy core, I can be boosted to 3 to 400 caddies. However, for some people, this level of strength is already within their reach, like Jio, White Song and others. When they equip themselves with nuclear energy, they can surpass their limits, whereas for me, it merely raises my lower limit. Therefore, I should enhance my physical fitness to better survive in the post-chamber. So, I sought out Captain Bai and devised a series of training plans, guided by a young man I didn't know. This young man appeared to be around my age but possessed unfathomable strength. His name was Lin Ji, sharing the same surname as me. And so, I trained calmly for months in the level 1 base. This tranquility was shattered when I heard a piece of news about the Temple of 10,000 Gods. "Do you remember the leader of the gentlemen?" Captain Bai suddenly came to me, asking mysteriously. "I do, but isn't he dead?" I replied, puzzled. "He is dead, but we've uncovered an even more explosive piece of information. Captain Bai continued. My curiosity was piqued. What information? The information is, behind the Gentleman Organization, there is a larger organization pulling the strings, and that organization is the Temple of 10,000 Gods. The Temple of 10,000 Gods? Upon hearing this name, I furrowed my brow involuntarily. I hadn't heard of this organization, but I accurately caught the word 10,000 Gods. In the post-chamber, the word God held a special significance, representing extremely powerful entities. These entities were the original inhabitants of the post-chamber, possessing not only high intelligence but also a mysterious and unpredictable nature, with behaviors that did not align with human understanding. When humans first entered the post-chamber, they received help from these entities. Due to their actions at the time, humans regarded them as divine beings and thus respectfully referred to these entities as gods. However, as far as I knew, due to a catastrophic event of unknown origin in the post-chamber's past, most of the gods were severely injured or killed, disappearing from human sight. It was at this time that humans lost the help of the gods and began independently establishing strongholds and developing civilization in the post-chamber, leading to the various organizations present today. Of course, there are still gods in the post-chamber today, such as Argos, who are remnants of the gods, and the beasts on the 5th level, also former gods. As for Samantha and Jerry, descendants left by the gods, their specific strengths are currently unknown but surpass those of ordinary entities. From what I can see, these gods have a favorable attitude towards wanderers, at least not attacking them without reason. So, is the Temple of 10,000 Gods an organization that worships these gods? I voiced my thoughts, and Captain Bai shook his head, then nodded, saying, You're half right. They do indeed worship some gods, but we have not had any contact with these gods. The purpose of their worship, we are not clear about. Perhaps they seek their protection. Just seeking protection? Just as I was thinking this, Captain Bai continued. After the bishop interrogated the leader of the gentlemen, we questioned him again and found out that he actually came from the Temple of 10,000 Gods. His actions were aimed at provoking conflicts between post-chamber organizations, but fortunately, before they could start formal actions, you all wiped them out. What is the purpose of all this by the Temple of 10,000 Gods? I asked immediately. Purpose? We currently have a speculation, but it's not convenient to say. I nodded and said, Oh, I understand, it's confidential. But you didn't come to me just to tell me about this, did you? Hey, you guessed right. It was Lin Ji who sent you a letter, and I brought it along, Captain Bai said. Lin Ji? Why didn't he come to me directly if he had something to say? Why write me a letter? I was puzzled, but Captain Bai didn't care about that. He just handed me the letter and left. With a sense of doubt, I opened the letter, and inside, there was a hierarchical key along with a short message. Knight is on level 379. Take this hierarchical key and bring your team members to find him. Knight? I remember that among the 8 members of our backroom investigation team, only Knight hasn't come out of the Eternal Night suburb yet. Currently, the Eternal database has also sent some wanderers to find him. And Lin Ji told me that Knight is in level 379? And he gave me a hierarchical key? But as far as I remember, there is no level 379, so what does Lin Ji mean? Lin Ji usually left a good impression on me, strong in ability, good in character, just a bit young, and highly trusted by Captain Bai. I remember several times when Captain Bai received some confidential documents that I couldn't see but Lin Ji could, proving Lin Ji's high status within M.E.G. So, in such a big matter, he wouldn't deceive me, right? Just as I was pondering, someone familiar suddenly appeared at the door. San Lu. She is a member of our backroom investigation team and also a senior officer of the Masked Lady. After she returned from the Eternal Night suburb, we met once, and then we had no contact. So, why is she looking for me now? I opened the door for her, and she didn't come in but stood at the doorway, saying in a flat tone, Did M.E.G. send you to level 379? I nodded and said, Indeed, someone asked me to go. How about you? San Lu said, Our leader sent me. She said there are secrets there. Secrets? While I was contemplating San Lu's words, another person arrived. This time it was White Song. After coming over, White Song greeted both of us with a smile and said, Oh, planning to go to level 379. Take me with you. I was surprised. Someone asked you to go too? White Song nodded and said, Yes, it was the Ghost Slayer who passed on the message to me. You know, when it transmitted the message to me, it kept staring at me, scaring me. I remembered how the Ghost Slayer had stared straight at me when passing on a message to me. So, I nodded in empathy. However, from the words of White Song and San Lu, I also sensed something. They both received the task to go to level 379, so they came to me. But why did they come to me? Did they know I had a hierarchical key for level 379? With this in mind, I asked, "Why are you two coming to find me if you're going to level 379? White Song looked at me puzzled and said, "You have the hierarchical key for level 379, so who else would we go to?" Sanlu also nodded. I was surprised. I had just received the hierarchical key, how did they know? And just as I was about to ask, another person arrived. As expected, this time it was Yun Kai Chang and Jiao. So, apart from the bishop, Knight Ban Tianyi, the members of the Backroom investigation team were all gathered again? After Jiao and Yun Kai Chang arrived, they immediately explained their purpose. Indeed, just like White Song and the others, they were also going to level 379. I was curious and asked, "Do you know which level is level 379? Also, how did you know I have the hierarchical key for level 379? Jiao looked at me puzzled and said, "This matter has spread throughout the major organizations, don't you know?" I was surprised at once because as the person involved, I only found out now. However, there was only one wanderer who could release the news that I had a hierarchical key before I had the hierarchical key. That person was Lin Ji. But what was his purpose in doing this? I didn't understand, so I told Jiao and White Song about this matter separately. Jiao's expression was somewhat subtle when he heard me describe Lin Ji, and finally he said to me, "Anyway, just listen to him, he won't harm you." After hearing Jiao's words, I was still confused, but I let go of my suspicions and started preparing to go to level 379. Currently, the only thing we knew about level 379 was its name. We had no other information. I tried to ask Lin Ji, but I couldn't find him anywhere. When I asked Captain Bai, he also didn't know where Lin Ji had gone, so I had no choice but to give up. Because after knowing that Yi was in level 379, we needed to find Yi as soon as possible and explore the secrets of level 379. So, after Jiao and the others arrived, I only spent half an hour preparing before setting off for level 379. Since this level we were going to was one that had never been recorded before, and we were going to rescue Yi, both M, E, G, and the Eternal Database sent a group of members to go with us. According to White Song, the Eye of Argos also sent someone, but White Song had no idea how they were going or who was going, so it should be a special means used by Argos. There were 15 of us, with some carrying exploration instruments, setting off in a grand manner. There was a fixed hub position in level 1, and following the rules, we quickly arrived at the hub. Searching through the doors of the hub, passing through several bases of organizations stationed there, we found the door to level 379. I took out the hierarchical key, took a deep breath, and opened the door. A burst of white light rushed out, and I walked in first. Immediately, I felt a sense of falling, then I stepped on solid ground. I quickly opened my eyes and surveyed the surroundings. I was standing on a small hill at that moment, and below my feet was a plain, with an endless array of windmills. These windmills started from under my feet and stretched to the horizon, with no end in sight. At this moment, the 3 blades on these windmills were slowly rotating, looking exceptionally spectacular. Just as I was focusing on the windmills in front of me, I suddenly heard San Lu's voice behind me. "Have you noticed? There's no wind right now?" Wind? I was stunned for a moment, then carefully felt it. Indeed, there was no wind around. But why did San Lu suddenly ask this question? After thinking carefully, I suddenly realized a problem. If there was no wind, how were these windmills rotating? If it was powered by electricity, where did the electricity come from? I furrowed my brows and thought for a while, but couldn't come up with an answer. Finally, I said to San Lu, "Let's observe closely first, then see if we can meet up with the others." San Lu nodded, and the 2 of us went down from the small hill. San Lu always wore a mask, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking by observing her expression. As we came down from the hill, we didn't talk much. When we reached the windmill, I looked up to observe the windmill in front of me. The windmill seemed to be over 10 meters high, and at the top of the windmill, there were some gray things. Due to the distance, I couldn't see clearly, so I squinted my eyes to get a better look. At that moment, San Lu spoke, "Those gray things are death moths." Death moths? I was startled and immediately dismissed the idea of climbing up to explore. Considering nuclear energy, I did not doubt San Lu's words. However, what made me envious was that San Lu actually had a nuclear energy related to vision. I have some nuclear energy given by M, E, G, in my hands, but none of them enhance vision. These are all about enhancing physical strength and power. Apart from the divine level nuclear energy on me, the only one slightly higher in level is the level 6 speed nuclear energy. As I was thinking like this, I suddenly saw a figure walking towards the windmill in the distance. Judging by the figure, it should be Jiao. I'm ready to assist with the translation. Please provide me with the source text you'd like me to translate.